In her previous life, Wen Ning lost her entire family, and only then did she discover that the daughter she had painstakingly raised was actually an impostor. It turned out that her sister-in-law had switched her real daughter with another child while Wen Ning was still weak from childbirth. The fake daughter went on to attend university, become a renowned pianist, travel the world, and marry into wealth. Meanwhile, Wen Ning's true daughter suffered abuse, married an old man, and died in prison after being involved in a fire driven by hatred. Wen Ning dragged the fake daughter down with her in death. But now, it's 1980, and Wen Ning sends the fake daughter back to her biological mother. She watches with a smile as her own flesh and blood torments her daily. Turning around, Wen Ning joins hands with her officer lover, starts a prosperous business, and raises 3 treasures, helping them soar to success. The once abused fake daughter tries to escape an arranged marriage but ends up with a broken leg and passes out from pain. Upon waking, she goes mad, claiming that her wealthy aunt is her real mother. Chapter 1: What good comes from being a peasant? Pain. Her body felt like it was being torn apart. Agony swept over Wen Ning fiercely. Instinctively, she gripped the bedsheet tightly, gritted her teeth, and opened her eyes abruptly. Above her were black tiles, surrounded by portraits of great leaders, worn wooden tables, a large red enamel basin, and a cup with Lei Feng's image and the words "Serve the people." This familiar setting seemed to be the room she stayed in when she came to her husband's rural hometown to give birth. Wait. Wasn't she dead? Thud. Her abdomen was lightly bumped, and Wen Ning instinctively looked down at her swollen belly, opening her mouth in disbelief. Could it be that she was reborn? And reborn before her daughter was switched? Struggling to sit up, Wen Ning pinched the flesh on her arm hard. Ouch. She grimaced in pain, but tears welled up in her eyes instantly. It was real. The heavens had given her another chance. Just like in her previous life, Wen Ning unexpectedly became pregnant again. 6 months into the pregnancy, she slipped and fell, causing instability in the fetus, necessitating bed rest for preservation. Her family included 7-year-old twin sons who were studying, and her husband Yen Gang, a busy military officer. With upcoming long-term missions, no one could take care of her. Wen Ning's mother-in-law lived in the countryside and had originally planned to come help, but her second daughter-in-law, Yen Gang's younger brother's wife, was also pregnant with her second child. With insufficient manpower, Yen Gang and others decided to temporarily entrust the twins to military comrades and send 8 months pregnant Wen Ning back to her rural home, planning to bring her back to the military after giving birth and completing postpartum confinement. Everything was well planned, and although Wen Ning's mother-in-law was uneducated, coarse, and loud, she was kind-hearted and made efforts to prepare nutritious meals for both pregnant women every day. The problem occurred on the night Wen Ning and her sister-in-law gave birth. The midwife was the sister-in-law's mother. Wen Ning never imagined that they would switch the children to ensure their own child could have a better life, accompanying her to the city. Unaware of this, Wen Ning and Yen Gang put all their efforts into raising what they thought was their real daughter, tutoring her until she got into university, sending her abroad to study, and making her a famous pianist. They even arranged a promising marriage for her. But what about their real daughter? Named Yen Jianmei by her second brother and his wife, she was treated as a servant from a young age, abused by her parents and brother. At 18, she married a disabled old man. 19, she accidentally killed her husband and mother-in-law and ended up in jail. Released, she died in a fire. It wasn't until 3 months after the fake daughter's wedding that Wen Ning discovered the truth. By then, her husband Yen Gang had died of kidney failure, her eldest son had committed suicide due to severe depression, and her second son was killed protecting the fake daughter from robbers. After losing 3 loved ones, Wen Ning fell gravely ill. While recovering in the hospital, Wen Ning received a timed recording from her deceased second son, revealing the truth. Driven mad, she confronted the fake daughter. The fake daughter laughed hysterically. "My dear mother, you finally know, don't you? Sadly, you're the last one left in your family. Soon, you'll join them. I might as well tell you, Yen Jianmei, your husband, and your 2 sons were all killed by me and my parents." Hee, shocking, isn't it? Shocking indeed. Driven mad by the shock, Wen Ning grabbed the fake daughter and jumped out of the 18th floor window, dying instantly. Now awake, here she was. The baby in her womb kicked more vigorously at night, asserting its presence. Tears uncontrollably flowed from Wen Ning's eyes. She gently caressed her belly, whispering, "Baby, mommy will protect you this time." Suddenly, there was a soft pop. Her water broke. Unfortunately, her mother-in-law was away attending a funeral, leaving only her second sister-in-law Lu Jinlan and her mother Xiang Chunhua at home. That's why switching the babies went so smoothly in her previous life. Time was running out, and Wen Ning felt waves of pain. Before she could think of a plan, the door was pushed open. A thin, sharp-faced elderly woman carrying a bowl entered briskly. Young Wen, Jinlan is hungry and wants chicken soup. I brought some for you too. Before she could finish, she saw Wen Ning drenched in sweat and noticed the wet bedding. Xiang Chenhua was shocked, then unusually elated. Young Wen, your water has broken. Quickly, lie down. I'll boil some hot water. Without waiting for Wen Ning's response, Xiang Chenhua hurriedly went to her daughter's room with the soup. Seeing Lu Jinlan staring blankly at the table with the soup, Xiang Chenhua grew anxious and whispered urgently. Jinlan, what are you waiting for? Your elder sister-in-law has gone into labor. Drink the soup to induce labor so we can switch the babies. Xiang Chenhua had laced the soup with labor-inducing medicine, intending to take advantage of Wen Ning and Jinlan's absence to complete the switch. Unexpectedly, Wen Ning had already gone into labor without drinking the soup, forcing Xiang Chenhua to rush back to expedite her daughter's labor. Lu Jinlan, with her round, pleasant face, frowned slightly, touching her belly. Do we really need to switch? Mom, this is my child after 10 months of pregnancy. We must switch. Xiang Chenhua glared at her, defiantly. What good comes from being a peasant? You won't even be able to afford education. Be the golden treasure of an officer's family, grow up successful, and support our Yuan Yuan. Understand? Yan Yuan Yuan was Lu Jinlan's 3-year-old son. Alright, hurry up. I'll keep an eye on her. Xiang Chenhua left, and Lu Jinlan, thinking of the endless supply of malted milk powder, formula, and dried fruits in her sister-in-law's room, resolved herself, drinking the soup in one go. Wen Ning had just finished a large glass of malted milk watered. In those brief moments, she had already figured out her next steps. Xiang Chenhua and Lu Jinlan were bold enough to attempt anything. If she exposed them, they might take advantage of her weakness and kill her, then pass off their baby as yen gangs. She couldn't act rashly. Preserving her and her child's lives was paramount. Lying flat on the bed, legs elevated, enduring immense hatred and bone-deep pain, Wen Ning followed Xiang Chenhua's instructions, pushing silently. Breathe in. Breathe out. Push. Yes, push. The head is coming out. The head, amidst sharp cries, Wen Ning felt something leave her body. Wah. The baby cried loudly. The baby is born. Xiang Chenhua efficiently cut the umbilical cord, cleaned the baby, diapered, and dressed it. To facilitate the switch, she deliberately didn't mention the baby's gender. She placed the swaddled infant in the small wooden crib prepared in the center of the room. Young Wen, rest. Jinlan is also in labor. I'll check on her. Wen Ning lowered her eyes, masking her hatred. Thank you, Auntie. Closing her eyes, pretending to sleep, she waited until she sensed Xiang Chenhua leave. Then, struggling to the crib, she carefully examined her daughter. Yellow skin with traces of white vernix, long eyelashes, a petite nose, and a tiny mouth. This was truly her daughter. For 2 lifetimes, Wen Ning looked at her properly for the first time. Feeling suffocated, Wen Ning undressed the baby, meticulously checking until she found a bright red crescent-shaped birthmark under her right armpit. Suddenly, a sharp cry echoed outside. Lu Jinlan was giving birth. Reluctantly looking at her daughter one last time, Wen Ning dressed her, crawled back to bed, and pretended to sleep. Soon, she heard Xiang Chenhua's rustling footsteps entering the room. Young Wen, Xiang Chenhua called from beside the bed, seeing Wen Ning motionless, her lips curling in disdain. Chapter 2, Physical Weakness in the City. Delicate young ladies lose all their strength after giving birth, sleeping like lifeless creatures. How unlike us. Who would toil in the fields even after childbirth? The infant in her arms whimpered softly, prompting Xiang Chenhua to gently shake her. Do not fuss. Your grandmother is ensuring you a good life. Ah, fate, 2 expectant mothers both bore daughters. It is fortunate, daughters grow up to be easily managed, and if they marry well, they can provide support to their maternal families. Xiang Chenhua placed her granddaughter on the bed and promptly took Wen Ning's daughter outside. As soon as she left, Wen Ning opened her eyes and struggled to rise. She cast a loathsome glance at the infant lying on the wooden bed. Even though they were not biologically related, she had lovingly nurtured this child for over 20 years, only to have her family destroyed by her. Such ingratitude. A treacherous wretch. Perhaps weakened by childbirth. Wen Ning stood swaying, her head spinning, but rest was not an option. Gritting her teeth, she opened the cabinet and retrieved a slender needle, plunging it into her thigh with force. The sharp pain was a stark reminder to keep her senses alert. With her other hand cradling the child, she walked barefoot towards Lu Jinlan's house, fearful that the baby might cry. She placed the child on the ground, sheltered from the wind, and went to find a suitable stick beneath the eaves. Approaching Lu Jinlan's door, she overheard her disdainful remarks, "Mother, this girl is just like her mother, a wretched thing. Better off dead in the cesspool." Wen Ning's heart raced with fear and confusion. Lu Jinlan had always been kind and amiable towards her. Who would have imagined such venomous hatred lurked beneath the surface? Inside, Xiang Chunhua opposed her words. Nay, though the lass was born with a silver spoon, fate has dealt her a cruel hand. To offer her mere sustenance, to rear her as one might a canine, to task her with labor as she matures, and then to barter her away in exchange for a bride price upon reaching her age, such a fate would suffice. Let her be christened Jian Mei, a name casually bestowed by Lu Jinlan. At the doorway, Wen Ning's grip on the staff was so intense that the veins in her hands bulged, tears streaming unbidden from her eyes as she opened her mouth to speak. In her previous life, Xiang Chunhua and Lu Jinlan had their desires fulfilled. Her own daughter endured a brief existence fraught with more suffering than anyone else. Why, oh why, must they scheme against her and her child in such a manner? Consumed by overwhelming hatred, Wen Ning showed no further leniency. As Xiang Chunhua emerged, she brought the staff down with a resounding blow. Thud. Xiang Chunhua collapsed, unconscious. Mother? Lu Jinlan called out, puzzled, surmising that her mother had perhaps stumbled upon something. Having recently given birth, she lacked the strength to rise and investigate. Wen Ning waited patiently. After a short while, she pierced the paper windowpane and confirmed that Lu Jinlan within the room was asleep. This sight caused her eyes to redden once more. Despite the presence of a wooden crib specifically crafted for infants, they had discarded her child upon the ground as if she were mere refuse. With utmost care, Wen Ning cradled the child in her arms, entering the room and discreetly exchanging the infants before returning to her own chamber. Throughout this endeavor, Wen Ning's right leg had been riddled with needle pricks, leaving it stained with blood. Enduring the pain, she verified that the child in her arms bore a crescent-shaped birthmark beneath her right armpit. Only then did she cradle her with the utmost reverence, succumbing to a light, dizzying slumber upon the bed. Upon regaining consciousness, Wen Ning detected a familiar voice emanating from the courtyard. Jinlan's mother, why are you sleeping on the ground? It was her mother-in-law, Jia Shufan. She had returned. Wen Ning breathed a sigh of relief, clutching her daughter close as she listened to Xiang Chunhua's frantic and irate cries. Good heavens, the pain is excruciating. Last night, a brigand struck me. Once I discover the culprit, I shall desecrate their ancestral graves. The scoundrel. Jacqueline was taken aback, exclaiming, What? A thief? Are Goldie and Wendy unharmed? Quick, go check on Goldie, and I shall see to Wendy. Without waiting for a response, she hurried into the house in a flustered state. Wendy, we had a burglar last night. Did you lose anything? Before she could finish her sentence, Jacqueline noticed a swaddled infant in her daughter-in-law's arms, accompanied by the baby's soft whimpers. She was stunned into silence, then exclaimed in astonishment, Wendy, you've already delivered a baby? No, your child is already born? Wendy. The baby, disturbed, began to wail, shattering the eerie atmosphere between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Wendy quickly patted the child to soothe her and turned to her mother-in-law, who was covering her mouth, saying, Yes, mother, it's a girl. Jacqueline cautiously approached, lowering her voice. A daughter or a son, it's all good. Your well-being is paramount, otherwise, how would I explain it to Ryan? I merely went back to see my mother off. And you've already given birth. Oh, this little girl looks just like you. Wendy smiled, of course, she's my own flesh and blood, she must resemble me. As the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conversed, Hyacinth and Goldie arrived at the door, their faces etched with genuine concern. Goldie inquired, Mother, sister-in-law, nothing was stolen from my side. What about you? Is the child all right? Jacqueline turned her head and nearly shrieked again. At the crucial moment, she suppressed her voice, Goldie, why is your abdomen deflated? Did you give birth last night as well? Yes, it's a girl, sleeping in the house. Lu Jinlan replied nonchalantly, her gaze still fixated on Wen Ning cradling her precious daughter. Ah, little Wen, what could possibly be missing from your room? Xiang Chunhua exclaimed, smacking her thigh in urgency. This room housed her beloved granddaughter's treasures, as well as those of her dear grandson, it must not fall prey to thieves. Wen Ning lowered her head, concealing the icy disdain in her eyes. She gestured lightly towards the cabinet, assuring them, nothing is amiss, I have locked everything inside. A collective sigh of relief escaped the others. Wen Ning possessed many valuable items, and the thought of them being stolen was indeed troubling. Jiao Shufan found the situation rather peculiar and inquired of Xiang Chunhua, if there's no theft or robbery, why would a thief come knocking? Jinlan. Have you offended someone during your stay? Perhaps I should inquire at the team to see if anyone noticed anything unusual last night. Xiang Chunhua, known for her sharp tongue and being a midwife, had certainly made her share of enemies. In the past, she would have pursued the matter relentlessly, stirring up a tempest. However, having recently engaged in a morally dubious act, she feared that if Jia Shufan escalated the issue, it might unintentionally unravel her own secret regarding the child swap. Hastily, Xiang Chunhua waved her hand. Let it be, consider it my silent suffering. My dear, both Wen and Jinlan have given birth, and you have much to attend to. Do not trouble yourself over my trivial woes. She licked her lips, subtly implying the fee for her services. Jia Shufan understood immediately. Very well, I shan't keep you. Wait a moment. She hurried to her own room to retrieve the money. As Xiang Chunhua's thoughts shifted, she dashed to her daughter's room to pack a few good things for her son to take home. In the room, only Wen Ning, cradling her daughter, and Lu Jinlan remained. The latter leaned in closer, gazing at the infant in Wen Ning's arms, a tender smile gracing her lips. She is truly beautiful, sister-in-law. Do you have enough milk? If not, I can help feed her. Chapter 3, Postpartum Confinement and Inducement of Birth. A wave of undeniable disgust surged within Wen Ning. She retorted instinctively, no need. Upon raising her gaze, she noticed Lu Jinlan's face, marked by a semblance of grievance. Sister-in-law, you have always been kind to me. I merely wish to assist you. Wen Ning nearly laughed in disbelief. Lu Jinlan was aware of her kindness? Yan Gang was the elder brother, she was the sister-in-law. And since their marriage, they had supported their younger siblings in every conceivable way: financial assistance, job opportunities, dowries, living expenses. They sought no recompense. Yet it was unreasonable to expect them to endure ingratitude. Lu Jinlan's claim of wanting to help her? Had she not suffered so grievously in her past life? And had she not overheard those words last night, she might have been inclined to believe such nonsense. How could Lu Jinlan possess the audacity to act so shamelessly? Wen Ning dug her nails into her palm to suppress her emotions. She replied calmly, I have sufficient milk. However, what of you? You have been out for quite some time, are you not going to check on your daughter? Lu Jinlan waved her hand dismissively. There's nothing to see. She wanted to be taken away by wolves left in the room. After a brief pause, a look of envy crossed her face as she lamented, Sister-in-law. You and elder brother are well off, blessed with 2 sons, and now a daughter, who is naturally cherished like a treasure. Yet, Yan Hui and I are poor and uneducated. Our little girl has had to endure hardships from a young age. As she spoke, a subtle glimmer of pride flickered in Lu Jinlan's eyes. Now, the cherished treasure is her own daughter, while the one who has endured a life of hardship is the wretched offspring of Wen Ning. With her eyes shut tight, Wen Ning loathed her past self for being blind to Lu Jinlan's predatory ambitions, despite the fact that all her performances were utterly lacking in finesse. Outside, the voice of Xiang Chunhua calling for someone echoed, compelling Lu Jinlan to step out and see her mother off. Reluctantly, she departed. And Wen Ning breathed a sigh of relief. She feared that she might falter and expose Lu Jinlan's true nature. Although her reliable mother-in-law had returned, Wen Ning had no intention of revealing the truth about the child swap. There were 3 reasons for her discretion. Firstly, she lacked evidence, having returned the false daughter. Any uproar would allow them to deny everything vehemently. Secondly, for her mother-in-law, Jia Shufan, Yan Gang and Yan Hui were her biological sons, while Wen Ning and Lu Jinlan were also her daughters-in-law. In the event of a scandal, which side would she take? Thirdly, in her previous life, Lu Jinlan had tormented her own daughter, leading to the demise of her entire family, while Lu Jinlan's true daughter enjoyed a life of luxury. Having been granted a second chance, Wen Ning aimed not only to protect her own family but also to seek retribution. Wishing to witness Lu Jinlan and Xiang Chunhua reap the consequences of their misdeeds, she longed for the day when Lu Jinlan would realize that she had been tormenting her own daughter daily. She was curious about what her reaction would be. However, for now, the priority was to restore her health. Understanding the gravity of her situation, Wen Ning remained indoors, diligently caring for her recovery and tending to the child. Meanwhile, Jia Shufan tirelessly managed both the household and the outside affairs. On the second day following Wen Ning's delivery, she had dispatched a message to the county's captain. informing the military of the joyous news. Consequently, 5 days later, a guard returned with the twins to Yunfeng Brigade. The two brothers were in Wen Ning's room, gazing at their sister. Wen Ning gazed at her twin sons, her expression one of ineffable complexity. In her previous life, her two sons had also come. Yet she had failed to notice how glaringly conspicuous they were. After all, it was merely a matter of 2 months' absence, and both boys had shaved their heads. The elder son, demise, was tolerable, fair-skinned with strikingly chiseled features. However, the younger son, demise, had become sun-kissed to an inky hue. And his propensity to flash his neat, pearly white teeth and a foolish grin only accentuated his dark complexion. "Demise, have you been mining?" Wen Ning inquired. Demise vigorously shook his head. Demise seized the opportunity to report, "Mom, while you and Dad were away, Demise went wild in the family compound. Not only did he skip class every day and run amok, but he also managed to take the goose and duck eggs from Uncle Joe's house to play truant. The goose and duck eggs topped the midterm exams, which infuriated Uncle Joe. Coupled with a telegram from Grandma, we were sent back home." Jia Shufan widened her eyes in disbelief. "What kind of commander is this? Your son gets first place and he's angry? What a foolish hat." Demise rolled his eyes. "Grandma, it was last place." Jia Shufan retorted, "Well, if we are sent back, it just means they can help me with chores and not be idle." Wen Ning turned her attention to Demise, poised to impart a lesson. But Demise was already gazing at his little sister in the wooden bed and spoke first. "Mom, Sanmao is so tiny. Can she speak human language?" Before Wen Ning could respond, Lu Jinlan, who had just entered, looked puzzled. "What Sanmao?" Demise pointed to his brother and then to himself. "Big brother is Demise, I am Demise, and my sister must naturally be Sanmao. If Mom has more brothers or sisters, they will be Simao. Wu Mao, Lu Mao." He jumbled together his scant arithmetic skills, but Lu Jinlan suddenly interjected, "No. She cannot be called Sanmao." Everyone turned to her. Lu Jinlan awkwardly explained, "Your sister is a girl, she cannot be called Sanmao, as it sounds unpleasant." Upon hearing this, Jia Shufan was quite perplexed, remarking, "Isn't Sanmao better than Jiamai? Why would you name your daughter that?" Lu Jinlan tugged at her lips and replied, "My mother said that when Jiamai was born, she hardly cried, so a name like that would be easy to nurture. Meanwhile, my sister-in-law's daughter cried loudly, there was no need for that. I recall my sister-in-law wanted to name her daughter Maina, right, sister-in-law? Maina. Yan Maina. In a previous life, when she met her demise, she had dragged Yan Maina down with her, and Wen Ning could still vividly recall that unsightly image. She shook her head, refusing to accept that name. It's inauspicious." Wen Ning gazed at the child in the wooden bed and suggested, "Let us call her Sanmei for now, her formal name can be decided by her father." Demise was quite dissatisfied, puffing out his chest. "Old comrade Yan is absorbed in work, abandoning his wife and children. I shall strip him of his right to name Sanmei. Demise, do you agree?" With a smack, Demise hit him on the head, stating, "Call me big brother. You are only 2 minutes older than I am. Even 2 seconds make you my elder brother." The two brothers bickered, causing Jia Shufan to worry about disturbing Wen Ning and her granddaughter, prompting her to call them outside. Thus, the room was left with just Wen Ning and Lu Jinlan. Lu Jinlan had intended to leave but hesitated for a moment before suddenly stopping to ask, "Sister-in-law, you already have 3 children, will you have more?" She recalled Miao's earlier words, suggesting that continuing to have children would lead to Simao, Wu Mao, and Lu Mao. At that moment, Wen Ning scrutinized Lu Jinlan's every word with the utmost suspicion. After processing this question in her mind, a chill ran down her spine. She forced her voice to remain calm. "What do you mean? I am still in postpartum confinement, and you are already urging me to have another child?" "No, no." Lu Jinlan hastily denied. "What I meant was, you have already given birth to 3 children, a complete family with both a son and a daughter. It is important to take care of your health. Bearing too many children is detrimental to your well-being." The underlying concern was that if Wen Ning were to have another daughter, the daughter she had exchanged would no longer be as cherished. Wen Ning did not respond. Lost in thought. In her previous life, she indeed did not have any more children. Partly because she already had a son and a daughter, which was sufficient. Moreover, her health was poor. The doctor had said that she did not take proper care of herself during postpartum confinement after giving birth to her daughter. resulting in excessive blood loss and deficiency of both qi and blood, requiring many years of careful recuperation. Upon closer reflection, even though she had taken great care of her health and her mother-in-law had attended to her meticulously during postpartum confinement, how could she have suffered from such a deficiency? Conversely, Lu Jinlan, who did not undergo proper confinement, went on to have 2 more sons. Now, considering everything, perhaps Lu Jinlan had played a role in her qi and blood deficiency. That afternoon, Wen Ning overheard the voice of Lu Jinlan's mother, Xiang Chenhua, in the courtyard. Chapter 4. Do not take your brother's belongings, Jinlan, both you and your sister-in-law have given birth, so I brought a chicken to see you both. Achoo. Achoo. Lu Jinlan pulled Xiang Chenhua inside, saying, Mom, your cold from a few days ago hasn't gotten better yet. Come inside and sit for a while, my mother-in-law isn't home. The mother and daughter quickly went inside, and Wen Ning could no longer hear them. She felt uneasy. Mao had gone with her mother-in-law to a teammate's house to buy eggs. Mao sat beside her, obediently looking at a picture book, while also preparing to help out. Wen Ning beckoned her eldest son to come over and quietly instructed him, Mao, go and pay attention to what your second aunt and her mother are saying and doing in the room, and then come back and tell me. With a slight furrow of his brow and a solemn expression on his delicate features, Mao remarked, Mother, my teacher instructed us that a virtuous person does not stand beneath a precarious wall, implying that a gentleman should not eavesdrop. Wen Ning was taken aback, then adopted a stern countenance, retorting, the teacher also emphasized that filial piety is paramount among all virtues. Mao, if you refuse, I shall go myself. Reminded that his grandmother had cautioned her against venturing out into the breeze, Mao arose and sighed, very well, I shall go. Mother, sometimes I find you quite perplexing. Observing his precocious demeanor, Wen Ning felt a surge of amusement, swiftly followed by a sense of disorientation. Mao had always been sensible and well-behaved since childhood, never causing her and Yan Gang any concern regarding his education or career. He was a renowned academic prodigy within the family compound. How had he succumbed to severe depression in their previous life? It was undoubtedly the machinations of Lu Jinlan and the impostor daughter. This time, she vowed to thwart their schemes. Wen Ning resolved with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, Mao discreetly positioned himself near his second aunt's doorway. The door was not fully closed, and he faintly overheard the exchange between his second aunt and her mother. Yes, your plan is well conceived. Mother, do you possess it? Indeed, as a midwife, I possess everything. Place it in the chicken soup. What utter nonsense, Mao muttered, his small brow furrowing intently. As he leaned closer, the sound of a child's wailing erupted from within the room. It was immediately followed by Lu Jinlan's irascible reprimand, crying. All you ever do is cry. Thump. Mao was startled as a pair of hands unceremoniously tossed a swaddled infant onto the floor. The despised younger sister within the swaddling clothes wailed even louder, prompting Lu Jinlan to kick her. You are forbidden to cry. Worthless wretch. Silence. Having spent several days with his mother observing his younger sister, Mao recognized this as a signal that the child was hungry. He pushed open the door and kindly reminded, Aunt, the little one is hungry, it is time to feed her. Inside, Lu Jinlan and Xiang Chenhua were taken aback. Regaining her composure, Lu Jinlan immediately bent down to lift the child, offering a sweet smile to Mao, before lifting her blouse to nurse her daughter. As expected, the little one ceased her cries. Xiang Chenhua, astonished, exclaimed, Achoo. This must be your sister-in-law's son, he is truly handsome. With such a brother, she is indeed fortunate. Achoo. Mao frowned, Grandmother, you have a cold, please refrain from sneezing near the sister, you might infect her. Xiang Chenhua, undeterred, sneezed twice towards Lu Jinlan. Oh, my dear. Our girl isn't as precious as your sister, what harm could come to her? Achoo. Mao silently turned to leave, overhearing the ensuing conversation. Enough already, spit it out. Yuan Bao hasn't eaten yet. Just toss her on the bed, leaving that wretched girl alive is already a kindness. Mao meticulously washed his hands and face before returning to the room, where he quietly recounted the events to Wen Ning, not missing a single detail. He sighed, Mother. Thank goodness our third sister is not Aunt's daughter, otherwise, she would be left hungry and kicked on the ground. Wen Ning, trembling as she cradled the swaddled infant, felt tears welling in her eyes. In her previous life, had it not been her beloved who suffered such indignities? She looked up, forcing the tears back. and smiled at Demao, saying, "Yes, mother will protect our third sister." "I will too," Demao declared, patting his flat little chest. "I am the big brother of the third sister." Wen Ning gently patted his head, contemplating. Outside, Ermao rushed in like a gust of wind, waving a piece of cloth in his hand. "Mother! My underpants have torn, please mend them quickly, my backside is exposed and feels quite chilly." Wen Ning sighed, as Ermao remained as troublesome as ever. Just as she was about to take the fabric, her mother-in-law, Jia Shufan, called out from behind. "Ermao! Bring it here quickly, I shall mend it for you. Your mother is in confinement and cannot handle needlework. Or else she might suffer from vision problems in her old age." Ermao, with a playful sway, laughed and dashed back outside, exclaiming, "Mother! I'm going to find Grandma." Wen Ning found herself both amused and exasperated. She suspected that Lu Jinlan intended to secretly add something harmful to her health in the chicken soup, aiming to prevent her from bearing children in the future. Thus, she resolved to counter her plans. True to her expectations, that very evening, Lu Jinlan entered the room carrying a generously filled bowl of chicken soup. "Sister-in-law. This chicken is from my mother, I simmered it all afternoon until it's tender and delicious. You must finish it to ensure you can nurse San Mei." Wen Ning maintained her composure, offering a slight smile. "You are also in confinement, Jinlan. Fetch a bowl, this is too much for one person. Let us share." Lu Jinlan, with her round face radiating warmth, declined. "No, sister-in-law, this is for you. There's more chicken soup in the pot. I will bring another bowl for us to enjoy together." Before long, she returned with another bowl of soup. The moment Wen Ning saw her enter the room, she exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no! San Mei has wet her pants and the bed." "Indeed," Lu Jinlan replied, hastening over to check, her hand confirming the dampness. "We must change her quickly, otherwise, she might catch a cold." "Sister-in-law, are there no clean pants or diapers in the house?" Wen Ning has already concealed the clean items, which are still hanging outside and have yet to be collected. Lu Jinlan, indeed in a state of urgency, immediately steps outside, prompting me to fetch them. As soon as Lu Jinlan departs, Wen Ning deftly exchanges 2 bowls of chicken soup. Once finished, she lets out a slow breath. "Here she comes." Lu Jinlan strides back in, noticing Wen Ning's inactivity, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. "Elder sister-in-law, quickly help the third sister out of her wet clothes, she's so small. What if she catches a cold? Hurry up." Wen Ning steadies her nerves, responding with a soft The two collaborate to tend to the third sister, ensuring she lies down to rest inside. Lu Jinlan gazes at her with motherly affection for a moment, suddenly remembering the chicken soup, and hurriedly calls out, "Elder sister-in-law. You must drink the chicken soup, is it cold? I'll heat it up for you." "No need, let us drink together," Wen Ning replies, lifting the bowl and sipping delicately. City folks can be quite troublesome. Lu Jinlan rolls her eyes discreetly, grabbing her bowl and gulping it down heartily. At that moment, at the door, Ermao, having finished his meal, rushes in with Yan Yuanbao. "Look, my sister is prettier than your sister." Yan Yuanbao, seemingly indifferent, nods slightly, his gaze scanning the room. "Grandma said Auntie has the best food, why don't I see any?" A large bowl of chicken soup sits, which Wen Ning cannot finish, so she sets it down on a stool. Yan Yuanbao, possessing a domineering nature, swiftly snatches it up and brings it to his mouth. "Yuanbao!" Lu Jinlan exclaims in alarm, snatching the bowl back with such force that some soup spills onto her. Yan Yuanbao starts to wail, "Soup, I want soup. I'm hungry." Lu Jinlan feels a bit embarrassed, her eyes darting, she promptly hands Wen Ning's bowl to Ermao. "Ermao, your mother hasn't finished her portion, you should drink it." "Yuanbao, take your mother's bowl, you must not seize your brother's things." Chapter 5, the perpetrator of death. Wen Ning clutched the bed sheet tightly, her eyes fixed on the 2 little boys as they finished the soup, with Yuanbao eagerly licking the bottom of the bowl. Her words of protest lodged in her throat. Yet Lu Jinlan, fully aware of the soup's perilous nature, still allowed Ermao to drink it. Why then, did she refrain from stopping Yan Yuanbao from consuming the tainted broth? Moreover, in her previous life, Yan Yuanbao was the ultimate beneficiary of such misdeeds. One reaps what they sow, the consequences of their own actions are inescapable. Wen Ning steeled her heart, lowering her gaze to embrace her daughter, observing her tender, sleeping face, and exhaled slowly. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Jinlan wore a triumphant smile. After consuming the medicinal chicken soup, Wen Ning would never bear another child in this lifetime. Their family could only shower affection on their sole daughter, Sanmei. As for Ermiao, who mistakenly drank the chicken soup, Lu Jinlan looked down upon him from her elevated position. A mere ruffian, unlikely to amount to much. If his health were to deteriorate, so be it. Auntie, why do you keep staring at me? Ermiao queried, puzzled, as he suddenly patted his bald head, feeling a sense of pride. Do you think my head shines brightly and is easy on the eyes? You should give Yuanbao a shaved head too. Lu Jinlan's lips twitched. Responding with indifference, all right, we can discuss it when he is older. In the dead of night, silence enveloped the world, and the team members were lost in slumber. At the Yan household, Wen Ning was abruptly awakened. The sound of a heavy knock echoed against the door of Jia Shufen's room, accompanied by Lu Jinlan's anguished and alarming cries. Mother! Mother! Yuanbao is trembling all over and foaming at the mouth, you must wake up. Coming. Jia Shufen responded promptly. Oh dear, what has suddenly happened? Come. Wait. Jinlan, why is your face so pale? Are you feeling unwell? Lu Jinlan muttered something, and Jia Shufen responded. This is dreadful, why have all the misfortunes converged? You stay indoors to rest while I take Yuanbao to see the doctor. I will go with you. Despite her severe condition, Lu Jinlan was anxious about her son and insisted on accompanying Jia Shufen on the journey. The courtyard returned to tranquility. Wen Ning held her daughter tightly, gazing at the fragrant and soundly sleeping Ermiao on the makeshift bed, feeling a profound sense of relief. Had it not been for her vigilance, the night's turmoil would have engulfed her and Ermiao. Lu Jinlan's heart was too cruel. In this lifetime, she was destined never to bear two sons again. The infant stirred slightly, making soft cooing sounds. After feeding, Wen Ning embraced her and drifted into a deep slumber. While she slept peacefully, Lu Jinlan and Jia Shufen spent the night awake. The following day, Jia Shufen brought Wen Ning sweet fermented rice with red sugar and eggs. Her eyes dark and heavy with fatigue. Wen Ning inquired about the events of the previous night, and Jia Shufen glanced at the second house, lowering her voice. Yuanbao must have eaten something wrong, he was trembling late at night. After taking him to the doctor, he was subjected to a bout of vomiting and fell asleep upon returning. The troubling part is that Jinlan claimed she was bleeding more than after giving birth. And both mother and son looked utterly feeble, their faces as pale as snow. Ermiao, ever curious, had already dashed to the second house to investigate, filled with confusion. Mother! Why did Yuanbao lose his hair from the vomiting? Now he looks like me, a bald head. Jia Shufen's expression was hard to interpret. The vomiting was induced by foul substances, and the hair had absorbed the unpleasant odor. Without proper shampoo, it couldn't be washed out. So they had to shave it all off. Wen Ning and her two children, Ermiao murmured, from now on, we can say that Yuanbao was raised on filth. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Ning admonished her son, did you hear that? Do not casually consume things from outside. Inducing vomiting requires excrement. Just imagine how distressing that is. Both Demao and Ermiao expressed their disdain, vowing to refrain from indiscriminate eating. After delivering the sweet rice wine, brown sugar, and eggs to the second household, Jia Shufen returned to catch up on her sleep. However, throughout the day, the sound of her daughter's weeping echoed from Lu Jinlan's room. Unable to concentrate on his reading, Demao abruptly stood up and walked over. Moments later, he returned, visibly irked, and reported to Wen Ning, Mother. Auntie Wan Ti let the little girl nurse. When I asked her why, she said Yuanbao is now weak and needs more milk. So the little girl should have less. I don't like Auntie anymore, she is just like the women in the compound who favor boys over girls. Isn't that right? The compound is comprised of military families, and whenever a household exhibits a preference for sons over daughters, they frequently find themselves in discussions with political commissars and women-s directors, which can hinder the prospects of their men. Thus, Demao had only heard of such matters but had never witnessed them. This return to his hometown opened his eyes. A child of merely 3 snatching milk from an infant. Wen Ning reassured him, everyone has their own opinions. Rest assured, Mama does not favor boys over girls. Demao raised an eyebrow, Comrade Wen Ning, not favoring boys over girls is a fundamental quality of motherhood, a virtue you should possess. Do not take pride in that. Understand? Wen Ning rolled her eyes. A mother may possess qualities but may lack manners. If you continue to prattle, I shall spank you. Oh, Demao covered his mouth. In the ensuing days, with Lu Jinlan's daughter deprived of sustenance, Jia Shufan, unable to bear the sight, prepared rice water to nourish the infant. Lu Jinlan's delicate condition necessitated a period of repose, affording Wen Ning a respite as well. With half of her postpartum confinement elapsed, she yearned for the swift passage of time, eager to return to the family compound with her children to await Yan Gang's return. Yet, each time the prospect of departure surfaced, Wen Ning was beset by the nagging sensation of an oversight. One afternoon, Jia Shufan stormed back, basket in hand. Her voice a tempest of invective that reverberated through the courtyard. May 1,000 cuts befall the purveyor of these putrid eggs. A black-hearted villain, deserving of 1,000 deaths. Why do they not perish and cease their squandering of precious air, their cadavers a desecration of the very earth? Their fortune is akin to the raven's caw. Their lifespan as fleeting as the ephemerality of the night-blooming Sirius. May their grandsons be born without an orifice for evacuation. Demao, setting aside his book, furrowed his brow. His young countenance a mixture of consternation and awe. It seemed he had never conceived of such colorful imprecations. Abruptly, he turned, imploring, "Mama, swiftly cover Mei Mei's ears. The grandmother's tutelage leaves much to be desired." Wen Ning retorted, "The elder brother assumes the mantle of maternal concern with greater zeal than the mother herself." Mao, with a flurry of footsteps, burst into the scene, gulping down a copious draught of water before recounting the cause of his grandmother's ire. Among the eggs that grandmother purchased, there lurked a malodorous one. She knew not the vendor, but upon her return today, she surmised it was the doing of Wang Lao San, that scoundrel. She confronted him, but he denied the accusation. "Mama, what is the meaning of scoundrel?" Wen Ning offered a perfunctory explanation. "It is merely a term for a fool." Mao's eyes sparkled with nascent ambition. "Mama, grandmother possesses a veritable lexicon of invective. Let us bring her back to the family compound, that I may reign supreme over the domain." In that instant, a divine revelation struck Wen Ning. It was so. In her previous existence, such an incident involving tainted eggs had indeed transpired. In a household with 2 postpartum women and 3 young boys, a minimum of 9 eggs is required daily. Due to an insufficient supply of eggs, Jia Shufan resorted to bartering within the community. However, she ended up with spoiled eggs. After some investigation, it was discovered that these were from Wang Sampo's household. When Jia Shufan attempted to return them, Wang Sampo proved to be unyielding, adamantly denying any wrongdoing, leaving Jia Shufan at a considerable loss. Though this could have been merely a matter of a few cents, things escalated when Wang Sampo's hen suddenly died, and she accused Jia Shufan of causing its demise. Both parties claimed to have valid arguments, drawing a crowd from the entire community to witness the dispute. Jia Shufan's verbal assaults were fierce, yet in a moment of heated emotion, Wang Sampo tragically passed away. Regardless of who was right, Jia Shufan became the scapegoat. Labeled as the cause of death, and faced the scornful gazes of the villagers, her spirit crushed like a hen afflicted by disease. After Wen Ning completed her confinement, Jia Shufan followed her family to the residential quarters, never returning to her hometown of Yunfeng Brigade for the remainder of her life. Chapter 6, presenting a dilemma to the heavens. Jia Shufan had spent more than 50 years in Yunfeng Brigade, growing up, marrying, and raising children. In her twilight years, however, she could not find peace in this land. Both Wen Ning and Yan Gang were aware of her lingering regrets. They sought to comfort her. Yet Jia Shufan expressed her guilt towards Wang Sampo, pondering that if she had tempered her temper back then, perhaps Wang Sampo would not have succumbed to anger. When fate presented her with a second chance, they found themselves at that pivotal moment once again. Wen Ning sat up, determined to help her mother-in-law resolve this emotional knot, mentally retracing the events to find a breakthrough. "Mother, what are you daydreaming about?" Ermio pulled her, urging their grandmother to move back to the family compound with them. "What do you think?" Wen Ning, without a moment's hesitation, replied, "Of course. Your grandmother has endured much in her life, she deserves to enjoy her days with us." However, she insisted that their departure must be a grand one, not a shameful retreat. At the entrance, Jia Shufan, who overheard Wen Ning's words, was deeply moved. She rushed in, resolute. "Little Wen, with your encouragement, I am willing to do anything. Just wait, I shall go to the neighboring village to buy eggs. Even if it means exhausting myself. I will not let you and San Mei go hungry." With that, Jia Shufan dashed out in a flurry. Ermio took off, pulling Damao along. Grandma, I'm going too. Eldest brother, let us go together. In the blink of an eye, the three vanished. Wen Ning mused, in truth, she had milk powder and malted milk. So hunger was not a dire concern, there was no need to trek to the neighboring village for eggs. Her mother-in-law, though sharp-tongued, possessed a tender heart. A stark contrast to Lu Jinlan, the sweet-faced but malicious matriarch. People cannot help but chatter, and that very evening, Lu Jinlan unexpectedly rose from her bed and exited her room. Cradling her younger sister, she entered Wen Ning's quarters, scrutinizing her complexion closely. Sister-in-law, how are you faring? Do you have enough milk? For the past few days, Lu Jinlan had felt utterly weak. Despite consuming 3 eggs daily, her milk supply was dwindling. She harbored no suspicion regarding the effects of the medicine she had taken. Now that she felt slightly restored, she pondered whether the medication had any impact on Wen Ning and whether she should administer another dose. Naturally, Wen Ning feigned discomfort, gently shaking her head. Not too well. My legs lack strength compared to before, and I feel dizzy. I need to rest. I barely have enough milk. Then that is good. Lu Jinlan exhaled in relief. It seemed the medicine was indeed effective, and her mother had not misled her. I, too, have experienced the stark contrast between giving birth to my second child and my first. When I had you on Bao, I merely took a brief rest before heading to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Before she could finish her thought, Ermao burst in like a gust of wind. Mother! Mother! There's trouble. Nai and Wang Laosan are arguing. What? Wen Ning immediately sat up in bed, swiftly donning her shoes, clothes, and hat in one fluid motion. Cradling the baby, she strode purposefully toward the door. Hurry, Ermao, lead the way. The mother and son departed in haste, hardly resembling a postpartum woman. Her steps were remarkably steady. Lu Jinlan watched in astonishment as she suddenly rose, experiencing a sharp pain in her lower abdomen. After a moment of hesitation, she too gathered the baby and ventured outside. Once in the courtyard, feeling the burden of the child, she placed the baby on the ground inside the house and dashed out. Approximately 50 meters away lay the Yen family, precisely where Wang Sampo resided. At that moment, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, forming concentric circles around the scene. Wen Ning, holding her daughter and protected by Ermao, squeezed her way in to survey the situation. Just then, she overheard her mother-in-law's furious voice, punctuated by the sound of her slapping her thigh. Did your mother kill your hen? Wang Laosan. What nonsense are you spewing? Who doesn't he know that I am constantly busy tending to my 2 daughters-in-law during their confinement? Do you think I'm idly sitting around, nursing a sore backside to ruin your hen that can only lay foul eggs? In a time when everyone is struggling for basic sustenance. Wang Sampo appeared to have gained a rather portly figure. With her triangular eyes blazing, she stood with her hands on her hips. Jia Shufan, you must admit it. You think I'm selling you rotten eggs? This morning's disturbance was not enough for you, so this afternoon you come to my house and strangle my hen? After decades of acquaintance, how can your heart be so ruthless? I don't care, you must compensate me for a chicken today. Utterly unreasonable, completely irrational. Brandishing her arms akimbo, Jia Shufan was on the verge of a tirade. Wen Ning grasped her hand, halting the pointless quarrel, and loudly questioned, Auntie, you insist on blaming my mother for the hen's death. Do you possess any evidence? Wang Sampo promptly interjected, Indeed. My grandson, Goshing, witnessed your mother pacing back and forth near my henhouse. She was the only one there, she must have strangled it. Jia Shufan retorted. I was merely checking if your hen had laid any fresh eggs. You sold me a rotten egg, and I wanted a fresh one in return. But your hen hadn't laid a single egg, no wonder you sold me a rotten one. It must have been sitting there for ages. Admit it. You killed my hen out of spite. Wang Sampo declared emphatically, I did not. If I, Jia Shufan, strangled your hen, may I be struck by lightning. On a clear day, where would the lightning come from? You're posing a challenge to the heavens. Wang Laosan, you are being unreasonable. Wen Ning's head was swimming. While the two were arguing, she instructed Ermao to bring over the deceased hen and Damao to fetch a knife. Once everything was assembled, Wen Ning promptly placed her daughter in her mother-in-law's arms and then bent down. Under the gaze of the onlookers, she deftly dissected the hen's abdomen. Chapter 7, First. Inquire whether she's ill. An exclamation of astonishment rippled through the assembled onlookers. They were no strangers to slaughtering fowl. Yet they were taken aback by the deftness with which Jia Shufan, the seemingly delicate city bride, dispatched the hen. Naturally, Wen Ning possessed such skill, her mother, before her passing, had been a researcher at the academy, whose daily task involved the dissection of laboratory mice, carp, and piglets for scientific inquiry. With no one to care for her in her youth, Wen Ning had matured within the academy's walls, learning through mere observation. At that moment, Wen Ning meticulously examined the eviscerated hen, extracting from within it a granular substance with a fuzzy texture, holding it up for closer inspection. Jia Shufan leaned in, instantly recognizing it as corn, moldy corn. She straightened up, exclaiming, "Wang Laosan, your hens are dying from being fed moldy corn. Why are you blaming me?" Wang Laosan demurred. "What moldy corn? I didn't use any of that to feed them." "Yes, Jia Shufan, it was you who poisoned my hen with moldy corn. This is endless." Jia Shufan rolled up her sleeves, ready for a brawl, but when Ning intervened, pointing to the hen on the ground, "Auntie, my mother requested a refund for the fowl eggs this morning, but for your hen to die from moldy corn. It would have had to be fed that for at least 3 days. Think carefully, hasn't it stopped laying eggs for 3 days?" Wang Laosan's expression shifted, realizing it was indeed the case. They only had 2 hens, each with its own nest, and the eggs were carefully counted. More than 3 days. The task of feeding the hens was entrusted to the grandchildren. As Wang Laosan hesitated between confronting her own family or continuing to cling to Jia Shufan, Wang Laosan's grandson, Gosheng, upon hearing the words moldy corn, had quietly slipped into the house. Mao, quick-witted, followed him, and at that moment, brandished a sack as he burst forth, exclaiming, "We found the culprit. It is Dogsheng, who soaks corn until it sprouts and molds before feeding it to the chickens." As Dogsheng rushed to reclaim his bag, he was suddenly exposed, and his expression shifted dramatically. No longer attempting to seize it, he turned and fled. As expected, Wang Laosan charged forward wielding a stick, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, I shall beat you to a pulp." Alas! Dogsheng was beaten to tears, his cries nearly shattering the roof. The onlookers could not contain their discussions. What an unfortunate child, he silently caused the demise of his family's hen. If it were my household, I would have given him a beating as well. Aunt Wang San is being unreasonable, she doesn't even check on her own family and instead unjustly accuses Aunt Shufan. Indeed. Poor Aunt Shufan is the most unfortunate, having bought rotten eggs and being wrongfully blamed for the hen's death. If it weren't for her daughter-in-law today, Aunt Shufan and Aunt Wang San would surely have been at odds. Isn't it so? Wouldn't Aunt Shufan seek trouble with the Wang family? Wen Ning also took notice. If her mother-in-law could not let it go and caused a ruckus, she would feign fainting to calm the situation. To her surprise, Jia Shufan cheerfully called to them. "Come on, Xiaowen, Jinlan, hurry back. You two need to avoid the wind during your confinement. It's getting dark, and a cool breeze will come." The group made their way back. Someone remarked, "Aunt Shufan's temper seems to have improved, she is no longer prickly." Another chimed in with insight. "Her daughter-in-law is standing up for her, and she is pleased. After all her hard work, she is finally enjoying some peace." Indeed, Jia Shufan was overjoyed. Having lost her husband early on, she had raised 3 sons alone. Life as a widow in the village was fraught with challenges, often leading to trouble. After a team member reported a lost item, accusing her child of theft, and another inquired about her husband's whereabouts, suspecting he might have stayed at her place, Jia Shufan, over time, mastered the art of verbal sparring. Regardless of the circumstances, she would launch into a tirade, vehemently denying any wrongdoing. As if the sheer volume of her voice validated her claims. Consequently, some privately referred to her as a troublemaker. However, today, Wen Ning, composed and armed with facts, had assisted her in decisively overthrowing Wang Laosan. It was truly gratifying. On the way back, Jia Shufan praised Wen Ning with delight. "Little Wen, children should be like you, acquiring knowledge through reading and learning useful skills. Otherwise, they won't be able to win arguments. You'll send Sammei to school, won't you?" Wen Ning nodded, "Yes. I'll support her through university." Jia Shufan jiggled her granddaughter in her arms, her face crinkling into a smile. "Oh, Grandma's holding a future university student. A university student who will bring honor to our ancestors." Nearby, Mao raised his head, proudly proclaiming, "Grandma, I'll be a university student too. Won't you hold me?" Jia Shufan said frankly, "It's more likely your brother will go to university since he's always reading. You? You're too mischievous. Will you attend the University of Mischief? Besides, her old arms and legs couldn't lift him." Mao protested, "Boys change as they grow up. I won't be mischievous anymore." Wen Ning and the others were speechless, feeling that Mao might actually get into university with his cleverness. "Come on," Jia Shufan changed the subject, calling out to her daughter-in-law and Wen Ning, "Jinlan, little Wen. I'll cook you each 2 more eggs to nourish your minds." Wen Ning. "I'm really going to have my fill." Lagging behind, Lu Jinlan was secretly rejoicing, thankful that she had heeded her mother's advice and exchanged the children. In the future, the child that Wen Ning meticulously nurtured and supported through university would be her own precious offspring. Lu Jinlan would be the one who birthed a university graduate. She chuckled to herself. A cacophony of wails reached the ears of the group before they even entered the courtyard. Mao, quick as a hare, darted out, chasing a crowing rooster before the others reached the doorway. "Mom, that wretched girl's face got pecked by the chicken, and it's bleeding." With practiced agility, Jia Shufan scooped up the wailing child from the ground. "Oh dear, that's quite a gash. Jinlan, take her to get some medicine, or it'll leave a scar." Lu Jinlan snatched the child from her arms, casually wiping away the blood with her sleeve, eliciting even louder cries from the infant. "What medicine?" "It's nothing. A scar won't matter, she's not like your eldest daughter-in-law's third daughter. As long as she's alive, that's all that matters." Jia Shufan paused, frowning. "What kind of talk is that? And you shouldn't have put her on the ground. And why didn't you close the door? Today it was a chicken. Tomorrow it could be a dog." She trailed off, unable to continue. Lu Jinlan interjected, "Then it's just her bad luck. It's not my fault." She shooed her away. "Alright, Mom, go boil some eggs for your eldest daughter-in-law. I need to feed you on bao. Shouldn't her milk be for that wretched girl?" Jia Shufan wanted to retort, but she held back, and she stomped off to the kitchen in a huff. Wen Ning smiled and returned to her room, her anticipation growing for the day Lu Jinlan would discover the truth. Not 2 days later, Wen Ning could hear wails of anguish from not far away. She was quite puzzled, as was Lu Jinlan. The 2 women stood in the courtyard, but before they could go out to investigate, they saw Jia Shufan returning in a daze. A few days ago, didn't Wang Laosan beat his grandson? Today, her son returned from working in the county, and upon seeing Dogxing lying on the bed, he became furious and argued with Wang Laosan. As the quarrel escalated, Wang Laosan suddenly gasped for breath and collapsed, dying on the spot. Her family is now preparing for the funeral. Wen Ning was taken aback, not expecting that the plump, triangular-eyed aunt would not escape such a fate. Beside her, Lu Jinlan suddenly exclaimed, "Serves her right." Both Jia Shufan and Wen Ning turned to look at her. Lu Jinlan swept her hair back, saying, "Isn't it true? She sold rotten eggs to my mother, falsely accused her of killing her chicken, and even claimed that I and my sister-in-law brought misfortune, demanding compensation. She is nothing but a calamity. Serves her right." "Ah, while that may be the case," Jia Shufan sighed deeply, "I can't help but feel that her son will carry guilt for a lifetime." "Well, you were the one who bore the guilt in your past life." Wen Ning seized the moment to advise, "Mother, Aunt Wang's condition was acute, it could have been a cerebral hemorrhage. Such ailments are easily exacerbated by excitement. You shouldn't have argued with her the other day. If anything were to happen, you would be left with unbearable guilt, living under the scrutiny of others for the rest of your days." Jia Shufan was taken aback, murmuring, "Indeed. I should ask if someone is ill before getting into a quarrel." Wen Ning. Is that what she means? Despite their previous heated argument, they were still neighbors, and out of respect, Jia Shufan decided to pay her respects and lend a hand during Wang Laosan's funeral, also eager to witness the commotion. Wang Laosan's 2 daughters returned, learning that their mother's death was caused by their brother's anger, and chaos ensued. Furthermore, Wang Laosan's maternal relatives were present. In essence, a chaotic scene unfolded, which Jia Shufan recounted to Wen Ning as a means of alleviating the tedium. On this particular day, as the mother and daughter-in-law were engaged in conversation, a male voice resonated from the courtyard. Mom, where are you? Yun and I have returned." Chapter 8, You and eldest sister-in-law should go to the family compound. Jia Shufan bore 3 sons. The eldest, Yan Gang, serves in the military, having married Wen Ning. And they have been blessed with 2 sons and a daughter. The second son, Yan Hui, is a carpenter who has ventured to another province for work. He is married to Lu Jinlan, and they have a son and a daughter. The youngest son, Yan Song, possesses the highest level of education, having graduated from a technical secondary school, and he works as a technician at the county's cannery. He married Zhou Yunyun, the only daughter of the cannery's workshop director, last year, and they have yet to have children. Inside the Yan family's main room, the entire family congregated. Damao, Ermao, and Yuanbao gathered around a pile of canned goods on the table, marveling at them. Jia Shufan, Wen Ning, and Lu Jinlan listened as Yan Song prattled on. Previously, the cannery was rushing to meet a deadline, and we couldn't find the time, but now that we're free, Yunyun and I have come back to see our newborn niece. Before he could finish his sentence, Ermao, clutching a jar of canned goods, approached Wen Ning. Mom, what kind of canned goods are these? Brother says they're cherries, but I don't think so. This fruit is larger than cherries. Wen Ning held up the jar, inspecting it, and recognized it as hawthorn. The glass jars of canned goods that the cannery legitimately sells bear a seal with the following information: category, ingredient list, production date, expiration date, and factory address. However, the glass jars that Yan Song and Zhou Yunyun brought back were devoid of any such markings. Perhaps they were flawed canned goods that the factory had provided to its internal staff. Wen Ning was fully aware of the situation and offered Yan Song a faint smile. Yan Song's expression was somewhat unnatural. He remarked that such minor flaws might deceive his mother and second sister-in-law, but his eldest sister-in-law would be harder to fool. Nevertheless, at the outset, his mother-in-law had still packed them for him. Beside him, Zhou Yunyun remained oblivious, instead raising her chin slightly. Damao, Ermao, feel free to dig in. I brought these specially for you, along with apples and canned peaches. Great! Ermao exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy. Thank you, third aunt. Meanwhile, Lu Jinlan's face darkened, her grip tightening on her clothing. What did it mean that they had overlooked her family's Yuanbao? Oh dear, oh dear. The tension of unspoken disputes was palpable, and Jia Shufan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She stepped forward and swatted Ermao's hand away. Go. Fetch 3 bowls from the kitchen. What kind of conditions do we have here that you 3 each get a can? Bring bowls so we can share. Jia Shufan busied herself distributing the canned goods to the children, instructing them to hold their bowls and sit under the eaves to eat. Yan Song and Zhou Yunyun stood aside, observing the children cradled in Wen Ning's and Lu Jinlan's arms. Upon seeing Wen Ning's third sister, Yan Song could not help but lavish praise, so fair and delicate. With such a broad forehead, she clearly possesses intelligence, a high nose bridge, and a petite mouth. She will undoubtedly grow into a great beauty. Zhou Yunyun displayed an envious expression. She truly is lovely. However, when they spotted Lu Jinlan's less fortunate sister, Yan Song's mouth moved, yet he could not muster a compliment. Zhou Yunyun, unable to maintain her facade, exclaimed in surprise, second sister-in-law. What happened to the scar on her left cheek? It's almost disfiguring. How can someone be marred before even reaching a month old? Lu Jinlan shrugged. She was pecked by a chicken. My fate is unfortunate, to have her born in my womb. Unlike the third sister of the eldest sister-in-law. You ought to treat her with more kindness, knowing she was born into the wrong circumstances, Zhou Yunyun blurted out. Look at her sallow complexion. The dark circles beneath her eyes, her grimy appearance, and the stench emanating from her clothes. One can even detect the odor of feces upon closer proximity. Yan Song vigorously tugged at her, imploring, please, say no more. Lu Jinlan remained unperturbed, stating, I am preoccupied with tending to Yuanbao daily. And I simply do not possess an abundance of time to spare. Her gaze lingered upon the third daughter cradled in Wen Ning's arms, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Her own child was receiving meticulous care from Wen Ning. Zhou Yunyun harbored a sense of unease within her heart. As she settled back into her seat, she declared, seemingly oblivious to the presence of others, when I give birth to my child, I shall not return here for postpartum confinement. Instead, I shall enlist my mother's assistance in raising the child, ensuring that it does not suffer the same lamentable fate as my second sister-in-law's offspring. Was she implying that Jia Shufan was to blame for the deplorable condition of Lu Jinlan's child? Jia Shufan was known for her volatile temperament. Yen Song hastily rose to his feet, grasping his mother's arm, turning his back to Zhou Yunyun, and offering a pleading expression. Hey! Our child is still a long way off. Mom, I brought back pork bones and meat. Let's prepare them all tonight and nourish both my eldest sister-in-law and my second sister-in-law. Jia Shufan took a deep breath, glared at him, and suppressed her anger, retorting, fine. She stormed off towards the kitchen, but before she had gone far, she abruptly heard Wen Ning speak in a gentle and soothing tone. Yunyun. If you do not wish for Mom to assist you in raising your child, I shall take her to the family compound. Take her then, Zhou Yunyun replied nonchalantly. Pausing for a moment before adding, however, eldest sister-in-law, Mom assisted you for 2 months of postpartum confinement, and she assisted my second sister-in-law for the same duration. When I undergo postpartum confinement in the future, she cannot simply refrain from offering any assistance whatsoever, can she? She did not desire Jia Shufan to raise her child. Yet she still expected her assistance, which essentially translated to a desire for financial support. The third brother and his wife were perpetually insatiable in their greed. In her previous existence, Jia Shufan found herself unable to remain in the brigade, necessitating a familial council to determine her future domicile. Her personal inclination was to reside with Yen Tsung's family in the county seat, owing to its proximity and the absence of children, allowing her to be of assistance. However, Zhou Yunyun demurred, citing Jia Shufan's volatile temperament and her own status as a newlywed unwilling to cohabitate with a mother-in-law. Consequently, Jia Shufan departed her ancestral home, accompanying Wen Ning and Yan Gang to the military family compound. Even so, during Zhou Yunyun's postpartum confinement, she had Yen Tsung telephone, demanding nutritional expenses from Jia Shufan under threat of denying the child's filial address. Incensed, Jia Shufan vented her frustration at home, yet ultimately relented, extracting funds from her private savings to remit 600 yuan through Wen Ning's aid. Despite this, the sum was deemed insufficient, and Jia Shufan, until her demise, had only encountered her grandson on a mere 3 or 4 occasions. In this life, despite the absence of any fatal incident, Zhou Yunyun remained averse to residing with Jia Shufan, yet harbored a desire for financial assistance. Wen Ning found the situation amusing. Then let Mom reside with you and assist in child-rearing. Zhou Yunyun pouted, her displeasure almost palpable. Sensing her impending utterance of inappropriate remarks, Yen Tsung swiftly intervened, escorting her outside. Yunyun, allow me to show you around our brigade. What is there to see? It's all mud. Let's go. In the kitchen, Jia Shufan sat upon a small stool, feeding firewood into the stove to boil water for a pork bone soup, sighing intermittently. With advancing age comes increasing disdain. Yet, she dared not express her anger, lest it disrupt the harmony of her son's family. Her late husband had been wise in departing early, thus avoiding such vexations. Wen Ning entered, cradling the child. Mom. Yes. Rising to her feet, Jia Shufan wiped her hands on her apron, inquiring if there was anything she could assist with. Wen Ning gently shook her head, proceeding to articulate her purpose. Mother, my confinement period has extended beyond 20 days, and in a mere 10 days or so, I shall be returning to the family compound. I implore you, in all sincerity, to accompany us. Jia Shufan hesitated, retorting, but I find life within the brigade to be quite agreeable. The family compound was situated a considerable distance from the brigade. Once she departed, the opportunity for a return visit would be infrequent. However, remaining within the brigade meant relying on no one but Lu Jinlan, as her third son was of little assistance. She would have to reside with Lu Jinlan, whose close relationship with her mother, Xiang Chenhua, was a source of constant irritation. Xiang Chenhua would seize every opportunity to exploit their resources, stopping just short of transporting their bed back home for her son's comfort. Wen Ning perceived Jia Shufan's inner turmoil. Casting a glance at the hem of a garment peeking from behind the door, she raised her voice slightly. Mother. Yan Gang is away from home for 20 days out of each month. Demao and Ermao must attend school, and I must work. If you do not come, who will care for Sanmei? We could, of course, confine her within the house, but as she grows older, what if she were to inadvertently shatter a thermos or tumble from the bed? Before she could complete her sentence, Lu Jinlan emerged from behind the door, resolutely concurring. Mother, I endorse your decision to accompany my sister-in-law to the family compound. Pray, go. Lu Jinlan's rationale was straightforward, she could not allow her own daughter to be left unattended. She fervently facilitated the matter, stating, "I have my mother to lend a hand. Whereas my sister-in-law does not. Mother, please go. Once you have raised San Mei, I shall have Yen Hui bring you back to provide for your retirement." Hardly. At that juncture, she would bring Yuan Bao to visit San Mei, ensuring that San Mei recognized her true mother and understood precisely whom she ought to revere. The prospect of a prosperous life seemed attainable with the promise of gold ingots. Under the earnest persuasion of her elder and younger daughters-in-law, Jia Shufan finally relented and agreed to reside in the family compound. "Shall I stay for a while?" she inquired. "Certainly, stay for a bit. Once you feel comfortable and at ease, you may not wish to leave," replied Wen Ning with resolute determination. That evening, after dinner, we resolved to discuss our mother's affairs with the third brother. Indeed. Lu Jinlan nodded emphatically. Every action she undertook was for the sake of her younger sister. As dusk fell, wisps of smoke curled into the air, and households prepared their evening meals, the Yen family included. Yen Song returned from a leisurely stroll around the village with Zhou Yunyun, stepping through the threshold just in time to witness Demao and Ermao watering the vegetables by the yard. Being children, their earnest task soon devolved into play. "You pour a little on me, I'll splash you back." Suddenly, Ermao splashed a handful of water right in front of Zhou Yunyun, who could not evade it. Her shoes and the hem of her skirt were drenched, instantly igniting her ire. "You little rascal. What are you doing? You've made me filthy." The little rascal, stroking his bald head, found this moniker amusing and chuckled heartily. Demao, attempting to remedy the situation, apologized, "I'm sorry, third aunt. My brother didn't mean it. If you take off your skirt, I can wash it for you." Zhou Yunyun was on the verge of losing her composure. This outfit and shoes, reminiscent of the style from Shanghai, were irreplaceable despite their monetary worth. "Ermao, didn't you grow up in the army? Why are you so careless?" "Third aunt," Ermao remarked, bemused by her impending outburst. "My grandmother said that when third uncle was little, he would eat his own feces. And now you still share a bed and kiss him, right? This is merely water used for washing vegetables, it's nothing at all." In an instant, Zhou Yunyun's eyes widened in disbelief, and she turned to Yen Kong. Yen Song swiftly refuted, No, my mom is just talking nonsense, Ermao. Your grandma was referring to your dad." Ermao shrugged, "Then let's just say it was my dad." "What do you mean, let's just say it's your dad?" "It is your dad." Yen Song was cut short by Zhou Yunyun, who grabbed his ear. "Go wash up." "Ouch, Yunyun, wifey." Demao and Ermao seized the opportunity to dash back into the house, stealthily observing their third uncle and aunt squabble. Ermao whispered to his brother, "Third aunt is awfully fastidious, the skirt was already dry when she scolded me, yet she re-wetted it to wash it again." Demao pouted, "All wives are particular. Mom also makes dad wash his face, hands, and feet before he's allowed to get into bed. I'm not marrying a wife when I grow up." Ermao puffed out his small chest, declaring his grand ambition. "Because no one is worthy of me. I am imposing. I am precocious. I am grubby and smelly." Having inadvertently overheard, Wen Ning muttered, "What a load of nonsense." In the main room, Jia Shufan loudly announced, "Dinner's ready." Ermao once again darted off like a gust of wind, whooshing to the kitchen to help. Before long, everyone was seated around the table. The third sister and Jian Mei were placed in the 2 wooden beds that had been specially moved over. 3 large basins of appetizing dishes were arranged on the table, along with a chicken soup for Wen Ning and Lu Jinlan, who were in their confinement period. There was pork rib stew with soybeans, braised pork with glass noodles, and cabbage stew with potatoes. Rarely did they eat so well, and in such abundance, that the 3 boys were eager to start eating. The family matriarch, Jia Shufan, waved her hand, "Everyone, eat." "Wait." Zhou Yunyun interrupted with a frown, casting a sidelong glance at her husband. Yen Song, holding a bowl and chopsticks, awkwardly stood up and said, "Mom, elder sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, Yunyun is preparing to have a baby. The doctor advised her to eat clean food. So I will serve her some." He deftly picked up meat and vegetables for himself. The women fell silent, observing Zhou Yunyun as she boldly made her requests. "I want lean meat, not fatty. No cabbage, it gets stuck in my teeth. Bring me some potatoes, and load up on the vermicelli." Among the children, Ermao, bold and inquisitive, broke the silence. "Uncle, are you implying that our meal is unclean?" Aunt San expressed her disdain. Are you looking down on us? Zhou Yunyan shot him a glance. To be precise, she is looking down on you. You didn't wash your hands after serving the dishes, did you? Before Mao could respond, Mao cleared his throat. Uncle, it's pointless for you to serve the dishes. Mao and I carried them from the kitchen to the table. I saw Mao stirring his hands in the soup. Yan Sung exclaimed. No. Please don't say that out loud. This is a disaster. Indeed, Zhou Yunyan immediately changed her expression, declaring, I won't eat any more, you all can have it. She got up from the table and sat on a chair. Yan Sung approached her cautiously, attempting to console her. The couple, oblivious to their surroundings, became the entertainment for Mao and Mao. The brothers savored their meat, occasionally exchanging knowing glances and chuckles. Jia Shufan remarked. Even before pregnancy. She is already so difficult, if she becomes pregnant, it will be chaotic. If I go to the county to take care of Zhou Yunyan, life will be quite troublesome. It's better to accompany Xiaowen to the army. Unbeknownst to her, Jia Shufan's resolve to go to the family compound grew stronger. The dinner for the 4 adults and 3 children was incredibly satisfying. After the meal, Mao, with a protruding belly, challenged Mao to see who had the bigger belly. Displeased, Mao expressed his disdain, deeming her behavior puerile. Zhou Yunyan, seated beside them, found their actions exceedingly peculiar. Have you never savored delectable fare within the confines of the military compound? Acting like famished specters, despite being the progeny of an officer. Mao and Mao responded with a simultaneous shake and nod of their heads. Father is perpetually occupied, and mother is enceinte with our younger sister. We often dine at Uncle Zhou's residence, where his offspring, the egg siblings, are plentiful. We struggle to procure an ample portion. Lu Jinlan interjected, unable to restrain herself. Even those in positions of authority beget such a multitude? Zhou Yunyan retorted with a touch of derision. Furthermore, they lack erudition, their nomenclature is utterly unsophisticated and cacophonous. Wen Ning experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation, realizing that her 2 sons had been compelled to subsist as dependents, vying for sustenance, a fact previously unknown to her. In her previous existence, her mother-in-law, Jia Shufan, had assumed all domestic responsibilities upon their return to the family compound. It became evident that she must bring her mother-in-law back with her this time. Without further procrastination, Wen Ning emitted a subtle cough, addressing Mao and Mao. Accompany Yuan Bao outside for a spell of recreation. Once the 3 children had departed, she turned to Yan Sung and Zhou Yunyan, stating, now that you 2 have returned, Jinlan and I wish to deliberate with you regarding the matter of mother's provision in her twilight years. Zhou Yunyan blurted out, mother is merely 50 years of age. Why speak of providing for her old age? Jia Shufan, having completed her ablutions and seated herself nearby to listen, felt a chill permeate her very core. She retorted with unreserved candor, this old woman has nurtured 3 sons to adulthood, and they have taken wives. If I am not to be provided for in my old age, what am I to do? Sprout new blossoms from an aged tree and bear more sons to demand recompense? Zhou Yunyan's countenance alternated between pallor and flush. This marked the first instance since her acquaintance with Yan Sung that her mother-in-law had failed to accord her due deference. Yan Sung experienced a headache and hurriedly explained, Mother, Yunyan did not mean it that way. She simply believes that you are in good health. Sister-in-law, what are your thoughts? Please share. Wen Ning smiled and added. This afternoon, Yunyan expressed that she does not wish for you to care for her during her confinement. However, both Mao and Mao and I truly enjoy living with you. My intention is to bring you to the family compound, where Yan Gang and I will take responsibility for your care. Yan Sung pondered internally, his mother, Jia Shufan, was in excellent health and could assist with household chores for at least another decade. Her presence would alleviate many burdens. Thus, to take her away now would be advantageous for his sister-in-law's family. He felt a twinge of reluctance and turned to Lu Jinlan, sister-in-law, do you agree? Chapter 10, the reasoning of Jia Shufan. Lu Jinlan disagreed, so he decided to postpone the matter for 10 years. During this decade, he would have his mother reside in the brigade, assisting his sister-in-law while also tending to vegetables, pigs, chickens, and ducks, saving money on surplus food. Should he need assistance, he could call upon his mother to help in the county. If finances were tight, he could also request her support. After 10 years, he would let his mother join his elder brother and sister-in-law in the family compound to enjoy a comfortable life. Yan Sung was strategizing. waiting for Lu Jinlan to object so he could express his thoughts. To his surprise, Lu Jinlan nodded without hesitation. I agree for mother to go to the family compound. She has toiled for so many years and deserves to enjoy herself. My elder brother and sister-in-law are in a better position than I am and will undoubtedly provide her with good food and a pleasant retirement. Jia Shufan was deeply touched. Jinlan, I never anticipated you would care for mother so much. Yan Song, taken aback by this turn of events, replied, sister-in-law, if mother goes to the family compound, who will help you take care of your daughter? Jianmei holds little value, and Lu Jinlan dismisses her concerns, opting to confine her within the room. Yan Song's lips quiver slightly as he gazes at Jia Shufan. Mother, the family compound is quite distant from home, would you truly wish to go? Jia Shufan scoffs. If you are unwilling to let me visit you, then you simply want me to toil in the commune. Is it that you deem me unworthy of comfort? No, no. Yan Song hastily refutes. Mother, that was never my intention. Very well, if you wish to go, then do so. Should you desire to return, simply write to me. And I shall meet you at the train station. Agreed. Jia Shufan immediately turns to Wen Ning. Little Wen, please purchase an extra ticket for me. I shall take care of the livestock and vegetables at home over the next few days. Wen Ning responds with a bright voice, of course, I will. Yan Song feels an unsettling sense of impending loss at her sudden decision to depart. At that moment, Zhou Yunyun, who has been silent and hungry for quite some time, suddenly speaks up. What about my postpartum confinement? If mother does not assist, shouldn't there be some acknowledgement of that? A heavy silence envelopes the room. Noticing Yan Song's silence, Jia Shufan realizes he shares the same sentiment. Her disappointment deepens, and she sneers, firstly, you are not even pregnant yet, everything must wait until you conceive. Secondly, Yan Song. She fixes her gaze on him, you are my youngest son. Throughout your education, work, and marriage, you have relied on the support of your elder brothers, have you not? Your eldest brother, Yan Gang, left school to enlist in the army. For the first 5 years, after deducting essential expenses, all his allowances were sent home to aid our widowed mother and you. After marrying Wen Ning, he sent 1/3 of his monthly salary to Jia Shufan until his younger brother officially began working. His second son, Yan Hui, lacking talent for academics, pursued a trade. He contributed his earnings before marriage and continued to support his wife afterward. Only the youngest son, Yan Song, received financial assistance for living expenses, tuition, and the bride price largely from his eldest brother, with some contribution from the second brother. Throughout his marriage, he never contributed a single penny to the family. Yan Song's ability to establish a family was undeniably reliant on his brothers, a reality he could never deny. When questioned, he felt somewhat embarrassed, his expression darkening. I acknowledge it, I understand, mother, why do you bring this up? Before he could finish, Jia Shufan sprang up, her eyes blazing with fury. I mention this to make you realize that if you choose to be ungrateful, there should be limits. I am still here. You should not only think of yourself but also consider repaying the family's kindness. Do you expect me to raise you and then your son as well? On what grounds? Even if your son is born, if I choose to give him money, that is my choice. If I refuse, will you deny me? Yan Song's face flushed with embarrassment. I haven't, how could I deny you? Jia Shufan plopped back into her chair, you better not. She didn't even glance at Zhou Yunyun. Yet her words were directed at her. Zhou Yunyun's face turned pale. Suddenly, she stood up and, without a word, rushed outside. Yunyun. Yan Song called out anxiously, hesitating for 2 seconds. Mother, sister-in-law, I will take Yunyun back to the county first. I will see you off at the station when you leave. He hurriedly chased after her. Inside the main room, silence lingered for a few seconds before Jia Shufan stood up and shouted outside, debt collectors. Sons are nothing but debt collectors. What sins did I commit in my past life to be burdened with 3 sons? Wen Ning cradled her youngest sister and returned to the house, while Lu Jinlan hurried in after her, lowering her voice to inquire, sister-in-law. Do you think we can recover the money that my husband Yan Hui and your elder brother lent to the third brother? Wen Ning glanced at her, and Lu Jinlan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, continued, you know our family's financial situation is not good, and that sum of money is quite significant. However, it seems our mother is not inclined to pursue it. Wen Ning gently shook her head, I will not ask for it back, Yan Gang would be displeased. Let's just forget it. Upon further reflection, the second household also owed Yan Gang money. This tangled debt was simply too convoluted to untangle. Furthermore, the schemes of Yan Song and Zhou Yunyun were all too apparent. Lu Jinlan and Yan Hui were playing the long game, harboring the intention to make her and Yan Gang support their daughter, ultimately leading to the demise of her entire family. Wen Ning had no desire to be a pawn in Lu Jinlan's game, following her every command. She excused herself to tend to her child and closed the door behind her. Lu Jinlan scoffed, "We're all women, what's so difficult about nursing? Such pretentiousness." However, Wen Ning was diligently caring for her daughter. Lu Jinlan returned to her room, content, only to find her younger sister lying there, playing with her tiny hands. Anger flared within her, and she picked the child up and tossed her onto the ground, hissing in a low voice, "Just like your shameless mother." The baby wailed loudly, causing a disturbance. In frustration, Lu Jinlan grabbed a sock and stuffed it in the child's mouth, finally silencing her. Despite the discord during their discussions, Jia Shufan was a woman of her word. The following day, she announced her intention to visit the family compound. The community was abuzz with excitement. From time to time, team members would come to inquire about the news, seeking to rent land or purchase the corn and wheat that Jia Shufan had hoarded. Thus, in the midst of busyness, 10 days slipped away like a fleeting dream, and it was finally the day to depart for Wen Ning's family. Wen Ning cradled her youngest sister in her arms, while De Mao and Er Mao carried their small bundles. Jia Shufan shouldered her larger load, and the group ambled slowly towards the village entrance. Lu Jinlan held her younger sister close, casting longing glances at the child in Wen Ning's embrace. She yearned to hold her own daughter but feared that Wen Ning might detect her unease. With a shadowy intent, she maneuvered her younger sister closer to Wen Ning, De Mao, and Er Mao. "Eldest sister-in-law, De Mao, Er Mao, please take a look at my younger sister. This separation may last an indeterminate time." De Mao and Er Mao merely offered a cursory glance, responding with indifference. Oh. The younger sister was dirty and prone to tears, lacking the charm of their youngest sister. What was there to admire? Wen Ning subtly shifted away, reassured that they would meet again soon. In her previous life, Lu Jinlan frequently used the pretext of visiting family to approach them, eventually residing in a village not far from the military district. At that time, Wen Ning had considered Lu Jinlan a good sister-in-law. Upon reflection, it was merely for the sake of her own daughter. The circumstances now were entirely different. Wen Ning remained impassive, while Lu Jinlan reveled in her triumph. What of returning? Leaving her daughter to suffer under Lu Jinlan's care, while she enjoyed the bounties with her beloved child. At that moment, Yuan Bao lamented, "Eldest brother, second brother, if you leave, no one will play with me." Er Mao patted his head reassuringly, "Do not fret, I, Er Mao, shall return in due time. When I do, we will play together, but you must not steal my food." Lu Jinlan grinned widely, "Er Mao, as the elder brother, you ought to share your food with your younger brother, be generous. He has become generous, but what will he do when he feels hungry? Can generosity satiate hunger?" Er Mao puffed his cheeks, visibly displeased. Jia Shufan could not restrain herself. "Jinlan, you ought to treat your younger sister with more kindness, after all, she is your daughter." Lu Jinlan merely shrugged, nonchalantly nodding, "I know, Mom. Her daughter enjoys the good life, while Wen Ning's daughter deserves to suffer." Just as they were conversing, a sudden commotion arose in the distance. "Shufan, wait for me. Shufan, I have come to see you off." Wen Ning and the others looked on in astonishment as a large group of people hurried over to bid farewell to Jia Shufan. Their faces reflected an overwhelming sense of reluctance. An aunt even handed over some prepared items. "Shufan, you love my dried bamboo shoots, don't you? Here, take them. When you enjoy them later, think of me, your old friend. Here, Shufan, these are my family's sweet potato chips." The village chief even addressed Wen Ning, "Comrade Wen. You know your mother-in-law's temperament, she can be rather irritable. Please look after her in the family compound." Jia Shufan rolled her eyes, "I am not irritable. I am quite reasonable." The farewell crowd teased her, "Indeed, you were so reasonable that you smashed the wooden door to pieces while arguing. Your husband plays cards behind your back, and you flipped the table and burned the cards. Wang San's son soaked your son Yan Song's homework, and you smeared feces on his head. Such a reasonable person you are." Jia Shufan stood by, firmly denying, "That never happened." Wen Ning gazed at this heartwarming scene, reflecting on the meaning of her second chance at life. She wished for her mother-in-law to leave her hometown, where she had lived for 50 years, without the same regrets as in her previous life. Yet, regrets still lingered. Chapter 11. At the tender age of 35, Yen Song was conspicuously absent from the send-off. Wen Ning escorted Jia Shufan and the 3 children to the county town's railway station aboard the brigade's tractor. They boarded the train just in the nick of time, tickets in hand. Jia Shufan cast repeated, longing glances backward, but even as they squeezed into the train and found their seats, the familiar figure remained elusive. She had, after all, entrusted someone to inform Yen Song, residing in the county town, of her departure date. It seemed he had made his decision early on. Either he would come, or he would simply not, and later offer some perfunctory excuse. Utterly disheartened, Jia Shufan muttered under her breath, "Worthless wretch, a son raised in vain." She shook her head, only to meet Wen Ning's knowing gaze. "Xiao Wen, over the years, you and Yen Gang have assisted Yen Song greatly, but he is ungrateful. It is my failure as a mother that he turned out this way." Wen Ning gently demurred, "Third brother has long been an adult, you cannot control him, mother." It was, perhaps, simply his inherent nature. Yen Song's avarice knew no bounds. Once his desires were unmet, he would turn on others without a second thought. Lu Jinlan's wickedness was similarly ingrained, masked by a facade of honesty that belied her malevolent deeds. Nearby, De Mao and Er Mao were eagerly taking in the sights. Just then, Er Mao pointed excitedly towards a spot in the carriage. "Mama, Grandma, eldest brother, look. That uncle with the crutch has a face like a gourd." Wen Ning and Jia Shufan exchanged glances of bemusement. A quick glance confirmed that the gourd uncle was indeed glaring at them. Wen Ning offered an apologetic smile. Jia Shufan, however, swiftly smacked Er Mao on the head. "Hold your impudent tongue. You're the one who looks like a simpleton. When out in public, speak less, if you provoke someone. Neither your mother nor I can protect you." Though it is said so, once the train rumbles to life, the one who speaks the most becomes Jia Shufan. There's little choice, traveling by train is dreadfully dull, yet the crowds are overwhelming. The aisles are packed with people and their burdens, and Jia Shufan engages in lively chatter. Sharing gossip, a widow marrying her sister-in-law, a sister-in-law marrying her brother-in-law after the former's demise, and all these entangled relationships simmering in one pot. A cherished daughter elopes, leaving her mother-in-law in her place? Oh dear, that's quite a generational mix-up. Can her husband truly accept such a situation? How peculiar. A daughter-in-law marrying off her mother-in-law for a bride price? Quite the rarity, indeed. As a widow myself, who would dare marry me? I would simply relocate her head. Er Mao, with his ears perked up, listens intently alongside his grandmother, his little eyes darting about, wearing a look of newfound wisdom. De Mao, however, possesses little interest in the stranger's gossip. He clutches a book, occasionally glancing up to check on Wen Ning, who cradles the youngest sister. "Mother, are you hungry? I'll fetch you a large bun. Are you nursing? Allow me to assist you. I shall hold the youngest sister while you take a rest." Thus, they endure the journey, swaying gently in their seats, enduring the foul odors of chickens and ducks, as well as the scent of perspiration from the men. They travel for 20 hours by train, from dawn until dusk, and then dawn once more. Finally arriving at their destination, Luqing Railway Station. Luqing Railway Station is a vast hub, bustling with an overwhelming throng. Wen Ning, carrying the youngest sister, leads the way, while Er Mao clutches her garment, and De Mao follows closely behind, each hand grasping either Er Mao or their grandmother. The 5 of them squeeze together tightly, ensuring they do not lose one another in the crowd. Emerging from the railway station, finally free from the throng, the group presented a disheveled appearance, their hair askew and faces begrimed with dust. Er Mao, inexplicably covered in chicken feathers around his mouth, spat vehemently. De Mao, exasperated, merely shook his head. "I told you not to gape, yet you persisted in opening your mouth wide." "I was merely testing the waters to see if I might chance upon someone's money," Er Mao retorted, crestfallen. "Any money you find would be shared between us brothers, regardless," De Mao sighed. Jia Shufan chuckled, "In this day and age, who travels without concealing their banknotes in their undergarments or socks? You'd be hard-pressed to find anything." De Mao wore a look of distaste, while Er Mao declared that he had learned a valuable lesson. "In that case, the next time I travel by train, I shall secrete all my pocket money in my trousers." Mao, utterly taken aback, vowed, I shall never touch your pocket money again. Mao beamed with satisfaction. That suits me perfectly. Wen Ning interjected, let's go, I see Comrade Zhang. Comrade Zhang, formerly known as Zhang Weijun, served in Yan Gang's regiment, assisting him with errands and tasks beyond his training. He had previously driven Wen Ning back to his hometown and facilitated Mao and Mao's journey to the Yunfeng Brigade. Mao eagerly ran towards him, exclaiming, Uncle Zhang, it's been so long. Have you come to collect us? Zhang Weijun scooped him up in a warm embrace, his face breaking into a genial smile. Indeed. The regimental commander is still away on assignment. As Wen Ning and the others approached, he set Mao down and hastened to relieve Jia Shufan of her luggage, ushering them into the military green jeep he had driven. Jia Shufan leaned towards Wen Ning, her narrow eyes widening in astonishment. Good heavens, in my 50 years. I've never ridden in a vehicle like this. The way he's attending to us, we're practically like landlords from the old society. Will Yan Gang face criticism for this? Wen Ning remained silent for a moment before chuckling, no, mother, rest assured, we are not yet entitled to the lavish treatment of a landlord. You can sit in the passenger seat, it's not that easy to get car sick. With her daughter-in-law's guidance, Jia Shufan clumsily opened the car door and climbed in, settling herself properly. She thought to herself that she was now an elderly woman who had experienced riding in a vehicle with 4 wheels. And she ought to remember this moment to boast about it to her old friends back in the village. As it was her first time in a car, Jia Shufan found it quite fascinating to open the window and feel the breeze. However, it wasn't long before her energy waned. The reason was simple, the distance to Yangang Station was far too great, over 40 kilometers. Both Mao and Mao were starting to doze off. When the car came to a sudden halt with a screech, Jia Shufan nearly jumped, exclaiming, what happened? Who pushed me? Wen Ning reminded her, Mother, we have arrived. She then turned to wake her 2 sons, who were huddled together in slumber, Mao, Mao, we are home. As they all exited the vehicle, Mao and Mao cheered and immediately dashed off to play. Wen Ning did not stop them, only instructing them to return for dinner at an early hour. Meanwhile, she cradled the child and accompanied Jia Shufan as she familiarized herself with the surroundings. The first sight that greeted Jia Shufan was an old stone bungalow, its roof adorned with gray tiles. In front of the house lay a small yard, bordered by a half-height mud wall. Jia Shufan surveyed her surroundings as she stepped inside. This courtyard is quite agreeable, spacious, I shall cultivate some vegetables here later. Ah, the vegetables on the right are meticulously tended, bok choy, scallions, and potatoes. Wen Ning introduced, Mother, to the left resides the deputy commander of the 2nd Regiment, and to the right, the family of Commander Zhou. They have 4 children, Eden, Yaden, Danmei, and Xiaodan. Previously, Damao and Mao were entrusted to them. As the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. A middle-aged woman, her hair neatly coiffed, clad in a grey ensemble of long tunic and trousers, entered with a beaming countenance, speaking with alacrity. Xiao Wen, you brought Damao and Mao back. I heard you had a daughter, let me have a look. Ah, this must be Commander Yan's mother? Before Wen Ning could utter a word, Jia Shufan, with a stoop and a radiant smile, greeted the newcomer, clasping her hands and shaking them vigorously. Greetings, greetings, I am Yan Gang's mother, you may call me Sister Shufan. You must be Eden's mother, you look so youthful, barely past 40. This was how the brigade commander would greet visiting dignitaries from the town and county. She hoped she hadn't erred in her imitation. Jia Shufan was effusive with warmth. However, the smile on the newcomer's face faltered. Wen Ning, unable to bear the sight, stiffened her resolve and stepped forward, interjecting, Mother, this is Eden's mother, Tian Xiui, she is only 35 this year. Chapter 12, She aspires to be your daughter-in-law. Half an hour later, inside the Yan family's main room, Zhang Weijun had already procured meals for them from the mess hall. Damao and Mao had finished eating and gone out to play. Jia Shufan, with her hands clasped together, paced back and forth anxiously, muttering under her breath. Oh dear. I should have known better than to come here. My arrival has already caused offense, mistaking her for someone of my own generation. My vision blurred and my mind became muddled. I could see her preparing to strike her own mouth and head in frustration. So I hurriedly set down my utensils to intervene. Mother, please stop pacing. Sister Shoa is kind-hearted and will not hold a grudge over this. Jia Shufan was unconvinced. retorting that it would be odd not to take offense, pointing out the darkening of her complexion. She approached and whispered, "I'm not exaggerating. The wrinkles on her face make her look like she's in her 40s or 50s. Can she truly be only 35? With a resigned nod, I replied, "Indeed. Sister Showa has borne 4 children, managed a household, and cared for her in-laws. Such responsibilities naturally age a person. No wonder. Childbirth is exhausting and drains a woman's spirit." Jia Shufan shared her invaluable experience with her daughter-in-law, advising, "When Yen Gang returns, ensure he doesn't wear you out. You must take good care of your health. If you wish to have a 3rd child, you should at least wait 3 years." I felt uneasy yet grateful for Jia Shufan's reminder. "I understand, mother. I would like to rest for a while." Jia Shufan nodded in agreement. "Very well. First, feed the baby, then hand her over to me, and you may go to sleep." "All right." Upon awakening, I realized dusk was approaching. Rising from my slumber, I noticed the room had been meticulously cleaned, the stove, pots, and utensils all spotless. Stepping outside, I found even the water jar was filled to the brim. "Mother?" As I ventured out, I spotted Jia Shufan entering, cradling the child. "Awake? Quickly, the little one is hungry, feed her." I took the baby and, after feeding her in the room, emerged to see Jia Shufan wielding a hoe, diligently tilling the earth in the yard. I marveled at her efficiency. How could one be so remarkably adept? She could not help but ask, "Mother, after sitting in a vehicle for an entire day and night, aren't you weary? Perhaps you should rest, the work can wait until tomorrow." "Tomorrow has its own matters," replied Jia Shufan without lifting her head. "Besides, if we plant the vegetables early, we can eat them sooner." I inquired with Xiao Tian, and it seems buying vegetables here is quite troublesome. Going to the cafeteria every day is rather expensive. "Indeed. It is." Wen Ning glanced towards the adjacent courtyard and inquired, "Mother, have you spoken with Sister Shui?" "Yes," said Jia Shufan, raising her head and leaning closer to speak softly. "I asked her where to fetch water and buy vegetables. She is quite kind and even offered me some vegetable seeds. I shared some of the dried vegetables and mushrooms I brought from home with her. Her social skills are quite impressive." Wen Ning was uncertain whether it was her poor memory or the passage of time that made her forget if such events had transpired in her previous life. Nevertheless, it was fine, everything was brand new. The life she was about to lead was also a fresh beginning. Due to incomplete procurement of supplies, that evening, Wen Ning held her 3rd sister, accompanied by Jia Shufan, De Mao, and Er Mao, to the military cafeteria for dinner. After eating, De Mao and Er Mao slipped away. Wen Ning familiarized Jia Shufan with the surroundings, including the makeshift vegetable market, school, office, and cultural troupe. Along the way, numerous acquaintances greeted Wen Ning. "Teacher Wen has given birth? Let me see, is it a son?" "Oh, a daughter. How wonderful, you have both a son and a daughter. Little Wen has returned. Is this your mother-in-law?" "Greetings, Auntie. Auntie looks quite spirited, her eyes are just like Commander Yan's." As soon as the person departed, Jia Shufan promptly whispered to her daughter-in-law, "Xiao Wen, everyone is so warm-hearted, the people in your family compound are quite amiable." Soon, Jia Shufan would come to witness the unamiable aspect. 2 women scrutinized them from afar. As they drew closer, the elder of the 2 women greeted Wen Ning first. "Xiao Wen, you're back? You had a daughter?" Wen Ning nodded with a smile, "Yes. Sister Chen. Regimental Commander Yan hasn't returned yet, has he?" Chen Minghua remarked with emotion. "If he were to return and learn that you bore him a precious daughter, he would be overjoyed." Before Wen Ning could respond, the younger girl beside Chen Minghua curled her lip. "What's so joyous about that? Just a girl. To have a 2nd child, she even relinquished her job. Teacher Wen, or rather, Comrade Wen, is the first person I've seen to do that." "What?" Jia Shufan was greatly astonished. "Xiao Wen, you lost your job? Weren't you on maternity leave?" The younger girl crossed her arms and sneered. What maternity leave can last her more than half a year? Moreover, there's an explicit prohibition against having a 2nd child, yet she still had one. No job, 3 children. And now an elderly person to care for, all relying on Regimental Commander Yan's allowance. It puts a great deal of pressure on Regimental Commander Yan. "Mingjie." Chen Minghua stopped her sister, offering Wen Ning an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, Xiaojie has always been forthright in her speech. We'll take our leave now." Wen Ning nodded slightly. Before they had gone far, Jia Shufan couldn't wait. Xiao Wen, was what that blonde girl said true? You really don't have a job anymore? Blonde girl Chen Mingjie. Chen Minghua pulled her sister away, fearing they might start a quarrel. After Wen Ning and the others had departed, she consoled her mother-in-law, Mom. Yan Gang and I discussed it, and I voluntarily resigned from my teaching position. Although I'm no longer a teacher, I will find ways to earn money. Yan Gang won't have to support our entire family alone. In her previous life, she had succeeded as an entrepreneur, and she was confident she could do it again. Jia Shufan mused for a moment, then suddenly said, it's only natural for a man to earn money and support his family. It's not that I'm worried about Yan Gang. But I'm concerned that you might feel unbalanced after losing your job. You might end up resenting Yan Gang, and it could create disharmony in the family. But upon further reflection, Jia Shufan dismissed her worries, knowing that Wen Ning was not the type to dwell on such things. With a gossipy tone, Jia Shufan inquired. What was up with that blonde girl? She was so rude. If I hadn't been afraid of causing trouble for you, I would have given her a piece of my mind. Does she not know how to speak properly? All she did was speak with sarcasm. Wen Ning replied calmly, oh. Her? She has her eye on Yan Gang and wants to be your daughter-in-law. Ah? Jia Shufan's eyes widened in astonishment. She blurted out. Is she as blind as you are? Wen Ning was taken aback. Is it really appropriate to belittle your own son like that? No, Jia Shufan said, shaking her head. Yan Gang is already married. Does that girl, who seems so proud and haughty, really want to be a stepmother? Wen Ning proceeded to explain the situation to her mother-in-law in detail. Chen Minghua, a woman of considerable age, is employed at a hospital, while her husband serves as an instructor. Last year, her younger sister, Chen Mingjie, sought refuge with her, hoping to find a suitable partner within the compound. Before Chen Minghua could make any introductions, her sister had already taken a fancy to Yan Gang, despite being fully aware of his marital status. This peculiar infatuation left her oblivious to the awkwardness of the situation, as she often made snide remarks about him. Jia Shufan promptly concluded that her sister was merely bored and suggested that she spend 3 days digging in the fields to remedy this troublesome habit. Wen Ning chuckled softly and continued her leisurely stroll back home with her mother-in-law. On their way, they encountered De Mao and Mao, who were engaged in a game of marbles, and invited them to join their return home. As the 5 of them arrived at the doorstep, the sky still illuminated by twilight, 2 soldiers in uniform approached, greeting Wen Ning. Comrade Wen, you have returned. We are from the logistics department and have a matter to discuss with you. Their gaze shifted downward to the 2 children, and Mao, sensing trouble, attempted to flee. Quick as a flash, Wen Ning grasped him by the collar, calling out, all right, let's discuss this inside. The logistics personnel had come to report an incident. Chapter 13, Mao, I want to have a confinement period too. Without waiting to enter the house, they began recounting Mao's misdeeds in the courtyard. Specifically those of Yan Chuan, the young comrade. Teacher Wen, your Yan Chuan shattered the logistics department's glass while playing football on the 3rd of last month, resulting in injuries to 2 individuals. Here is the hospital's billing statement and the receipt for the glass replacement. Furthermore, on the 8th of last month, Yan Chuan led several friends to skip class and pilfer sweet potatoes from a nearby field, roasting them for consumption. The team reported this to the military. And here are the compensation details. On the 12th of last month, Yan Chuan disturbed a beehive with a bamboo pole, causing the bees to scatter and injure 6 individuals. As the logistics comrade recounted the incident, Mao's back became increasingly hunched, his head lowered, and his right foot poised for a swift departure. Jia Shufan's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon hearing the total compensation amount of 20 yuan, 86 fan, she erupted, good heavens. Mao, you've squandered half of your father's monthly wages. Mao had already bolted towards the door, clutching his backside with a disgruntled expression. Why are you bringing this up now? Mom, Grandma, that was last month. You can't punish me now. Jia Shufan frantically searched for a stick, determined to strike. I will. Yan Mao, you spendthrift, get over here to your mother. No way. Mao darted away, with Jia Shufan in hot pursuit, brandishing the stick. The old and the young engaged in a frenzied chase through the courtyard, beyond the yard, and onto the road, creating a spectacle for the residents of the family compound. Many emerged with their rice bowls to observe the commotion. Ermao's grandmother seemed to have a rather short temper, her presence always guaranteed some amusement with their meal. It was fortunate that regiment leader Yen had not yet returned. Upon his arrival, a combined assault would surely ensue, further jeopardizing Ermao's posterior. The boy was undeniably mischievous and in need of discipline. Wen Ning was deeply troubled. She instructed Demao to sit on a stool and hold their third sister while she retrieved money from inside to compensate the logistics department comrades. Thank you for your trouble, comrades. We will ensure that Yan Chuan receives proper instruction. After the logistics comrades departed, Wen Ning asked Demao to persuade Jia Shufan and Ermao to return. Shortly thereafter, their neighbor, Tian Xiaoyi, cautiously entered, glancing around furtively. Wen Ning, I apologize. Sister Xiaoyi, while Demao and Ermao were dining at your home, they inadvertently caused some damage. I shall compensate you at the original price. Tian Xiaoyi waved her hand dismissively, a look of guilt surfacing on her simple face. No. They did not break anything. Had it not been for my abdominal pain and subsequent appendectomy, I would not have asked Lao Zhou to return the 2 children to the brigade. I feel quite embarrassed about this, as I had promised to help you look after them. No, that's not why I came here. She glanced around before leaning closer to Wen Ning and whispering. Little Wen, Lao Zhou informed me that someone has anonymously submitted a report to the political department, accusing you and Yan Gang of having a second child. You need to be cautious. Given the current fervor surrounding family planning, Wen Ning and Yan Gang's decision to have a second child would indeed attract criticism. She recalled that in her previous life, their family had been fined 1,000. The drastic reduction in their savings was one of the reasons she embarked on her entrepreneurial journey. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure. I understand, thank you for the warning. Sister Xiaoyi. Tian Xiaoyi straightened up, glancing outside before inquiring, your mother-in-law seems quite young. From the way she scolded Ermao, she appears rather temperamental. With Yan Gang absent, will you manage to get along? Wen Ning smiled and praised, of course. My mother may have a bit of a temper, but she is kind and treats me well. Tian Xiaoyi expressed disbelief. In this world, how can a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law truly get along? It is merely a facade of harmony. Little Wen, being young and concerned about appearances, would find it difficult to speak openly. Once you both share a roof, the tensions will likely escalate. At that time, should you hear any commotion, do come and seek my counsel. After bidding farewell, Tian Xiaoyi stepped outside, just as Jia Shufan returned, tugging at Ermao's ear and scolding him loudly. The old hag truly wishes to unearth your grandfather's grave to ascertain whether it was buried askew, giving rise to such a prodigal offspring as yourself. Tian Xiaoyi. Such audacity in her words, she speaks of exhuming ancestral remains. How can this old woman be well? She hurriedly departed. Jia Shufan chastised Ermao, causing him to weep profusely, his cries echoing. Wen Ning played the role of the stern figure, offering Ermao a handkerchief with a gentle tone. Yan Chuan, will you deliberately cause trouble again in the future? Ermao fervently shook his head, insisting he would not. Very well, Wen Ning relented, considering the past incident settled. Yet the 20 yuan in compensation shall be deducted from your pocket money. Ah. Ermao was taken aback, counting on his fingers, I receive 50 cents a week. That amounts to 2 yuan a month. Damao, quick with mental arithmetic, sympathized, you will have no pocket money before summer vacation next year. Ermao wailed. And after a moment, he glanced at Jia Shufan beside him, asking Wen Ning. Mother, can we return Nai to our hometown? Nai hits too hard, she is relentless. Before Wen Ning could respond, Jia Shufan scoffed. No, do you not know the saying, it is easy to invite a ghost but difficult to send one away? I will not leave, if you cause trouble again, I shall serve you up as bamboo shoots. Ermao, on the verge of tears, pouted in distress. Damao quietly remarked, Nai. I believe that saying is actually about inviting a Buddha. Jia Shufan. Call me what you will, be it Buddha or ghost. Wen Ning cleared her throat, stating, all right, everyone is weary after these 2 days, let us wash up and retire for the night. Ermao fell asleep on his stomach. Wen Ning applied medicine for him. And as she stepped out, she encountered Jia Shufan, who timidly inquired, did I hurt him? I was careful with the force. But it has been over a decade since I last struck a child, so my hand is a bit unaccustomed. The last time I hit a child was when I dealt with Yan Song, now he is already employed and married. Wen Ning shook her head, assuring her, it's nothing. There's plenty of flesh on the bottom. Next time, mother, you may strike him again. Oh, very well, Jia Shufan proposed. Shall I take the third sister to sleep? So you may rest well? Let her sleep with me, she needs to nurse at night, to spare you the trouble of getting up. The two women whispered for a while before drifting off to sleep. The following day dawned bright and sunny. When Wen Ning arose, Jia Shufan had already set the table with steamed buns and porridge. Come quickly, Xiao Wen. Early this morning, I went with Xiao Tian next door to buy flour and made these buns. Later, we'll purchase 2 large jars to prepare some pickled vegetables. It will be delightful to eat. Wen Ning smiled and nodded. Yes, mother, you have the final say in the household matters. Mao, who entered while covering his behind, sighed upon hearing this. With mother relinquishing her authority, he felt he had completely fallen under the spell of the infant. What are you sighing about, little one? Hurry and eat, then dig up the soil in the yard. Jia Shufan assigned tasks. We do not keep idle hands in our home, everyone must contribute. Mao protested. What about my mother? You are biased towards her. Jia Shufan rolled her eyes. Your mother has only recently emerged from confinement. Her body has yet to fully recover to undertake any labor. Then I shall also sit the confinement period. Mao declared boldly, pulling up his shirt to reveal his upper body. I will feed the third sister. Mother, you must prepare chicken soup and boiled eggs for me to nourish myself. So I may have milk. Wen Ning could not contain her laughter and burst out. Jia Shufan chuckled, speechless, raising her right hand. Utter another nonsense. And I'll give you a thrashing. Mao pouted, put down his clothes, and slumped at the table to eat. When grandma can't win an argument, she resorts to brute force. He grumbled. Annoying. He needs to train so that when he can lift grandma with one hand, he'll toss her up in the air to play. Humph. Around 10 o'clock. Jia Shufan, Mao, and Mao, with his rear end in the air, were loosening soil in the yard. Sanmei was basking in the sun, asleep on the wooden bed under the eaves. Nearby, Wen Ning was sorting through the children's clothes. Those that Mao and Mao could no longer wear were lengthened, if possible, to be worn again. Those that couldn't be lengthened were set aside, the newer ones to be altered for Sanmei. The truly tattered scraps would be pieced together to make diapers. As she was busying herself, 5 or 6 people suddenly approached outside the gate, led by a middle-aged woman and Chen Minghua. Comrade Wen, auntie, busy, I see. Wen Ning stood up, a sense of foreboding washing over her as she beheld the group. Chapter 14, Let My Dad Get Sterilized. The middle-aged woman, Director Li, was the cadre in charge of enforcing family planning policies. Chen Minghua was an obstetrician from the hospital. Why were they bringing people to see her? It seemed there was no such event in her past life. She couldn't recall it. While Wen Ning hesitated, Jia Shufan had already enthusiastically opened the courtyard gate, inviting the group in. Without much small talk, Director Li began, Comrade Wen, I heard you had a second child. A daughter, and she's already a month old, is that right? Congratulations. We've come today to take you to the hospital to have an IUD inserted. Wen Ning frowned. She was certain that this hadn't happened in her previous life, as she had never had an IUD inserted. Yan Gang had undergone a vasectomy. Something must have gone awry, leading to a cascade of changes. As she contemplated inwardly, Jia Shufan's countenance underwent a drastic alteration. She promptly positioned herself before Wen Ning, extending her hands in a protective gesture. Absolutely not. My daughter-in-law has only recently emerged from her confinement period, her constitution is not yet robust. There is no way she is getting an IUD inserted, she will not. Family planning had extended its reach to their hometown. Jia Shufan had witnessed pregnant women forcibly subjected to abortions and women who had given birth dragged off for ligations, all executed with a brutal lack of finesse, resulting in bloodshed. The health of those women deteriorated as a consequence, leaving them drenched in perspiration even in the dead of winter, due to their weakened state. This so-called IUD is bound to be similarly barbaric, Jia Shufan declared, her face a mask of disapproval. It is forbidden. Wen Ning concurred, stating, Director Li, I wish to defer this matter until Yan Gang returns, so we may discuss it together. Director Li, a woman of impetuous temperament, immediately expressed her disapproval. Impossible. Comrade Wen, you are literate, a former teacher, and a woman of high academic standing in this modern era. You ought to be aware that family planning must be implemented. You have already incurred a fine for exceeding the birth quota with your second child. To abstain from IUD insertion now would be tantamount to open defiance of national policy. Wouldn't it? These words carried considerable weight. Jia Shufan flushed crimson with indignation. What do you mean, open defiance? Did my daughter-in-law not state that she will wait for my son's return to deliberate? In any event, she is not going today. Auntie, Director Lee addressed her. Her gaze tinged with helplessness. She harbored a deep aversion for dealing with uneducated and unreasonable elderly women of this sort. I understand that your generation believes in the blessing of numerous offspring, but your family already boasts 2 grandsons and a granddaughter, which is more than many families possess. Please be accommodating and prevent Comrade Wen from conceiving again. By this juncture, a throng of onlookers had gathered, drawn by the commotion. Upon hearing these words, they echoed the sentiment in agreement. Indeed, the old Sun family has but one son, and even the second child, merely 5 months along, was tragically aborted. The wicked mother-in-law pays no heed to the nation's guidelines, insisting that her daughter-in-law endure the same hardships she once faced, believing that as long as life persists, one must bear offspring to the brink of exhaustion. Teacher Wen finds herself in a most unfortunate situation, having chosen such a family, destined to resemble a sow, continually birthing one after another. Jia Shufan, upon hearing this, was consumed with rage, her temper flaring. With hands firmly placed on her hips, she retorted. What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever insisted my daughter-in-law keep having children? You simply take her away to fulfill your own agenda, entirely disregarding her health and well-being. Chen Minghua, with a gentle smile, interjected at an opportune moment, Auntie, rest assured, our hospital places great emphasis on hygiene and safety. Then why don't you just let her go? Have you even prioritized hygiene and safety? Jia Shufan pressed, questioning each individual. Chen Minghua and Director Lee exchanged uneasy glances. Yet both nodded in affirmation. Auntie, we have children at home and no reproductive quotas, we have let them all go. Jia Shufan stammered momentarily but resolutely declared, no. I would rather have Yan Gang undergo a vasectomy than allow Xiaowen to have an IUD. This proclamation astonished everyone. Yet they quickly dismissed it as a mere delay tactic. Who has ever seen a mother-in-law treat her daughter-in-law with more care than her own son? Unless she were Wen Ning's biological mother. Director Lee's expression flickered with irritation as she said, Auntie, do not create unnecessary chaos. We must take Comrade Wen to the hospital today. Sister Zhang, Sister Zhao, go. With that command, several robust women behind her advanced towards Wen Ning. In a moment of desperation, Wen Ning retreated into the room, clutching her youngest sister, while Jia Shufan and her other children stood to defend her. Incensed, Jia Shufan exclaimed. I told you my son would take her as soon as he returns. Why are you being so unreasonable? Damao exerted all his strength, attempting to impede one of the women, only to be cast aside. Mao, his posterior aching, could only vociferously protest. Ah! Leave my mother alone. Let my father get sterilized. Make him get sterilized. Amidst the pandemonium, Chen Minghua seized the opportunity, swiftly approaching Wen Ning and grasping her arm. Comrade Wen, please do not impede our work. Kindly accompany us to the hospital. Wen Ning's countenance was ashen. Yan Gang will be back in a few days. We will assuredly comply with the policy then. Can you not even wait that long? A peculiar glint flickered in Chen Minghua's eyes, though her expression remained ostensibly righteous. Director Lee stated that your case is proving problematic. She cannot appease the masses, and her work will become even more arduous. Comrade Wen, please be considerate of her. As she spoke, she forcefully dragged Wen Ning out of the house. Director Lee promptly seized Wen Ning's other side, and together with Chen Minghua, they escorted her out. The commotion caused the third sister in Wen Ning's arms to burst into tears. Release me. Wen Ning, her face flushed, struggled vehemently. But she could not overcome the 2 women. Jia Shufan, Damao, and Mao were frantic and rushed towards them. At that moment, a man's chilling voice, sharp as a blade, echoed from the crowd of onlookers. Stop. The crystalline voice resonated with an undeniable force and resolution, causing the crowd to fall silent and instinctively make way. Chapter 15, Yan Gang faces punishment. Bathed in the sunlight, the man strides in with a stern expression, high cheekbones, and tightly pressed lips, his face resolute and sharply defined. The dazzling sunlight pales in comparison to his brilliance. It is Yan Gang. He directly rescues Wen Ning from the clutches of Chen Minghua and Director Li, gripping her shoulders with a voice as cold as ice, filled with concern. Ning Ning. Are you all right? Wen Ning gazes at him, her eyes blinking as unbidden tears cascade down her cheeks. At last, she has encountered the true comrade who has fought alongside her through thick and thin. During those interminable nights back home, when her mind spiraled uncontrollably through the tragic scenes of her past life, little did she know how fervently she wished for Yan Gang to appear by her side. Her sorrow is laced with profound anguish, and Yan Gang's eyes flicker with urgency as his keen gaze swiftly scans her entire being. At that moment, Jia Shufan finally regains her senses. She slaps her thigh in exasperation, losing her strength and collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. She raises her voice to complain before everyone present. Gongzi, you have returned. Your mother, wife, and child were nearly harmed. The expressions of Director Li, Chen Minghua, and the others darken, with Director Li's face flushing with indignation. Aunt, how can you unjustly accuse us? We merely needed Comrade Wen to accompany us to the hospital. Yan Gang furrows his brow. What is the purpose of going to the hospital? Before Director Li can respond, Ermao rushes forward, hugging his father's leg, looking up. Dad. I promised you would go for a vasectomy. If you do, they won't be able to harm Mom anymore. Yan Gang. Thank you, my dear son. Director Li explained, Comrade Yan, we are acting in accordance with policy. Your spouse indeed needs to go to the hospital for the insertion of a contraceptive device. And you are well aware of the difficulties we face in our work. I have already stated that Xiaowen's health is poor, there will be no insertion. You must wait for Yan Gang to return to arrange for sterilization. Jia Shufan, her temper flaring, rose to her feet, hands on her hips, and began to scold. Are you merely bullying the elderly and the young in our family? Well, my son has returned now, you cannot delay, you must take my daughter-in-law to the hospital. A crowd had gathered to witness the spectacle, and Director Li found himself the target of their accusations, feeling utterly humiliated. Chen Minghua grasped her hand, offering gentle understanding. Comrade Yan, Director Li is not trying to make things difficult for you. Surely you heard Aunt's excuses, who would believe they are not excuses? Yan Gang's thin lips curled slightly as he uttered 4 words. The crowd fell silent for a moment before his cold voice echoed once more, my mother is not mistaken. No one can touch my spouse. If the policy must be enforced, I will undergo sterilization. As the onlookers dispersed outside the Yan residence, within, Yan Gang assisted Wen Ning to the bed to rest. Behind him, Ermao followed closely, chattering away. Dad, you were so heroic in protecting Mom just now. Even more so than if you were wielding a gun against enemies. Those wicked women had eyes wide open, haha. When I grow up, I want to be just like you, to protect my own woman. Demao raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say no one is worthy of you? Ermao lifted his chin, grinning, as long as she doesn't watch me wash my hands, feet, or backside, it's all good. Yan Gang found himself the object of scrutiny. His existence appeared less than ideal, having become a cautionary tale in the eyes of Ermao. Just then, Jia Shufan entered, bearing a bowl of brown sugar water. Xiaowen, drink this quickly, it will fortify your constitution. Wen Ning finished the water, feeling a soothing warmth spread through her chest. Seeing her improved state, Yan Gang said, I need to go to the office, I'll be back later. Alright, Wen Ning replied. Immediately, Jia Shufan stood up, indignation blazing in her eyes. Gongzi, you're not one to argue effectively. I'll go with you. Yan Gang paused for a moment, then said with resignation, you can't get in. And besides, Mom, I'm not going to argue. Stay here and look after Ning Ning. With that, he strode out. Jia Shufan sat down beside the bed, a little disgruntled. Suddenly, she clapped her hands together. Oh dear, Gongzi didn't even glance at his daughter. He only has eyes for my mother, Ermao quipped, turning to embrace Demao, who in turn held the youngest sister, San Mei. Ermao said in a pitiful voice, eldest brother, little sister, let's depend on each other for survival. Jia Shufan, amused by his antics, retorted, what nonsense. At least your grandmother still takes care of you. Wen Ning smiled and said, Mom, aren't you afraid that if you scold Gang Ji's superiors, it will hinder his chances of promotion in the future? Jia Shufan's eyes widened. Are leaders really that petty? Resorting to such tactics? It's hard to say, Wen Ning replied, hoping to calm her down and prevent her from going out and berating people. Jia Shufan's expression shifted. And she finally declared with resentment, if they target Gongzi, I'll make him quit. We'll all go back to Yunfeng Brigade. He can farm. And I'll raise pigs and take care of all of you. While making bold statements can be quite exhilarating, it is evident that Jia Shufan harbors deep concerns regarding her eldest son's career. As she steps out to work, her gaze frequently drifts towards the entrance, awaiting Yan Gang's return. Meanwhile, an urgent meeting is convened at the military district office, focused on deliberating the repercussions for Commander Yan Gang's decision to have a second child. In the corridor, Yan Gang stands erect, his deep-set brows casting a stern expression as he listens intently to the escalating disputes emanating from within. This precedent cannot be set. If it is, everyone will start concealing their second and third children, and how can the political department function effectively? Indeed, it appears that only your political department has concerns. Who will undertake the tasks that require execution? Next time there is danger, perhaps you should send your political department to the enemy's home to retrieve their families. Commander Zhou. How can you be so unreasonable? Punishment must be meted out to serve as a deterrent, but considering Yan Gang's perilous assignments, targeting his family, who has just welcomed a newborn, is utterly unjust. A hint of coldness flickers at the corners of Yan Gang's mouth. Just 10 minutes earlier, he had been inside, presenting his case to the leadership. The decision for Ning Ning to bear a second child was made out of necessity. Their lives were exceedingly busy. And upon discovering her pregnancy, she had fainted suddenly. The child was already 3 months along. She needed to recuperate and could not undergo an abortion, and subsequently, she had suffered a fall that resulted in bleeding, necessitating her return to her hometown. They had long since prepared for the possibility of fines or suspension. And his eagerness to undertake missions was an attempt to atone for their situation. Little did he know that there were those who would pressure Ning Ning even before his return, if it had not been for his timely arrival. Yan Gang closes his eyes, inhaling deeply to quell the tumultuous emotions surging within him. The door to the meeting room swings open, and 7 or 8 leaders clad in military uniforms emerge. A man with a square face and an imposing countenance stepped forward. Yan Gang, come with me. It was Zhou Aigua, Yan Gang's direct superior, the commander. In Zhou Aigua's office, he took a sip of tea, interlaced his fingers on the table, and addressed the man before him. Yan Gang, after deliberation, the committee has decided on 2 penalties for your excessive birth. First, a fine equivalent to 2 years of your allowance. Second, you will remain in your position as regimental commander for 4 years without advancement. Do you have any objections? Yan Gang saluted, his expression unwavering. No objections. Zhou Aigua scrutinized Yan Gang's face. Yan Gang, I understand you may be disgruntled, but policy is policy. You violated it. So the punishment is your due. Furthermore, those who went to your home will apologize to your family. We cannot let trivial matters affect our work. Yan Gang replied earnestly. I am not disgruntled. Thank you, Chief, for advocating for me. He discerned that Zhou Aigua and Zhou Jianxiang had spoken on his behalf in the conference room. To the leaders who looked out for him, Yan Gang expressed his gratitude. Chief, my wife risked her life to give birth, and my mother's relocation to help is a testament to my filial impiety. I am willing to accept any arrangement the leadership deems fit, as long as it does not harm my family. Zhou Aigua fixed his gaze on him for a moment. Very well. I know you are a man of sentiment and principle. Let's put this matter behind us. This mission is perilous. I'll grant you 2 days of leave to spend time with your daughter. Yes, sir. Yan Gang saluted and was about to leave when he was called back. Affirmative. Family planning initiatives must persist. Whether through vasectomy or the insertion of an IUD for your spouse, ensure its prompt execution. However, should you opt for a vasectomy, refrain from ostentatious displays, as it may incite discord. Upon departing the military district, Yan Gang was en route home when he encountered Zhou Jianqiang, the regimental commander residing next door. Their households enjoyed amicable relations, with Yan Gang having previously entrusted his child to their care. Zhou Jianqiang, a rustic and unpretentious individual, greeted him boisterously. Old Yan, heading home? Let's walk together. After a few paces, he turned gossipy. Rumor has it that you're contemplating a vasectomy, Old Yan. That simply won't do, it would tarnish our masculine vigor. Zhou Jianqiang possessed many virtues, save for a pronounced chauvinistic streak. Yan Gang cast a sidelong glance at him. Then abstain from it yourself. Neither should you. Zhou Jianqiang furrowed his brow. I've heard that severing that appendage is detrimental to one's health. If you become incapacitated, what will become of our training exercises against the 2nd Regiment? After a few steps, Yen Gang was suddenly reminded of a maxim frequently uttered by his mother. Jia Shufan, a poor man blames his foundation, a leaky house blames its tiles, and a shortage of rice blames the rice scoop. He strode away purposefully. Zhou Jianxiang paused for a few seconds before catching up. Hey, why do you say that? It's not the same thing. Following supper, at the dinner table, Yen Gang disclosed the disciplinary measures imposed upon him by his superiors, prompting a hush to fall over the assembled family. Wen Ning mused, this is far more severe than in my previous life. It appears that the matter has escalated. And the higher-ups must make an example to quell the public's doubts. I must recuperate and earn money as soon as possible. Jia Shufan, meanwhile, clutched her chest, exclaiming. 50 a month, 600 a year, 1,200 in 2 years. A fine of 1,200 for a second child. Good heavens, third sister, from now on. Your name shall be 1,200. Ermao muttered, the money I lost last month was only 20 yuan. Third sister cost 1,200 yuan as soon as she was born. Boys are not as good as girls. Yen Gang glanced sideways. What lost money? Ermao was startled and immediately widened his eyes. No way. Dad, Grandma has already beaten me black and blue, and Mom is still deducting my allowance. You can't settle accounts with me again. All right. Jia Shufan interrupted the scene and turned to ask Yen Gang, go ask tomorrow if vasectomy is harmful to the body. If not, get it done early. I want everyone to know that Jia Shufan isn't boasting. I can really make my son get a vasectomy. No one believed her today. When she went to take out the trash in the afternoon, people were still giggling at her, saying she was not a good mother-in-law. Then she would just have to show everyone. Yen Gang was silent for a few seconds, as if doubting whether this was his own mother. He said helplessly, Mom. This matter cannot be publicized. Why not? Jia Shufan widened her eyes. Wen Ning couldn't help but laugh and advised, Mom, think about it. In other families, it's the women who get IUDs inserted. In our family, it's Ganggu who gets a vasectomy. In comparison, it makes our Ganggu and you, the mother-in-law, look especially good. Other families will have domestic conflicts. In her previous life, her mother-in-law really publicized this matter, so that for the next half year, the topic in the family compound was this. When couples in other families quarreled, they would say, why don't you learn from regiment leader Yen? He even got a vasectomy for his wife. What have you ever done for me? Huh. Yen Gang's participation in the performance drew attention, with people remarking, look. That's the regimental commander who had a vasectomy for his wife. When she took the children to disco, people would exclaim, look. That's the woman whose husband had a vasectomy for her. In essence, Wen Ning had no desire to be the focal point of gossip. Jia Shufan, dispirited, conceded, all right. Then I won't mention it. Sensing her low spirits, Ermao patted his chest, attempting to console her. Grandma, don't worry. When I grow up, I'll get a vasectomy too. And you can proclaim it everywhere. You can even use a megaphone. Jia Shufan retorted. You unfortunate child, can't you learn something worthwhile? Get up and do the dishes. Ermao pouted, retorting, Grandma, you're being unappreciative of a good child's intentions. I'm trying to cheer you up. And you're making me do the dishes. Demao quietly interjected, it's like casting pearls before swine. Learn from your elder brother. You can't even articulate a sentence properly. Your education has gone to waste. Jia Shufan, grabbing Demao and Ermao, grumbled and scolded as she led the brothers to wash the dishes. Yen Gang, holding his daughter, returned to the room with Wen Ning. This marked the first opportunity for Wen Ning to speak privately with her husband since her rebirth. After contemplation, she first undressed her daughter and then pointed to the crescent-shaped birthmark under her right armpit. Gang, you must remember that our daughter has this distinctive birthmark. Yen Gang raised an eyebrow slightly, responding, why? Are you afraid I'll mistake our daughter? Rest assured, I won't. You will. In her previous life, he had made that very mistake. They had meticulously nurtured and doted on someone else's daughter. Wen Ning had pondered whether to reveal the truth about the swap to Yen Gang, but even though Yen Gang loved her and was her husband. However, he ultimately is not her, he has not endured the depths of her despair and thus cannot empathize with her hatred. Moreover, he is a man of integrity. viewing the care of his younger brother as his own responsibility. If he were to uncover the truth and witness Lu Jinlan's maltreatment of his sister, he would undoubtedly be unable to contain himself, and all would be revealed. Why should she forgive Lu Jinlan and her sister? In their past lives, they had inflicted such suffering upon her family. Wen Ning's eyes swiftly filled with tears, her chest swelling with resentment. Yan Gang helped his daughter don her clothes. And upon seeing her in such a state, he paused for a moment, filled with concern. Ning, what is troubling you? He inquired, sensing that her emotions were awry this time. Wen Ning forced a smile, suppressing her feelings. It's nothing. It's been so long that I nearly forgot what it felt like to have you standing before me, supporting me. Brother Gang, you are truly wonderful. It is my duty to protect you, Yan Gang replied, enveloping her in his embrace. I am sorry it has taken me so long to shield you again. A tear fell from Wen Ning's eye. Mother! Mao rushed in, only to hastily retreat. Oh dear, Mom and Dad are hugging, brother. We must announce our presence next time. Demise scoffed, a knock is sufficient, who needs to announce themselves like a dog? Woof woof woof, I am a dog. Isn't it? Being a dog is splendid, at least I wouldn't have to endure the beatings from Grandma Dog. Chapter 17, higher title than Yan Gang. Jia Shufan felt that she had been cursed by Mao, resulting in further misfortune for him. Injured further. Mao continued to lie down, sobbing himself to sleep. In his dreams, Grandma seemed to have accomplished something significant. She wore a bright red flower and proudly boarded a train back to her hometown. Upon acquiring firecrackers for a celebratory purpose, Mao experienced an unforeseen incident when they detonated prematurely in close proximity, resulting in an explosive mishap. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! These were the sounds of Grandma's insistent knocking. Her stentorian voice reverberated, Wake up, Yan Mao. Arise and accompany me in tilling the soil. Mao lamented, I had only just dozed off. This existence is becoming unbearable. Regardless, life persists. Yan Gang and Wen Ning proceeded to the military district hospital for a medical evaluation. Following the physician's assessment, Wen Ning's physical condition was deemed suboptimal, compounded by her ongoing lactation period. Consequently, Yan Gang underwent a vasectomy, procuring the necessary documentation. En route home, Wen Ning surreptitiously chuckled, amused by the fact that the usually decisive regimental commander Yan was walking with extreme deliberation, as a larger stride would cause discomfort. Yet, Yan Gang dared not voice his predicament, resigned to his fate. Along their journey, an inquisitive individual inquired, Teacher Wen, did you go to the hospital to undergo sterilization? Wen Ning responded evasively, we are merely returning from the hospital. Some reveled in schadenfreude, while others expressed indignation. Yesterday, your mother-in-law avowed with such conviction. It's truly becoming excessive. In the past, we all bore children without impeding production or labor, and our offspring were still raised to adulthood. Your mother-in-law must be displeased. Nevertheless, your family possesses 3 children, surpassing the average household. Perhaps you could attempt to assuage her. Indeed, Jia Shufan was displeased. She tended to her 2 grandsons while the third daughter-in-law rested. As noon approached, they were on the verge of completing the planting of the vegetables, requiring only watering and covering with a thin film. However, the arrival of Director Li from the previous day disrupted their progress, his loud voice awakening the third daughter-in-law. Jia Shufan, her hands soiled with mud, cradled and soothed her, while scolding Director Li with a stern countenance. Director Li, it is just my granddaughter and me at home. She is still a child. Are you suggesting that I, an elderly woman, should undergo sterilization? Given your attention to detail, why not introduce me to an elderly gentleman instead? Upon hearing this, Tian Xiaoa, who was eavesdropping next door, let out a laugh but quickly covered her mouth. Director Li responded, No, I am not here for work today. Auntie, I have come to apologize. Are Comrade Wen and Commander Yan not at home? As she spoke, she raised the gifts she was carrying, a bag of apples and 2 cans of milk powder, quite a generous offering. Jia Shufan widened her eyes, hesitating whether to let her in. Just then, Wen Ning and Yan Gang returned. Director Li, please come inside, Wen Ning said calmly. Director Li followed into the courtyard, seeking a topic for conversation. Since she could not outwit Jia Shufan, she decided to praise the children instead. My child is mischievous and hard to manage. Comrade Wen. Commander Yan, you truly know how to educate children. De Mao and Er Mao are so diligent in helping around the house, especially Er Mao, who, despite his inconvenience, still manages to work hard. Er Mao glanced at her and sighed deeply. Auntie, I am an honest person, while I do not seek trouble, I fear it. My grandmother's stick is always there, and I am afraid of getting beaten. Director Li replied. Don't think I am unaware of your impressive monthly record of losing 20 yuan. You hardly qualify as an honest person, sly would be more fitting. She chuckled awkwardly, enduring the embarrassment of this apology. As she departed, Wen Ning accompanied her, urging her to take her gifts. He gazed at Director Li, his expression laden with significance. Director Li, allow me to offer a word of unsolicited advice. If it displeases you, simply disregard it. Comrade Wen, please proceed. Wen Ning pursed her lips and said. Your work is apt to antagonize many. It is imperative that you maintain composure and avoid impetuosity when carrying out your duties. One can never predict how an extremist might react. Furthermore, as mothers, we must consider our children. Our own lives are of little consequence, but should something befall us, our children would suffer immensely. In her previous life, Director Li was dragged into a dark alley after work one night and bludgeoned to death. Subsequent investigation revealed that she had compelled a woman, newly discovered to be carrying her second child, to undergo an abortion. Shortly thereafter, the woman's eldest son perished in an accident. The woman, distraught, committed suicide. Her husband, having lost 3 loved ones, harbored a murderous grudge against Director Li and took her life. Within 2 months of Director Li's death, he remarried. Director Li's 2 biological daughters subsequently endured a life of hardship, nearly being sold to a mountainous region under the guise of marriage by their stepmother. The multitude of sordid affairs within his family provided ample entertainment for the residents of the family compound. Wen Ning spoke with sincerity, and Director Li took her words to heart. After a moment of silence, she offered a wry smile. Those above issue directives, while those below exhaust themselves carrying them out. Comrade Wen, I am grateful for your understanding and lack of resentment. Thank you for the reminder. In the future, I shall always consider Daya and area before acting. I shall heed no one else's words. Wen Ning frowned slightly. Yesterday, when you came to my home, did someone perhaps inform you of something? Li Chui instinctively began to speak, but then, seemingly recalling something, she shook her head. No, it was merely my own impulsiveness. Let us bring this matter to a close and avoid instigating any conflict. After Li Chui departed, Wen Ning mentally replayed the events of the previous day. She felt that Chen Minghua, who was typically gentle and amiable, and well-liked by others, was behaving strangely. Yesterday, she scarcely spoke, yet whenever she did, it was to mention her interference with Director Li's work progress. Did they harbor a grudge against each other? Her husband, Ding Litao, was a political commissar and seemed to have a decent relationship with Yan Gang. Wen Ning remained uncertain and decided to observe further. Commander Zhou mentioned that those who caused a commotion at their home yesterday would come to apologize. That afternoon, Wen Ning and Yan Gang welcomed several groups of guests. However, merely greeting them and mending relationships was an impossibility. That night, Chen Minghua arrived carrying baby formula and departed with the same. Her sister, Chen Mingjia, had been waiting outside and caught up with her, asking, did they confiscate it? Yes, Chen Minghua replied, her calm tone barely concealing her irritation. Wen Ning stated that her daughter was breastfeeding and had no immediate plans to introduce formula. Regarding yesterday's incident, both she and Li Chui had received reprimands and were required to apologize. Chen Mingjia was furious, venting her frustrations. Why did Commander Yan choose such a difficult wife? She is utterly insensitive and a tremendous burden. Not only is she hindering Commander Yan's plans for a second child, but she's also been uncooperative about getting an IUD. And what happened today? She ended up at the hospital to get one. All this fuss, and now you have to bear the consequences. Chen Minghua's expression was complex. Working at the hospital, she had her own connections. Today, when Ning was not there for an IUD, it was Yan Gang who was undergoing a vasectomy. Wen Ning, in her unassuming capacity, found herself entangled with someone like Commander Yan. Chen Minghua reflected on her own situation, with a husband over a decade her senior, full of sermons, and 2 daughters, while her mother-in-law subtly criticized her for not bearing a son, leaving her increasingly agitated. She admonished her younger sister, advising her to avoid provoking Wen Ning, while she diligently focused on her work at school, promising to expedite her matchmaking efforts. Oh. Chen Mingjie kicked a pebble at her feet, making a request. Sister. Is there anyone with a higher position than Yan Gang? I wish to surpass Wen Ning. Chapter 18, The market for fabrics. Wen Ning remained oblivious to the animosity harbored by the Chen Minghua sisters towards her. As she tidied up the house, she noticed that Yan Gang had been idle for several days. So she instructed him to clear out the sewing machine and bicycle that had languished in the storage room for half a year. Additionally, their third sister had been born for 40 days without a name and needed one for registration. During a family meeting, Ermao was particularly enthusiastic. Weren't you fined 1,200? Let us name her Qian after the fine. Yan Qian and her nickname can be Sanmao. He remained fixated on Sanmao. Ermao shot him a glance, retorting. You lost $20, shall we rename you Yan 20 then? Ermao pouted, Big brother, if you're Yan 10 and Sanmao is Yan 30. I might just consider being Yan 20. It was evident they were siblings. What a splendid introduction that would be. Nonsense. Jia Shufan interjected dismissively. If you keep spouting such ideas, I'll ensure you're named Yan seeking death. Ermao. The nemesis, she is indeed his bane. With Shufan around, why was there a need for Ermao? He sighed deeply, while Jia Shufan ignored him and turned to Wen Ning. Little Wen. The name you chose for Sanmao, Mena, was quite lovely. Do we not need to use that? No need. A swift flicker of disdain crossed Wen Ning's eyes. The mention of the name Mena felt like a desecration to their third sister, echoing with the weight of past grievances. Summoning her resolve, Wen Ning proposed a selection process. Each of them would propose a name, and with 5 individuals participating, a final vote would determine the chosen name. The others concurred. Eventually, Yan Gang suggested Yan Xiaxia, signifying her birth in the summer. Jia Shufan proposed Yan Pingan, conveying the sentiment that peace is a blessing. Wen Ning offered Yan Ruyu, alluding to the beauty found within books. De Mao suggested Yan Ruan, inspired by his perception of his sister's fair and tender cheeks, akin to the steamed buns sold in the cafeteria. Ermao remained steadfast in his preference for Yan Qianer. Following the voting process, Wen Ning's Yan Ruyu was unanimously selected. Jia Shufan generously praised her, remarking on the distinctiveness of a cultured individual. She lauded Wen Ning's name choice, emphasizing their participation as mere involvement. She then criticized Yan Gang's suggestion, questioning the creativity of naming someone born in summer Yan Xia, contrasting it with her decision not to name him Yan Dongdong if he had been born in winter. Yan Gang, feeling targeted for not having his name chosen, expressed his discontent. Jia Shufan, cradling her granddaughter, playfully repeated the name Yan Ruyu, acknowledging the baby's newfound identity. Witnessing the scene, Wen Ning made a firm resolution: she would ensure that no tragedy would be repeated in this lifetime. Her daughter, Yan Ning's daughter, was destined for a life of happiness. Sensing her emotional shift, Yan Gang, seated beside her, took her hand. He suggested a small gathering with close family to celebrate Xiaoyu's 1-month milestone. Since they hadn't had a formal celebration, Wen Ning considered it, agreeing to invite a few close families for a small get-together. Jia Shufan suppressed her initial disapproval, refraining from questioning the necessity of a gathering and the financial implications, as Wen had already agreed. Nevertheless, Jia Shufan cast a disapproving glance at Yan Gang, questioning the merit of his ludicrous suggestion that only squandered both money and manpower. Yan Gang, scratching his nose, found himself at a loss for understanding. The following day, Wen Ning and Yan Gang first took their daughter to register her household, and thereafter, the two rode bicycles to the county town to purchase meat. Due to Yan Gang's physical limitations, it was Wen Ning who pedaled. As they set off, they heard Jia Shufan, bidding farewell at the gate. Express heartfelt sentiments to the children. How did your father manage to become a regiment leader with such a demeanor? Yan Gang, unable to restrain himself, insisted, let's turn back. I'll ride. Wen Ning erupted in laughter, the free breeze caressing her face, her heart wide open, her joy magnified. Don't overexert yourself, she gently reassured him. Regiment leader Yan, hold me tightly. Yan Gang, now at a loss for words, maintained a stoic expression on his handsome face, appearing somewhat aloof. Yet, witnessing the joy radiating from Wen Ning, even the strands of her hair seemed to exude happiness. He couldn't help but allow the corners of his mouth to lift slightly. Upon returning, it was evident that Wen Ning was concealing something from him. Her reluctance to share was inconsequential, her happiness was enough to put him at ease. Wen Ning was indeed quite elated, for fortune favored them as they coincidentally arrived at the county town's market, which convened every 10 days. They procured exquisite cuts of pork belly, chicken, duck, and fresh pig's trotters and ribs. After completing their meat purchases, they proceeded to acquire miscellaneous items. Once those were secured, Wen Ning urged Yan Gang to accompany her to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase fabric. In her previous life, she had ventured into various trades, selling food, running street stalls, and working as a waitress, traversing many missteps along the way. Ultimately, she amassed her initial capital by opening a clothing store. In this new existence, Wen Ning was determined to directly penetrate the garment market, thus, her first step was to buy some fabric and craft her own garments. However, the prices of cotton fabric at the supply and marketing cooperative are indeed high, and the cost of polyester is even steeper. With a substantial amount of stockpiled goods, Wen Ning's wallet could hardly withstand the burden. After inquiring about the prices, she left the cooperative with Yan Gang, her expression one of discontent. After a moment's thought, Yan Gang leaned closer to her and whispered that there was a savings book at home containing over 200 yuan. So if you wish to buy, go ahead, he encouraged. Wen Ning gazed at him in astonishment. Comrade Yan, do you have a stash of private money? No, Yan Gang clarified. The subsidies sent from above after you return to your hometown have yet to be given to you. Wen Ning scoffed lightly. You should hand it over when we get back. Every penny earned by Yan Gang was the result of his unwavering commitment during perilous missions, and he could not afford to squander it recklessly. While riding their bicycles back to the residential compound, they encountered Tian Shoa walking by and stopped to greet her. Noticing the white fabric she was carrying, Wen Ning's curiosity was piqued. Sister Shoa, where did you buy this? I haven't seen it. At a street stall, Tian Shoa replied, wearing a look of self-satisfaction. A young man was selling it, just 1 yuan per meter. This fabric is perfect for making a tablecloth. Xiao Wen, when the time comes, could you help me sew it? I'll pay you. Wen Ning owned a sewing machine and often assisted acquaintances in need. Without hesitation, she agreed, then touched the fabric. Noting its good quality, she promptly asked, Sister Shoa, is there a lot of this kind of tablecloth fabric available? Tian Shoa pondered for a moment. Plenty, actually. There's a lot on display, but it doesn't sell well. How strange, they had taken such a long detour yet had not noticed it. After bidding farewell to Tian Shoa, Wen Ning turned her bicycle around and headed toward the market. Beaming, Tian Shoa returned home, presuming Wen Ning intended to procure fabric as well. However, upon reaching the bustling market, Wen Ning located the stall and, confirming the superior quality of the white tablecloth material, promptly drew the young vendor aside. Comrade, she began, I am prepared to acquire your entire stock of this tablecloth. Would you be amenable to a reduction in price? Lu Wei gaped in astonishment. Madam, are you intending to inaugurate a grand restaurant? His sister's husband, a garment factory director, had secured a substantial export order for white tablecloths some years prior. Alas, before delivery, the foreign client absconded, leaving the factory with a surplus. In need of funds, Lu Wei was authorized by his brother-in-law to sell the surplus, with all proceeds his to keep. Despite the material's quality, its slippery texture and the common perception of white tablecloths as impractical had hindered sales. Thus, Lu Wei was taken aback by Wen Ning's offer to buy the entire lot. Wen Ning chuckled and demurred, not at all. I have an alternative purpose. Comrade, simply state your lowest possible price. Lu Wei hesitated briefly before responding. The original price is 1 yuan and 50 fen per meter. However, for the entire lot, I can offer it at 1 yuan and 30 fen. Wen Ning nearly scoffed. With a measured tone, she countered, 80 fen per meter. If acceptable, we have a transaction. Otherwise, I shall depart. Chapter 19, Rename Yourself Fool. Lu Wei exclaimed, startled, Madam, are you jesting? Such fine material cannot be obtained for merely 80 fen. Consider the quality, the craftsmanship, the texture. Even so, it is not worth 1 yuan and 30 fen, Wen Ning retorted, furrowing her brow. No matter how exquisite the quality, it is merely destined to serve as a tablecloth. Moreover, my dear friend, your sincerity is lacking. I have inquired, and you've been selling others at a price of 1 yuan per meter. Out of goodwill, I intended to purchase it all, yet you have the audacity to raise the price. Lu Wei's expression was awkward. It seemed he thought he had stumbled upon a rare fool, only to find himself inadvertently striking at his own vital artery. Seeing his stubbornness, Wen Ning turned to leave. Lu Wei hastily followed, pleading, Sister, let us make a deal. I will give it all to you, I have several hundred meters of fabric. Wen Ning remained silent. And as she prepared to ride away on her bicycle, Lu Wei appeared to suffer a pang of distress. 90 cents. Sister. Just 90 cents per meter. And I'll even throw in some extras. You will definitely profit. A moment of silence enveloped them. Yan Gang sensed Wen Ning's intent and spoke up, Ning. If you like it, just buy it. At last, Wen Ning relented, very well, my friend, I will take it all. Yan Gang's pupils constricted. Hadn't he just suggested that if she liked it, she should take all? What on earth did she intend to do with such a plethora of tablecloths? Lu Wei could hardly contain his joy. All right, I will wrap it up for you and load it onto your bicycle. In total, there were over 300 meters of fabric, weighing more than 200 jin. It was impossible to carry it all, especially since Wen Ning didn't have sufficient funds. Hence, Lu Wei decided to drive them home in his tractor. He first dropped them off outside the residential compound, where Yan Gang took the fabric inside and retrieved some money. Wen Ning, dubbed the hostage, received a note from Lu Wei. Sister, this is my home address. If you ever need to purchase fabric in bulk, come find me, and I will offer you a discount. A significant client residing in the military district's family quarters, reliable indeed. Lu Wei contemplated establishing a long-term business relationship. Wen Ning pondered for a moment and requested, could you find me tablecloths of similar quality? I can manage 300 meters. Approximately 100 feet. Lu Wei was astonished and increasingly curious about her intentions, yet it was evident that Wen Ning would remain reticent. Following the conclusion of their transaction, Lu Wei drove away on his tractor with a distinct rumble. Wen Ning rode home on the bicycle belonging to Yan Gang. Upon arriving, she was met with the incredulous exclamation of Jia Shufan. My goodness! Have you all bought enough fabric to last our family's later years? It's all white, entirely white. This seems rather inauspicious. Ermel boldly interjected, Grandma, can't we dye this material green? Or red? Or blue? Even if it's for making undergarments. I do prefer something more colorful. Wen Ning and Yan Gang exchanged glances, bemused. As they entered, Wen Ning sought to allay their concerns, stating, Mother, do not fret. This is not fabric meant for our family's later years. I intend to fashion garments from it to sell. Jia Shufan hesitated, unable to resist touching the fabric. This material is remarkably smooth, even a mosquito would struggle to penetrate it. It wouldn't just slip off if worn. Little Wen, you haven't been deceived, have you? Her gaze turned menacing as she fixed it upon Yan Gang. Why weren't you vigilant enough to prevent others from misleading her? Yan Gang remained silent, not having uttered a word. Wen Ning chuckled, assuring them, I have not been duped. In a few days, once I've completed a set, you will understand. Jia Shufan, though skeptical, chose to dismiss her concerns, redirecting her focus to the kitchen as their family was set to host guests that evening, necessitating the preparation of 2 tables of dishes. Spare rib and radish soup, braised pork trotters with soybeans, pan-fried duck, marinated chicken, celery stir-fried with lean pork. In the mid-afternoon, having received an early invitation, Tian Shui arrived to lend a hand, bearing 2 cans of milk powder specially purchased from the state-owned emporium. Upon beholding the array of meats in the kitchen, she was astonished, and with a quick thought, she promptly declared, Auntie, Wen, I'll just pop home to fetch an apron and then I'll be right back to help. She left a note instructing her 4 children to dine at the cafeteria, lest their presence would be akin to a mouse falling into a rice bin, potentially devouring all the provisions Wen Ning and the others had prepared. Wen Ning discerned her intent and, seizing her hand, said with a smile, Sister Shui, remember to have them come over for dinner after school. If they don't come, I'll be displeased. Jia Shufan chimed in, Indeed, I haven't yet had the pleasure of meeting them. Tian Shui demurred, in our hometown, we say that half-grown children can eat their parents out of house and home. The eldest is 12, and the second is 10. They require bowls as large as those for dogs when they eat at home. Fear not, Jia Shufan reassured, lifting a large basin of potatoes and green beans. Look. I prepared a plethora of side dishes, enough to feed a whole drove of pigs. Wen Ning and Tian Xiui were taken aback by the unrefined nature of the remark. Tian Xiui, never one to stand on ceremony, pondered for a moment before rolling up her sleeves. Very well, then I shall not stand on ceremony. Auntie. I'm here to help, just tell me what needs doing. Wen Ning interjected, Mom, Sister Xiui hails from the north and is adept at making wheat-based dishes. Excellent. Jia Shufan immediately directed. Then, Xiui, you shall knead the dough, let us begin by making a pot of steamed buns. Very well, very well. The kitchen buzzed with activity, occasionally filled with the hearty laughter of Jia Shufan and Tian Xiui. Wen Ning observed Yan Gang washing Xiaoyu's diapers and then called Demao and Ermao to fetch some liquor. Armed with a wine jug, they procured 3 jin of white liquor and 2 jin of sunflower seeds. She handed Demao 10 yuan, the white liquor cost 3 yuan per jin. And the sunflower seeds were 50 cents per jin, 10 yuan was just enough. As soon as they stepped outside, Ermao glanced around and exclaimed, Brother, I have an idea. We could each pocket 1 yuan and 50 cents. Huh? Ermao beamed, let's buy 2 jin of white liquor and dilute it with 1 jin of water. That way, we'll have 3 yuan left over. We can split it. Demao looked at him with a bemused expression, Dad and Uncle Zhou will definitely notice. You'll be in trouble. What is there to fear? Ermao puffed out his chest. Fortune favors the bold. If they don't catch on, we profit. If they do, I'll just take the blame. For 1 yuan and 50 cents, it's worth it. Besides, I was beaten by Mother yesterday. And I'm short on cash. Demao pondered for a moment, deeming it too risky, and then shoved the 10 yuan and the wine jug into Ermao's hands. I'm feeling a bit unwell, you go buy it, and I'll wait for you. This way, he remained an uninformed party, avoiding any punishment. He dashed off to the public restroom, leaving Ermao momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Brother, you're holding your head. Who clutches their head when their stomach hurts? Demao paused for a moment and then ran even faster. Ermao skipped joyfully to buy the liquor and sunflower seeds. Upon returning, he stealthily slipped 1 yuan and 50 cents into Demao's pocket while his own pocket jingled with coins. So far, the plan unfolded seamlessly. Unfortunately, upon their arrival home, Ermao collided head-on with Xiaodan, their neighbor's child, who darted out from inside. The liquor bottle shattered upon impact with a resounding crash, leaving the 3-year-old Xiaodan stunned before bursting into tears. The commotion drew the adults from within the house. It's all right, Yan Gang said sternly, attempting to pacify the child. We'll buy another one. However, Xiaodan, who was always intimidated by him, only cried harder. Yan Gang was at a loss for words. Zhou Jianqiang quickly scooped up his youngest son, scolding him, I told you to slow down. You never listen. I should rename you idiot. At the entrance, the deputy commander and political commissar Ding arrived together. Upon witnessing the scene, Commissar Ding burst into laughter. I brought wine, 2 bottles of Matai. Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhou. Let's drink until we drop tonight. Upon hearing this, Ermao also wailed, realizing the magnitude of his loss. He lamented that he should have bought a pound of liquor and diluted it with 2 pounds of water, allowing him to spend an additional 3 yuan. If only he had known the flask would be destroyed, he would have filled it entirely with water. Chapter 20. Dressed like a precious jewel, Yan Ruyu's full-month celebration was quite lively, culminating in her older brothers receiving a thorough thrashing, naturally due to their embezzlement being discovered. By this time, the guests had departed, thoroughly content. Wen Ning cradled Xiaoyu in the bedroom, nursing her and lulling her to sleep. Yan Gang and Jia Shufan were cleaning up with the help of Demao and Ermao. Ermao, unable to remain still, suddenly performed a handstand while sweeping, resulting in all the firecrackers in his pocket tumbling to the ground with a loud clatter. An instant of silence fell over the room. Demao covered his face with his small hand, lamenting, even insurance isn't as reliable as having a teammate as dense as a brick. The gazes of their father and mother simultaneously sharpened. Ermao felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end and made a dash to escape. With a swift stride and a firm grasp, Yan Gang pulled the individual closer, issuing a stern warning. Confess honestly. From where did you acquire the money to purchase the cannon? The secret was thus revealed. Jia Shufan, unable to tolerate their squandering, furiously brandished a stick, delivering sharp blows to the child. Ermao wailed in distress, still defiant, exclaiming, It's so unfair. Your strikes on Big Brother sound much louder than those on me. Is there any need for such inquiries? Jia Shufan retorted with righteous indignation. Without a doubt, the scheme to swindle money was initiated by you, Yen Mao, hence. You shall bear the brunt of the punishment. Otherwise, you shall never learn your lesson. Learning lessons was an impossibility for Mao, whose temperament had remained largely unchanged. Wen Ning recollected that in his previous life, he was either embroiled in mischief or on the verge of it. Nevertheless, as he matured, he still emerged as a paragon of virtue, embodying the qualities of kindness and integrity. He followed in his father's footsteps, enlisting in the military, earning accolades, and undertaking classified missions. In contrast, the more reserved demise flourished in academia, gaining admission to university, pursuing graduate studies, and ultimately remaining in academia. If not for the false daughter that Lu Jinlan had thrust upon them, Wen Ning closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and addressed the arriving Yan gang. Tomorrow. Send Demao and Mao off to school. All right, Yan gang acquiesced, then seated himself beside her, grasping her shoulder with a tone laced with remorse. Ning. I must depart tomorrow for an urgent assignment. The nature of his work often rendered him unavailable for family affairs, leaving Wen Ning to shoulder an overwhelming burden. Taken aback for a moment, Wen Ning then smiled with composure. Go ahead with your duties, I will take them. Yan gang placed his trust in her. Yet he felt compelled to inform Jia Shufan, who merely cast him a disdainful glance. You have only just returned these past few days, previously. It was just Xiao Wen and I caring for the children. You may rest easy, casting aside unnecessary worries, for we shall manage splendidly. Yan gang. Oh. Yet, why does that sentiment feel so dissonant? The following day, before dawn, Yan gang departed. Wen Ning took the two children to school for their classes and returned to her tasks. She began by sketching her design on paper, followed by cutting fabric, and finally, she busied herself at the sewing machine, stitching away. She paused for lunch in between. Jia Shufan remarked, with the two boys off to school, the house feels remarkably quiet. I find it somewhat unsettling. Wen Ning chuckled, Mother, if you have time, you can take little you to play nearby. The residential community surely has a few aunties you can converse with. In her previous life, Jia Shufan had become quite close with two aunties, eventually planning outings for hair treatments, autumn excursions, and shopping for eggs and rice. Jia Shufan sighed, her enthusiasm waning. I miss the folks from the neighborhood. Whenever I ventured out, they would greet me as Shufan Granny, Shufan Auntie, or Shufan Sister. Now, however, when I step outside, they call me Yan Commander's mother, Auntie, or Demao's grandmother. It truly sounds dreadful. Mother, Wen Ning quickly reassured her. You have only just arrived, they find it endearing to address you this way. I believe, given your capabilities, that with a little time, you will carve out a splendid niche for yourself in the community. Is that so? Jia Shufan's interest was piqued. In an instant, she proclaimed with determination, then I shall go out this afternoon and make a name for myself. Wen Ning. There's no need to rush into it. In the afternoon, while Wen Ning continued her sewing, her neighbor Tian Shua rushed over, her face a mask of astonishment. Xiao Wen, your mother-in-law has made quite the impression. Wen Ning ceased her actions, rose, and inquired with concern, what is it? Has someone been mistreating her? Where is she? No, not at all. Tian Shua promptly denied, chattering away. When I returned, I saw her over at the dam, embracing Xiaoyu, regaling a group of elderly men and women with stories. She's quite the storyteller. I stood there listening for several minutes, tales of wives passing away and husbands marrying sisters-in-law. Sisters-in-law dying and husbands wedding elder brothers. Wen Ning. These are tales we overheard on the train here. Tian Shua marveled, with her disposition. How did she raise a stern son like regiment leader Yin, who always wears a grave expression? I reckon Mao takes after his paternal grandmother. Such mischief. Last night. I was already asleep when I heard Mao getting a spanking. Wen Ning felt a tinge of embarrassment. Did we disturb you? No, not at all, Tian Shua chuckled. I'm quite accustomed to it. Before long, if I don't hear you disciplining Mao, I might have trouble falling asleep. Wen Ning paused for a moment. If you have difficulty sleeping, just call out to me, and I'll administer a scolding for your benefit, for inducing slumber. Ha ha ha. Both women erupted in laughter simultaneously. Subsequently, Tian Shua leaned in to observe. Noticing the two sleeves, and inquired curiously, isn't this that 1 meter square tablecloth? Little Wen, are you using it to make clothing? Indeed. Wen Ning finished the last few stitches, snipped the thread, stood up, and shook the garment. She then presented it to Tian Xue. A single-button suit jacket. I intend to make and sell these. This particular design is for women, Sister Xue, would you like to try it on? Tian Xue instinctively declined. Me? So fair-skinned? Perhaps not. You wear it. Let me have a look. Wen Ning then proceeded to slip it on directly. The fabric is smooth, thus elegantly tailored, and the prominent shoulder pads impart a striking silhouette. Goodness gracious, sighed Tian Xue. The same material, when used as a tablecloth in my home, transforms into something exquisite in your hands, Xiao Wen. You wear it as if you are attending an award ceremony, not as someone engaged in labor. Indeed. This single-button suit is destined to become a sensation across the land. Embraced by officials in government offices, laborers on construction sites, and vendors in the marketplace. The streets will be teeming with white-collar workers. This is the prevailing trend. Wen Ning must seize this opportunity to earn a modest profit. For the next fortnight, she frequently ventured into the county and city, seeking insight and returning home to diligently craft suits. Her abode became cluttered with an array of white suits, yet not a single one had been sold. Much to the dismay of Jia Shufan. She lamented that these starkly white garments, reminiscent of mourning attire, would only appeal to the wealthy, and thus would surely be difficult to sell. However, if sales remained stagnant, Xiaowen would incur losses. One day, as Jia Shufan strolled through the residential complex with her child, she spotted a young man clad in a white suit approaching. Overcome with excitement, she exclaimed, here comes the wealthy patron with money. She hurried back to inform Wen Ning. Meanwhile, the young man scratched his head, inquiring of comrade Ding Li Tiao, brother Ding. What did that aunt mean when she said I was a wealthy patron? Ding, a true northerner, was at a loss. After scrutinizing the young man, he earnestly explained. She must have been complimenting you, saying you look as magnificent as a treasure, akin to a dragon. Chapter 21, A trustworthy individual. Wen Ning was not in agreement with her mother-in-law referring to someone as precious dragon. Mother, that is a foolish insult. Do not speak carelessly just because they may not understand. Upon realizing that the so-called precious individual was likely a young guest visiting the family compound, she contemplated catching a glimpse of the suit he was wearing, and perhaps inquiring about its cost. Jia Shufan recalled something and clapped her hands, saying, I remember now. The man beside him, the one who attended Xiaoyu's full moon celebration, he is the oldest, the most talkative, and the one who dances the breakdance when intoxicated. Wen Ning replied. That is Comrade Ding. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law strolled with the child towards Comrade Ding's residence. On their way, they encountered an elderly woman who had been conversing amiably with Jia Shufan in recent days. Despite her age, her hair white, her eyes sparkled with the glimmer of gossip. She grasped Jia Shufan's hand, exclaiming, Sister Fan, have you heard the news? Go and witness the spectacle, and share it with me later. I must hurry to fetch my eldest grandson. What spectacle? Comrade Ding's sister-in-law is on a blind date. The man is dressed so awkwardly, all in white, as if he were preparing to lie in a coffin. Wen Ning felt a twinge of doubt about whether her collection of suits could be sold at all. Are there so many taboos surrounding this? Jia Shufan observed her daughter-in-law's expression, cleared her throat, and spoke with righteous indignation. My dear, do not speak out of ignorance, it is called following fashion. People from the beautiful island, the bustling port city, and the capital all dress this way. Surely, it must be quite expensive. Such a waste of money. Regardless, if my son insists on dressing this way, I shall have to strip him of his skin. With that, she turned and walked away. Wen Ning and Jia Shufan proceeded to Commissar Ding's residence. Upon their arrival, they coincided with Chen Mingjia's exit, her countenance stern as she moved to shut the courtyard gate. With a parched tone, she dismissed them. Aunties, please return home, we have matters to attend to and cannot entertain you. Her words had scarcely left her lips when she caught sight of Wen Ning and Jia Shufan, blurting out, Wen Ning. Have you also come to gawk like these gossiping old women? Have you never beheld a man adorned in a suit? A glint of severity flickered across Wen Ning's gaze. Meanwhile, the gossiping old women, who had been on the verge of departing, bristled with discontent. How dare you speak to us in such a manner, young woman? We simply came to observe, is that forbidden? Indeed. We have never laid eyes on a man clad in a white suit, and we wished to take a look. No wonder you remain unmarried, with such an abrasive way of speaking. Jia Shufan, a force to be reckoned with, could not tolerate such treatment of her daughter-in-law. Her face contorted, eyebrows arched, and eyes widened in indignation. Do you expect us to pay for merely looking, as if we were observing creatures in a menagerie? Chen Mingjia's complexion flushed crimson, a mixture of anxiety and vexation evident. At that moment, Chen Minghua swiftly emerged to mediate on behalf of his sister. Mingjie did not intend to offend. Aunties, my sister is often careless with her words. We all reside within the same family compound, and today is her blind date. You are all kind-hearted individuals, please do not hold her accountable. Inside the house, the young man in the white suit suddenly emerged, pointing at Jia Shufan in astonishment. You are the esteemed aunt who complimented me. Aunt, is there something you require? Jia Shufan glanced around, pointing at her own nose in bewilderment. Are you referring to me? When had she ever praised him? She had merely muttered the words idiot. Could there have been a misunderstanding? Indeed, as the young man was about to elucidate. Jia Shufan, feeling exceedingly guilty, interrupted him vociferously. Young man, I simply find the garment you adorn rather fetching. From whence did you procure it? And what sum did it cost? I intend to arrange for my son to possess a similar ensemble. Before the young man could utter a word, Chen Mingjie chuckled softly. Auntie, I espied a similar suit in the city's department store, priced at 60, exceeding even the monthly wages of Battalion Commander Yen. Would you truly be disposed to expend such a sum for him? Mingjie. Chen Minghua chided his younger sister. Consider the occasion. We have a prospective suitor present. What nonsense are you uttering? Chen Mingjie straightened her posture, casting a furtive glance at the young man. The young man, seemingly unperturbed, even ingenuously explained to Jia Shufan, Auntie. My mother acquired this for me in Shanghai. I believe it was 80. 80? The aunties exclaimed in unison, quite taken aback. So dear? I could scarcely afford such a thing. My Tuggen does not earn as much as Battalion Commander Yen. Goodness, would it withstand the removal of mud splatters? Meanwhile, Wen Ning whispered a few words into Jia Shufan's ear, whereupon Jia Shufan, beaming with delight, stepped forward. Young man, you are most kind. Might I be permitted to feel the fabric of your garment? Chen Mingjie interjected once more, have you cleansed your hands? The wash basin is situated over there. She gestured towards the courtyard. Jia Shufan's eyes widened in a glare, on the verge of unleashing another tirade. At that moment, the young man glanced at Chen Mingjie, causing her to avert her gaze. Subsequently, the young man proactively approached Jia Shufan. No need to wash your hands, auntie. Feel free, it is quite all right. Oh, young man. You are truly amiable. Jia Shufan approached without the slightest hesitation, her hands gliding over the fabric of his clothing, brushing past the shoulder pads and buttons. The material was identical to that of Wen Ning, smooth and sleek, yet the shoulder pads were more robust, and the buttons of superior quality. Jia Shufan stepped back, uttering auspicious words. Indeed, the quality is worth 80. Young man, continue your courtship, I shall not intrude upon you further. I wish you all the best, may you be blessed with 3 sons in one birth. She also took it upon herself to usher away the other elderly women. Come now. Let us not delay the young couple. It is time for us to return home, to prepare meals and tend to the grandchildren. With that, the group departed. Chen Mingjie felt her eyes welling with tears. How infuriating. This bunch of meddlesome old fools has ruined my prospects. As expected. The young man left without even partaking in dinner, hastily making his exit, showing no inclination to stroll with Chen Mingjie, watch a movie, or engage in further acquaintance. It was clear he held no interest. Once he departed, Chen Mingjie, seething with frustration, retreated to her room and wept into her pillow. Chen Minghua entered, letting out a sigh. What a pity. Today, that young Song's mother is the general manager of the city's department store. And her uncle is an old comrade of your brother-in-law. Your brother-in-law worked hard to establish this connection. Why could you not simply endure a little longer? Even if you hold disdain for Wen Ning, one must be mindful of the occasion. Chen Mingjie straightened herself, grumbling in protest. Who asked Wen Ning and her mother-in-law to come and gawk? They even rallied everyone to criticize me. My relationship cannot be blamed on me. It is entirely Wen Ning and her insufferable old hag of a mother who have stirred the pot. Chen Minghua too felt that it was rather unfortunate. Why must they choose this moment to visit? They could have come at any other time. Yet. They could not create a fuss over such trivial matters concerning Wen Ning's family. Chen Minghua pursed her lips, resolving that the next matchmaking event would not take place in the family compound. Meanwhile, Jia Shufan and her daughter-in-law Wen Ning were taking advantage of the twilight hours while little Yu napped, busily organizing a suit within their home. Wen Ning was in charge of ironing, while Jia Shufan neatly folded the garments and placed them into a bag, commenting, upon touching the fabric, "It feels quite similar to ours, smooth and sleek, though the quality of the buttons and shoulder pads appears superior. Little Wen, when do you plan to sell it?" Wen Ning pondered for a moment and replied, "Better early than late, I shall venture into the city tomorrow." "Mother, I appreciate your assistance with the child." Jia Shufan waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Caring for a child is no hardship at all." Yet, after considering the situation, her concern lingered. "You will be alone, with no one to lend a hand. If anything were to happen, no one would be there to relay a message home. Little Wen, why not find a trustworthy companion to accompany you?" Wen Ning thought of the neighbor, Tian Xiaoa. Chapter 22, The Generous Living Buddha. Though the family compound was not small, the employment opportunities for residents were exceedingly limited. The school required teachers to possess at least a junior high school diploma, while individuals like Tian Xiaoa had not even completed elementary school. Consequently, during her years of accompanying the military, Tian Xiaoa had remained unemployed. Aside from tending to her children, she devoted her time to vegetable gardening. When space was insufficient, she cultivated new plots. The surplus vegetables were either dried or preserved as pickles. Throughout the year, she toiled in the fields and at the stove, receiving no additional income, yet her labor was profoundly exhausting. She was a kind-hearted person. When Wen Ning first arrived at the compound, Tian Xiaoa had taken care of her. Naturally, when the opportunity to earn arose, she could not overlook it. That evening, Wen Ning approached Tian Xiaoa to discuss the matter. "I won't let your efforts be uncompensated, Sister Xiaoyi. Accompany me for a day, and I shall remunerate you with 20 yuan. Tian Xiaoyi was taken aback, hastily waving her hands in refusal. "Why would you offer payment? I have ample leisure time as it is. I'm happy to accompany you, though I lack experience in sales and persuasive speech." Wen Ning couldn't help but chuckle. "Your mere presence is sufficient." After arranging the time, Wen Ning returned home, leaving Tian Xiaoyi in a momentary daze before she abruptly began rummaging through chests and cabinets. Zhou Jianxiang, unable to concentrate on his book, inquired upon hearing the commotion, "What are you bustling about for?" Without looking up, Tian Xiaoyi replied anxiously, "Where did those new clothes I made a couple of years ago go? Little Wen has asked me to go to the city tomorrow, and I must dress presentably." "Who knows?" Zhou Jianxiang grumbled, "Aren't all clothes the same? Why bother fussing when you're nearly 40? Thwack. Tian Xiaoyi unearthed a treasured new garment from the bottom of a chest, shaking it out with such force that a cloud of dust billowed forth, causing Zhou Jianxiang to sneeze. She retorted without reservation, "You're the old fossil. And a dim-witted one at that. You've been poring over that book for half a month without finishing it. I wonder what your brain is doing atop your neck. It's no better than your daughter." Zhou Jianxiang glared at her with the intensity he once reserved for new recruits, enough to make them scatter in terror. However, as an old married couple, Tian Xiaoyi was unfazed. She merely scoffed and proceeded to iron her clothes. "Unreasonable old woman," Zhou Jianxiang muttered before tossing his book aside and falling into a deep slumber on the bed. The following morning, Wen Ning was startled to see Tian Xiaoyi in a red dress, hesitatingly asking, "Sister Xiaoyi, won't this attire impede your ability to ride the bus and bend over?" "Oh dear," Tian Xiaoyi said, abashed, tugging at her skirt. "I contemplated donning something new, aiming not to bring you shame. The latest addition was this dress. However, realizing the need for practicality, I decided to change into a pair of trousers." In a flurry of activity, she hurried about, leaving Wen Ning in a state of bemusement. Shortly thereafter, Tian Xiaoyi emerged, clad in beige cotton fabric and gray trousers. Wen Ning rode her bicycle, with a bag of suits strapped to the front, while Tian Xiaoyi held another bundle of suits on the back seat. Upon reaching the city center, Wen Ning sought a suitable spot for Tian Xiaoyi to guard their belongings while she ventured off to various state-owned shops, supply cooperatives, and clothing stores to inquire about the prices of suits. Each was approximately 60, but none were in stock. Inquiries yielded the same response: they had yet to arrive. With this knowledge, Wen Ning chose a bustling market area, laying down a green cloth on the ground alongside Tian Shui, and proceeded to display the suits one by one. It must be said, the sight of a multitude of white garments spread across the ground was striking. Soon after, an elderly individual approached and inquired, "Comrade, what are you selling? Funeral attire? If worn on the road, it would certainly make an impression." Wen Ning and Tian Shui exchanged glances, speechless. Before they could respond, a young person nearby erupted in laughter. "Funeral attire? You lack understanding. This is fashionable Western clothing, worn by comrades from Guangdong, Beijing, and Shanghai. It's quite structured. I didn't expect to see it for sale in Luqing. Comrade, how much for a set?" Seizing the opportunity, Wen Ning smiled and replied, "Brother, we are selling them for 40. Wow. That's rather expensive." An elderly person gasped. After all, they typically purchased clothing for merely $10 or $20. Never did they expect to pay 40. Wen Ning quickly took charge of the situation. "These are quite a steal, sir, madam," she proclaimed. "The shops are asking 60 for a set like this, and this is a complete ensemble, shirt and trousers. I've got these at a great price through a family connection. Feel the quality." She carefully selected sizes, encouraging potential buyers to try them on. "See? It instantly smartens you up, doesn't it? For visiting relatives or meeting the in-laws, you need a presentable outfit." Targeted those of a taller, sturdier build, and the transformation upon donning the suit was remarkable. The onlookers were effusive in their praise, and the delighted model promptly paid and wore his purchase home. Now officially in business, called out to the dazed. "Sister, take the money quickly." "Oh, right," stammered, fumbling with the cash. She was inwardly astonished. Good heavens, it's that easy to sell? Makes nearly a month's wages for with one suit. Incredible. The crowd mentality took hold. Seeing others buy, and hearing that the shops were charging 60 while these were only 40, people felt they were saving 20, and they eagerly pressed forward with their money. In under 2 hours, the 100 suits and had brought were almost gone. The remaining dozen or so, slightly flawed, were quickly sold off at 30. Then, within tow, hurried back towards the military family compound. After a while, when she was sure they were not being followed, relaxed and slowed her pace. "Sister," she said. "Says there's been a rise in crime this year, robberies, murders, all sorts of bad things. I was worried someone might be watching us while we were selling. So I wanted to get home quickly. If you need anything, we can buy it later, okay?" Tian Shui, lost in thought, only returned to reality after being called twice. "Huh? Xiao Wen, what did you just say?" Wen Ning chuckled, "Sister, what occupies your mind?" Tian Shui licked her lips, "Xiao Wen, I have never felt as affluent as I do today. I am brimming with wealth. Oh my, it sends my heart racing. Yet, this is merely the beginning. With the era of openness, the number of wealthy individuals continues to rise. Soon, households with tens of thousands will seem commonplace. They stand at the precipice of opportunity. And if they fail to seize it, they will be swept away by the tide." Upon returning home, Tian Shui and Wen Ning entered the room, laying out their money upon the bed. Jia Shufan, who had been peeking for some time, rushed in and upon seeing the money, pinched her thigh in disbelief, exclaiming in pain, "I am not dreaming, this is real money. Xiao Wen, did you sell your white suit for this much? You wouldn't be counterfeiting, would you?" Wen Ning was at a loss for words, while Tian Shui burst into laughter. "I knew I wasn't the only one astonished. Auntie, counterfeiting is illegal and would land one in prison." "Then it's true, we are indeed wealthy." Jia Shufan chuckled like a schemer whose plot had succeeded. "Let the blessings rain down even more fiercely." At the mention of the blessings, Wen Ning sighed, prompting Jia Shufan to quickly temper her excitement. "Enough of that. They are all benevolent benefactors, not just blessings. If I say another word, I might as well be one of them." In Chapter 23, Wen Ning is my dream sister. Wen Ning turned and handed $20 to the bewildered Tian Shui. "Sister Shui, this is what we agreed upon earlier, your payment." Tian Shui was busy refusing, stating that she only intended to broaden her horizons and had no intention of accepting any payment. "Xiao Wen, your hard work in making clothes is no easy feat. Do not offer me anything. Please, accept it." Jia Shufan could not bear to see the hesitation. "Xiao Tian, what sort of relationship do our families share?" To speak candidly, I certainly wouldn't let you work for nothing, accept it so that Wen can feel at ease. Wen Ning smiled and nodded. And only then did Xiao accept the offer. Contemplating how to manage the finances for her mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, she prepared to take her leave. However, Wen Ning called out to her, "Sister Xiao, you saw how well I sold suits today, business is thriving. Would you be interested in selling some?" Xiao was taken aback, pointing at herself in disbelief. "Me?" "Yes," Wen Ning elaborated on her plan. "I still have a batch of fabric that hasn't been processed. And I lack the time to head to the market. Sister Xiao, if you take 21 sets from me, you can set your own prices. Ideally, keep it under 40. As people are quite discerning, any profit beyond 20 yuan per set is yours to keep." Pausing for emphasis, she continued, "You may start with 50 sets. Just pay me once they are sold." Xiao was no fool. Isn't this an opportunity for me to earn money? If that were the case, she could make 2,000 yuan from the 100 sets sold today. 2,000 yuan. Xiao had contemplated the possibility of becoming a widow but had never imagined earning such a sum. Instinctively, she glanced at Jia Shufan. Would Shufan, her mother-in-law, be amenable to such a deal with Wen Ning? Would she willingly give away money? Jia Shufan looked momentarily taken aback. "What? Xiao Tian. Do you still need to ask for my opinion? I am Wen's mother-in-law, not your own." Xiao couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a mix of embarrassment and delight. "Ah, Wen, you create the garments while I earn the money. I feel rather guilty about it." Wen Ning clarified her thoughts to her. "Sister Xiao, if we continue down this path, the market will become saturated. These clothes will sell for no more than 40 yuan per set, necessitating a price reduction. Additionally, you must devise a strategy to address safety concerns." "Not to worry." Xiao waved her hand dismissively. "My family home is not far from here. I'll write to my brother to come over." "No, wait, I will make a phone call. As long as we can earn money, any difficulty can be overcome." Without pausing for lunch, Xiao hurriedly made the call. Inside, Wen Ning and Jia Shufan commenced counting the money, speaking not a word for fear of having to start over. 3,865. The clothing sale should yield 3,850, giving Sister Xiao 20, and the additional 35 must be the money I originally had. Jia Shufan felt a mixture of joy and melancholy. How substantial. Yet, I am certain we won't earn this much again. Perhaps I should carry Xiao up to sell. Wen Ning shook her head. "No, mother, safety is paramount. Had I not been cautious today, I believe we would have been robbed. Sister Xiao has connections. Let her handle the sales. Even if she sells them, I can still earn a considerable sum. After all, these suits were crafted from leftover tablecloths priced at 90 cents per meter, with each suit requiring approximately 3 meters of fabric, plus the lining, buttons, and shoulder pads. Rough calculations suggest the cost of each suit does not exceed 3 yuan 50. She stands to gain a profit of 16 yuan 50, with minimal risk involved." Wen Ning felt quite content. She meticulously reconciled the accounts with Jia Shufan, leading her to remain silent on the matter. The following day, 2 of Xiao's brothers arrived. Each towering at nearly 2 meters, with robust builds and broad shoulders. It is said that back in their hometown, they were known for slaughtering pigs, which instilled a profound sense of security. They shouldered the suits from Wen Ning's home and accompanied Xiao to set up a stall in the bustling city district. Meanwhile, Wen Ning remained at home, diligently completing this batch of fabric. After prolonged hours of working at her desk, she felt the strain in her back and legs. Observing this, Jia Shufan would lend a helping hand whenever she had a moment to spare. At night, Xiao would sleep beside Wen Ning, while Jia Shufan secretly toiled late into the night. By the time this batch of fabric was fully finished, half a month had passed. The autumn air was vibrant. And as the weather turned cooler, the suits had become a prevailing trend among the populace. On the weekend, Wen Ning gathered Jia Shufan, Demao, Ermao, and Xiaoyu, and they all climbed aboard the pickup truck from the cooking team to venture into the city for shopping. "Comrade Wen, I will return in 3 hours. Around 1 o'clock. Please wait for me here," instructed a member of the cooking team before departing. Upon arriving in the crowded area, Wen Ning and her companions were astonished to see that a multitude of people were already donned in white suits. At first glance, It appeared as though they had stumbled into a factory, surrounded entirely by work attire. Mao sincerely remarked, "My goodness, aside from in the hospital. I have never seen so many people dressed in white together, it resembles patient gowns." A man dressed in a white suit who happened to overhear nearly stumbled in shock and turned to glare fiercely at Mao. "Can you not speak so carelessly?" he admonished. Mao shrugged, "But it is true." Jia Shufan quickly pulled his ear, whispering a warning, "Mind your words, these are all revered figures. If they do not wear our clothes, how will we sell them?" "Oh." Wen Ning chuckled, "It's all right, we have no clothes left. Mother, let us wander about. We shall buy whatever we desire." With a wink, Jia Shufan immediately understood, "We have money. How delightful it is to be affluent." Even the steamed buns that Jia Shufan purchased were now singular per person, a departure from the past when she would buy two. One shared between Wen Ning and Mao, and the other between herself and Mao. As the family meandered through the market, they happened upon Tian Xiui's stall selling suits. Upon seeing them, Tian Xiui greeted them with delight, "Auntie, Xiao Wen, you're in town shopping today. Come over here. It's less crowded." She beckoned to a younger brother to fetch some snacks for the children. Jia Shufan promptly told her not to trouble herself. Wen Ning changed the subject, inquiring, "Sister Xiui, how's business?" A fortnight had elapsed, and Tian Xiui was no longer the timid housewife who initially trailed behind Wen Ning. She was decisive, her simple face radiating confidence. However, upon hearing the question, a hint of disappointment flickered across her countenance. "Not as good as at first. In the beginning, I could sell 30 or 40 suits a day, now it's only about 10. Tian Xiui had taken all 500 of Wen Ning's suits. And after selling for half a month, she had about 100 left. Wen Ning offered her advice. "When we came over, we saw several places selling suits. And many people on the road were wearing them. Sister, the market is already saturated. Go to the surrounding counties and sell them at a lower price. And get rid of them as soon as possible." The trend was fleeting, and who would wear thin suits when the weather turned colder? By then, the goods would be stuck in her hands. Tian Xiui knew that Wen Ning was right and immediately agreed, "Okay, Xiao Wen, I'll listen to you." At that moment, a man's surprised and delighted voice suddenly rang out in front of the stall. "It's you. Sister. My dream sister. I've finally seen you again." A glance revealed that the man was heading towards Wen Ning. Tian Xiui's two younger brothers immediately interposed themselves between their sister and her neighbor, their faces etched with vigilance. Mao and Mao abandoned their sweets, shielding their mother. "What manner of lunatic is this?" they seemed to say, determined to safeguard the missus of the absent yen. Meanwhile, Jia Shufan, arms akimbo, launched into a tirade. "What nonsense are you spouting, young man? This is my daughter-in-law, not some fanciful dream lover of yours. Have you no shame? I'll report you for indecent behavior." Lu Wei, flustered, waved his hands in protest. No, auntie, that's not what I meant. Your daughter-in-law and I are acquainted." All eyes turned to Wen Ning. Events had transpired so rapidly that she had been unable to speak. Now, with a helpless sigh, Wen Ning nodded. "Yes. We know each other. It's all right, Mom, I'll have a word with him." Lu Wei was the one who had previously sold her 600 meters of surplus tablecloth. Truthfully, Wen Ning had been meaning to seek him out and had now encountered him unexpectedly. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Lu Wei braced himself and spoke to Wen Ning. He was aggrieved. "I've been trying to find you, sis, but it's been impossible. Your place is too well guarded. I don't have the connections to get in." Wen Ning found this amusing. "And why were you looking for me? Is that even a question?" Recently, a particular white suit fabric has been remarkably popular in the market. Lu Wei, not a fool by any means, immediately recognized that the fabric selling the most and commanding the largest market share was made from tablecloths he had previously sold. When his brother-in-law inquired about his earnings at the dinner table, Lu Wei hesitated to admit that he had only made 540 in total. With 41 suits sold, and 600 meters of fabric easily yielding 400 to 500 suits, the base profit would amount to a staggering 16,000. Lu Wei had suffered a tremendous loss. Now he understood why Wen Ning had purchased so much fabric, but to what avail? Regret was of no consequence now. However, given that Wen Ning resided in the military district, he dared not cause trouble. Instead, he sought her assistance, hoping they could profit together. At that moment, Lu Wei refrained from revealing the full truth, instead wearing a foolish grin. Sister, do you still need fabric? I have connections, would you take me along? Wen Ning pondered for a moment, may I take a look at your warehouse? Of course. Lu Wei immediately replied, shall we go? When Wen Ning mentioned this to Jia Shufan, everyone expressed a desire to accompany them, leading to a lively expedition to Lu Wei's brother-in-law's stockroom. Conveniently, the warehouse was situated not far from the garment factory. Along the way, Jia Shufan engaged Lu Wei in conversation, successfully uncovering his background, the oblivious brother-in-law of the factory manager, lacking any significant skills but possessing a stockpile of fabric. He posed no threat to Yan Gang, who at least held the rank of regiment leader. Lu Wei led them to the entrance of the warehouse and called upon the elderly guard to unlock the door. Instantly, Wen Ning and the others were met with a pungent odor of fabric and an overwhelming amount of dust. Wen Ning turned to her mother, Mom, please hold little you outside, don't come in. De Mao and Er Mao can play at the entrance. Jia Shufan and the somewhat fastidious De Mao nodded instantly. However, Er Mao, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, Mom, I will accompany you. All right. The mother and son followed Lu Wei inside. Initially, as they began their tour, Wen Ning would inquire about the prices, to which Lu Wei would quote rates lower than those outside. Yet, his attempts failed to sway Wen Ning. And soon she ceased her inquiries altogether. After completing the circuit, she expressed her dissatisfaction, these fabrics and patterns are all outdated. You could not sell them even if you tried. Er Mao, wide-eyed, exclaimed, Uncle Niu, why did you tell my mom they were so expensive then? Lu Wei, momentarily taken aback, instinctively corrected Er Mao, I am Lu, Uncle Lu. Then, with a sheepish smile directed at Wen Ning, he added, Sister, the price is negotiable. Wen Ning gently shook her head, stating, I do not intend to purchase these, they are not suitable. She took Er Mao's hand and began to walk out, with Lu Wei trailing beside them, pleading, What? Is that all? Why not take another look? Sister, you could transform that tablecloth into a suit, surely. You can find a use for these materials? This is all I have, please assist me, I will lower the price, a rock-bottom price. I have worked for my brother-in-law for 3 years, and he has only paid me with this stock, I am truly at my wit's end. As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes. Suddenly, Wen Ning halted her steps. She turned to Lu Wei, casting a few glances before sighing and abruptly pointing at a heap in the corner, asking, What about that pile? How do you sell it? Lu Wei focused intently, astonished. That is merely scrap fabric, remnants, the longest piece is less than a meter. Sister, what would you want with that? With a gentle smile, Wen Ning demurred, just name your price. I'm genuinely interested, Lu Wei's eyes widened, a sudden wave of emotion washing over him. Sister, you're too kind. Are you taking pity on me and trying to support me? I can still manage. I just sponge off my sister and brother-in-law, since they refuse to pay me. Wen Ning chuckled. Er Mao chimed in with a look of disdain, Uncle. My mom genuinely wants that pile of old rags. Just give her a price. Stop crying. My dad says men don't cry, it's embarrassing. Lu Wei wiped his face, steeling his resolve. Sister, you're so good to me, I won't let you lose out. There's more than it looks, probably 200 to 300 pounds of fabric scraps. How about 100 yuan? I'll wrap it up and deliver it to the usual spot. 200 to 300 pounds of fabric scraps for 100 yuan was undoubtedly a fair price. Wen Ning didn't haggle, instead inquiring, do you know any owners who sell sewing thread and buttons? Introduce me, and I'll give you a commission. Lu Wei was ecstatic. Playing the victim had worked. He knew his sister was soft-hearted and took pity on him. She would buy all his scrap fabric and let him earn a commission. Lu Wei efficiently handled Wen Ning's affairs before seeing her off. Meanwhile, upon learning that Wen Ning had spent 100 yuan on fabric scraps, Jia Shufan felt a pang of heartache. Afraid of betraying her feelings, she quickly added, It's fine, Xiao Wen, you earn plenty. Just be careful next time. Don't spend it on men. Pitying men will bring you a lifetime of misfortune. With suppressed amusement, Wen Ning reassured, Mom, dismiss these unfounded conjectures. My acquisition serves a purpose. I shall present you with a prototype tomorrow. A glint of anticipation sparkled in Jia Shufan's eyes. Could this be another lucrative venture akin to the white suit? She yearned to fast forward time, to awaken and find herself in the morrow. With time to spare, the group adjourned to a newly inaugurated restaurant in Lucheng for luncheon. Rumor had it that the establishment served delectable braised pork knuckles and the novelty of Coca-Cola, a craving that had long plagued Mao. As the quartet settled and placed their orders, Jia Shufen's newfound composure began to unravel. The prospect of a meal costing upwards of 50 yuan sent a pang of anguish through her. It was akin to consuming gold. At that moment, Mao, lowering his voice, leaned toward the table and whispered, "Grandma, Mom, observe over there. That woman seems vaguely familiar. Have I not encountered her in the residential compound?" Following his pointed gaze, Jia Shufen and Wen Ning simultaneously arched their brows in recognition. Indeed, the woman was none other than Chen Mingjie. She was seated just beyond a bamboo screen that separated them. A mere elevated tone of voice could carry across the divide. Chen Mingjie had evidently taken pains with her appearance. She donned a yellow maxi dress, complemented by a tailored blazer, and her hair was styled into pigtails, lending her countenance an air of bashful allure. As yet, she remained oblivious to the presence of Wen Ning and her companions. The man seated opposite her had his back to their side of the room, revealing only a slender physique. As Wen Ning and her family commenced their meal, the man's articulate voice wafted over, with the implementation of the one-child policy, families are limited to a single offspring. Therefore, permit me to inquire. Did your mother bear a son? Ah? You have only an elder sister. Has your sister, by chance, given birth to a son? Not at all. This puts us in a precarious situation, Comrade Chen. I hope you recognize that you are merely an elementary school substitute teacher, while I bear the significant responsibility of expanding and elevating my family's legacy. We are rather mismatched. Chen Mingjie's complexion turned as pale as if it could drip with water. At that moment, the man rose, saying, "I apologize, but my time is exceedingly precious. I must take my leave." He deftly stood up and departed. Jia Shufen could no longer contain herself and loudly reminded him, Chapter 25, "You and Gongzi are divorced." Chen Mingjie. Did he pay? Don't let him take advantage of you. The frail man paused his steps and turned towards the front desk. Meanwhile, Chen Mingjie felt her tears, which had nearly spilled over, suddenly retract. Her eyes widened as she glared in their direction, then stormed over in a fury. Wen Ning. What are you and your family doing here? Are you here to witness my humiliation? Do you think you're worthy? Wen Ning and Jia Shufen's minds momentarily froze. Mao reacted swiftly, frowning, "Are you a dog?" Mao immediately chimed in with his brother, a dog-biting Lu Dongbin, unaware of kindness. Wen Ning, too, expressed her disdain. "My mother, out of goodwill for your brother-in-law, kindly reminded you. Even if you choose to disregard it, there is no need to insult us like this." Chen Mingjie's face flushed. "Who asked for your kind reminder? That comrade was merely going to settle the bill, he is not the type." Before she could finish her sentence, a nearby waiter approached politely, inquiring, "Excuse me, the gentleman who was sitting with you earlier only paid half the amount. He said to ask you for the remaining half. Would you like to settle it now or later?" Chen Mingjie was taken aback, her lips trembling. Upon regaining her composure, she hurriedly fumbled through her handbag to retrieve money for the waiter. Meanwhile, Mao unabashedly threw back his head and laughed heartily, calling her a fool. Dama smirked, remarking that were it not for my grandmother, she would have to pay even more. Jia Shufen, displeased, retorted sharply, stating that from now on, she would refrain from commenting, let her spend money to learn her lesson. Dama and Mao, you must learn from your mother to keep your eyes sharp. Unlike some women who choose their partners from the refuse of society. In agreement, Mao chimed in, declaring he would not repay kindness with ingratitude. Chen Mingjie, unable to counter, trembled with indignation as she glanced at the lavish spread on the table. Your family relies solely on Yan Gang's earnings, yet you indulge in such a sumptuous feast. Do you think you're honoring Yan Gang's hard work? Indeed, Jia Shufen replied immediately. We are financially constrained, so why not settle the bill for us? If you do, I shall bow and express my gratitude. As soon as she finished speaking, the eyes of the big one and the two small ones turned expectantly towards Chen Mingjie. Come on, generous soul, pay the bill. Chen Mingjie cast another glance at the unfinished braised pork knuckle and sweet and sour fish on the table, not counting the other dishes and the cola. Those two alone would cost at least 30 or 40. How could she possibly afford that? Gritting her teeth, she snapped at Wen Ning. Look at your mother and two sons, utterly unworldly. You should take them back and keep them out of sight to avoid embarrassment. Having said that, she hurried away. How can you speak like that? Jia Shufan stood up, ready to chase after her and scold her, but was restrained by Wen Ning. Mother, let it go. Jia Shufan, seething with anger, sat back down, still unwilling to relent. Xiao Wen, your kindness is excessive. It is precisely this kind of meddling woman who dares to approach repeatedly, spouting her nonsensical drivel. Wen Ning sighed in exasperation. Mother, after all, she is the sister-in-law of Commissioner Ding, who happens to be brother gang superior. Furthermore, if you chase her away with insults, what shall we do with all these expensive dishes that remain uneaten? Indeed, Jia Shufan replied, picking up her chopsticks once more. A cold snort escaping her lips as she resolved, this time I shall let it slide, but should there be a next time, I will certainly scold her so fiercely that she will flee at the mere sight of me, faster than a dog. De Mao pondered for a moment. That would be termed a hasty retreat. Mao, brimming with enthusiasm, chimed in, when that happens, please do notify me. I will rush back from school to witness the commotion. Jia Shufan shot him a glare. What commotion? Focus on your studies. If you dare to skip class, I shall see to it that you regret it. Mao pouted. Mother remains as fearsome as ever. Wen Ning hurriedly served them more dishes. Come now, eat the meat. The comrades from the kitchen brigade will be arriving soon. The family devoured the food on their plates, especially Jia Shufan and Mao, who left the table with full bellies to catch a ride home. Wen Ning entrusted Xiaoyu to her mother-in-law and rode her bicycle to collect the scraps of fabric that Lu Wei had brought. There was an abundance of it, and it was quite heavy, so she made several trips to transport it home. Finally, Wen Ning took the time to introduce Lu Wei to the comrades at the gate, ensuring that in the future, should Lu Wei come by, someone would be there to inform her. It was then that Lu Wei realized Wen Ning's partner was a highly capable regimental commander. A sense of delight filled him. Fortunately, he had latched onto such a powerful ally and had not entertained any improper thoughts, lest he find himself in dire straits. After arranging the next delivery of buttons and sewing thread with Lu Wei, she bid him farewell. As she returned, she caught sight of Tian Xiaoa teasing the little Yu held by Jia Shufan in the courtyard. Tian Xiaoa stood up, smiling broadly. You're back, Xiao Wen. Little Yu is smiling now, and when she smiles, she has dimples, just like you. How adorable. Your sister Danmei is also quite charming. Wen Ning engaged in mutual compliments with them. As they chatted, they walked into the house. Wen Ning dragged in the bag filled with scraps of fabric, and Tian Xiaoa lent a hand. Upon entering, they noticed several more bags of fabric stacked inside. She was taken aback. Xiao Wen, didn't you say you weren't making suits anymore? Why do you have so much? Realizing her words sounded somewhat accusatory, Tian Xiaoa quickly clarified, I mean no offense. Thanks to you, I'm already quite pleased with the money I've earned this time, I was merely inquiring. It's nothing, Wen Ning replied, brushing aside the loose strands of hair that had fallen onto her forehead. Sister Xiaoa, these aren't for making suits, they're all scraps. I plan to create something new, and once I finish, I'll ask for your help. I hope you won't mind if the payment is modest. Her genuine desire to share prosperity with her was evident. Tian Xiaoa stepped forward to grasp her hand, her eyes glistening with tears. How could I ever complain about the payment being small? You're willing to include me, and I would be forever grateful to our ancestors. Xiao Wen, you truly are like my own sister. Wonderful. I shall await your news. By the way, I came to give you some money today. She fished out several neatly arranged stacks of bills from her crossbody bag. The suits have all sold, and this is the remainder of what I owe you. Count it. There's a total of 4,008. Wen Ning accepted it without counting, saying, no need to count, sister, I trust you. After Tian Xiaoa joyfully departed, taking advantage of little Yu's afternoon nap, Wen Ning sat down with Jia Shufan to tally the money. In conclusion, Wen Ning earned a total of 14,000 yuan from this suit venture. Jia Shufan was utterly astonished. Our family has become a 10,000 yuan household. Xiao Wen, you are truly remarkable. I always felt that Gonzi was not worthy of you when he said he was dating you, and now he is even less so. His monthly salary is only 50 yuan. Wen Ning was amused by her mother-in-law. Mom, Gang Ji's work is not measured by salary, he protects everyone. And I protect our small family. Jia Shufan, with her eyes full of money, played with the stacks, unable to contain her joy. and did not hear what Wen Ning said. She muttered to herself, our ancestral grave is not just emitting smoke, it's setting off firecrackers. When I go home for the new year, I must burn more paper money for Gongzi's grandparents and great-grandparents so that they can continue to bless us and keep setting off firecrackers. Wen Ning. She cleared her throat and took out 2 stacks, about 1,000 yuan, and handed them to Jia Shufan. Mom, here, your pocket money. Jia Shufan was stunned. Ah? I have some too. Wen Ning nodded earnestly. Of course, Mom, if you hadn't helped me take care of Xiaoyu and helped me with inventory, cutting fabric, and folding clothes in your spare time, how could I have earned this money? So you also have a salary. You can take it and spend it however you want. And no one can question it. Jia Shufan was deeply moved. She suddenly hugged Wen Ning, patted her back with her large hand, and exclaimed with heartfelt emotion, Xiao Wen. Why didn't I give birth to a daughter like you? It's settled, if you ever divorce Gongzi, you have to take me with you. Wen Ning. Please don't. Her relationship with Ganggu is quite good, and she has never thought about divorce. Chapter 26, the mother of dog love. With the matter of the suit thoroughly resolved, Wen Ning tirelessly immersed herself in the design and production of her second item. She sketched, cut fabric, and after 2 days of diligent experimentation, she finally completed the product. Immediately, she invited Jia Shufan and Tian Xiaoyu to come over, requesting that they wear multiple layers. Both Jia Shufan and Tian Xiaoyu were puzzled but complied. Subsequently, Wen Ning presented a small top with a collar. What is this? Jia Shufan pondered, inspecting it from every angle. It had a collar, yet the length was insufficient, resembling something akin to underwear, after all. Who would have a lady's bosom resting on her neck? Wen Ning remained silent. Tian Xiaoyu couldn't contain her laughter, tears streaming down her face. Wiping her eyes, she exclaimed. Auntie, this isn't underwear, is it, little Wen? Isn't this called a faux collar? I believe I saw something similar in a shop in Luqing. Finally, someone with discernment. Wen Ning nodded, yes, it is indeed a faux collar. Sister Xiaoyu, why not try it on over your sweater? Without hesitation, Tian Xiaoyu removed her outer coat and donned the 2 front pieces of fabric, along with 1 rear piece, secured by 2 or 3 buttons and 2 fabric straps around her arms, all over her sweater. The fabric was of fine quality, pure beige. Once she put on her outer coat, it appeared as though she was wearing a shirt underneath, creating a layered look that instantly enhanced her posture. Jia Shufan's eyes widened in astonishment. Isn't this a real collar? Why is it called a faux collar? Wen Ning explained. Because it is a collar designed to mimic a shirt, it cleverly mimics reality, hence the term faux collar. This is what I intend to create. In her memory, the faux collar was originally invented by the Chinese. As the temperature dips, donning only a sweater without an inner collar can result in an unflattering, monk-like neckline. While acquiring several shirts might seem a solution, most individuals lack the disposable income for such an expenditure. Dicky collars, crafted from remnant fabrics, present an affordable alternative. Boasting a diverse array of colors, sizes, materials, and styles, allowing for the acquisition of multiple pieces in one fell swoop. It was upon witnessing the abundance of fabric scraps in the warehouse that Wen Ning conceived the idea of creating these items. Little did Lu Wei know, who presumed she would bestow 100 yuan out of pity. She possessed no such sentimentality. Even in his misfortune, Lu Wei had a factory director as his brother-in-law, with a warehouse brimming with fabric, ensuring he would not starve. In contrast, she bore the responsibility of providing for her family. And frivolous spending would lead to their destitution and subjugation by Lu Jinlan, a truly humiliating prospect. Thus, securing 200 to 300 caddies of fabric scraps for a mere 100 yuan was indeed a lucrative bargain. Wen Ning elucidated to Tian Xiaoyu. This item is simple to make, and I possess all the necessary materials. Would you be interested in collaborating with me? Each piece will yield 1 yuan. And I shall devise a means to sell them collectively. Without hesitation, Tian Xiaoyu assented, very well. I shall heed your guidance, Xiao Wen. I shall do as you instruct. Her 2 younger brothers had already returned to the countryside, and requesting their assistance in selling the items would disrupt their agricultural endeavors and provoke gossip from their wives. Tian Xiaoyu was contemplating a solution when Wen Ning proposed the possibility of working from home, which proved ideal. The task was straightforward, yielding 1 yuan per piece. And she could readily produce 10 pieces in a day, translating to 10 yuan, surpassing the wages of that old imbecile, Zhou Jianqiang. Wen Ning suggested, Xiaoyi. You might consider acquiring a sewing machine, as it would significantly enhance your speed compared to hand sewing. Tian Xiaoyi was indeed contemplating the prospect. Previously, such an aspiration would have been inconceivable to her, but now, having accrued over 5,000 from the previous sale of suits, and with a sewing machine priced at a mere 150, she felt an unprecedented sense of financial liberation. Spend, spend, spend. With newfound zeal, Tian Xiaoyi embarked on her quest to acquire a sewing machine. Meanwhile, Jia Shufan remained seated, her gaze fixated upon the sacks of fabric remnants. This amounts to 200 or 300 pounds, she mused. How many detachable collars could one fashion from this bounty? Sensing her contemplation, Wen Ning elucidated. I estimate that we could yield approximately 500 to 600 collars from this lot. And what price might we fetch for each? Jia Shufan inquired. Wen Ning responded. From my inquiries, the stores vend them for 8 yuan, though they may be obtained for a lesser sum elsewhere. Jia Shufan expressed a hint of disdain. A mere 8 yuan? That would not yield as substantial a profit as our previous endeavor. Wen Ning chuckled, yet the overhead is minimal, and the pace is brisk. It shall enable us to procure a quick profit, which is advantageous. Were it not for the opportunity afforded by her rebirth, she would have been unable to seize this opportunity. In her previous life, by the time she had conceived of the idea, others had already saturated the market with detachable collars. Indeed, Jia Shufan concurred, enlightened. A mere 100 yuan in overhead, it is tantamount to acquiring wealth without labor. More lucrative than husbandry. Wen Ning demurred, not entirely. We must also account for the buttons, thread, and the investment of our time. The following day, the guard relayed a message that Lu Wei sought her presence. Wen Ning emerged to receive a generous parcel of buttons and thread from Lu Wei. As he prepared to depart, Lu Wei confided, Sister Wen, was it you who crafted the suit previously? Would you be amenable to tailoring suits for others? Was he offering her a business opportunity? Wen Ning pondered, what manner of suit are you referring to? Like this. Lu Wei produced a folded magazine page, displaying it before Wen Ning. This is it. A friend of mine has taken a fancy to it, but it's not available in Luqing. You'd have to go to Shanghai or Guangdong to buy it. He doesn't want to go, so he's asked me to find a tailor to make it. Wen Ning focused her gaze, a touch of surprise evident. This pattern is rather flamboyant, isn't it? It was a plaid suit, predominantly red in its stripes. Lu Wei grimaced. My friend is a bit of an exhibitionist, always wanting to be ahead of the curve. He's got deep pockets and is generous, you know? So, he's a spendthrift. Ripe for the picking? Wen Ning chuckled. Alright, I'll take it on. You help me source the fabric and accessories. Once you've gathered everything, bring him here. And I'll take his measurements. You got it. Lu Wei assented, turning to drive off on his tractor. Wen Ning watched his retreating figure, musing, he's quite an honest lad. Seems I could entrust him with selling the detachable collars, allowing him to earn a profit margin. She turned to go back inside when the guard hailed her, Comrade Wen. There's a letter for you. Wen Ning accepted the letter, recognizing the address on the envelope as that of Yan Tsung, Jia Shufan's third son, who worked at the cannery. She returned home to find Xiaoyu being fussy, so she handed the letter to Jia Shufan and took Xiaoyu into the inner room to nurse her. Jia Shufan, occupied with simmering soup, casually placed it on the dining table. Later that evening, just as Wen Ning was called out for dinner, she heard Mao, with great fervor, loudly reciting the letter. Dearest mother, you are kind-hearted. I am your son, Yan Erzong. It has been 2 months since we parted, and I miss you dearly. I wonder if you still remember me. I regret not being able to see you off at the train station last time due to an urgent task at the canning factory. Wen Ning and Jia Shufan were both astonished. What nonsense is this? Chapter 27, A Mouthful Too Many. You are asked to study. Yet you seem to have read it into the belly of a dog. You can't even recognize all the characters. At this moment, families across the land were gathering for dinner. In the Yan household, Jia Shufan was removing one of her shoes while chasing after Mao, who was dodging and jumping with his arms over his head, attempting to defend himself. It's not my fault. It's the letter from third uncle that is too outrageous. Jia Shufan's face flushed with anger, saying, I believe you are using that letter to insult me. Listen to those words, calling me a dog-loving mother. Mao stubbornly refused to admit it. No, I didn't. Otherwise, you read it yourself. You truly wish to insult me. You're taking advantage of my illiteracy. Jia Shufan was infuriated. In a panic, Ermao suggested, then let elder brother read it, he surely won't understand it either. Damao, holding little Yu, raised an eyebrow and picked up the letter to begin reading. Dear mother, greetings. I am your son, Yan Kong. It has been 2 months since we last parted, and I miss you immensely. I wonder if you still hold any grudges against me. I regret not being able to see you off at the train station last time due to an urgent task at the canning factory. For the past 2 months, I have been reflecting on my actions daily, hoping to earn your forgiveness. Ermao was taken aback. He halted, turning to Damao and shouted, Yan Damao, you lack chivalry. You've been secretly studying. Damao, with a calm expression, replied, you may accuse me of many things, but you cannot say that I do not understand the letter. I am not illiterate. Indeed, it seems I am the designated scapegoat, bemoaned Ermao. Jia Shufan, seizing Ermao by the posterior, administered a few sharp blows before relenting. Born of the same years, taught by the same instructors, nurtured by the same parents, why canst thou not emulate thy elder brother and imbibe some virtue? Ermao, gingerly seating himself upon the stool, muttered under his breath, were I to adopt my elder brother's taciturn demeanor, our domicile would be bereft of all merriment. Observing Jia Shufan's imminent resumption of her scolding, Wen Ning swiftly diverted the discourse. Mother, allow me to peruse the missive and ascertain its contents from our third sibling. Ah. Yes, Jia Shufan responded, her attention now captured by the matter at hand. Wen Ning carefully perused the letter, distilling its essence into 3 salient points. Firstly, Yan Tsong conveyed his regrets for his absence at the train station when Jia Shufan last departed. Secondly, Yan Tsong had returned to the brigade and discovered that Lu Jinlan was treating his younger sister with exceptional cruelty. The infant, barely 3 months of age, bore a multitude of injuries, both minor and severe, including contusions, abrasions from falls, and pecking wounds inflicted by fowl. With the advent of colder weather, Lu Jinlan neglected to provide her with adequate clothing, causing the child to cough and suffer from a runny nose incessantly, her cries echoing throughout the dwelling day and night. The other members of the brigade, unable to endure the situation any longer, surreptitiously reported Lu Jinlan. Consequently, the village head and the director of the Women's Affairs Department visited her residence, bearing gifts of clothing and toys for the child, and sternly warned Lu Jinlan that any further mistreatment would result in the child's removal from her care. Lu Jinlan appeared to welcome the prospect. Currently, the child resides in the county's orphanage, while the brigade leader and other officials attempt to mediate the situation between the parties involved. Yan Tsong expressed his hope that Jia Shufan would return to take custody of the child. Thirdly, the cannery where Yan Tsong is employed is allocating housing, and he finds himself in need of funds, hoping that his elder brother and sister-in-law, Yan Gang and Wen Ning, might provide some financial assistance. Having perused the letter, a pall of silence descended upon the family, broken only by the innocent cooing of little Yu, nestled in her eldest brother's arms. Ermao, unable to contain his consternation, voiced his query, if Jianmei is not the biological offspring of second aunt, why does she treat her with such disdain, especially considering she is a woman herself? Damao, with the profundity of one beyond his years, elucidated, the pedagogue avows that the majority of those who discriminate based on gender are, in fact, women. Having endured hardship since their tender years, they aspire to bear sons who will provide them with support. The endeavors of daughters are invariably deemed inadequate, whereas even the most trivial accomplishments of sons are met with effusive praise. Wen Ning and Jia Shufan, taken aback, exclaimed, pray tell, how is it that you, at the tender age of 7, possess such perspicacity? Ermao, wrinkling his nose, lamented, merely by virtue of being a son, I am subjected to incessant chastisement. However, I am fortunate that our parents and grandmother do not subscribe to such discriminatory practices. I would be deeply distressed if Xiaoyu were to suffer. Behold, a mere 7-year-old boy, capable of such empathy. Wen Ning, pinching her palm, offered a smile, I possess no authority to dictate how Lu Jinlan treats her own progeny. But you 3 are the treasures of our household. Nay, mother, you are mistaken, Ermao countered, straightening himself. Each member of our family is a treasure, you, father, and grandmother as well. Unexpectedly included in this encomium, Jia Shufan was visibly moved. Very well, she conceded, henceforth, I shall diminish the severity of your punishment by a mere 2 strikes. Only 2, my esteemed grandmother? Ermao implored, drawing near to cajole her. Jia Shufan feigned resistance. Yet her body remained steadfastly in place. The family, enveloped in an atmosphere of conviviality, resumed their evening repast. As for the matter of Jia Shufan's return to her ancestral home, it was temporarily deferred. Jia Shufan's foremost concern was to complete the fabrication of Wen Ning's detachable collars before any further deliberation. For, at this critical juncture, Wen Ning was utterly reliant upon her. Whereas the younger sister is temporarily residing at the orphanage, a situation far superior to remaining with Lu Jinlan. The matter of Yen Tsong's request for a loan was not broached by anyone. This was because Yen Tsong was fundamentally insincere. He was acutely aware that his own mother possessed limited literacy and would likely be unable to fully comprehend the letter, with Wen Ning being the one to read it aloud. However, his diction and tone lacked any semblance of supplication, rather. It conveyed an unwarranted expectation that he was entitled to the funds. A preposterous notion indeed. Was Wen Ning perceived as an imbecile? It was not as if she possessed an abundance of superfluous wealth. Within a few days, Wen Ning, Tian Xiaoyi, and Jia Shufan were engaged in conversation while simultaneously crafting detachable collars within the confines of their residence. A guard approached the entrance, announcing that Lu Wei had arrived with company. Wen Ning, presuming it was Lu Wei's flamboyant acquaintance seeking measurements, hastily went to greet them. However, she was met with the sight of 4 individuals at the doorway. Lu Wei, entering the military compound for the first time, was observing his surroundings with an inquisitiveness akin to that of a country bumpkin. There was the individual with whom she had a fleeting acquaintance, along with his prospective partner, Chen Mingjie. At that moment, Chen Mingjie was effusively acquainting the aforementioned individual. This is the home of the aunt who touched your garment previously. She hails from a remote rural area and possesses limited sophistication. Sister. Lu Wei, with his keen eyes, approached and greeted her in a sonorous manner. I have brought my friend Song Yuanshu. Upon arrival, he mentioned having visited this place before. We happened to encounter this female comrade whom he knew, so we were escorted here by the guard. The guard sought confirmation from Wen Ning. Upon her affirmation, he departed. Welcome, please come in, Wen Ning said, clearing the path and extending an invitation to Lu Wei and his friend. As Chen Mingjie attempted to enter, Wen Ning swiftly interjected, obstructing her path. Comrade Chen, our unsophisticated household is not privileged enough to extend an invitation for you to be a guest. Please return. Chen Mingjie's expression shifted as she gritted her teeth and took a step back, forcing a smile. All right, I shall return home for a moment. Brother Song, we shall meet again soon. She turned away, and Wen Ning immediately shut the door without a moment's hesitation. Witnessing this scene, Lu Wei nudged Song Yuanshu's arm and asked in a lowered voice, was that truly your friend? My sister has a remarkably good temper, how could she offend her? A trace of scorn flickered in Song Yuanshu's eyes. Can you not see it? She elevates herself while belittling others, and her tongue is quite sharp. Oh. As they spoke, Jia Shufan emerged from the inner room, cradling little Yu. Upon seeing Song Yuanshu, her eyes widened in surprise. Treasure immediately. Song Yuanshu cast her a mournful glance. Jia Shufan, fully comprehending the underlying meaning of the situation, quickly acquiesced and apologized. Chapter 28, Xiao Wen, take me to the hospital. Cough, cough. Young man, I mistook you for someone else earlier and scolded you. Please do not hold a grudge against this old woman. My days are numbered, Song Yuanshu. There's no need to be so dramatic. I see you are quite formidable. Wen Ning introduced, Mother, this is Lu Wei, the gentleman who specializes in custom suits. Meanwhile, Chen Mingjie hurried to the hospital to find Chen Minghua. Breathless, she exclaimed, Sister, sister. Song Yuanshu has come to the family compound again. Hurry, think of a way for me to arrange a meeting with him. Since her encounter with Song Yuanshu, Chen Mingjie had been on several blind dates, all of which were utterly disappointing. They either wanted her to bear children or demanded her salary. Either they disparage her for her deceased parents, insufficient height, eyes that lack size, or a posterior that doesn't meet their standards. Some men, even in their second marriage, act as if it were their first because the child resides with the woman. In stark contrast, Song Yuanshu, with his affluent background, refined manners, and handsome features, is exceptionally outstanding. Chen Mingjie is determined not to let such an opportunity slip away. But she must confide in her sister about the most crucial detail. He is currently at Wen Ning's residence. Chen Minghua furrowed her delicate brows, acknowledging the slight complication. Wen Ning's residence. She had meticulously measured Song Yuanshu's dimensions, recording them diligently. When it came to the final quote, it was Lu Wei who provided it, stating that it would be 220, including material and processing fees. Without hesitation, Song Yuanshu agreed, expressing his gratitude to Sister Wen. Wen Ning was taken aback by his prompt acceptance, musing on his naivete and willingness to spend lavishly. Jia Shufan's jaw dropped, she blinked, and then composed herself. Chuckling, she reassured Song Yuanshu that Wen Ning would undoubtedly create the garment flawlessly, with her personal supervision to ensure he would be universally admired when he wore it. Amused, Song Yuanshu acknowledged her efforts. Jia Shufan jested that it was no hardship, lamenting her own misfortune of not being born into his family. As Wen Ning prepared to go shopping for groceries, she extended an invitation for Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei to stay for a meal. However, they both rose to depart. Song Yuanshu politely declined, mentioning a prior engagement with another friend, who was already waiting for them. Hearing this, Wen Ning and Jia Shufan refrained from insisting. The mother and daughter-in-law saw them off. As fate would have it, just as the righteous path diverged, Chen Minghua and her sister, Chen Mingjia, were seen approaching from afar. Chen Minghua, with her customary gentle smile, greeted everyone she recognized before handing over 2 letters. Xiao Wen. I happened to see these letters for you when I picked up mine. I brought them back for you. Thank you, Wen Ning replied, accepting the letters. They were indeed addressed to her, and in unfamiliar handwriting. A tinge of annoyance flickered within her. It seemed she should inform the comrade in charge to refrain from giving her mail to Chen Minghua in the future. They used to have a decent relationship. But it deteriorated after Chen Mingjia appeared. Evidently, Chen Minghua's delivery of the letters was merely a pretense, her true objective was Song Yuanshu. At that moment, she had already turned her gaze towards him. Xiao Song, she said, your mother mentioned you've recently acquired a factory. You must remember to rest amidst your busy schedule. If there's anything you came to Xiaowen for, I might be able to assist as well. Jia Shufan retorted with a sneer, you truly overestimate yourself. Do you think you're as capable as my daughter-in-law? She wanted to lash out, but she recalled Wen Ning's previous words, Chen Minghua's bedfellow, political commissar Ding, was Gongzi's superior. She needed to remain composed. Song Yuanshu politely declined, thank you, Sister Chen, but I'm seeking Sister Wen for a private matter. You wouldn't be able to assist. Chen Minghua's face stiffened momentarily. Chen Mingjie grew somewhat anxious, Brother Song. Xiao Song, Chen Minghua interjected, grasping her sister's hand. Why don't you join us for dinner at our home today? Bring your friends along as well. Your brother Ding is eager to have a drink with you. Song Yuanshu once again mentioned having friends waiting for him, leaving Chen Minghua at an impasse. As Song Yuanshu bid farewell to Wen Ning and the others, he mentioned seeing them again in the future. Upon the departure of Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei, Chen Mingjie immediately turned to Wen Ning, inquiring. When will you see them next? Mingjie. Chen Minghua interjected, ceasing her interrogation, and apologized to Wen Ning, I beg your pardon, she possesses a rather forthright temperament. What did young Song wish to discuss with you, Xiao Wen? Wen Ning responded with an icy tone, your concern is somewhat excessive. Chen Minghua appeared momentarily taken aback. A tinge of hurt in her expression, I was under the impression that we were friends. Seeing her daughter-in-law's involvement, yet deeming it insufficient. Jia Shufan chimed in with a jovial tone, friends, you say? So, being your friend entails enduring your sister's scolding? Whoever desires to be your friend is nothing short of a fool. In any case, our Xiaowen has no such aspiration. What business is it of yours when my sister speaks? Chen Mingjie retorted, her chin raised defiantly. What do you, an old crone, comprehend? With your son absent. 2 men come and go from your home in broad daylight. Instead of properly managing your daughter-in-law, you, the old woman, seem rather pleased with yourself. A moment of stunned silence ensued. Jia Shufan, in disbelief, sought confirmation, are you suggesting that my daughter-in-law is engaging in illicit affairs at home? Mingjie. Chen Minghua attempted to restrain her, but to no avail. Chen Mingjie shrugged off her hand, scoffing, these are your words, not mine. It is not I who said it. What legitimate business could they possibly have with Wen Ning? Before she could complete her sentence, Jia Shufan abruptly thrust Xiaoyu into Wen Ning's arms. Then erupted into a howl, charging directly at Chen Mingjie. Smack. Smack. She unleashed 2 fierce slaps across Chen Mingjie's face, leaving the latter utterly dumbfounded. Jia Shufan. hands on hips, roared in fury, "You plague-ridden little beast. A dung beetle atop an ox's head, what do you amount to? How dare you denigrate my daughter-in-law's character in my presence? If I hear you utter another disparaging word, I shall tear your mouth asunder." Ah. Chen Mingjie felt a burning sensation on her cheek, infuriating her. "You wretched old crone, how dare you strike me?" She lunged forward, and Jia Shufan promptly met her assault, delivering several slaps and seizing her hair. "You foolish woman, even my mother-in-law never dared to scold me. I'll beat you to death." Chen Mingjie retaliated, grabbing her clothes and clawing at Jia Shufan's face. "You old hag, you hit me, I'll kill you." In an instant, the two women were embroiled in a fierce brawl, each movement filled with savage intent. Wen Ning and Chen Minghua were alarmed. Coincidentally, others in the vicinity, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Wen Ning entrusted Xiaoyu to a reliable aunt and hurried inside to assist. By the time she and Tian Shui managed to pull Jia Shufan away, her face bore several scratches, her legs trembled, and she continued to hurl vile insults. "Just look at your pancake face. Don't you have a mirror at home to reflect your hideousness? You dream of finding a wealthy husband? Only if his entire family is blind and mentally deficient would they ever consider you. A foolish woman like you is a waste of air alive and a waste of land dead. You're cursed and deserve to be beheaded. You strut around with an air of superiority, looking down on everyone, just like that diseased dog that was hanged in our village." Chen Mingjie, unable to interject, was overwhelmed and burst into tears. Jia Shufan, with a glint in her eye, clutched her head and collapsed to the ground. "Pain, my head aches terribly. And my face hurts as well. Xiao Wen, please hurry and take me to the hospital." Chapter 29, Conversations Among Men. Jia Shufan. An overnight sensation. On their way home from school, De Mao and Er Mao were subjected to countless curious glances before they could comprehend the reason behind it. Someone sympathetically inquired of Er Mao, "Does it hurt when your grandmother hits you?" "Indeed." Er Mao readily affirmed, "She strikes me fiercely, insisting that if she doesn't, I won't learn my lesson." Finally, someone had inquired about his suffering. However, De Mao felt something was amiss. He furrowed his brow and questioned, "Did your grandmother hit you?" "No way." The questioned party quickly denied, "Your grandmother fought with a girl and ended up in tears, while she herself is now in the hospital." "What?" De Mao and Er Mao were utterly shocked, and they bolted home. Finding no one there, they discarded their bags and rushed towards the hospital. Before they even reached the ward, Er Mao's heartrending cries echoed throughout the corridor. "Grandma, my dear grandma, how could you have been beaten to the hospital? When have you ever endured such humiliation? Where are you, my grandma? I'm here to visit you." Many curious onlookers peered in. And at the entrance of a particular ward, Wen Ning waved to De Mao and Er Mao, helplessly urging them to quiet down. "Stop shouting, she's right here. Mom." The two boys dashed inside, only to find their mother cradling Xiaoyu, while their grandmother lay weakly on the hospital bed. De Mao and Er Mao froze in their tracks. Could it be that their grandmother had truly been beaten? Just as Wen Ning closed the door, Jia Shufan immediately sat up, full of energy, and began to question them. Mao Yan, what are you hollering about, and where are you proposing to escort me? Your grandmother is still among the living." Mao Yan scurried forward, tears and mucus streaming down his face, which he wiped away with a dismissive gesture. "Truly, grandmother. The fact that you can still scold me is a testament to your well-being. It's just that your face bears a few unsightly scratches." For a moment, Jia Shufan was at a loss for words. To scold him seemed inappropriate, given the genuine concern he appeared to be exhibiting, evident in his tear-streaked face. Yet, to praise him was equally challenging, considering his slovenly appearance. "Enough," Jia Shufan waved her hand dismissively. "Cease your lamentations. I am unharmed. Save for a few lacerations on my face and a minor loss of hair. That Chen Mingjie fared far worse, having been on the receiving end of several resounding slaps from me." Mao was astounded. "Grandmother, why did you not inform me? Such a spectacle. And I was deprived of witnessing it." "It all transpired rather suddenly," Jia Shufan replied, reclining back into a prone position, her voice tinged with smug satisfaction. "I had not anticipated that after such a prolonged hiatus, I would perform so admirably in a physical altercation. It was, indeed, gratifying." Wen Ning interjected. "Your performance was not merely admirable, it was, in fact, extraordinary." Mother, Wen Ning advanced, cautioning, now that the altercation has concluded, the matter falls under my purview. It would be best if you refrained from uttering a single word. Agreed. No sooner had Jia Shufan assented than a knock echoed at the door. She promptly feigned unconsciousness. It was Tian Xiaoyi, accompanied by 2 uniformed military personnel. Comrade Wen, we are from the political department. You enlisted Comrade Tian's assistance in contacting us. And thus we have come to ascertain the circumstances. Wen Ning nodded, inviting them to be seated before commencing her account of the day's events. With Yan Gang absent, and the family comprised solely of widows and orphans, it was imperative that they seek recourse from higher authorities in the event of any untoward incident. Therefore, upon bringing her mother-in-law to the hospital, she had implored Sister Xiaoyi to summon assistance. After the 2 male comrades had thoroughly questioned both Wen Ning and Jia Shufan regarding the sequence of events, even taking a statement from Tian Xiaoyi, De Mao and Er Mao were visibly incensed. Er Mao, filled with righteous indignation, clenched his small fists, exclaiming, "Why does that woman berate my mother? She is utterly despicable. We even assisted her previously." De Mao, composed yet resolute, articulated with conviction, "Respected sirs, my father is not at home, and my mother and grandmother endure considerable hardship. This matter cannot be dismissed lightly. We implore you to conduct a thorough investigation, thereby exonerating my mother and ensuring justice for my grandmother." The 2 male comrades exchanged glances and nodded in unison. As they were in the midst of requesting Lu Wei's address from Wen Ning, a knock echoed at the door once more. Upon opening it, Tian Xiaoyi discovered Ding Li Tao and his wife, Chen Minghua, bearing gifts of tonics and fruits. They proceeded directly inside, with Ding Li Tao commencing, "Xiao Wen, Auntie, I." However, before Ding Li Tao could complete his utterance, his countenance underwent a perceptible alteration upon discerning the presence of the 2 comrades from the political department. As a seasoned veteran within the system, he had promptly instructed Minghua to procure gifts and hasten to the hospital to offer an apology, with the intention of suppressing the matter and preventing its escalation. However, Wen Ning had already reported the incident, rendering a facile resolution unattainable. After a momentary pause, he seamlessly continued, upon hearing of a misunderstanding. "Minghua and I have come to visit Auntie." Director Ding, Wen Ning responded, her demeanor lacking its former affability, her words resolute. "Chen Mingjie has repeatedly provoked me and treated me poorly. Out of respect for you, I have tolerated her behavior, considering her youth. However, this time she has tarnished my reputation and assaulted Brother Gang's mother, which I can no longer endure. I shall leave everything to my colleagues in the political department for investigation, to restore my honor." Ding Li Tao remained silent, while Chen Minghua hurriedly approached, attempting to grasp Wen Ning's hand, only to be evaded. Chen Minghua paused for 2 seconds, anxious to plead her case. "Xiao Wen, Mingjie has some issues. She speaks without thinking. Today, didn't my aunt also slap her a few times? That should have brought her to her senses. I assure you, she will never speak carelessly again. Is your assurance of any value?" Wen Ning interrupted before she could finish. "Admit it, Sister Chen. You and Commissioner Ding cannot control her." Chen Minghua opened her mouth but remained silent. In the ensuing silence, De Mao suddenly spoke. "My brother often speaks without consideration and acts thoughtlessly. Even my grandmother would directly hit him with a stick. When your sister errs, you merely scold her verbally. Whereas my grandmother, at over 50, is far more reasonable." "Exactly." Er Mao chimed in, even attempting to lift his shirt to show them. "Look. The marks from my grandmother's beatings are still visible. I sleep on my stomach because of it. Why don't you discipline your sister and instill some sense in her?" Upon returning home from the hospital, Ding Li Tao glanced at the tightly shut door and immediately commanded Chen Minghua to return to their hometown. Chen Minghua's eyes widened in disbelief. "My parents are gone, why should my sister return home? She is still a substitute teacher in elementary school. Do you even understand?" With a stern demeanor, Ding Li Tao gestured towards the interior of the house. She assaulted Yan Gang's elderly mother, causing her hospitalization, and falsely accused Wen Ning of infidelity. Wen Ning has already reported the incident. Their refusal to concede is escalating the matter, potentially leading to your sister's imprisonment. Chen Minghua, incredulous, murmured, "It can't be that serious." "Can it?" Ding Li Tao scoffed, "Yan Gang is a decorated military man. Wen Ning and her mother are military dependents, which makes it exceedingly serious." He expressed his displeasure. And you, standing idly by, seemingly unaware of the unfolding events, failing to intervene until physical altercations ensued. Wen Ning's mother initiated the conflict. Chen Minghua retorted vehemently. She charged at Mingjie and slapped her across the face. Mingjie, an unmarried young woman, was unable to restrain herself. Chapter 30, You'll sleep on a makeshift bed in my room. Ding Litao regarded her with disappointment. Even now, you persist in defending your sister. I've ascertained that Wen Ning merely accepted a commission to tailor suits. Mingjie was the one who initiated the false accusations of Wen Ning's affair. Enough, he sighed. Persuade her to offer an apology promptly. I will inquire about Yan Gang's return. A resolution may be more readily achieved between men. No sooner had Ding Litao departed than Chen Mingjie emerged from the house. Sporting a face marred with red welts, she knelt before Chen Minghua. Clutching her legs and tearfully pleading, Sister, I refuse to return to our hometown. I won't go back. While she adamantly refused to return, Jia Shufan, confined to the hospital, insisted on returning home. She declared with self-assurance, a hospital is no place for a human being. My posterior is numb from lying down. Wen Ning responded helplessly. Weren't you intent on thoroughly manipulating Chen Mingjie? Now that everyone knows you're unharmed, perhaps you should repose here for the night, and we shall depart together in the morning. Absolutely not, Jia Shufan retorted vehemently, I cannot endure it a moment longer. Little Wen, lend me your arm, I shall feign weakness. But I must return home to find slumber tonight. Unable to dissuade her, Wen Ning entrusted Xiaoyu to Damao's care, while Ermao carried the luggage. She, in turn, supported Jia Shufan, and the party retraced their steps. En route, acquaintances inquired about their plight. Wen Ning elucidated, my mother-in-law can only find repose at home. Alas, she has not fully recovered. Her face is still marred. Thus they arrived home, where they espied, from afar, a figure clad in white, kneeling before their door, maintaining an erect posture. Several onlookers were gathered nearby. Ermao, with swiftness, darted forward and returned, his countenance flushed with indignation. It is the wicked woman kneeling at our doorstep, she is weeping still. What on earth does this signify? Is she mourning? She is not yet deceased. Jia Shufan's anger surged, and she once more sought to confront her. Wen Ning restrained her, Mother, we made an accord. Jia Shufan emitted a humph, allowing Wen Ning to guide her closer, while she feigned a delicate touch to her brow, lamenting her pain. Upon hearing the commotion, Chen Mingjie wiped away her tears and turned, her eyes blurred with tears as she pleaded, Auntie, Sister Wen, I was wrong, I am sorry. I should not have spoken rashly this afternoon, nor should I have retaliated. I acknowledge my error, I beseech you. Do not allow my brother-in-law to send me back to my ancestral home. Send her back to her ancestral home? It was this, then, that had frightened her into seeking clemency here. Wen Ning said icily, the matter is still under investigation. Return home for now, do not kneel here. Do you not realize it is inauspicious? Chen Mingjie was taken aback, clutching her hands tightly, her knees instead inching forward. If you remain implacable, I shall not return. To compel my return to my ancestral home is tantamount to condemning me to death. I implore you, dear Sister Wen, dear aunt, I am truly bereft of options. Bereft of options, and thus she resorts to coercing their family into extending forgiveness? It goes without saying that Jia Shufan is incensed. And Wen Ning is on the verge of combustion. She instructed her son, Ermao, summon the comrades from the security department. Have them escort her back by force. Right away. Ermao darted off with alacrity. At this juncture, Chen Mingjie was utterly dumbfounded. Yet, among the onlookers, there were those who spoke in her defense. Ah, Xiao Wen. The young lady is beseeching you so earnestly. Perhaps you could let it slide. Your mother-in-law appears to be in no grave peril. Should my mother-in-law suffer a genuine calamity? Would you assume responsibility? Wen Ning retorted, instantly silencing the individual. Another interjected, one ought to leave room for future reconciliation. If you push matters to an extreme, how will Regiment Commander Yan interact with Political Commissar Ding upon his return? Before Wen Ning could respond, Damao resolutely declared, should my father return and criticize my mother, our entire family shall expel him. My mother is without fault. My grandmother is also without fault. Those who are without fault are justified in all their actions. And you? By making such a racket here, what righteous deed have you accomplished? Oh, my heavens, that child's words are truly venomous. For a fleeting moment, silence reigned. The next instant, Chen Mingjie abruptly rose from the ground, her expression incredulous. Wen Ning, I have knelt before your family in supplication, and yet you remain unmoved. Do you not comprehend that upon my return to my ancestral home, my uncle and aunt will arbitrarily marry me off to whomever they please? You will be the architect of my ruin. Wen Ning squinted, asserting that one's greatest enemy is oneself. The inability to control one's tongue is indeed one's most significant flaw. Chen Mingjie clenched her fists, questioning whether he truly intended to proceed in such a manner. Wen Ning chose to remain silent, for Mao had already summoned the others. She supported the irate Jia Shufan, who could hardly contain her urge to curse, as they entered the courtyard. Chen Mingjie, teeth gritted in frustration, decided to leave angrily without further prompting. Mao scratched his head, grumbling about the delay. If you're going to leave, then do so promptly, you're wasting my time. And the child's legs are just as important. That night, Wen Ning, Xiao Yu, De Mao, and Mao were all soundly asleep, while Jia Shufan was wide awake. She could not help but stir. The scar on her face had become unbearably itchy. Although the doctors and nurses had disinfected and treated her wounds, and even administered a tetanus shot, she couldn't shake the suspicion that Chen Mingjie's daughter might have poisoned her with her nails. Tossing and turning, unable to find rest, she felt hunger pangs. Thus, she cautiously rose and tiptoed to the kitchen in search of food. Upon entering, illuminated by the moonlight, she spotted a shadowy figure squatting on the ground, facing away from her. Her heart raced. Was there a thief? Jia Shufan's gaze fixated on the silhouette while her hand sought the rolling pin beside her. Thud. The rolling pin slipped from her grasp, clattering to the floor. The figure spun around swiftly, and Jia Shufan, in a panic, lunged forward, eyes shut tight, flailing her arms and shouting, "Thief!" Suddenly, her mouth was firmly covered, and she heard a husky voice whisper, "Don't shout, Mom, it's me, Gongzi." Jia Shufan's eyes widened in shock as she broke free from his grip, her anger boiling over. "What are you doing here in the dead of night without a word? It nearly scared me to death. Are you rummaging through garbage for food?" Compelled by necessity, Yan Gang, mindful of the late hour and the desire not to disturb the household, retrieved his leftover provisions to quell his hunger. "Jia Shufan, share a portion with me." The mother and son, huddled near the kitchen entrance, partook of the dry rations, washing them down with cold water. In the absence of light, Yan Gang remained oblivious to the scar upon Jia Shufan's face. Upon finishing, they prepared to retire to their respective chambers. Jia Shufan cautioned, "Tread lightly, lest you awaken Xiaowen and your daughter. Otherwise, you may take a makeshift bed in my room." "Yan Gang, there's no need. I am experienced in these matters, and I must also tend to Xiao Yu throughout the night." "Very well, then proceed." Regardless of the hour of his slumber, Yan Gang adhered to his routine. At the first chime of his morning alarm, he tenderly lifted the roused Xiao Yu, lulling her until she drifted back into peaceful sleep. Then gently returned her to Wen Ning's side. He then changed his garments to go for a jog. As he completed his 10th circuit around the field, a man, laboring for breath, hailed him from behind. "Yan Gang. Gongzi, you've returned. Wait, I have something of import to impart to you." It was Ding Litao. Yan Gang marked time, awaiting his approach, his countenance etched with bewilderment. What matter of import could this be? He remains unaware? Ding Litao mused. Indeed. He arrived in the dead of night. He meticulously arranged his thoughts. Chapter 31, Mother, what kind of person do you take me for? Mingjie noticed 2 men at your residence and harbored some misconceptions about your wife, which led to your mother striking her. Consequently, a dispute erupted between the elder and the younger woman. Initially, it was a trivial matter, but your wife escalated the situation to higher authorities. Licking his lips, Ding Litao said, "Gongzi, Minghua and I visited your mother with gifts, and Mingjie also went to apologize on her knees. Do you think you could ask for the matter to be dropped? Mingjie is still young and has learned her lesson." Yan Gang's brow furrowed as he listened. He asked, his lips barely moving, "You still want her to stay in the residential compound?" Ding Litao chuckled awkwardly, "You know how it is. Like your wife. My wife lost her parents early and grew up depending on others. If Mingjie returns to her hometown, her aunt and uncle will arrange a marriage for her, which she doesn't want. So, she doesn't genuinely recognize her mistake," Yan Gang retorted sharply. "She's only apologizing to avoid the consequences." Ding Litao was momentarily stunned. Yan Gang wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued, Brother Ding, when I returned home last night, my mother was still awake. She didn't mention her injury, but quietly sat with me on the floor as I ate some dry food. He paused. My mother is over 50 years old and left her home to help me care for my child. Yet, you want me to bypass her and forgive the person who struck her. How do you think that makes her feel? Ding Litao was speechless. I'll go buy breakfast first. As Yan Gang finished speaking, he dashed away once more. Ding Litao wished to follow but found himself unable to keep up. Alas, this matter seems concluded. He had thought that men were generally more agreeable. Yet he had forgotten that Yan Gang was renowned for being a devoted son and an obedient follower. Meanwhile, Wen Ning emerged with Xiao Yu and inquired of Jia Shufan, who was preparing breakfast. Mother, I noticed the package on the ground. Did Gitch return last night? Yes, indeed. He must have gone for training early this morning. Come. Sit down and eat, Demao. Mao. Hurry up. Wen Ning scrutinized the scars on her mother's face. Mother, did you tell Gitch about your injury? Jia Shufan dismissed the concern lightly. No, what is there to discuss? Even if he knows, he cannot confront Chen Mingjia on my behalf. She recalled bitterly. When I once clashed with the old lady in the team over rations, that boy shouted for her to finish me off, so he could erect a wooden plaque in my honor. Complaining to him is utterly futile. Wen Ning finally grasped the reason behind Mao's erratic speech. It was evidently inherited from Gidge. Just then, Yan Gang entered. Recalling a time in his youth when he had a passion for woodworking but could never afford to waste materials, as opportunities were scarce. He rubbed his nose, pretending not to hear, and strode in with purpose. I bought some buns from the canteen. Oh, Jia Shufan lifted her gaze, well done. Xiaowen loves to eat stuffed pastries. It was only then that Yan Gang noticed her face, marred by 4 swollen, scabbed scars on either side, with one on the right extending to the edge of her lips. It must surely have been painful. With a chilling glint in his eyes, Yan Gang exhaled deeply, Mother. The injury is quite inflamed. After breakfast, we'll go to the hospital to have it redressed. Why waste money on that? Jia Shufan waved her hand dismissively. In a few days, it'll be completely scabbed over. I've endured far worse before. Wen Ning interjected, Mother, Chen Mingjia can reimburse all your medical expenses. Jia Shufan readily changed her tune, her eyes darting about. I'm feeling rather weak and lightheaded. Could the doctor prescribe some infant formula to help me recover? Yan Gang and Wen Ning exchanged bewildered glances. At that moment, Demao and Mao, having finished their morning ablutions, emerged and, upon seeing Yan Gang, erupted into a flurry of excited chatter. Father, you're finally back. Father, someone bullied Grandma yesterday. You're our beacon of justice, a paragon of filial piety. You must avenge Grandma. After breakfast, Wen Ning and Tian Xiaoyi, who arrived punctually, resumed their work on the detachable collars. Yan Gang first took Demao and Mao to school, and upon returning, accompanied Jia Shufan to the hospital to have her dressing changed, cradling Xiaoyu in his arms. Along the way, he learned from Jia Shufan about the recent events. Upon hearing that Wen Ning was earning money making suits, Yan Gang halted in his tracks. His profound eyes filled with astonishment. Mother, what did you just say? How much money is Ning Ning making suits? 14,000. Jia Shufan whispered the figure, nestling close to him, a smug expression on her face. Little Wen gave me 1,000 yuan in wages. Hee, I'm a woman with her own little treasury now. Yan Gang was still reeling. It felt like he had only been gone for a fortnight, not half a year. How could his wife have become so accomplished? Gongzi. Jia Shufan delivered a resounding slap on his back, a warning in her tone. You must not think amiss. The suits are crafted day and night by me and your wife, while the selling is handled by the neighboring Shoei and her brother, and the money is entirely legitimate. Yan Gang chuckled bitterly, Mother, what do you take me for? Jia Shufan pouted, I am merely concerned that you might overthink things. I worry you might feel uncomfortable because your wife earns more than you do. Let me assure you, Xiaowen has said that your roles at home are distinct. She earns to safeguard the family, while you combat adversaries to protect the community. Do not let your mind wander in a way that would be detrimental to her. I am watching you closely. Indeed, Yan Gang felt that with his wife and mother, they could lead a fulfilling life. They represented his most reliable and steadfast support. Given this, he was determined to excel in his role as the vanguard. Yan Gang took Jia Shufan and their daughter to the hospital for a checkup. To change the dressings and procure some supplements for Jia Shufan. The infant's formula was unavailable for the next 3 months, so the doctor prescribed royal jelly and American ginseng, reputed to bolster stamina. After escorting the two back home, he proceeded to his office with the receipts in hand. In the afternoon, he returned with the political department's decisions regarding the altercation. Firstly, Chen Mingjie must publicly apologize to Ning Ning and her mother. Secondly, he is to compensate for the medical expenses. And thirdly, as Commissioner Ding privately assured me, Chen Mingjie will be expelled. Wen Ning glanced at Jia Shufan, who also looked at her, tentatively asking, "Is that sufficient?" Wen Ning nodded. "If it escalates further, she could end up in prison. And we would truly be at odds with Commissioner Ding's family. Although our relationship is already strained, it has not reached the point where Chen Mingjie would face incarceration." Without any dissent from the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, Yan Gang proceeded to finalize the matter. That evening, when the family compound was bustling with the most people, Chen Mingjie was brought to the doorstep of the Yan family by Chen Minghua, where she offered her apologies to Wen Ning and Jia Shufan. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Mingjie felt a profound sense of humiliation. Her hands were tightly intertwined, her teeth clenched as she contemplated turning away. However, at home, her sister and brother-in-law had long warned her. If she failed to navigate this situation, incarceration awaited her. This was her final opportunity. Chen Mingjie bowed deeply to Wen Ning and Jia Shufan, raising her voice. "Aunt Jia, Comrade Wen, I sincerely apologize. Yesterday, I was in the wrong. I should not have insulted Comrade Wen, nor should I have engaged in a confrontation with Aunt Jia." Chapter 32, You Are Exceedingly Unmanly. In response to Chen Mingjie, both Wen Ning and Jia Shufan were rendered speechless. Yet, this time, Yan Gang spoke up. His expression was stern, his voice icy. "Words can lead to calamity, Comrade Chen. I hope you take this as a cautionary lesson, and I also urge the onlookers to reflect upon this." Yan Gang surveyed the crowd, his piercing gaze slicing through the faces before him. "I am often away from home. Should my wife and mother face injustice, I, Yan Gang, will pursue the matter to its conclusion." The gathered crowd recoiled from his sharp glare, many internally criticizing him for suggesting that his wife and mother were weak. In reality, their combined prowess was formidable, particularly his mother, who had earned the nickname Mother Night Owl. After the apologies were exchanged, the Chen sisters departed, and the onlookers returned home. Jia Shufan had already gone to check on the chicken soup simmering on the stove. As Yan Gang and Wen Ning were about to enter the house, a colleague on duty rushed over. "Commander Yan, Comrade Wen, there's a phone call for you from your hometown." "Hometown?" Yan Gang pondered for a moment. "I'll take it." Wen Ning nodded. "Come back soon for dinner." "All right." Yan Gang went to the office where the telephone was installed, answered the phone, and as soon as he said hello, he heard Yan Song's delighted voice on the other end. "Big brother, are you home? Just returned from a mission?" "Yes." Yan Gang's voice softened slightly. "What's the matter?" Considering phone calls are charged by the minute, news from home usually comes in letters, it's rare for them to call. Yan Song immediately began to complain. "Big brother, I wrote 2 letters to my sister-in-law, but she didn't reply to either of them, so I had no choice but to call. The thing is, our cannery is building a new family building, and the apartments are quite large." He prattled on for a long time, before finally revealing the crux of the matter. "Big brother, Yun, and I don't have enough money. Can you lend me 500 yuan? I'll pay you back later." Yan Gang furrowed his thick eyebrows. There must be a reason why Ning Ning didn't reply to the 2 letters. Yan Gang cleared his throat softly. "Third brother, your sister-in-law lost her job." "Ah?" Yan Song was shocked. "Because of having too many children?" "Yes." Yan Song sighed. "I knew we shouldn't have had this child. Big brother, I advised you before, but you didn't believe me. Now that sister-in-law has lost her job, what are you going to do? Are you going to be the only one earning a living? Has sister-in-law thought about finding another job?" Yan Gang's expression turned a bit colder. "The jobs in the family compound are all taken. Third brother, I don't have 500 yuan. How about 300? Withdrawing a step, Yan Song pleaded. "Elder brother, I truly aspire to relocate to a more spacious abode. The current residence necessitates the use of a communal lavatory, and during the winter months, Yun is loath to emerge from the warmth of her bedding. The third brother is considerate of his beloved, Yen Gang mused, massaging his temples before interjecting. Third brother, I find myself in a state of near penury, possessing a mere 3 yuan. Xiaoyu's fine amounts to 1,200. Yen Song was rendered utterly speechless. 1,200. What a squandering of funds that could have been allocated to his housing aspirations. In a fit of pique, Yen Song terminated the telephone call abruptly. Clutching the receiver, Yen Gang reflected for a protracted moment before emitting a soft chuckle. Upon returning home, he found Jia Shufan had just arranged the repast, commencing the serving of rice only upon the assembly of the entire family. Quickly, take your seats and partake in the meal. Who was the caller? The third brother. Yen Gang responded directly, eschewing any attempt at concealment. He expressed a desire to move to a larger dwelling and sought a loan, which I denied. Wen Ning's hand, which had been playfully engaging Xiaoyu, paused momentarily. Jia Shufan rolled her eyes, retorting, a prudent refusal. What need have they of a grander house? Devoid of offspring. They sleep intertwined. How much space could they possibly require? Erma widened his eyes in curiosity, inquiring, is it truly so confined? Is it not feasible to recline independently? Naive youth, she chided, the act of embracing transcends mere spatial constraints. Disregard it. Yen Gang cleared his throat softly, diverting the discourse. The third brother mentioned dispatching 2 letters. Wen Ning rose and retrieved them from the cabinet. Here they are, they arrived yesterday afternoon. Preoccupied with mother's affairs, I neglected to bring them to your attention. See. Alas. Let us defer their perusal until after the meal. Secure them for the interim, lest the repast grow tepid. And thus, the family partook of their meal. Whereupon Yen Gang proceeded to peruse the missives, subsequently summarizing their contents for the assembled company. The missive from our third brother indeed pertains to a loan. Nothing of particular note. The other is a letter penned on behalf of our second sister-in-law by a village scribe. She is aware of our third brother's entreaties for mother to return and care for her daughter and implores mother to remain, as she has taken the child into her home and is providing for her needs. She asserts that, as the child's mother, she would never mistreat her. Lifting his gaze, a perplexed expression now shrouding his austere features. The wretched girl? Is that her daughter's name? Yes, yes. Eagerly affirmed, clinging to his father's arm. Father is terribly unkind to the girl. She leaves her on the ground, heedless of her cries, and refuses her nourishment, reserving it for, who is but 3 years of age. Shared the most striking detail etched in his memory, she allows the chickens and ducks to peck at the girl's face. Unable to comprehend, turned to Mother. Did you not remonstrate with her? I dared not, as the mother-in-law possessed her own reservations, pursing her lips. You may perceive as having a gentle temperament. But should I utter even a few words of admonishment, she retorts that I should concern myself with my own offspring and not interfere with those born of her womb. Silence descended upon the room. Only remained impassive, indifferent. This, she thought, was the wretch's due. Did she mention anything else? Inquired, dispelling the quiet. Glanced at her. She said that mother need not return for the present, but she hopes that we may all spend the new year together, as she longs for our company. She desires his presence, no doubt, her self-proclaimed beloved daughter, chuckled. As for where we spend the new year, I shall defer to mother's decision. She knew that would ultimately choose to return to their ancestral home for the new year, and, as it happened, she, too, harbored a desire to confront mother. At this moment, Jia Shufan waved her hand, indicating that there were still 2 whole months left, and suggested they not dwell on it for now. Xiao Wen. Let us first complete your faux collar. Upon returning to the room, Xiaoyu had fallen asleep. Wen Ning gently tucked her in and shared whispered conversations with Yen Gang. You handled the matter of Yen Song borrowing money exceptionally well. I, too, possess funds but have no intention of lending them to him. Previously, the money he borrowed from you could be attributed to the deep bond of brotherhood between you, but henceforth, he should not expect to extract even a penny from me. Her tone was laced with indifference and a hint of disdain. Yen Gang hesitated before asking, Ning. Did something transpire during your return to your hometown to give birth to Xiaoyu that I am unaware of? Has Yen Song offended you? For a fleeting moment, Wen Ning contemplated revealing the entire truth. After all, harboring such a monumental secret weighed heavily on her, and concealing it from her closest confidant was exhausting. Yet, she restrained herself in time. She speaks half-truths and half-lies, she continued. He is calculating, attempting to coax more money from our mother, while we bear the burden of supporting him in his old age. I perceive him as an ungrateful wretch. And what of the second sister-in-law? He inquired. She treats the younger sister poorly. Wen Ning pursed her lips. Yet she is her progeny, I cannot utter a word. In the future, should you witness the younger sister in distress, do not make unreasonable demands. Yan Gang chuckled, how could that be? Moreover, that is her own daughter. She will not suffer excessively. Is that so? Wen Ning mused, believing that by the time the new year arrived, Yan Gang would have his eyes opened wide to the reality. Nevertheless, the most pressing matter at hand remained the completion of the faux collar. The following day, Wen Ning, Tian Xiua, and Jia Shufan all commenced their work with diligence. With no special assignments, the strict Captain Yan took his daughter to work, focusing on the pressing tasks at hand. Bearing a cloth satchel crafted by Wen Ning in his right hand, which contained infant formula, a feeding bottle, repurposed cloth diapers fashioned from old garments, and a pair of spare trousers, he cradled his nearly 4-month-old daughter, Xiaoyu, in his left arm with effortless grace, as if carrying a delicate figurine. Onlookers whispered and chuckled covertly at the sight. Zhou Jianxiang, upon beholding Yan Gang, was utterly astonished, extending a trembling index finger. Yan, why have you brought your daughter to work? That is so unmanly. Chapter 33, Avoid the cesspool. Undaunted, Yan Gang continued his stride, his countenance unwavering. Is it more manly to leave the child at home for the elders to care for? That is not the point, Zhou Jianxiang retorted, catching up to him. Your elderly mother traveled a great distance specifically to care for your child. What else would she do at home? Stare blankly at your wife? Entering the office, Yan Gang set down the bag and shifted the infant to his other arm. He responded unhurriedly and with a sense of entitlement, are they not entitled to some respite? Zhou Jianxiang, an impetuous soul, nearly choked on his words. How is caring for a child not restful? They do not have to toil, merely change diapers and prepare formula. Yan Gang nodded in agreement. Precisely, which is why I need not toil either, and have brought her to work. Respite? He was outmatched, utterly outmaneuvered. Zhou Jianxiang chuckled in exasperation. With such a silver tongue, I believe you are better suited to be a political commissar than a regimental commander. Yan Gang remained noncommittal. Abruptly inquiring, do you know what your wife has been occupied with recently? What else could she be doing? Zhou Jianxiang waved his hand dismissively. Nothing more than the usual tasks, laundry, cooking, cleaning, fetching and carrying the children, and perhaps gossiping with your wife over knitting if she has some spare time. Elmer chuckled softly. As he exited his residence, the neighboring Mrs. Xiaoyi was merrily operating her sewing machine within his abode. According to Comrade Jia Shufan, Mrs. Xiaoyi had procured that very sewing machine through her own industrious efforts. What manner of man remains ignorant of his own wife's daily endeavors? Preposterous. Though Zhou Jianxiang remained oblivious to the source of Elmer's amusement, he inexplicably felt a tinge of ridicule. He rose to his feet and declared, very well. I offered my sincere counsel, yet you remain incredulous. When complications arise, I shall observe how you manage the child. How shall I manage? I shall cradle her. Throughout the entirety of the day, Commander Elmer cradled his daughter while perusing documents, guiding the deputy commander in orchestrating the training missions of the subordinate battalions and companies, and diligently inspecting the military training regimen. He had become a spectacle, yet none dared to openly comment. Lunch was consumed in the mess hall. As Commander Elmer was engrossed in his meal, Zhou Aigua approached him with a genial demeanor. Young Elmer, I hear you brought your daughter to work today? Elmer promptly relinquished his chopsticks, rose to his feet while cradling his daughter, and stood at attention. Affirmative, Chief. Today's tasks are not overly demanding. And due to unforeseen circumstances involving my mother and spouse, I have brought my child to work for a single day. I assure you it will not impede my duties. Relax, haha. Zhou Aigua leaned in to playfully engage with the infant Jade in his arms. Having just completed an urgent mission, a brief respite to care for your child is permissible. Savor the joys of familial bliss. This is, after all, the essence of having family accompany the military. While our hearts are devoted to the nation, we must also tend to our domestic sphere. Elmer's voice resonated with solemnity. Understood. Zhou Aigua departed after a brief exchange. Subsequent to his departure, Several female comrades from the cultural troupe approached in unison to cradle the infant, eliciting joyous giggles from little Jade. Your daughter is quite fair and possesses delicate features, Comrade Yen, she'll undoubtedly blossom into a great beauty. Yen Gang concurred, she takes after my wife. Comrade Yen. Your daughter's given name is Yen Ryu, is it not? A truly lovely name, befitting a precious jewel. Yen Gang assented, indeed, my wife chose it. Little Yu is so well behaved, not at all fussy. Daughters are far easier to raise than mischievous boys, wouldn't you agree? Yen Gang affirmed, yes. She takes after my wife in that regard, she's very docile. It was confirmed, Comrade Yen was indeed devoted to his wife. The day proceeded smoothly for the devoted husband and father, Yen Gang, as he cared for his daughter. The disruption occurred when he left work early with his child and encountered two men hastily carrying his son, Mao, as if bearing a corpse. Yen Gang briskly intercepted them, furrowing his brow. Halt! Who are you, and why are you carrying my son in such a manner? Upon seeing his father, Mao opened his mouth, attempting to speak, but no words came forth. He gestured wildly in distress. One of the men carrying him promptly explained. Are you the father of Yen Chuan? During class, Yen Chuan pulled a female classmate's hair and tied it in a knot around his tongue. He's in considerable pain and unable to speak. We're taking him to the hospital for treatment. Mao nodded emphatically in confirmation. Fearing that time was of the essence and his tongue might be severed, the school had specifically assigned 2 robust male teachers to carry him. Yen Gang was mortified. This is rather embarrassing, he conceded. He stepped aside. I implore you to take him to the hospital immediately. I shall escort my daughter home and then join you. Very well, the 2 men replied, before hurrying away with Mao. Following Yen Gang's bringing his daughter to work, Mao's being carried to the hospital became the second major topic of discussion in the residential compound today. On the way back with Mao, Yen Gang received numerous greetings. Mao, is your tongue alright? Don't do that again, if you become mute, your grandma will beat you. And you won't even be able to cry out. How awful. I recall a similar incident last year. Didn't you get your head stuck in a desk drawer? And when you couldn't pull it out, you lifted the entire desk trying to get up, and then had to borrow a hammer to dismantle the desk? Haha. The year before, at the nursery, he asked the teacher if fingers could be sharpened like pencils. At the Yen household, Jia Shufan's hands were itching upon hearing the story. Mao immediately noticed and covered his mouth. Grandma, I'm a patient, the doctor prescribed medicine for me. You can't hit me today. Jia Shufan glared, you brought it upon yourself. How can you be so mischievous? Who taught you to tie your tongue with hair? No one did, Mao sighed. Class is so boring, I just find things to do. Jia Shufan's anger flared, I think you're just idle. Yen Gang patted her shoulder. Decisive, starting tomorrow, Mao and Mao will each train with me for an hour in the morning and evening. If the mischievous boy has too much energy, then he can expend it. Jia Shufan's eyes lit up, that's great. What's great about it? It's so cold. Mao was utterly shocked, wailing and lamenting. Mao, besides being taken aback, also felt anger. He was completely implicated by his younger brother. The introverted Mao would not yell or scream in anger. He chose to silently hold a grudge. Seated to one side, Wen Ning gazed absently at Mao, her mind replaying memories from her previous life. She recalled that Mao's mischievousness had led Yen Gang to instruct the brothers to train with him, but on that occasion, Mao seemed to have caused even greater trouble. He had detonated the cesspit, returning covered in filth. Mom. Mao had run to seek his mother's support. Big brother and I are only 7, and it's so cold. Can you bear to see us suffer? Their mother, being the eldest in the family, would prevent them from training, and their father and grandmother would be powerless to intervene. Wen Ning smiled, gently stroking his head, her tone tender. Training to strengthen your body is a good thing. If you're cold, just dress warmly. Mao. Promise Mom that you won't go near the cesspit except for number 1 and number 2, okay? Unable to persuade his mother, Mao stamped his foot in displeasure. If I'm not peeing or pooping, why would I go to the cesspit? I'm not a dog, going there for a meal. Wen Ning. Who knows if any of it ended up in your mouth? The following day, Yen Gang took the 2 children for morning exercises at 6:30. After an hour, they returned to shower, eat, and then go to school and work. Wen Ning and Jia Shufan continued to look after the children and rushed to make false callers. The days passed peacefully until the day when Ning, Lu Wei, and Song Yuanshu had agreed upon for them to come and collect their suits. Lu Wei and Song Yuanshu were once again led inside. As soon as he entered the house, Lu Wei eagerly inquired, "Sister, did we cause you any trouble the last time we came?" "Someone came to ask me about the situation, and I told them everything truthfully." Upon being interrogated by the military's political department for the first time, Lu Wei nearly soiled himself with fright. He frantically pondered whether his recent frequent matchmaking encounters had led him to encounter a female enemy agent. But what would a female enemy agent see in him? What would she be after? His advanced age? His aversion to bathing? When Ning demurred, there was no imposition. Someone was merely courting trouble. To put it plainly, Chen Mingjie, who was previously matched with Comrade Song, slandered me. I reported her, and she has now been repatriated to her hometown. Is that so? Lu Wei nudged his friend beside him, lamenting, "Your taste is even worse than mine. Would you like to meet some of the women I know?" Song Yuanshu rolled his eyes, "No need, keep them for yourself." After a brief interlude of jesting, Song Yuanshu tried on the red plaid suit that Wen Ning had presented. The ensemble, viewed in isolation, was rather flamboyant and ostentatious, but when donned by the upright and handsome Song Yuanshu, it imbued him with a touch of ardor and enhanced his elegance and allure, rendering him debonair. "Dashing!" Jia Shufan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, and standing beside him. She began to prattle, "Xiao Song, heed your aunt's advice, wear this to your next matchmaking encounter. Girls always judge by appearances at first sight. Wen Ning and my son also met through matchmaking. I've never understood what she saw in my son. Considering he grew up in the countryside and is a roughneck, it's highly probable that she was drawn to his." Ahem. A familiar cough and Wen Ning's interjection echoed from the doorway, simultaneously interrupting her. Yan Gang had returned. He cast a somewhat helpless glance at his mother, "Mom." With a guilty conscience, Jia Shufan relinquished the child to Yan Gang. "You're back. Here, hold Xiaoyu. I'll fetch some water for our guest." She hastily excused herself. When Ning sighed inwardly, her mother-in-law was good in every way, except that she sometimes couldn't control her tongue. She stepped forward, smiling, to introduce everyone, "Lu Wei, my business associate. Song Yuanshu, he commissioned a suit for me. This is my husband, Yan Gang." Yan Gang cradled the baby in his left arm, shaking hands with his right. Song Yuanshu remained composed, but Lu Wei's hand trembled. The very hand that had just grasped his had fought against the Japanese and hurled grenades on the battlefield. Heavens! He had shaken hands with a pillar of the nation in his lifetime. He would not wash his hand for 7 days. Lu Wei gazed at Yan Gang with sparkling eyes. Clearing her throat, Wen Ning inquired whether Song Yuanshu's suit required any alterations. Upon receiving a negative response, she turned to Yan Gang, "Entertain Comrade Song, while Comrade Lu Wei and I discuss some business." "Very well." Yan Gang readily agreed, giving Lu Wei a slight nod of acknowledgement. Lu Wei followed Wen Ning into the room in a daze. "Comrade Lu, do you think you could sell this?" Wen Ning handed Lu Wei a Dacron Dicky. Startled, Lu Wei reached out to take it. Remembering himself, he quickly used his left hand, the one that hadn't shaken hands with Commander Yen, to receive it. He examined it from every angle, affirming, "Yes, I can sell it. Isn't this the popular Dicky everyone's wearing these days? Look, I'm wearing one myself today." When Ning smiled, "How much do you think you could sell one for?" Lu Wei's mind finally cleared, his eyes widening. "Sister, you're making these, and I'm going to sell them?" "Yes." Wen Ning walked to the side, revealing a bag filled with various Dickies. "Having toiled relentlessly these past days, I present these to you for sale, trusting you to offer a fair price." Inspecting each piece, Lu Wei noted the unique patterns and novel designs, far surpassing the monotonous offerings in stores. His mind raced as he calculated a price. Upon rising, he proposed, "Sister, I acquired this similar item for 8 yuan and could sell it for 6 yuan. I'll purchase yours for 4 yuan apiece, is that agreeable?" This would yield him a profit of 2 yuan per item. It was a reasonable offer, considering the customary doubling of profits in the garment industry. Wen Ning had anticipated an offer of 3 yuan, so 4 yuan exceeded her expectations. "Very well," Wen Ning replied. "I can provide a maximum of 600 pieces. With 400 available now and the remainder ready in 5 days. After a pause, she added, if this proves lucrative, feel free to use my designs as templates and engage others to produce them. Excellent, excellent. Lu Wei exclaimed, envisioning substantial earnings that would ensure a prosperous new year. As he neared the exit, a sudden thought struck him, causing him to freeze. He turned back, inquiring, Sister, are these detachable collars made entirely from the remnant fabrics from that previous batch? Knowing that deception was futile, Wen Ning conceded, yes, they are. Lu Wei felt as though the sky were collapsing. This meant Wen Ning's total expenditure, including buttons and thread, did not exceed 150 yuan for 600 detachable collars, which she was poised to sell for 2,400 yuan. In the living room, an older father of 3 and a bachelor found themselves in an awkward conversation. Yan Gang noticed that Jia Shufan retreated to the kitchen when he needed her support the most. Clearing his throat, Yan Gang initiated the conversation. Comrade Song, your attire is quite distinctive. I haven't encountered anyone else wearing anything similar. What prompted you to seek out my wife to create this ensemble? Song Yuanshu responded with candor. Frankly, I harbor a pragmatic motive. I perceive the domestic apparel market as exceedingly monotonous, predominantly consisting of monochromatic shades. It represents an untapped market ripe for exploitation. And I aspire to penetrate it. In essence, he sought to engage in the clothing trade. Cognizant of the prevailing ubiquity of green military uniforms, Song Yuanshu anticipated encountering disdain from a military man. To his astonishment, Yan Gang concurred with his assessment. Times are evolving, Yan Gang remarked. As the populace attains gastronomic satiety, they will invariably pursue aesthetic gratification. The realms of clothing, sustenance, accommodation, and transportation will undergo incessant metamorphosis. Venturing into the garment industry is an astute choice. Song Yuanshu's countenance betrayed astonishment. Yan Gang offered a rueful smile. I partake in reading books and newspapers, and I listen to the news. I am not the unrefined boor my mother portrays me to be. Song Yuanshu chuckled, then tentatively inquired, in that case, would you endorse your spouse collaborating with me in this business venture? Assuredly, Yan Gang affirmed without hesitation, his voice resolute. Provided that my wife is amenable, I will unconditionally endorse any decision she makes. Subsequent to bidding farewell to Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei, Yan Gang entered the residence, where he overheard Jia Shufan's animated voice. He desires the entire lot? Allow me to calculate. At 4 yuan apiece, 600 pieces, 4 times 6 equals 24? That amounts to 2,400 yuan. Being magnanimous, let us deduct the overhead costs. Xiao Wen, we have accrued 2,000 yuan in a mere fortnight. That is equivalent to 3.5 years' worth of Gongzi's wages. Yan Gang. It's really unnecessary to compare salaries. Chapter 35, infiltrating his home over the subsequent 5 days, Wen Ning, Jia Shufan, and Tian Xiaoyi completed the final batch of detachable collars. Lu Wei arrived to collect the goods and settle the payment. He excitedly inquired of Wen Ning, Sister Wen, these detachable collars are selling exceptionally well. Since you're discontinuing production, I'm thinking of hiring a few aunties to take over. Would you be available to supervise and provide guidance? Knowing that he would seek out others to continue production, Wen Ning was unwilling to relinquish such a lucrative opportunity. After a moment's contemplation, she responded, very well. I happen to have some business in Luqing. Allow me to inform my mother, and I'll be with you shortly. Excellent, there's no rush. Lu Wei procured 5 used sewing machines from an unknown source and enlisted 5 local women to commence production in the warehouse where he stored his fabric inventory. Wen Ning followed Lu Wei on her bicycle and observed the women working diligently. To their left were piles of pre-cut fabric, and to their right were stacks of finished detachable collars. Wen Ning picked one up for closer inspection, noting that it lacked the exquisite craftsmanship of their previous work. The stitching was uneven and coarse, with numerous loose threads. After examining a few more collars and observing the women's technique, she turned to Lu Wei and stated, indeed. I have a few suggestions. Please, Sister Wen, enlighten me. Lu Wei's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to receive her instruction. Wen Ning chuckled, noting that the aunt she had found was indeed adept with a sewing machine. However, it was evident that the aunts clad in yellow, the one with short hair, and the one with a pointed face possessed rather impatient temperaments. They were well suited for cutting and sewing fabric, while the other 2 aunts exhibited meticulousness and patience. Albeit at a slower pace, they could be entrusted with tasks such as sewing buttons and assembling It would be more refined to allocate the process of creating faux collars to designated individuals. Lu Wei scratched his head, quietly acknowledging that they were paid by the piece, offering 50 cents for each faux collar. Wen Ning replied, "You can still earn well." Undeterred, she continued to propose ideas, suggesting that the tasks could be divided into stitching the placket for 1 dime and sewing buttons for another dime. Lu Wei, pondering this, replied, "I'll revise my approach." "Thank you, sister." As he escorted Wen Ning out, he couldn't help but inquire, "Sister Wen, what brings you to Luqing? Do you need any assistance?" Wen Ning was candid. "I intend to visit the store to look for a television and a camera. With some spare money in hand, our household could use a few additions. The television would serve to entertain my mother-in-law, who often finds herself bored, while the camera is to capture fleeting moments, as in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyu has already turned 4 months old. I wish to document some of the children's growth." With a clap of his hands, Lu Wei exclaimed, "For purchasing appliances, you should consult Brother Song. His mother is the general manager of a department store. Come, Sister Wen, I shall take you to find him. And the 3 of us can enjoy lunch together." Wen Ning did not decline, recognizing the advantages of having connections in such matters. However, she was unprepared for Lu Wei to lead her to wait outside a dilapidated factory for Song Yuanshu. Despite the pervasive drabness of the era, this establishment was remarkably dilapidated. With the 5 characters of Red Star Garment Factory askew at the entrance. "Comrade Song is inside?" Wen Ning inquired with curiosity. Lu Wei nodded, "Indeed. He's been occupied with acquisition negotiations with the factory director these past few days, aiming to purchase the garment factory and become its proprietor." Wen Ning raised an eyebrow slightly, taken aback. In this era, those willing to invest in becoming entrepreneurs possessed considerable audacity. She hadn't anticipated that Song Yuanshu's courage stemmed, in part, from her influence. Half an hour later, at a state-run restaurant, Song Yuanshu rose to hand her chopsticks. "Wen, I've observed the remarkable success of the white suits and detachable collars you've been producing. I believe that monochrome won't remain the dominant trend indefinitely. So I'm considering acquiring a factory to engage in garment production." Wen Ning, having been reborn, was acutely aware of the rapid pace of development in the coming decades. She nodded, encouraging Song Yuanshu. "It's feasible, you'll succeed." Song Yuanshu resumed his seat, inviting with a smile, "Wen, would you be interested in collaborating with me?" Wen Ning spontaneously retorted, "Me? What could I possibly contribute?" Her expertise was limited to capitalizing on her experience to seize opportunities and earn modest profits. In her previous life, her subsequent earnings didn't originate from factory ownership. She engaged in wholesale, established a clothing store, and gradually developed her own brand, progressing step by step to achieve prominence. Upon this realization, Wen Ning's thoughts stirred. In this second life, perhaps she could expedite the establishment of her own brand. Song Yuanshu's resonant voice interjected, "Wen, your guidance on the production direction of each season's apparel would suffice." Her discerning eye would ensure the popularity of any product she endorsed. While Wen Ning was still contemplating, Lu Wei, engrossed in his meal, promptly raised his hand. "I also wish to participate. I intend to engage in sales and ensure successful transactions." Song Yuanshu maintained a serious demeanor, asserting that if you could persuade Sister Wen, you would be welcomed into the fold. Lu Wei then turned to enthusiastically persuade Wen Ning. Overwhelmed, Wen Ning smiled and promised, "I will give it careful consideration, please allow me some time." She was not inclined to acquiesce so readily. In the afternoon, Wen Ning first visited the Hongxing garment factory, where she discovered outdated equipment, obsolete fabrics, and a disorganized workforce. Observing her expression, Song Yuanshu reassured her. "I will handle all operational matters, Sister Wen, you need not worry. You are our factory's highest advisor." Yet, when Ning reiterated her stance, she would ponder it at home. Deep down, however, she recognized her growing interest. The only remaining considerations were the allocation of responsibilities, the distribution of profits, and the formalization in a contract. Subsequently, Song Yuanshu took her to a department store, assisting her in acquiring a television and a camera at the most favorable prices. When Ning returned to the residential compound, laden with her purchases, the television was quite large, conspicuously strapped to the back of her bicycle, attracting attention as she made her way home. "Ah, Xiao Wen. You bought a television. Impressive. Did you purchase it from a state-run store? Is it genuine? Nice. I might get one too, your Gmail will be overjoyed tonight. For those with whom she shared a good rapport, Wen Ning answered their inquiries. Yet, for those who spoke with a hint of envy, she chose to ignore them entirely. Wen Ning also spotted Chen Minghua, who was holding a bag and seemed poised to greet her. Pretending not to notice, she pedaled swiftly past. On the roadside, Chen Minghua's expression turned rigid in an instant, her hands clenched tightly at her sides, filled with resentment. Why? Why should Wen Ning disregard her? It was unequivocally their family who was being aggressive. Despite neither Jia Shufan nor Wen Ning sustaining any injuries, they feigned vulnerability, prompting Yan Gang to intervene and forcefully send her sister, Mingjia, back to the countryside. How much hardship must Mingjia have endured upon her return? In recent days, Chen Minghua has been unable to sleep soundly at night, constantly thinking of her sister. She had initially intended to proactively mend her relationship with Wen Ning, hoping to facilitate Mingjia's return, but alas. Chen Minghua clenched her teeth. At that moment, Li Chui from the family planning office hastily approached. She and Chen Minghua were on good terms. She was the one who accompanied Chen Minghua to Wen Ning's residence last time to persuade Wen Ning to undergo sterilization. Li Chui greeted her and was about to leave when Chen Minghua abruptly stopped her. Why are you in such a hurry? What's the matter? Li Chui glanced around furtively, lowering her voice. There's a comrade in the cultural troupe who's pregnant with a second child. Every time I go to talk to her, she avoids me. Her eldest son even chased us out. So, I'm taking advantage of her husband being home to go and reason with them. Chen Minghua scoffed coldly. What's the point of reasoning? The fact that you were disciplined for Wen Ning's refusal to undergo sterilization has spread far and wide. No one is willing to heed your words, Director Li, anymore. If you ask me, you should just find a few people to lie in wait at her house. The moment she comes out, drag her to the hospital for an abortion. Chapter 36, Educating De Mao and Air Mao consumed by indignation. Chen Minghua's words lacked their usual composure and gentleness, instead brimming with animosity. Li Chui was taken aback. Before she could respond, Chen Minghua glanced at her watch. In my opinion, you shouldn't even bother persuading her. Just bring people tomorrow morning to apprehend her and perform the abortion. It's your job, who can say anything? I must return home now, to prepare a meal for my child. She departed hastily, leaving Li Chui staring at her departing figure. Suddenly recalling the words of advice Wen Ning had offered her last time. It is imperative to maintain composure and avoid impetuous actions, lest encountering a vengeful individual who might inflict harm, with the most dire consequences befalling her two daughters. Minghua's preceding remarks were indeed imprudent. Reminiscent of the prior incident involving coercing Wen Ning, an approach that is entirely unacceptable. Without further hesitation, Li Chui resumed her efforts. Prepared to explore alternative strategies should persuasion prove insufficient, ensuring that a forceful removal was averted. Meanwhile, Wen Ning's return home, laden with the television, was met with an enthusiastic reception from her family. Yan Gang busied himself with the task of unloading the television and determining its placement. Air Mao, in a state of exuberant excitement, circled the appliance, his movements akin to a playful dance, before abruptly questioning, "This is a monochrome set, mother. Some of my classmates possess color televisions. Why didn't we acquire a color television?" The rationale, of course, lay in the stark price disparity. A black and white television cost a mere $450, whereas a color television commanded a price of $1,100, necessitating a wait for delivery from out of town. Wen Ning affectionately stroked his head, reassuringly stating, "When you come of age, you shall furnish our home with a color television." De Mao, interjecting, remarked, it would be a blessing if he merely refrained from causing mischief. "Mother, during today's music lesson," Air Mao loudly declared that her acne-covered face resembled that of a toad, causing the teacher to weep. Wen Ning, taken aback, exclaimed, "Weep? Why not retaliate?" Air Mao, utterly dumbfounded, stomped his foot in indignation, protesting, "Yan De Mao, why did you tattle on me? I implored you not to divulge this." "I made no such promise," De Mao retorted. Mother, Air Mao, under the delusion that covering his ears would render him inaudible, spent a considerable portion of the lesson with his ears concealed, emitting prolonged, rapturous howls, nearly prompting the teacher to summon his parents. Wen Ning and the others exchanged bewildered glances, silently questioning, "Does this child truly possess any semblance of intelligence?" Air Mao, his face flushed crimson, lunged at De Mao, exclaiming, "Yan De Mao, I shall have my revenge." Jia Shufan grasped Mao by the nape and lifted him onto a chair, instructing. Your father has turned on the television, keep it down. Mao, unwilling to relent, widened his eyes defiantly. Mao gently brushed the dust from his clothes, elevating his chin with pride. Humph, look what you brought upon me. The family gathered in front of the television, while next door, Tian Xiaoa and Zhou Jianqiang arrived with their children to join the festivities. Wow, are you watching a football match? This television is quite impressive. Come in and take a seat. The two families crowded into the small living room, creating a lively atmosphere. Just then, Wen Ning retrieved her camera and handed it to Tian Xiaoa. Sister Xiaoa, could you take a family photo for us? Before Tian Xiaoa could respond, Jia Shufan sprang to her feet, bustling away to change her clothes. Wen Ning smiled, ready to instruct Tian Xiaoa on how to operate the camera. But Zhou Jianqiang shoved Tian Xiaoa aside. How could you possibly know how to do it? Little Wen, you teach me, I'll help you take the photo. Wen Ning was momentarily at a loss for words. Tian Xiaoa shot Zhou Jianqiang a glare and hesitantly replied, Alright, little Wen, you instruct him. I'm a bit anxious about messing it up. Then I'll teach you slowly afterward, Wen Ning responded with a friendly smile. My mother hasn't come out yet. Otherwise, I could take a picture of you first to demonstrate for Captain Zhou. Tian Xiaoa awkwardly brushed her hair and tugged at her clothes. I'm just in casual wear, oh dear, it wouldn't be fair for just me to be photographed. Hey, Aiden, Dayton, Danmei, Xiaodan, come over quickly. Aunt Wen is going to take our picture. Alright. That evening, Wen Ning's camera captured several precious photographs. The most significant of which was undoubtedly the family portrait of the six of them in front of the television. Radiant with laughter, they reveled in marital bliss and tranquility. That evening, Wen Ning broached the subject of Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei's invitation to collaborate on establishing a factory with Yan Gang, whose stance was unequivocally supportive. If you desire to pursue it, do so, I will support you. After a brief pause, he inquired, if you are concerned about contractual disputes, such as profit distribution. I have a comrade who, after retiring from the military, works in the judiciary department in Luqing. Shall I pen a letter of introduction for you to present to him tomorrow for consultation? Overwhelmed with gratitude, Wen Ning embraced him tightly, exclaiming, Gang, you are truly wonderful. You are my most steadfast pillar of support. In both this life and the previous one, he had unconditionally supported her decisions, providing unwavering protection and assistance. Yan Gang reciprocated the embrace, chuckling, My mother has cautioned me against harboring any ulterior motives, so how could I possibly mistreat you? Boss Wen. You have not only captivated me but also my mother, quite impressive. Nestling in his arms, Wen Ning playfully retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? You are already addressing me as boss. It is only a matter of time, he replied. The following day, Wen Ning presented Yan Gang's letter to his former comrade, seeking counsel on matters pertaining to collaborative factory ventures. After gaining clarity on the matter, she engaged in discussions with Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei. After several trips back and forth, coupled with procedural formalities, a week later, Wen Ning, by contributing her technical expertise as equity, secured a 30% stake in the Red Star Garment Factory, assuming the role of head of design and research. Song Yuanshu invested 90,000, acquiring a 51% stake and overseeing operations. Lu Wei invested 10,000, holding a 19% stake and managing sales. Following the signing of the contract, the trio celebrated with a celebratory meal before embarking on their respective tasks. Wen Ning determined that the inaugural product to be manufactured would be suits. During the assembly, she decisively concluded that with the Lunar New Year only a month away, it was too late to produce winter garments. The focus should shift to crafting spring and summer attire for the upcoming year, and she pledged to devise additional patterns for new suit styles. Apart from her atelier work, Wen Ning would also visit various fabric mills to secure materials. She was intensely occupied, leaving domestic affairs and the care of her 3 children to Jia Shufan and Yan Gang, who assisted when available. One day, as Wen Ning cycled back to the compound, she noticed a large gathering, abuzz with commotion. Approaching, she discerned a woman's anguished cry. Dabao. My Dabao, please don't leave your mother. The voice ceased abruptly as the woman fainted, and people promptly carried her towards the hospital. Wen Ning observed directly among them, her face etched with anxiety. Lift her carefully, avoid pressing her abdomen, she's expecting. And the one on the ground, get him to the hospital as well. As Wen Ning stood puzzled, Jia Shufan, who was holding Xiao Yu and observing the scene, spotted her and hurried over, urgently exclaiming, Xiao Wen, you're back. Quickly go and admonish De Mao and Air Mao to refrain from climbing utility poles. Wen Ning frowned, inquiring if a child had died from climbing a utility pole. Yes. Electrocuted. Jia Shufan exclaimed, patting her chest in fright. His hair was charred, and his face. Oh dear, his mother is pregnant with their second child. She's utterly devastated. We must discipline De Mao and Air Mao, especially Air Mao. As she continued to ramble, Wen Ning recalled the incident. It had occurred in her previous life as well, and it was the very catalyst for the demise of Director Li from the family planning office. The female comrade had just been taken to terminate her second pregnancy, and her eldest son had perished due to an electrical accident. In her moment of despair, she contemplated suicide, prompting her husband to confront Director Li. However, Wen Ning had just overheard Director Li mention that the woman was expecting. Perhaps, this time, it would not unfold as it had in the past. That evening, Jia Shufan, Wen Ning, and Yan Gang were engaged in safety education for De Mao and Air Mao when there was a knock at the door. It was Director Li, who arrived bearing a can of malt milk and several red apples. Upon entering, Yan Gang introduced De Mao and Air Mao to her before taking the children to the back room to complete their homework, leaving Jia Shufan and Wen Ning to attend to their guest. As soon as the door to the back room closed, Jia Shufan immediately inquired with curiosity, Director Li, how is the pregnant woman who fainted today? Is her child saved? Alas, it is hopeless, Li Chui replied with a bitter smile. The pregnant woman, clinging to the thought of her unborn child, had a fleeting desire to survive. When she left the hospital, she was still on and four, tears streaming down her face. Her cries heart-wrenching. Her partner stood by, questioning why the electric pole had leaked, vowing to topple every electric pole in the family compound. Li Chui felt a chill run through her, prompting her to buy some gifts and visit Wen Ning. She reflected that had it not been for Wen Ning's timely warning, she would have heeded Chen Minghua's advice and taken the pregnant woman for an abortion. What if the woman had truly followed her eldest son? Would her husband not seek revenge on her? Overcome with gratitude, Li Chui approached and grasped Wen Ning's hands, saying, Comrade Wen, thank you. I should not have held prejudice against you in the past. My daughter-in-law is exceptionally kind, yet Jia Shufan wonders why you harbor such prejudice. Isn't it true that Chen Minghua and her sister often assert in her presence that Wen Ning is unworthy of Commander Yan? They suggest that to secure Commander Yan's affection, she should willingly forsake her career to bear a second child. Li Chui, due to her professional commitments, frequently quotes the adage that women can hold up half the sky and thus holds a particular disdain for women who seek to attach themselves to men. However, the reality is that Wen Ning does not cling to Commander Yan, rather, she is treated like a treasured panda within the Yan household. Li Chui chuckles awkwardly, admitting that she was foolish in the past and made mistakes. Jia Shufan scoffs, stating that acknowledging one's errors is sufficient. She reminds Li Chui that my daughter-in-law is the finest woman in this community, while she herself begrudgingly accepts the second position. Wen Ning responds with a bemused expression, Mother, you certainly have the courage to boast. Clearing her throat, Li Chui refrains from interjecting further and presents her second purpose for visiting. Comrade Wen, I have heard that you are taking on sewing work. Coincidentally, my husband has an old classmate who operates a photography studio in Luqing. She wishes to commission a few distinctive men's suits and women's wedding dresses. Could you assist? Wedding dresses? In Wen Ning's recollection from her past life, wedding photo packages were exorbitantly priced. When she and Yan Gang celebrated their 30th wedding anniversary, their son Mao insisted they partake in a trendy photo shoot, resulting in a package costing over 10,000, the photos of which she found so unappealing that she wished to incinerate them on the spot. At this moment, Wen Ning felt a spark of interest, replying, I can take a look. Li Chui smiled, great. I'll take a day off tomorrow, and we'll visit her studio together. The following day was the weekend. Jia Shufan eagerly embraced Xiao Yu to gossip with old friends, while Mao insisted on accompanying Wen Ning to the city. He patted his chest and declared with utmost sincerity, Father is at work, and Mother, it is unsafe for you and Aunt Li, two young girls, to venture out alone. Allow me to protect you. De Mao refused to join, raising the little book in his hand, I haven't finished reading yet. Mao leaned in to read, Shui Su, and exclaimed, Hey, why is there a third water? De Mao rolled his eyes, read with me, it's Shui Hu, when you go out. Don't mention that I have a solemn younger brother. Mao pouted, there's no such bizarre character in my dictionary. What is there to be proud of if your dictionary is missing words? Just as it seemed the two brothers were about to quarrel, Wen Ning chuckled and said, all right. Mao, come with me, but you must stay close at all times. As the year draws to a close, there are more traffickers about. All right. On the way. Mao sat on the back of Wen Ning's bicycle, amusing Li Chui to fits of laughter. Unable to contain herself, Li Chui praised, Mao. You are not at all as mischievous as the rumors in the compound suggest, you are quite a sensible child. Mao retorted, Aunt Li. You are also not the unreasonable shrew I thought you were when we first met. The mention of past events left Li Chui feeling extremely awkward. Thus, amidst their banter, they arrived at the photography studio owned by Li Chui's old classmate. The studio had a rather large faade, with festive and attractive photographs displayed on the glass windows. Upon entering with the mother and son, they found others inside taking passport photos. The female owner raised her camera and called out cheese, followed by a click as the photo was taken. After sending off the customers, Li Chui introduced everyone, Wen Ning, this is the seamstress I found for you, her skills are exceptional. This is her son, Mao. Little Wen, this is my old classmate Zhang Yanan, the owner of this shop. Zhang Yanan, with her short hair and slender figure, possesses well-defined features, embodying a sense of efficiency. She warmly invites a few individuals to take a seat and offers Mao a handful of big white rabbit candies before confiding in Wen Ning about her troubles. Previously, when couples came to our shop for wedding photos, they would either bring their own attire or wear outfits from our store, men in Zhongshan suits or blazers, while women typically don shirts. However, these days, such attire no longer appeals to them, as they insist on white wedding gowns, much like those seen in Shanghai. As the adults engage in serious discussions, Mao finds himself rather bored. Hesitant to wander too far, he perches on the steps at the entrance, resting his chin on his palm while gazing across the street. There, a stout man is energetically popping popcorn, surrounded by a gaggle of children who chatter excitedly, scampering away with their hands over their ears just before the cannon furnace erupts. Sighing wistfully, Mao reflects on his missteps that have led to the forfeiture of his pocket money. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly indulge in popcorn, enjoying its delightful crunch. He wipes away the drool that has slipped from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, a plump, round-faced woman with squinty eyes approaches him, greeting him with a smile. Little one, how old are you? Mao glances up at her, thinking to himself. What business is that of yours? The round-faced woman furrows her brow and inquires, where are your guardians? Rolling his eyes, he retorts. They've gone to visit your husband's grave. The woman's squinty eyes narrow with menace as she forces a smile, saying, Auntie will buy you some candy, shall we? How generous of you. Mao snaps back. As the woman clenches her fist, signaling to someone in the distance, Mao suddenly raises his head and says, Auntie, I have 3 younger brothers and 2 sisters. Could you give me a little extra money so I can buy them some sweets? The round-faced woman's heart leaped with joy. Excellent, where are they? Mao rose, dusting off his hands. I'll take you to them, but you must compensate me first, a mere 5 yuan. 5 yuan is hardly a pittance, she retorted, contemplating her financial straits. Alas, one must cast a sprat to catch a mackerel. The round-faced woman grimaced, extracting 5 single yuan notes and handing them to Mao. Lead the way, then. By the way, what is your name? In full view of the woman, Mao folded the money and tucked it into his underpants. He tilted his head back, adopting a nonchalant air. When I was a child, my bones were pliant, and I was prone to stumbling. I would fall every 3 steps, topple every 5. Hence, my family gave me the nickname Dai Di, meaning fall brother. You may call me Dai Di. The round-faced woman murmured, Dai Di? A peculiar name. Very well, Dai Di, lead me to your younger siblings. Certainly, Mao replied, a glint of cunning in his eyes. He darted forward a few paces, then abruptly charged back into the photo studio. Mother! Mother! He bellowed. A trafficker is trying to abduct me. Chapter 38, Jia Shufan. Living in apprehension, the round-faced woman started in alarm, turning to flee. Then, she reconsidered. She had not yet initiated any abduction, and the imp had just accepted her 5 yuan. Consequently, Wen Ning emerged in a flurry of concern, only to witness a round-faced, portly woman confronting Mao, demanding, Di, who is abducting you? Return my money at once. Li Chui, who followed, was utterly bewildered. Mao. Why is she addressing you as father? Mao placed his hands on his hips. Because she has a dung bucket on her neck. The round-faced woman was livid. Her finger trembling as she pointed at Mao. You. Just then, a bicycle came careening from afar. The man on the bicycle shouted in a flustered manner, accident. Get out of the way. The onlookers scattered immediately. In the chaos, a man suddenly emerged, snatched Mao, and ran forward, leaping onto the back of the bicycle. Mao cried out in panic, Mama, Mama. Wen Ning was shaken to her core and gave chase without pause. Stop. Put down my son. Yan'an. Li Chui cried out anxiously. Whoosh. A sound cut through the air behind her. Wen Ning tilted her head instinctively and saw a dark object hurtling toward the cyclist's head. The cyclist, in agony, lost consciousness and control. And the three of them crashed to the ground along with the bicycle. Wen Ning rushed forward, snatched Mao, and shielded him protectively, shouting, Child traffickers. There are child traffickers. The man who had snatched Mao scrambled to his feet and tried to flee but was tackled to the ground and beaten severely by the crowd. Led by Li Chui. Snatching children in broad daylight. You scoundrel child trafficker. You think you can get away with this? After the crowd had thoroughly thrashed the two men, Zhang Yan'an, the female owner of the photo studio, dragged back the round-faced, short, and stout woman who had initiated the incident. They are all in cahoots. Tie them up and send them to the Public Security Bureau. By the time the police arrived, the three child traffickers had been beaten half to death by the vigilant citizens. Both men had their limbs broken. The round-faced woman's face was covered in injuries, and she glared at Mao with a venomous look. Wen Ning shielded Mao behind her, with Zhang Yan'an standing in front of them. Several individuals proceeded to the Public Security Bureau to provide statements. During this time, Wen Ning requested that Mao relinquish the money. Mao immediately clutched his crotch, protesting. Mom, why should I hand over the money I cleverly swindled from the evildoers? Wen Ning clarified, because it's all illicit money, the tainted proceeds from the sale of children. Are you willing to spend such sullied money? Why wouldn't I be? As long as I can buy delicious treats, Mao retorted, reluctant to surrender the funds. The officer responsible for taking the statement was equally unwilling to handle the money extracted from Mao's trousers. Eventually, it was placed in an evidence bag. Upon departing the Public Security Bureau, Wen Ning expressed her gratitude to Zhang Yan'an, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, Mao would have been in grave danger today. Zhang Yan'an waved it off, if you hadn't come to my shop to order a wedding dress, you wouldn't have come here. There's no need to thank and blame each other. If you ask me, it's all the fault of the human traffickers, who are up to no good. Indeed, Wen Ning concurred, admiring Zhang Yan'an's decisive nature. You're very skilled. Li Chui interjected, oh, I forgot to mention. Yan'an used to be in the military. She was honorably discharged due to an accidental injury and opened the photo studio. Zhang Yan'an shrugged, raising her somewhat impaired left hand. 3 fingers are broken, but it doesn't affect my photography. Wen Ning was taken aback, feeling a sense of sympathy. Mao, however, was filled with starry-eyed admiration. Auntie. You're so cool. You must have lost your fingers fighting the Japanese devils. Even my dad hasn't lost any. No, Zhang Yan'an replied, matter-of-factly disclosing her misfortune. I stepped on a landmine laid by a new recruit. Wen Ning and Mao were speechless. That's terrible, they said. Zhang Yan'an, however, was in good spirits and did not consider herself unfortunate. She closed her photo studio and even escorted Wen Ning and her companions back to the family compound. What if the traffickers have accomplices keeping an eye on you? I feel it is best to send you back for your safety, and for the time being, it would be wise for you to avoid looching. Her considerate nature only strengthened Wen Ning's resolve to meticulously design the wedding gown she envisioned. Upon returning home, upon learning of Mao's harrowing near-abduction experience, Jia Shufan felt an immense sense of relief and decided to prepare roast chicken to soothe Wen Ning and Mao's nerves. De Mao, however, was puzzled, asking, how did you immediately know she was a trafficker as soon as she spoke to you? Mao patted his chest and nodded emphatically. Indeed, my grandmother always said that a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year harbors ill intentions. With so many children around, why would she seek out me? A clearly astute child with a dark complexion? Such unsolicited attentiveness must surely indicate ulterior motives. He patted his bony frame. There isn't much flesh on my bones. What could she possibly want from me? She must be after something. Demel could only stare in silence. You should really read more. Regardless, for the foreseeable future, the children would no longer be able to visit Luqing. After concluding her tasks at the clothing factory, Wen Ning prioritized the design of her wedding gown. To this end, she enlisted the help of Yan Gang to procure some contemporary fashion magazines and newspapers from his old comrades in Shanghai. Immersed in her work, she personally undertook the design, selection of materials, cutting, and sewing. Half a month later, seizing a moment when Yan Gang was available, she had him accompany her to deliver the white wedding gown and a gentleman's suit to Zhang Yanan's photography studio. The gentleman's suit, a classic black, exuded elegance. However, upon catching sight of the wedding gown, Zhang Yanan was left utterly astonished. Wen Ning has designed a popular lace wedding gown that cascades elegantly to the floor, featuring an off-the-shoulder neckline that showcases graceful shoulders. The sleeves are adorned with exquisite cutouts, while the bodice is slightly fitted to accentuate the curves of the waist. The skirt is long and ethereal, embellished with delicate lace. In addition, Wen Ning has created a matching white veil, beaded jewelry, and a bouquet. She meticulously instructs Zhang Yanan on how to beautify her client, suggesting curls to frame her face and advising her to purchase lipstick and skin whitening cosmetics. Finally, Wen Ning raises an eyebrow and reminds her that with such attentive service, it would be prudent to increase her prices. She suggests charging more for a complete outfit, a makeup session, and a couple of background changes, implying that she understands. Zhang Yanan, not lacking in acumen, after all. She used her military pension to open a photography studio, feels overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaiming, "Sister Wen, I'm not sure how to repay you." Wen Ning chuckles softly, assuring her that they can proceed with their originally agreed-upon price, as the new year approaches. She tells Zhang to go ahead with the photoshoot now. And when she returns from her hometown, she will design several more outfits for her. After leaving the photography studio, Wen Ning and Yan Gang visit the Hongxing garment factory, which is bustling with activity as they rush to complete orders. Lu Wei, the sales manager, has secured 2 significant orders for suits before the new year. Upon learning that Wen Ning is about to return home for the holidays, Lu Wei and Song Yuanshu present her with some pre-prepared New Year goodies, trinkets to bring back for the elderly and children. With a smile, Wen Ning accepts the offerings, resolving to bring back local specialties for them on her return journey, as they ride their bicycles home through the familiar paths of the residential compound. With a tinge of admiration, Yan Gang remarked on the meteoric rise of Boss Wen's connections and enterprise in such a brief span. Wen Ning, embracing his waist, declared that her advancement was synonymous with their family's progress, a source of pride for Commander Yan. Absolutely, he affirmed. Wen Ning cautioned against divulging any information upon their return to their hometown, a directive echoed to every articulate member of her household. Jia Shufan expressed her discontent, lamenting the lost opportunity to boast in their old neighborhood. "I was looking forward to bragging back home, but you're forbidding it, as if Gongzi's vasectomy is a shameful secret." Ermao nodded emphatically in agreement. His year had been marked by nothing but mishaps, devoid of any accomplishments. He, too, yearned to boast about his mother's prowess, her establishment of a factory. Wen Ning sighed, foreseeing the repercussions. What if Yan Song demands a larger house? What if your sister-in-law seeks to entrust her child to our care? What about the inevitable requests for loans from the village elders? A cascade of complications loomed. Jia Shufan relented with a sigh and a wave of her hand. "All right, I'll heed your counsel and keep a low profile." Wen Ning countered. "There's no need for such humility, mother. I have a way to ensure you hold your head high." Intrigued, the family awaited the revelation. On the eve of their homecoming, Wen Ning escorted Jia Shufan to a salon in Luqing, where she received a perm that transformed her hair into a cascade of voluminous curls. Upon their return from the salon, Ermao was engrossed in a game of hoop rolling with his companions. The hoop, crafted from the inner tube of a discarded bicycle wheel by Yan Gang, was propelled forward with a gentle push from the handle. A group of young boys eagerly awaited their turn to play. Suddenly, one of them pointed into the distance and exclaimed, You look like a sheep with that hair," exclaimed the children, their excitement palpable. All eyes turned towards Jia Shufan, who was gingerly admiring her new hairstyle. However, her expression soured as Ermao, oblivious to her displeasure. slung the iron hoop onto his back and bounded over. Granny, have you transformed into a Buddha? Will you bless me with a generous amount of lucky money by the end of the year? Jia Shufan swiftly brandished her newly purchased feather duster. Bless you? I'll give you a thrashing instead. She chased after Ermao, but Wen Ning intervened. Mom, the wind will ruin your hairstyle. Please don't hit him. Let me handle it. As soon as Wen Ning seized the feather duster, Ermao stood still, his right hand clasped over his mouth to stifle his laughter. I won't laugh anymore, Mommy, please don't hit me. They decided to head home. Followed closely by an annoying little boy who clasped his hands in prayer and loudly made wishes to Jia Shufan. Buddha, bless me with lucky money for the new year. And may I win all my games. Buddha, protect me from my dad's wrath. Buddha, may my father return home for the new year. Jia Shufan and Wen Ning exchanged glances, contemplating the plight of these unfortunate children. While the children viewed her as a deity, they soon encountered Li Chui, who effusively praised Jia Shufan. Auntie, your perm looks fantastic. It makes you appear several years younger. Where did you get it done? I must go there too. Jia Shufan, beaming with pride as she tousled her hair, replied, at the state-run barbershop in the city. I initially resisted, but Xiaowen insisted it would look good. Oh dear. At my age, what is the point of looking good? It's just a waste of money. A pleasing appearance undoubtedly elevates one's spirits. Li Chui fervently praised, truly delightful. Auntie, if you perm your hair and don a new outfit before returning, you will surely be the envy of all. Jia Shufan, flattered, felt her confidence swell and ventured to boast among her old friends. Thus, in just a few days, the family compound saw an influx of Buddhas. Jia Shufan and Wen Ning were oblivious to this, as their entire family was en route back to their hometown. Due to the presence of elderly and young children and the considerable distance, Yan Gang had specifically requested a vehicle from his superiors, so this time, it was the guard Zhang Weijun who drove them in an off-road vehicle. Yan Gang and Zhang Weijun took turns driving, while the others squeezed in the back, jostling about. They jostled from dawn till dusk, and then back to dawn again. When they finally spotted familiar scenery, Ermao rolled down the window and shouted, Heavens! I, Yan Ermao, have returned. Wen Ning tightened her embrace around her daughter and cautioned, close the window, it's cold. Whether Xiaoyu felt the chill or not. The brisk wind roused the drowsy Jia Shufan. Upon peering outside, she jolted upright and exclaimed, Xiao Zhang, stop the car immediately, I am in urgent need. Zhang Weijun assumed Jia Shufan was hastening to relieve herself, but in truth, she sought to change into the new clothes, trousers, and shoes she had prepared in advance. She meticulously styled her curls with a comb. Ermao, growing impatient, remarked, Grandma, at your age, why are you so vain? Your hair is all curly, let us hurry home. I still want to play with my iron hoop. He had brought the iron hoop back from the village for his friends. Jia Shufan glared at him. All you think about is that iron hoop. Keep it up, and I'll have you rolling it on the ground instead. Cough. It was still Wen Ning who styled her mother-in-law's hair. Mom, you look splendid already, let us go. As the military green off-road vehicle entered Yunfeng village, the entire village was abuzz, with everyone rushing out to witness the spectacle. A throng of people blocked the road, rendering it impossible for the vehicle to proceed. Yan Gang, feeling helpless, decided to step out and request them to clear a path. Wei Jun, you can take your sister-in-law and the others back directly. I want to get out too. Came the eager voices from the back seat, one belonging to Jia Shufan and the other to Ermao. The former was busy flaunting herself, while the latter was preoccupied with thoughts of play. Thus, when the three of them exited the vehicle, they were each surrounded by different groups of people. Ermao joined a crowd of children, waving his arms and leading a gaggle of youngsters to roll hoops. Yan Gang offered cigarettes to the elders and peers, asking them to make way. Is that you, Gonzi? Back for the new year, huh? You truly look impressive now. The crowd around Jia Shufan was the largest, comprised entirely of women. They gasped in astonishment, Shufan, how have you transformed? My goodness, your hair, did you get struck by lightning? Jia Shufan shot a glare at the one who spoke, you're the one who got struck. This is freshly permed hair. The old ladies in Luqing are all sporting this style. It cost Xiaowen 10 yuan. Wow. How generous. Someone continued to inquire, Shufan, that outfit of yours looks quite new and must be expensive. Not at all, not at all, Jia Shufan waved her hand dismissively, It was only about 20 yuan. The women erupted into another round of chatter, crowding around Jia Shufan, incessantly probing for more information. Do the people in Luqing eat meat at every meal? I've heard every household there has a color television. As they entered the courtyard, having just seen off Zhang Weijun, Wen Ning, accompanied by Yan Gang and Demao, carrying luggage and cradling his daughter, they were met with the piercing wails of a young girl. Inside, Lu Jinlan's irate voice could be heard berating, crying. All you ever do is cry. You'll scare away all the good fortune this new year. Shut up. You wretched, worthless thing. You're nothing but a burden. Yan Gang cleared his throat pointedly, and the scolding ceased abruptly. Lu Jinlan emerged, visibly startled to see Wen Ning and the others. Eldest brother, sister-in-law, you're back. Where's mom? At the village entrance, Yan Gang replied hesitantly. Were you admonishing your daughter? Lu Jinlan brushed it off. Yes, she's disobedient. She wet the bed again. Yan Gang frowned, unsure how to respond. A 6-month-old child could hardly be expected to control herself. Lu Jinlan's gaze then fell upon the infant in Wen Ning's arms. Her eyes fixated on the child's delicate features. She reached out, eagerness in her voice, sister-in-law, you're back. Let me hold the third sister. Evading her grasp, Wen Ning offered a strained smile. Second sister-in-law, Xiaoyu is wary of strangers and tends to cry. Xiaoyu? Lu Jinlan retorted with dissatisfaction. Xiaoyu as in? Doesn't that just mean corn? How utterly rustic. Meina is far more chic. Undaunted, she persisted, let me hold her. I'm her second aunt, she won't be shy with me. Surely. Xiaoyu will adore me. Her maternal instincts surged, having been deprived of holding her precious darling for 5 long months. Her eyes were filled with yearning. Wen Ning felt no obligation to indulge her desire. Disregarding Lu Jinlan's request, she gazed down at her daughter. Observing the situation, Yan Gang surveyed the surroundings and inquired. Where is Yan Hui? I haven't seen him. Yan Hui was his second younger brother, Lu Jinlan's husband, who had been apprenticing as a carpenter for several years but invariably returned home for the new year. Noticing Wen Ning's refusal to relinquish Xiaoyu and Yan Gang's watchful gaze, a dark and malevolent glint flickered in Lu Jinlan's eyes. She crossed her arms, curling her lips in displeasure. He stepped out, he should be back soon. Yan Gang nodded gently and turned to Wen Ning. Ning, it's drafty outside. Let's take Xiaoyu inside. The couple, accompanied by their 2 children, entered the house. Lu Jinlan's gaze followed them, brimming with resentment. Abruptly, she spun around, stormed into her room, slammed the door shut, and began to viciously kick her half-naked sister, who was lying on the floor. Relentlessly, she pursued her, kicking her as if she were a ball. The sister wailed and sobbed, but Lu Jinlan, her face contorted with ferocity, showed no mercy. She vented her animosity towards Wen Ning and Yan Gang onto her hapless sister. Why? Why won't they let me hold Xiaoyu? On the other side, hearing the increasingly shrill and miserable cries of the little girl, Yan Gang paused in his actions of tidying the bed for a moment. He straightened up, casting a sharp gaze in that direction. Demao wore the same expression as his father, lamenting like a miniature adult. It seemed second aunt was still treating the lowly girl poorly. Wen Ning's expression was frigid, her hands clenched tightly at her sides. Had she not been reborn? It would be her own daughter crying so miserably right now. Demao, go ask your second aunt for some rags, I'll wipe the table. Yan Gang instructed his eldest son, evidently intending to divert Lu Jinlan's attention. Demao hurried out, and Wen Ning didn't stop him, allowing Yan Gang to witness just how cruel Lu Jinlan could be to the child. Before long, Demao returned with the rags, his handsome little face filled with incomprehension. Papa, Mama, the lowly girl is lying on the ground without any pants. She's very dirty and seems very hungry. Yan Gang's thick eyebrows furrowed, and just then, a man's voice called out from outside. Jinlan, did I hear that my eldest brother and his family have returned? They're inside, Lu Jinlan replied casually. It was Yan Hui. In a matter of moments, a man with features bearing a slight resemblance to Yan Gang's, yet a head shorter, walked in with a smile. Eldest brother, sister-in-law, you're back? Demao's here too. Wen Ning gave a slight nod. Demao obediently greeted him, second uncle. Ah, Demao, your younger cousin Yuan Bao is outside, go play with him. Demao didn't want to play with Yuan Bao, but he caught his father's eye, sensing that his father likely had something to discuss with his second uncle. He obediently went outside. Only then did Yen Gang straighten up, turning to his younger brother. Didn't you hear your child crying? Go soothe her. Yen Hui is neither as aloof as his elder brother nor as astute and clever as his younger brother, Yen Kong. He appears amicable and easy to get along with. Yet at home, he is firmly under the thumb of Lu Jinlan. However, it is precisely this Yen Hui who, in a twist of fate in his previous life, struck gold on a construction site, amassing considerable wealth, while simultaneously indulging in extramarital affairs and lamenting the lack of talent in his eldest son, Yen Yuanbao, to the extent of fathering a child out of wedlock. At that time, Wen Ning had even sympathized with Lu Jinlan, inviting her to reside in her home, which, in hindsight, was akin to inviting a wolf into the fold, courting trouble. Moreover, Yen Hui may well have been aware of Lu Jinlan's child-swapping scheme. He never intervened when Lu Jinlan mistreated the children, and each time he encountered Yen Meina, whom Wen Ning had raised, he would lavish her with generous red envelopes. In her former life, Wen Ning regarded Yen Hui as a commendable second uncle. Now, however, she feels nothing but disdain for him. At this moment, Yen Gang has instructed him to console the child, but Yen Hui stands firmly rooted, unwilling to move. It's fine, since my return, she has been incessantly crying. I have taken her to see a doctor and even resorted to superstitions, yet all they say is that she simply loves to cry. Yen Gang is presently articulating the need for Lu Jinlan to treat the child with more kindness, at the very least ensuring her basic needs are met. In the bitter cold, with only her lower half exposed, the half-year-old infant, cold and hungry, can express her discomfort in no other way than through her tears. Suddenly, Yen Hui awkwardly calls out to the couple. Elder brother, elder sister-in-law, upon my return, the village committee demanded a fine for the birth of an illegitimate sister, amounting to a staggering 800 yuan. I am reluctant to pay, yet they threaten to seize our pigs, chickens, and ducks, and even demolish our house. I had no choice but to borrow money to cover the fine. Elder brother, elder sister-in-law, they say a debt should not be carried over the new year. Could you possibly lend me some money so I can repay my debts? They had scarcely arrived home when the demand for money arose. Wen Ning could hardly suppress a laugh. She glanced at Yen Gang, implying that he should handle it. Living up to expectations. Yen Gang reiterated the same response he had given Yen Song, stating that they had paid a fine of 1,200 for Xiaoyu, and that his wife was no longer a teacher. He did not lower his voice, so Lu Jinlan, who was eavesdropping, overheard him. She rushed over in disbelief, exclaiming, "What? Sister-in-law is no longer a teacher? Then who will teach Xiaoyu in the future?" Her motive for switching children was to ensure that her child had a father who was a military officer and a mother who was a teacher, providing a good learning and living environment. Lu Jinlan was extremely agitated. Wen Ning feigned surprise and replied, "A teacher will teach her, she will be attending school." Yen Gang nodded slightly in agreement. Under their gaze, Lu Jinlan realized her impulsiveness. She smoothed her hair and then asked, "Then, with such a large fine and you not working, is your elder brother's salary enough to make ends meet?" Wen Ning forced a smile, replying, "Barely. I help people make and sell clothes at home. Second sister-in-law, we cannot assist you." Yen Hui and Lu Jinlan were both silent. Having failed to obtain money, the former wore a displeased expression and muttered, "It's truly bizarre. How did they all end up having second children together? Fines for having sons are one thing, but to give birth to daughters, who will all eventually marry into other families and be a drain on resources." He directed these words at Xiaoyu, prompting Lu Jinlan to turn her head and shout at him, "What nonsense are you spouting? My daughter is not a drain on resources. She is very fortunate." "Yes, yes. Yes," Yen Hui responded carelessly before turning and heading out. "I'm going to pick up Mom and ask her if she has any money." Lu Jinlan's thoughts were somewhat muddled. She needed to think about how to ensure that Xiaoyu lived well, even better. She turned and walked out. At that moment, the little girl in Wen Ning's arms whimpered softly. Wen Ning looked up and said, "Brother Gang, please boil some water, Xiaoyu must be hungry. Prepare some formula for her." Yen Gang nodded and went to the kitchen. Lu Jinlan turned back, her expression one of astonishment, laced with reproach. "Xiaoyu is only 6 months old, why isn't she nursing from you? Are you preventing her from doing so?" Wen Ning replied with a calm demeanor. "I have no milk left. Ever since she began working tirelessly on suits, fake collars, and wedding dresses, her milk supply had dwindled due to the exhaustion. Lu Jinlan was indignant, asserting, mother's milk is far superior to formula. If you have no milk, you should consume more chicken soup and pig trotter broth to replenish it. Sister-in-law, you must ensure that Xiaoyu is well fed to keep her healthy. With fervor, she continued, and when Ning gently inquired, is that vixen still nursing your child? Lu Jinlan's expression froze. Of course not. That wretched girl is hardly deserving of it. If I had milk, it would be for my son, Yuan Bao. Lu Jinlan waved her hand dismissively, that is entirely different. Your Xiaoyu is incomparable to that vixen. With a sigh, she added, I won't say more. I shall go and kill a hen to make you some nourishing soup. She hurriedly departed. At the doorway, De Mao, who had overheard the conversation, entered and pondered aloud. Mother, it seems that second aunt treats Xiaoyu better than she does that wretched girl. Wen Ning's heart skipped a beat. De Mao had always been perceptive. She hoped he had not deduced the peculiar situation. Before Wen Ning could formulate an excuse, De Mao, covering his mouth with his small hand, whispered, Mother. When someone is overly kind without reason, it is either a scheme or a theft. Second aunt must have something to ask of you. Be cautious not to fall into her trap. Wen Ning chuckled softly, gently patting his head. All right. Before long, Jia Shufan returned, quickly changing back into her old clothes. Her expression dazed as she sat on the small stool by the door. Wen Ning, cradling the little jade, approached her and inquired about her melancholy mood. Jia Shufan sighed deeply. At the end of the village, there's Li Er, whom you and Gongzi call Aunt Er. She lost her husband early on and toiled to raise her son. Last month, when her son married, they were short 100 yuan. She sacrificed herself to marry a widower to gather the funds. Li Er is of an age where she should be enjoying her twilight years. Yet she sold herself for her son's wedding, continuing to serve another family like a beast of burden. Ultimately, it all boils down to the lack of money. Furthermore, her second son, Yan Hui, is asking her for money to pay a fine. Although Jia Shufan did not relent in lending, she instantly lost her desire to flaunt her own situation. She had become an eyesore to others. Her spirits dampened, and when Ning felt helpless, he could not simply suggest bringing Aunt Er back. Meanwhile, Lu Jinlan, bustling with energy, was slaughtering chickens, draining their blood, plucking their feathers, and eviscerating them. Which caught Jia Shufan's attention. Upon learning that Lu Jinlan had killed the chicken for Wen Ning's milk, Jia Shufan was taken aback, quickly showering her with praise. Jinlan. After a few months, you become so generous. As soon as the little sister began to cry, Jia Shufan hurriedly rushed over to embrace the child, while Lu Jinlan tried to call her back in vain. Thus, Jia Shufan beheld her granddaughter, bare-bottomed and scantily clad, lying on the ground. Enraged, she dressed the child properly, though the little one wailed repeatedly, leaving Jia Shufan puzzled. She picked her up and headed outside. Jinlan, on such a cold day, why did you leave her without pants? Just tossing her on the ground? Lu Jinlan spoke with unwarranted confidence, habitually wetting her trousers, which perpetually remained damp. She reasoned that the indoor temperature negated the need for clothing, and bare buttocks were simply easier to manage. Not cold? Jia Shufan retorted, exasperated. Try lying on the floor for hours in just your underwear and see how you fare. Lu Jinlan curled her lip dismissively. I'm not like her. With nothing better to do than create a mess everywhere. She's a mere 6-month-old infant, Jia Shufan countered, momentarily speechless. Did you expect her to till 3 acres of land for you? Regaining her composure, she changed tack. Why is she so emaciated? At that moment, Wen Ning rose and peered into her arms. She observed that the wretched child was little more than skin and bones, with sparse, waxy yellow hair and numerous abrasions and pecking wounds marring her face. A layer of grime coated her neck. Despite her deep-seated animosity towards the child for her actions in a previous life, Wen Ning felt a pang of pity upon witnessing her condition, a pity that swiftly vanished as she recalled the suffering endured by her own daughter. Only resentment remained, spreading unchecked. Unaware of the internal conflict, Yan Gang paused in his task of gathering belongings as he passed by. His handsome features contorted in disbelief. How did she get so many injuries on her face? He inquired. The sheer number of scrapes and pecking wounds was staggering. There was hardly an unblemished spot to be found. In near unison, the two pressed for answers. Lu Jinlan straightened up and threw her hands up in a gesture of helplessness. What can I do, brother, mother? You are both aware of our limited means. I have Yuan Bao to care for and chores to complete. When I leave the child unattended in the house, the chickens and ducks inevitably get to her. That's a blatant falsehood. Jia Shufan wished to express that her past circumstances were far more challenging than her current ones. She had the formidable task of caring for 3 sons while managing her work responsibilities. She would carry Yen Song on her back, with Yen Hui following suit. While Yen Gang busied himself with clay in a basket, yet it seemed no child had been raised in such a manner. However, Yen Gang turned to her and said, "Mother, the situation at second brother's home is quite dire. Would you be willing to stay in our hometown to take care of the little girl next year?" Jia Shufan, Wen Ning, and Lu Jinlan were momentarily taken aback. Jia Shufan was not opposed to the idea, with 3 sons. She would certainly lend more assistance to the one in greater need. Yet, she had recently forged numerous friendships at the family compound. And it felt somewhat regrettable to leave him behind. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, Lu Jinlan let out a sharp cry, "No. Isn't Wen Ning earning money from taking garment orders after losing her job?" She argued. "She's busy. And what if something were to happen to Xiaoyu while Jia Shufan is not there to look after her?" Lu Jinlan rushed over and snatched the child from Jia Shufan's arms, cradling her protectively. "Mother, go with them, I will take care of the little girl." The child in her arms began to wail uncontrollably. Jia Shufan could not contain herself, exclaiming, "You frightened the little girl. Why are you so anxious?" "I would never deny you." Lu Jinlan gently soothed the child, while casting a charming smile at Lu Shufan and Yen Gang. "Mother, brother, if I find myself overwhelmed, I will call upon my mother for assistance. You should stay in the family compound, you are surely accustomed to it by now." Yen Gang frowned, "You are facing difficulties." "No difficulties," Lu Jinlan resolutely replied, forcing a smile. "It is merely a matter of properly taking care of the little girl. Just wait and see. I will indeed tend to her well and ensure you need not worry." With that, she went inside to fetch a carrier, placing the little girl on her back to continue her chores. Jia Shufan, unable to bear the sight, assisted in preparing the chickens and stoking the fire for dinner. However, it is evident that Lu Jinlan is deliberately unwilling to allow Jia Shufan to remain. Surprisingly, her attitude towards her younger sister has improved significantly. She diligently tends to her, frequently changing diapers, preparing chicken soup with rice for dinner, feeding her, and even bathing her, dressing her in somewhat clean and tidy clothes. Even Yen Gang could find no fault in her actions. As night fell, Xiaoyu had already succumbed to slumber. Yen Gang brought in a basin of water, and he and Wen Ning soaked their feet opposite each other. Wen Ning found the water to be somewhat hot, her small feet resting upon his larger ones, causing her to exhale softly. Suddenly, she overheard Yen Gang's puzzled remark, "Why does the second sister-in-law seem so reluctant to live with our mother? Is it because she fears that her beloved daughter might not fare well?" Wen Ning remained composed, concocting a casual excuse. "Mother has a fiery temperament, since giving birth. The second sister-in-law has not been as gentle as before. Perhaps she wishes to avoid the complexities of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship." Yen Gang genuinely seemed perplexed. "But you get along well with mother." "That is because she truly cares for me," Wen Ning replied with a subtle smile playing at her lips. "Mother may be harsh in her words but soft-hearted at her core. She always defends me." Indeed, Yen Gang could not help but agree. "She would rather side with you than with me." Wen Ning gently squeezed his hand, knowing she would not disclose that their mother had once mentioned the word divorce to her. The following day marked the 28th day of the 12th lunar month. Before Wen Ning had even awakened, Yen Gang and his brother Yen Hui set off for the county town to purchase New Year goods and to inform Yen Song to return home for the festivities. The 2 men departed, and upon their return, alongside their bags of New Year supplies, they brought back Yen Song and Zhou Yunyun as well. As Zhou Yunyun dismounted from the bicycle, her complexion was radiant, concealing a sense of pride, her right hand resting protectively on her flat abdomen. Yen Song, as always, was beaming, relaying messages to Jia Shufan, Wen Ning, and Lu Jinlan. "Mother, sisters-in-law, Yunyun is with child, so please refrain from assigning her any chores." The trio of Jia Shufan exchanged glances. Chapter 42, Mother, I am engaged in commerce. This statement implied that Zhou Yunyun had previously toiled within the Yen household. Nevertheless, pregnancy is undoubtedly a joyous occasion. Jia Shufan graciously fetched a stool for Zhou Yunyun, suggesting she rest and converse with her 2 sisters-in-law, while she prepared a cup of malted milk. Zhou Yunyun acquiesced, settling down with delight. after the 3 Yen brothers departed. She cast a disdainful glance at the emaciated child on Lu Jinlan's back, then at the fair and giggling Xiaoyu in Wen Ning's arms, and pouted. The contrast is striking. Second sister-in-law, why is your little darling so much more unkempt than Xiaoyu? Look how well Xiaoyu is cared for. Any mother would bristle at such a remark. Yet Lu Jinlan remained unfazed. She gazed tenderly at Xiaoyu, then nonchalantly swayed, jostling the child on her back, and indifferently replied, Xiaoyu is fortunate, while this one is not. There is no comparison. Catching Wen Ning's ambiguous smile, Lu Jinlan added, I shall attend to her diligently. Therefore, she implored, do not allow Jia Shufan to remain. Zhou Yunyun, heedless of whether she was being attended to or not, inquired, eldest and second sisters-in-law, as experienced mothers, are there any precautions I should take during pregnancy? In response, Lu Jinlan rattled off a multitude of superstitions. You must abstain from rabbit meat, lest the child be born with a cleft lip, avoid mutton, lest the child develop epilepsy. Refrain from venturing out at night, and ensure that no nails are hammered or furniture moved within your dwelling. Zhou Yunyun grew irritated, exclaiming, you sound exactly like my mother. She gazed expectantly at Wen Ning, inquiring, eldest sister-in-law, do you possess any insights? Wen Ning reflected for a moment and advised, do not succumb to animosity. This statement undoubtedly stemmed from experience. Zhou Yunyun was the only daughter of the cannery workshop director and had been spoiled since childhood, resulting in a volatile temper. In her previous life, she had been consumed by jealousy over Yen Tsong and a female worker while pregnant, which induced premature labor and left both her and her child in a weakened state, requiring constant herbal remedies. However, Zhou Yunyun evidently did not heed this advice. She grumbled. Who could possibly provoke me? I would pummel them to death. Why would I harbor resentment? At that moment, Jia Shufan arrived with malted milk. She offered a bowl not only to Zhou Yunyun but also to Wen Ning and Lu Jinlan. However, Lu Jinlan was reluctant to indulge and loudly summoned Yuan Bao to gulp it down. Zhou Yunyun particularly scorned her parsimonious behavior, exclaiming, it's just a bowl of malted milk. Is it really necessary to be so stingy? Eldest sister-in-law didn't call for Damao and Ermao to drink. Suddenly, Zhou Yunyun recalled something and inquired discreetly, second sister-in-law. I heard that your mother is selling fertility medicine. Why didn't you take a dose when you were pregnant with your younger sister? Here it comes. Wen Ning straightened her back, her delicate eyebrows arching slightly, and questioned, what fertility medicine? Eldest sister-in-law, are you unaware? Zhou Yunyun gossiped excitedly. Isn't second sister-in-law's mother a midwife? She's been selling fertility medicine lately, promising to deliver sons or provide a full refund for daughters. Many people are buying it. Wen Ning turned to Lu Jinlan. Lu Jinlan offered a sheepish smile, stating, I already have Yuan Bao, so I'm not pursuing a son. After uttering these words, she hastily departed under a pretext. Inside the room, Zhou Yunyun pouted, remarking, who would ever disdain having more sons? Eldest sister-in-law, right? She suspected that the childbirth medicine was likely a fraud. Her mother urged her to purchase a dose, claiming that if a daughter were born, the money would be fully refunded. However, Zhou Yunyun had no desire to consume the filthy herbal concoctions of the countryside. Wen Ning remained silent, subtly curving her lips in a smile, lost in her thoughts. How could she be unaware of Lu Jinlan's mother, Xiang Chunhua, selling childbirth medicine? The memory lingered in her mind, which was precisely why she had returned this new year to seek vengeance. In this era of family planning, there were many eager to buy medicine in hopes of bearing sons. Xiang Chunhua sold her concoction, and when a son was born, people expressed their gratitude and promoted her. If a daughter was born, she promptly refunded the money, thus avoiding any complications. Consequently, within just 6 months of engaging in this business, people from neighboring villages flocked to her, and she amassed a considerable fortune, enough for her indolent son to marry. However, this new year, Xiang Chunhua's home was vandalized, and a baby girl was abandoned at her doorstep. The incident did not escalate, everyone merely recognized that her childbirth medicine was a sham, leading to a decline in sales. Yet, Xiang Chunhua faced no repercussions. On the contrary, with her savings and the support of Lu Jinlan, she continued to live rather well, at least enjoying her twilight years. But for Wen Ning, the idea of exchanging a daughter was a scheme proposed by Xiang Chunhua in collaboration with Lu Jinlan. How could Wen Ning allow Xiang Chunhua to live a comfortable life for the remainder of her days? Naturally, she resolved to take revenge through this incident. She would bide her time, waiting for the opportune moment to ignite the flames of her vendetta, ideally sending Xian Chunhua to prison. After lunch, Yan Song took Zhou Yunyun away under the pretense of foraging for wild onions to stir-fry with eggs, but in reality, they were merely wandering about to evade work. Yan Hui invited Yan Gang to visit the senior elders in the village together. Yan Gang agreed and brought Xiaoyu along. Yan Hui inquired with perplexity, "Brother, why are you bringing her? Just leave her at home." Yan Gang demurred, "Mom, your sister-in-law, and your wife are all occupied with preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. I have the time now, so I'll take care of her." Yan Hui was speechless, a grown man holding a child, what's that about? But he was somewhat intimidated by his elder brother, so he remained silent. Once Wen Ning and Jia Shufan had completed their household chores, they also went out for a stroll. Jia Shufan headed straight for her circle of old friends, while Wen Ning took the bookworm Damao with her. "Stop reading, or you'll need glasses from nearsightedness in the future." The mother and son sauntered along, eventually arriving near Lu Jinlan's maternal home. Wen Ning was keen to inquire. But before she could formulate a plan, Damao tugged at her clothes. "Mom, look, Ermao." Wen Ning followed his gaze and saw Ermao collecting money from a group of children. He gleefully counted the money and put it in his pocket. Wen Ning frowned, "Yan Chuan, what are you doing?" As an adult, her shout caused the children facing Ermao to scatter in all directions. Ermao, however, darted over to her. "Mom, big brother, I'm doing business." "What business?" Ermao's eyes darted around. The children in the village have never had white rabbit candies or hard candies. "I sell them the candies. 5 cents for a white rabbit and 3 cents for a hard candy. I've made a total of 1 yuan and 20 cents. Wen Ning felt something was amiss. "Your father bought the white rabbit candies for 5 yuan a kilogram. Ermao, you're selling them at a loss." "It's all right." Ermao had his own reasoning, patting his stomach. "The excrement I expel is worthless, yet when consumed by others, I can profit." Wen Ning was rendered speechless. "So, your capital isn't capital at all," he mused. "Elder brother, would you consider selling? I can assist you." Ermao volunteered eagerly. Damao demurred, deeming it unprofitable. "It's too much of a loss. I won't sell." Ermao retorted. Displeased, "Then are you going to hoard it all for yourself? Are you not concerned about tooth decay?" Before returning home, Jia Shufan intervened, distributing their sweets equally. Ermao, having sold out, now coveted his elder brother's share. Damao pondered, "Do those children possess anything else they could barter with?" Ermao shook his head. "I'm uncertain. Shall we inquire?" Indeed. The brothers promptly embarked on their entrepreneurial venture, leaving Wen Ning at a loss for words. The children's initiative made her, as their mother, feel somewhat antiquated. She advanced a few steps, observing several women engaged in conversation. One of them noticed her and extended a warm greeting. "Isn't this Shufan's eldest daughter-in-law?" "Teacher Wen, is it? Have you come to seek medicine from Chunhua?" Chapter 43, The deplorable sister's leg is bleeding. Wen Ning, with a flicker of comprehension, approached, feigning ignorance. "Aunt, this medicine, can it truly guarantee the birth of a son?" "Indeed." The triangular-eyed aunt affirmed emphatically, immediately providing examples. "My maternal cousin's daughter-in-law's aunt's daughter bore several daughters. After a single dose of this medicine, she finally conceived a son." Several other aunts chimed in. "My brother's wife's elder brother's daughter-in-law also conceived a son after taking the medicine." "There are numerous instances," another added. "Furthermore, if a daughter is born, you can simply request a refund. Everyone is a witness, Chunhua would not deceive anyone." As their voices subsided somewhat, Wen Ning inquired whether any of the women knew of families who had taken the medication but still bore daughters. The women exchanged glances, racking their brains. Until the woman with triangular eyes suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, there's that daughter-in-law of the Zhao family in our village, Qiujiu. If I recall correctly, she gave birth to a girl. And her mother-in-law was so incensed that she wanted her son to divorce Qiujiu, wasn't she?" "Indeed, that's correct. There was such an incident, she even threw Qiujiu's belongings out." "I witnessed the spectacle," another woman affirmed. Wen Ning was silently noting down the name when she overheard a question. "Hold on, Teacher Wen. Don't you already have 2 sons and a daughter? Are you planning to have more? Besides, your mother-in-law and Chunhua are related by marriage and are quite close. Why are you inquiring about this elsewhere?" Wen Ning forced a wry smile and explained, "It's not for me. It's for a younger sister in my maternal family who has been childless for years. I don't want my mother-in-law to find out about this, so please, ladies, don't spread the word." Of course, we promise not to say a word. Your mother-in-law will certainly never know," the women assured her. "Xiao Wen." Jia Shufan burst into the house, her voice filled with agitation. "Which of your sisters in your maternal family is unable to bear sons?" Wen Ning was rendered speechless. Barely 3 hours had elapsed since she had implored the women not to divulge the information, and she was aware that they would gossip. But she had not anticipated it spreading so rapidly. She remained silent for a moment, prompting Jia Shufan to become even more anxious. She hastily cautioned, "Regardless of which sister it is, make sure she doesn't take that medicine. It's unreliable, and it could lead to serious health problems." Wen Ning was taken aback. "Mom, don't you trust your second daughter-in-law's mother?" "Not at all," Jia Shufan declared without hesitation. Xiang Chunhua, illiterate and unskilled, initially worked as a midwife delivering piglets, calves, and lambs. How could she possibly possess a secret formula for birthing sons? I suspect her so-called elixir for childbirth is merely a matter of luck. If she delivers a son, she takes credit and profits, while if a daughter is born, she simply returns the money. Wen Ning was genuinely astonished, giving Jia Shufan a thumbs up. "Mother, your insight is remarkable." Jia Shufan could barely contain her smile, tousling her curls and lifting her chin slightly. "Well, after residing in the family quarters for nearly half a year, and waking to the sound of the bugle every morning, I suppose I've undergone a form of high-level education." Wen Ning replied, "Rest assured, I've deceived those ants. I have no younger sisters in my family." That's a relief. I was on the edge of my seat. "I haven't even finished my gossip," Jia Shufan sighed, patting her chest. As evening approached, the wiry old woman, Xiang Chunhua, was merrily making her way to the Yan household when she unexpectedly encountered her daughter, Lu Jinlan, who was gathering vegetables. "Mother, what brings you here?" Xiang Chunhua's eyes sparkled with avarice as she exclaimed, "Your sister-in-law has been inquiring about my childbirth remedy. Her family has a younger sister who cannot bear a son. Isn't this a perfect opportunity? She is wealthy, and I intend to take advantage of it." Lu Jinlan's expression shifted, she glanced around and pulled her mother aside. Lowering her voice, "Mother, your remedy is a scam. What will you do if my sister-in-law comes after you when it doesn't work? What is there to fear?" Xiang Chunhua replied confidently, "I shall simply claim that she violated certain taboos during her pregnancy, causing the son to flee. Previously, such had been her modus operandi, for instance. Matters such as marital relations during pregnancy, rearranging furniture, or jesting with pets would invariably result in her son's banishment. Invariably, by sheer happenstance, at least one instance would coincide, thereby inciting the ire of mothers-in-law and husbands alike, who would berate the expectant mother, while she feigned mediation." Lu Jinlan remained unconvinced of its infallibility and vehemently demurred. "Nay. Though my sister-in-law possesses a gentle and amiable disposition, my elder brother, being a military officer, would assuredly dismiss such remedies and, upon investigation, mother, you would be undone. Furthermore, I have never been apprised of my sister-in-law having a maternal sibling. Her parents bore her alone. They have long since passed. Her sole surviving relative is her grandmother." She surmised that her sister-in-law's inquiry regarding the prescription stemmed from a desire to vend it within the confines of the family compound, given her recent unemployment. Might she be contemplating this as a means of livelihood? That is all the more unacceptable. How could Xiaoyu have a mother who indulges in feudalistic superstitions? 'Tis lamentable that she relinquished her position as a teacher, a profession of such esteem. Despite Lu Jinlan's manifold dissuasions, Xiang Chunhua ultimately relinquished her notion, though she was never one to depart empty-handed. Having arrived at her daughter's abode, how could she possibly return with barren hands? Following Lu Jinlan into the dwelling, her gaze alighted upon the new raiment displayed atop the cabinet, and her eyes sparkled. "Pray, the fabric is of excellent quality, and the craftsmanship is commendable. 'Twould befit me to wear it during the New Year festivities." "Mother," Lu Jinlan hastily interjected. "Mother, 'tis my mother-in-law who procured this expressly for me from Luqing. Should she behold it adorning your person, she would undoubtedly remonstrate. Once she departs for the family compound after the New Year, I shall promptly dispatch it to you." Xiang Chunhua pursed her lips, her gaze shifting to a black suit nearby. "'Twould befit your younger brother perfectly." Lu Jinlan gritted her teeth, I shall dispatch it to you anon. In the end, Xiang Chunhua found 2 sweaters to wear underneath and, satisfied, she left. However, she noticed Ermao sitting on a small stool in front of the house, counting his money. Xiang Chunhua immediately bent down and approached him. Isn't this Ermao? How did you acquire so much money? Ermao replied joyfully, I earned it from selling candy. A total of 1 yuan and 2 jiao. I've counted it numerous times. Since my pocket money was deducted, this is the first time I've held so much money. It's truly delightful. Xiang Chunhua's eyes sparkled with idea. You must give this money to your sister. Lu Jinlan, who was about to leave with her mother, paused and remained silent. Ermao was taken aback. Why? Because she is your biological sister, Xiang Chunhua explained. While she wasn't one to deceive a child's earnings, she could certainly advocate for her granddaughter's welfare. It was essential to teach the young boy from an early age that he must protect his sister as he grows up. Xiang Chunhua spoke earnestly, a brother's care for his sister is imperative. If you have new clothes, save some for her. If you have money, set it aside for her dowry. This way, your sister will grow up to be a happy little girl. Ermao furrowed his brow tightly, suddenly putting away the money and standing up to ask, Grandmother, did you teach your daughter the same way? Both Xiang Chunhua and Lu Jinlan were momentarily taken aback. Without hesitation, Xiang Chunhua nodded, indeed. Jinlan, do you agree with me? Lu Jinlan sensed a trap but had yet to respond when a loud bang emanated from the main room, followed by the ear-splitting cries of her younger sister. In an instant, everyone in the yard, as well as those outside and in the kitchen, rushed over, only to find that a fire was burning at the foot of the wooden bed, with her younger sister wailing inconsolably. From a short distance from the wooden bed, Yuan Bao was squatting, covering his ears in a daze. Lu Jinlan was the first to rush over and embrace her son, her heart aching with concern. What's wrong, Yuan Bao? Don't frighten your mother so. With swift reflexes, Yan Hui scooped up his daughter, patting away the sparks on her swaddling clothes. Yan Gang extinguished the fire with water while assessing the situation. Ultimately, his countenance grave, he looked at Yuan Bao and pronounced his judgment, it was a firecracker. Yuan Bao set off a firecracker in the house and threw it near his wretched sister's bed, causing the fire. His gaze was piercing and sharp. And Yuan Bao burst into tears, wailing, I didn't mean to. Please don't hit me. Suddenly, Yan Hui exclaimed in alarm, wretched sister's leg is bleeding. Oh dear, quickly, take her to the hospital, urged Jia Shufan. Yan Hui immediately rushed out, carrying his daughter. At that moment, Zhou Yunyun, still shaken, patted her chest. Her face flushed, and pointed at Yuan Bao and Lu Jinlan's arms. Lu Jinlan, why was your son setting off firecrackers in the house? There are pregnant women and children here. Who was he trying to blow up? Yuan Bao howled even louder. Lu Jinlan, holding him, said anxiously, no, third sister-in-law, Yuan Bao certainly didn't mean to. He's frightened. I'll take him to see a doctor first. She hurried after Yan Hui. Zhou Yunyun's chest heaved, and she glared at her departing figure, incensed. The one who needs to see a doctor is your daughter, not the culprit you're holding. I've seen people favor sons over daughters. But I've never seen anyone treat their daughter's life with such disregard. What sins did your daughter commit in her past life to end up in your womb? Still displeased after her tirade, she turned to demand that Yan Song leave and return to the county town. Yan Song could not withstand her stubbornness. He informed Jia Shufan, Yan Gang, and Wen Ning, then hurried back to pack his belongings, leaving in a flurry that very night. Jia Shufan paid them no mind. Her thoughts consumed with concern for her younger sister. She peered outside, contemplating following. I shall go, she declared. However, Yan Gang restrained her. It's dark, mother. Your eyesight is not well. He gestured subtly to Wen Ning, who nodded in agreement. Inside the room remained Jia Shufan, Wen Ning cradling little Yu, along with Demao and Ermao. Ermao glanced around, puzzled. Aunt's mother was just here, he remarked. Xiang Chunhua? Wen Ning inquired, curious about what had transpired. She told me to leave the money for little Yu. Ermao retorted, a hint of ire in his voice. Why should I give it to her? I can manage my own finances, and I am not on the verge of death, dividing my possessions. Why should it be left to little Yu? Because she desires everyone to dote upon her beloved granddaughter, to cater to her every whim. That cruel old woman is rapidly approaching her decline, Wen Ning thought. a cold smile forming within. She dismissed Xiang Chunhua's assertions. Do not heed her words, mother would never demand that you and your brother always yield to your sister. Indeed. Ermao nodded emphatically. That old hag is exceedingly peculiar, she expects me to care for my sister, yet remains silent when Yuanbao bullies her. Demao chimed in softly, the old lady says, mind your own business, and the laundry will dry. This playful remark brought Jia Shufan back to reality. She straightened and made her way to the kitchen. Very well, I shall prepare a meal first. You all can eat while I cook. And I'll save some for them. Wen Ning instructed Demao and Ermao to keep an eye on little Yu and joined her in the kitchen. However, they hadn't even finished preparing the meal when he unexpectedly returned. The 4 members of the second household entered their own quarters, and Yan Gang immediately washed his hands. He then embraced Xiaoyu and sought out Wen Ning in the kitchen, his countenance as dark as a thundercloud. How fares it? He inquired, his tone heavy with concern. Is my wretched sister truly unharmed? Jia Shufan echoed the urgency, tell me, is she all right? A flicker of derision crossed Yan Gang's gaze. Second sister-in-law insisted on summoning the village doctor to examine her. After bandaging her up, she was ready to return. She even sought someone to summon Yuanbao's spirit. The cost of which exceeded that of patching up my sister. Jia Shufan was taken aback. The poor girl was bleeding. How could they not take her to the hospital to check for internal injuries? Are they truly so miserly? She made to leave, but Yan Gang restrained her. I attempted to reason with them and offered to cover the expense myself. Second sister-in-law then conceded to taking her to the hospital tomorrow. It seems she will relent. A second brother also appeared quite displeased. Tomorrow will have to suffice, I suppose. Jia Shufan vigorously stirred the vegetables in the wok, her frustration palpable. What a way to spend the new year. Yan Gang suddenly gazed at Xiaoyu in his arms. Ning Ning. If Demao or Ermao were to treat Xiaoyu in such a manner, do not restrain me. I would thrash them soundly. Before Wen Ning could respond, Ermao, who had been eavesdropping at the door, protested. He emerged, indignant. Father, how could you think such a thing of me? I am not that kind of person. I am merely administering a preemptive dose of caution, Yan Gang said, looking down at him. Mischief is permissible, but within limits. Should it endanger life or limb? I shall show no leniency. Ermao pouted, asserting that he was not a spoiled brat like Yuanbao. Meanwhile, inside the second household's quarters. With meticulous care, Lu Jinlan placed the slumbering Yan Yuanbao upon the bed. As she turned, Yan Hui promptly thrust his cheap sister into her arms. Quick, soothe her, he urged. She won't stop crying. I can't tell if she's frightened or in pain. Maybe we should take her to the hospital. She mustn't awaken Yuanbao. Lu Jinlan uttered, instinctively reaching for a sock to stuff into the cheap sister's mouth. The wail ceased, replaced by muffled whimpers. Witnessing this novel approach, Yan Hui was taken aback. What are you doing? Lu Jinlan deposited the cheap sister onto the wooden bed before resuming her position beside the larger bed, watching over Yuanbao. Lowering her voice, she cautioned, don't make noise. Yuanbao was frightened. Whose injuries are more severe? Yan Hui was bewildered. He glanced between the large bed and the small wooden bed, ensuring he hadn't lost his mind, and then exclaimed, Lu Jinlan. Have you lost your senses? Your daughter's leg is bleeding, you're still concerned about that little rascal. It was he who set off the firecrackers. I told you not to make noise. Lu Jinlan advanced swiftly, grasping his arm. A hint of mania in her eyes. Her voice was barely audible as she declared, Yuanbao is the foundation of our lives, what does the cheap sister matter? She's just a worthless thing. She's only bleeding a little now, even if she broke her leg, I wouldn't take her to the hospital. Yan Hui's eyes widened. His brow furrowed. You're insane, she's your child too. She's not mine. Lu Jinlan interrupted, her voice even softer. Meeting Yan Hui's utterly shocked gaze, she smirked. Divulging a secret for the first time. The night I gave birth. Lu Jinlan recounted the events of that night half a year ago, leaving Yan Hui speechless. His mouth agape. He gasped, how could you do such a thing? Is that our dear daughter? You sent her away to someone else. It is precisely because she is our beloved daughter that I wish to ensure she leads a good life. Lu Jinlan exclaimed, her conviction unwavering, almost frenzied. Yan Hui. Take a look at how well my sister-in-law has raised Xiaoyu, fair-skinned and tender, sweet and endearing. The garments she wears are crafted from new fabric. The milk powder she consumes is procured from the hospital, and her bedding consists of freshly made cotton quilts. Yet, what does that wretched sister have? Yan Hui sensed a dissonance. It was her mistreatment that had led to her unfortunate circumstances. Lu Jinlan scoffed. The fact that I haven't cast her into the cesspit is a testament to my benevolence. We even paid an 800 fine on her behalf, which is generous enough. At that moment, the voice of Jia Shufan could be heard calling for dinner from the main room. Lu Jinlan's eyes darted. And she pushed Yan Hui down onto the bed. Consider the advantages this situation brings to our family and to Yuan Bao. I will step out to bring you your meal. She wiped her face, adjusted her demeanor, and exited, closing the door behind her. Inside the room, Yan Hui glanced at Yuan Bao and then at the sobbing wretched sister. A malevolent thought began to take root in his heart. From a young age, he had always felt overshadowed by his elder brother, Yan Gang. His brother had joined the army, while he had been deemed unfit due to his height, relegated instead to a life of chopping wood for others. His brother married an educated and beautiful city girl, while he could only settle for a village woman. His brother's son was bright and intelligent, destined for academic success, while his Yuan Bao was frail and weak. Given all this, what was the harm in having his brother and sister-in-law help raise his daughter? It was their responsibility after all. Chapter 45, Ermao desires to be a father. The following day marked the 29th day of the 12th lunar month. According to the customs of Yunfeng village, it was time to partake in the reunion dinner, bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new. On this day, there were numerous tasks to attend to. Therefore, long before dawn, Jia Shufan and Yan Gang arose, along with Demao and Ermao, who also woke early. Jia Shufan urged Yan Hui and Lu Jinlan to hasten in taking the young girl to the county hospital for an examination. The couple verbally acquiesced but remained stationary, while Lu Jinlan cast a sidelong glance at Yan Gang, who was plucking chicken feathers. Yan Gang fished out 20 yuan from his pocket and walked over to hand it to Yan Hui, insisting that they should go and have her checked without delay. Thank you, elder brother, Yan Hui responded with a simple smile, beckoning Lu Jinlan to carry the young girl and set off. In private, Jia Shufan slipped 10 yuan to Lu Jinlan, instructing her that if the doctor deemed the situation serious, they should proceed with treatment without hesitation. If anything arises, just have someone relay the message back. If all is well, return home early for the reunion dinner. Understood, mother. Keep an eye on Yuan Bao, he has yet to awaken. The family of three departed, while the others continued to prepare the ingredients for the New Year's Eve feast. However, unbeknownst to them, as soon as Lu Jinlan stepped out, she began to grumble under her breath. Is this all it takes to send us to the hospital? A mere 10 or 20 yuan? How stingy. With tomorrow being New Year's Eve, they expect us to visit the hospital today. What bad luck. If they were so well-meaning, why didn't they take the young girl themselves? Just pretending to be good people. You'll regret this eventually. Having walked a distance, Yan Hui looked back into the darkness, seeing no one, and breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, since we're not going to the hospital, take the child and find a place to stay. I'll also go hide for a bit. Let us meet back here at 11:30 and return together. Lu Jinlan nodded, reminding him, make sure not to spend recklessly, save some for Yuan Bao. I know. The couple parted ways, each going their own direction. This predicament presented a challenge for the young Tagalong, Ermao. His mother had tasked him with observing whether his second aunt and uncle were taking his despised younger sister for medical treatment, but now that they had separated, he was uncertain of whom to follow. Ermao made his decision in a mere 3 seconds, opting to tail his second aunt, who was carrying the detested little sister. However, the path his second aunt took was familiar. She remained in the village, heading to her parents' home. Ermao crouched in the undergrowth, his lips pursed. How could his second uncle and aunt, at their age, behave like children, swindling money from his grandmother and father? Utterly shameless. He would return and inform his mother, who would then dispatch his grandmother to deliver a scathing rebuke to his second uncle and aunt, perhaps even resorting to physical violence. As Ermao prepared to rise, he noticed an elderly woman hurrying from the shadows ahead, cradling a swaddled infant. Her head and face were concealed by a scarf, leaving only her eyes visible. She glanced around furtively as she walked, resembling a thief. Ermao carefully lowered himself to observe. He watched as the old woman deposited the swaddled bundle in front of his second aunt's family home, then fled as swiftly as a rabbit. Gone. Ermao crawled over and discovered a small infant in the swaddling clothes, resembling his sister, Xiaoyu, when she was first born, a tiny, monkey-like baby. Ermao was stunned. To abandon a child in such cold weather. Beneath the swaddling was grass, and the grass was covered in dew. Indignant, Ermao picked up the bundle. At that moment, the infant in his arms stirred gently, its mouth contorted, and it began to cry. Wah! Ermao immediately attempted to soothe the baby, imitating the way his mother and grandmother usually comforted his sister. But it was futile, the baby's cries grew louder. And Xiang Chuanhua's voice could be heard from inside the courtyard. Jinlan, go outside and see who's out there. Why is a child crying? All right. Heart racing, Ermao steeled himself, turned, and ran home with the child in his arms. He navigated through the crowd, finally shutting the gate behind him. In the yard, he spotted Yan Gang, Wen Ning, Jia Shufan, and Mao. Ermao let out a sigh of relief, raising the swaddled bundle as he gasped for breath and exclaimed, Father, Mother, Grandmother, Elder Brother. I haven't had a child, I found a monkey that looks just like a baby. Wen Ning and the others were taken aback, muttering to each other in confusion. Jia Shufan stepped forward to take a look, her expression shifting to one of irritation. What nonsense is this? You picked up a child. Where did you find it? Oh dear, its little face is freezing. Ermao confessed honestly that an old woman had stealthily left the child at his second aunt's doorstep. Wen Ning's eyelids flickered with concern. She handed the little one to Yan Gang and approached to inspect the child, then turned to Ermao for further details. Did you see what that old woman looked like? No, Ermao shook his head, she was bundled up tightly. Yan Gang furrowed his brow, seizing on the crucial point. Ermao. Why were you at your second aunt's house early in the morning? With unwavering conviction, Ermao replied. I wanted to see if my uncle and aunt were taking the troublesome girl to the hospital. They didn't go. My aunt took her to her mother's house. Jia Shufan was taken aback, her anger flaring. Those two scoundrels. They have no regard for the troublesome girl. They even deceive us for money. I'll go demand an explanation, she made to rush outside, but when Ning grabbed her, nodding toward the child in her arms and imploring, Mother, let us remain calm. What shall we do with this child? Without a moment's hesitation, Jia Shufan declared, if someone left it at Xiang Chunhua's doorstep, it is only right that we return it. When Ning pondered, everything is a matter of unfortunate coincidence. In the previous life, if Ermao had not brought the child back, this child must have been secretly disposed of by Xiang Chunhua. She must have suppressed the matter, yet now, it is impossible to simply gloss over it. When Ning's mind raced, she shook her head. No, Mother, you cannot return. With Xiang Chunhua's temperament, she is capable of abandoning the child to drown in the latrine. We must report this to the authorities, the police will locate her biological parents. Her biological parents would be guilty of abandonment, which is no trivial matter. Jia Shufan also considered this and felt a surge of resentment. Why would the child be discarded there, at Xiang Chunhua's doorstep? It is undoubtedly a result of her obsession with birthing a son. This must be a girl. I cannot fathom why one would be so desperate to have a son. Success depends on intellect, and filial piety is a matter of conscience. Is it truly reliant on mere scraps of flesh? Such folly. Indeed, who could argue otherwise? Without further delay, Wen Ning and Yan Gang took the child to the county to report the incident, while Jia Shufan remained home to keep an eye on the other children. Just as she sighed, Ermao tugged at her clothing, innocently asking, Grandma, if that child's parents do not want her, can I have her as my daughter? Then when I grow up, I won't have to marry or have children. Jia Shufan was utterly astonished. Yan Ermao. You are merely 7 years older than that little girl, and you audaciously wish to be her father? Why not consider being a father to me instead? Yan Ermao's eyes darted mischievously. If you are willing, then I shall call you grandfather. How absurd. Jia Shufan interrupted, grabbing a stick and chasing after him. It has been ages since I last disciplined you, your skin must be itching. Ermao shielded his backside, hopping away in evasion, weeping softly. He distinguished himself early this morning, so why the reprimand? Nearby, Mao embraced his younger sister, amusing himself with her tiny hands, his tone gentle. Look. Your second brother is just teasing you. Little Yu waved her hands about, emitting a series of gleeful giggles. At 10 o'clock that morning, Wen Ning and Yan Gang, accompanied by 5 or 6 police officers, entered the village, attracting the attention of many villagers. The crowd swelled as they made their way to Xiang Chunhua's doorstep. At that moment, Xiang Chunhua was leisurely cracking melon seeds in her courtyard. Inside, her son and his pregnant wife were still fast asleep. Lu Jinlan, with her younger sister strapped to her back, crouched on the ground, washing clothes for her mother, bedsheets and covers, all while whispering disparaging remarks about her brother's wife to Xiang Chunhua. Hearing the commotion outside, Lu Jinlan peered out and was taken aback by the sight of so many people, with Yan Gang and Wen Ning standing out in particular. Lu Jinlan was initially startled, thinking, "Oh no, my elder brother and sister-in-law have come to get me. How did they know I didn't take my wretched sister to the hospital and that I'm at my mother's house?" Immediately afterward, she was filled with anger. So what if I didn't take the wretched sister to the hospital? Why did they bring so many people here? What good does it do them to make such a scene? Xiang Chunhua stood up and immediately sensed that something was amiss. Why are there police officers? Jinlan, quickly explain yourself to your elder brother and sister-in-law. Mother and daughter were filled with trepidation as they waited for Wen Ning and the others to approach. Lu Jinlan immediately went to greet them. Sister-in-law, elder brother, I came to borrow some money from my mother to take the wretched sister to the hospital. It's not that I wasn't going to take her. Don't misunderstand. I'll take her right now. Wen Ning shook her head. We didn't come for that. Then what is it? With furrowed brows, Chunhua Xiang and Jinlan Lu, mother and daughter, stood their ground. A policewoman emerged, cradling a small infant, and inquired. This child was abandoned at your doorstep. Do you recognize her? Both Chunhua Xiang and Jinlan Lu averted their gaze, shaking their heads in unison. Chunhua Xiang theatrically slapped her thigh, feigning indignation. In this bitter cold, what cruel parents would abandon their child? Officers, you must apprehend these heartless individuals as swiftly as possible. Her words elicited a chorus of opinions from the onlookers. Indeed, to commit such a heinous act during the new year is utterly reprehensible. Such a person has never existed in Yunfeng village, they must be from elsewhere. Alas, why abandon her at Chunhua's doorstep, expecting her to raise her? Could it be related to that fertility concoction? A perceptive officer overheard the exchange and promptly questioned, what fertility concoction are you referring to? The gathered villagers fell silent, wary of incurring Chunhua's wrath by contradicting her in public. Chunhua forced a smile. Officer, as a seasoned midwife, I occasionally prepare tonics and pregnancy remedies for expectant mothers. It's nothing out of the ordinary. The officer disregarded her explanation. Summon the rest of your family to identify this child and provide their accounts of the situation. Chunhua instructed Jinlan Lu to fetch her son and daughter-in-law while she maintained her innocence. Meanwhile, the remaining officers questioned the other villagers individually. Before long, they reached Wen Ning. Wen Ning, deliberately avoiding Yan Gang, presented a serene and innocuous demeanor, yet provided a more comprehensive account than anyone else. Even divulging information she had privately gathered about individuals purchasing fertility drugs, including Qiuju Zhao from the village's end. She voiced her conjectures. Comrade, I suspect Xiang Chunhua of fraudulently selling fertility medicine. It seems those who bore a daughter, unwanted, abandoned the infant at her doorstep. Furthermore, Xiang Chunhua's sale of fertility medicine must be recorded in a rudimentary ledger. Should you discover this, a subsequent investigation into recent births could unveil the biological parents of the girl. The officer noted this in his book. We shall meticulously investigate the situation. Thank you for your cooperation. In truth, the matter required little investigative effort. Within the hour, the police had located several individuals from the village who had purchased fertility medicine. Among them, the Zhao Qiuju family. Since bearing a daughter, Zhao Qiuju's mother-in-law has been extremely displeased. Primarily because the family is impoverished and cannot afford the penalty for a second child. She desired to give their granddaughter up for adoption, but Zhao Qiuju vehemently opposed it. Nevertheless, her mother-in-law had procured more fertility medicine from Xiang Chunhua and was coercing her to ingest it. Thus, during a private interrogation, Zhao Qiuju bitterly confessed. The fertility medicine costs 5 yuan a dose, touted as an exclusive secret recipe, but it smells purely of herbs. After I bore a daughter, my mother-in-law sought out Xiang Chunhua to settle accounts. The woman claimed that my writing with a pen during pregnancy caused the son to run away. Zhang Xiaosan from the neighboring village also bore a daughter. Xiang suggested that her mother-in-law abandoned the child in the latrine. Now, she is pregnant again. Having gathered numerous testimonies and discovered Xiang Chunhua's ledger of fertility medicine sales, along with over 800 yuan, the police immediately apprehended Xiang Chunhua. Xiang Chunhua, you are under arrest for selling counterfeit medicine for substantial profit and for inciting others to murder female infants. You must accompany us to the police station. Xiang Chunhua repeatedly cried out, injustice. Help. Jinlong, save your mother. She beckoned to her children, but her son, Lu Jinlong, had fearfully absconded long ago. Her daughter, Lu Jinlong, in a state of disarray, rushed before Yan Gang and Wen Ning. Esteemed elder brother and sister, I implore you to render assistance. We cannot allow my mother to be taken away by the authorities, it would be her undoing. Yan Gang promptly demurred, I am without recourse. Wen Ning watched as Xiang Chunhua was dragged away, a clandestine sense of gratification arising within her. It was done. With the matter escalating, Xiang Chunhua would inevitably face the consequences. Turning to Lu Jinlong, Wen Ning offered a semblance of sympathy, second sister-in-law, your mother has transgressed the law. We do not possess the influence to deliver her. Counsel her to offer a candid confession and strive for a lenient sentence. My mother must face imprisonment. Lu Jinlong cried out in despair, staggering as she pursued them, her younger sister wailing on her back. The onlookers among the villagers sighed with lament. What a predicament to face during the new year. It is said that Xiang Chunhua amassed over 800 yuan. It would seem this line of work is quite lucrative. Indeed, it is lucrative, but it also carries the risk of incarceration. I was aware from the outset that the fertility elixir was a fabrication. I cautioned others against purchasing it, but they remained incredulous. Alas, I speak not with the benefit of hindsight. Shortly thereafter, Wen Ning and Yan Gang returned home, where Ermao awaited them with urgency. Father, mother, second aunt has sent the younger sister home. Grandmother says the younger sister's leg has been bleeding continuously and requires a medical examination. Yan Gang furrowed his brow. I shall take her. Let us depart. He hastened away, accompanying Jia Shufan to transport the younger sister to the county hospital for examination, while Wen Ning remained at home to care for Xiaoyu, Demao, and Ermao. Amidst the turmoil outside, the mother and her 3 children found solace in their tranquility. As evening approached, Yan Gang and Jia Shufan returned from the hospital with the younger sister. Jia Shufan sighed heavily, lamenting that the doctor had said it was too late for treatment. Her younger sister would likely walk with a limp from now on. With her hands on her hips, she vehemently cursed Lu Jinlong and Yan Hui, accusing them of creating a child without any responsibility for it. Just as she was berating them, Lu Jinlong burst in, her eyes red with indignation as she confronted Wen Ning. Sister-in-law, did you report this to the police? Why did you do that? The police, having sifted through the bizarre and convoluted ledgers of Xiang Chunhua, swiftly traced the whereabouts of the missing infant. After the elderly woman of the household provided details, Lu Jinlong, who had been lurking around the corner, overheard everything. It turned out that Ermao had found the abandoned baby, and Wen Ning, along with Yan Gang, had taken the infant to report to the authorities. Furious, she rushed back to demand answers. Accompanying her were Yan Hui and several villagers who had gathered, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Wen Ning remained unperturbed. A hint of grievance flickered across her face as she calmly replied, Sister-in-law, I reported it to the police because I wanted to help the baby find her parents. I cannot simply take her in, can I? Our family already has 3 children. We cannot afford to raise more. Lu Jinlong shook her head vehemently, growing even more aggressive. I never asked you to take her in. That baby was left at my mother's doorstep, how dare Ermao bring her back? Why did you report it to the police without consulting my mother? If you hadn't, this situation wouldn't have escalated so much, and my mother wouldn't have to face imprisonment. Lu Jinlong's gaze towards Wen Ning was filled with deep-seated animosity. Wen Ning clenched her hands at her sides, a cold smile dancing within her heart, while her face feigned innocence. Dear sister-in-law, I was too anxious and neglected to consult your mother, I shall certainly remember to ask next time. A mere simple statement, yet it made Lu Jinlong tremble with fury. Next time. Your mother is already 50, having spent several years in prison, where is the opportunity for a next time? Yan Hui, listening intently, felt his anger rise. Sister-in-law, could you not remain composed? This situation is escalating, and having a relative with a prison record does not bode well for the family. Wen Ning could not suppress a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her mouth. Now it is recognized as an unfortunate matter, is it? Just as she was about to feign ignorance, Yan Gang's steady voice interrupted. Since you comprehend that this is not a good situation, why did you not prevent her from selling fertility drugs? Brother, understand this, the one at fault is your mother-in-law. Who gives you the right to question my wife in such a manner? Yan Hui, who had always held a fear of his elder brother, instinctively recoiled at the rebuke. Lu Jinlan, still indignant, was about to retort when Jia Shufan stepped forward. Enough. I wholeheartedly support Wen Ning's initiative to report to the authorities regarding the missing infant's parents. The matter of your mother selling fertility drugs is well known far and wide. Even if it were not exposed today, it would inevitably come to light. You cannot blame anyone but your mother for her own misdeeds. At these words, the villagers who had gathered could not help but nod in agreement. Indeed. Teacher Wen acted out of goodwill. She certainly did not anticipate that matters would escalate to such a degree. The blame can only be placed on Xiang Chunhua's insatiable greed. How could she seek to profit so excessively while allowing an innocent infant to perish? It is said that the greater the gain, the harsher the sentence. Listening to their discussions and observing Wen Ning's aggrieved expression, Lu Jinlan felt a surge of resentment bubbling within her. Just then, a voice called out from a distance. Jinlan. Jinlan. Your mother's home has been ransacked, you must go and see it. Lu Jinlan, taken aback, turned and sprinted away. Yan Hui and the other team members followed suit. Even Yan Gang went along, hoping to lend a hand. Within the Yan family's courtyard, only Jia Shufan and Wen Ning remained with the children. Wen Ning gazed into the distance, sighing softly. From now on, my second sister-in-law will undoubtedly harbor resentment towards me. Jia Shufan retorted bitterly, let her. Her mother was unconscionable. And she's a fool. Let her think whatever she wants. Wen Ning, don't feel burdened. You did nothing wrong, and I stand by you. Yes, Wen Ning replied, lowering her head to conceal the satisfaction in her eyes. Her purpose in returning to her hometown had been achieved. In the following days, the news of Xiang Chunhua selling counterfeit fertility medicine spread rapidly throughout the surrounding villages and towns, causing a tremendous uproar. Anyone who had purchased the medicine, regardless of whether they had sons or daughters, felt utterly cheated. They descended upon her home to seize belongings and furniture. Those who arrived late and found nothing to take resorted to violence. The Lu family's walls were even torn down. Xiang Chunhua's son, Lu Jinlong, sought refuge at his wife's family's home, not daring to show his face. Lu Jinlan was unable to restrain the vengeful mob or influence the court's judgment. Soon, Xiang Chunhua was sentenced to 11 years for selling fake medicine and attempted murder. Upon receiving the news, Lu Jinlan flew into a rage within her home. Subsequently, her brother Lu Jinlong's wife terminated her pregnancy and divorced him. Lu Jinlong spent his days inebriated and disoriented until one day, he vanished without a trace, fleeing to distant lands. With her family facing such a monumental crisis, Lu Jinlan fell ill. Consumed by fury and grief, she was left feeble and on the verge of death. Jia Shufan brought her disgraced sister over to care for her, leaving Lu Jinlan without anyone to vent her anger upon. As she lay recumbent, her eyelids sealed, a profound sense of desolation enveloped her. It was then that the murmur of voices, those of Jia Shufan and Wen Ning, drifted in from the courtyard. Young Wen, Jia Shufan remarked. Observe the resemblance between this wretched girl's eyes and nose and those of Xiaoyu. I wonder if the scars adorning her face can be effaced. If they can, she shall blossom into a beauty as she matures. Indeed, Wen Ning's voice responded, retaining its customary serenity and tenderness, albeit tinged with a subtle regret. It remains to be seen if her legs can be healed. A limp would detract from her comeliness. Assuredly, we shall seek treatment for her in due course. Lu Jinlan's eyes snapped open, her hands clenched at her sides. They shall not heal. She inwardly seethed. This wretched girl's legs shall never recover. Not for any reason other than that she is the offspring of Wen Ning and Yan Gang. She is a worthless thing. Yes, this is not over. The sins of Wen Ning must be borne by this wretched girl. A surge of indomitable resolve welled up within Lu Jinlan. She laboriously sat up, determined to rally her spirits. Mother is incarcerated, but she shall be released in 11 years. By then, Xiaoyu will be a young woman, old enough to discern her true parentage and fulfill her filial duties. These 11 years shall be devoted to tormenting this wretched girl. That very evening, for the first time since Xiang Chuanhua's apprehension, Lu Jinlan partook of a meal at the table. The food tasted like ashes in her mouth. As the meal concluded, Lu Jinlan forced a smile and offered an apology to Wen Ning. Elder sister-in-law, I beg your forgiveness for my behavior in recent days. I should not have interrogated you in such a manner. I was merely consumed by worry for my mother. I now realize that it was not your fault, but rather the consequence of my mother's own transgressions. She deserves her fate. Wen Ning's expression remained impassive. It is well that you have come to this understanding. She had anticipated that Lu Jinlan would yield, and there was no mystery to it. As long as Lu Jinlan believed that Xiaoyu was her biological daughter and wished to continue to be near her, she would inevitably endure. Wen Ning noticed Lu Jinlan's hands clenched tightly on her lap. She must resent her, mustn't she? Resentment without the means of vengeance, that's just right. Wen Ning's lips curled slightly. Second brother, sister-in-law, your elder brother and I have decided to return to the family compound. Your elder brother mentioned that mother. Before she could finish, Lu Jinlan interjected eagerly, Mother will still go with you, because our family will also be leaving here. Wen Ning was not surprised by Lu Jinlan's decision. In her previous life, she had also followed Yan Hui with her 2 children. Before long, however, she had gone to Luqing, appearing at her home from time to time. In her past life, Wen Ning had thought of this as sisterly affection. That it was good to be close and to take care of each other, but now. How laughable. Lu Jinlan surely wanted to keep an eye on her biological daughter at all times. At that moment, Jia Shufan and Yan Gang were hearing this news for the first time. Mother and son frowned, their faces full of suspicion. Lu Jinlan hastened to explain. Chapter 48, Ermel wants hush money. Isn't we helping people with carpentry? He doesn't get enough to eat or wear usually. I thought I'd go and take care of him, so the 3, 4 of us could be together. Which is much better than being separated. Yuan Bao and Jianmei can also see their father every day. This made sense. But Jia Shufan worried, when you're out. Even a sip of cold water costs money. How will the 4 of you survive on Yan Hui's salary alone? If she were to go and take care of the children, Yan Hui would be supporting 5 people, which would be even more difficult. No. Jia Shufan took a breath and offered what she thought was the best solution. Yan Hui and Jin Lan, it would be better if you 2 went out. Leaving Yuan Bao and the troublesome younger sister at home. I will take care of them for 2 years. By then, Yan Hui will surely have mastered his craft and will assist in making furniture and woodworking at home, uniting the family once more. Absolutely not. Lu Jinlan was the first to object. As their mother, I cannot allow Yuan Bao and the troublesome younger sister to be away from me. She wished to shower Yuan Bao with affection and ensure that the younger sister experienced no joy. Lu Jinlan's eyes radiated unwavering determination, embodying the essence of a devoted mother. Jia Shufan found it difficult to refute her and turned to Yan Hui, hoping he might persuade her otherwise. Yan Hui waved his hand dismissively. Mother, you should go help my elder brother and sister-in-law take care of Xiaoyu. Do not worry about us. I can provide for the 3 of them. His confidence was palpable, yet Jia Shufan remained anxious. That night, she called Yan Hui outside and handed him a wad of money. Yan Hui counted it roughly, estimating around 300 yuan. His heart swelled with joy. Mother, why are you giving me such a large sum? Jia Shufan looked at him with a hint of disdain. What do you think? Did you not mention that the fine for the troublesome younger sister remains unpaid? Take this to settle it, it is improper to owe others. All right. Yan Hui responded repeatedly. In truth, he had saved a considerable amount from his woodworking job last year and had already cleared the younger sister's fine. However, money given by one's own mother is never to be turned down, especially when it amounted to 300 yuan, equivalent to half a year's wages. Yet, Jia Shufan had always been a thrifty woman, so her ability to part with 300 yuan suggested she still possessed at least an equal amount in her pocket. With a swift mental calculation, Yan Hui persisted in lamenting his financial straits. Mother, he began, Jin Lan is not as cultured as my eldest sister-in-law. If she accompanies me to the south, she will be confined to minding the child, purchasing groceries, and preparing meals. Yet, if I dissuade her from going, she becomes obstinate. This year, my circumstances are exceedingly dire. He left the sentence unfinished, allowing Jia Shufan to complete it herself, a sigh escaping her lips as she appeared lost in thought. Just as Yan Hui anticipated his mother would offer a sum to alleviate his plight, a crisp, youthful voice emerged from behind the door. "Grandmother, second uncle. I have conceived a means for second aunt to earn a living." Both Yan Hui and Jia Shufan turned their gazes toward the emerging figure of Ermao. "Indeed?" Ermao eagerly elucidated, "If funds are genuinely scarce, second aunt could gather recyclable refuse. I have diligently inquired and discovered that ferrous metals, copper, and aluminum possess the greatest value. Yet they are challenging to procure. More readily obtainable are discarded plastics, rubber, waste paper, animal bones, shattered glass, and even used clothing and hair. All of which can be sold for monetary gain." Yan Hui and Jia Shufan regarded him with incredulity, the former blurting out, "To scavenge refuse for sale is utterly humiliating." Ermao, with hands defiantly on his small hips, retorted, "Second uncle, you err. My mother avows that to beg for funds with mere words is shameful. Whereas to rely on one's own hands to gather refuse is an honest endeavor. Among the myriad professions, distinction can be achieved in any field." Was this not a veiled rebuke directed at him? Yan Hui, observing the countenance of Jia Shufan, which mirrored an expression of agreement, realized that financial assistance would not be forthcoming. He glared at Ermao before retreating to his room under a flimsy pretext. Ermao, crestfallen, lamented. "Why is second uncle behaving in such a manner? I divulged to him the very secret of how I earn pocket money. Had he not been your son, grandmother, I would not have spoken of it." "Enough," Jia Shufan said, patting his small head. "Let him be." Upon reflection, she realized that as a widow, she had once toiled in the fields to provide for her 3 children. Now, with 2 able-bodied adults, the second son and his wife, it seemed implausible that they could not sustain 2 children. Regret washed over Jia Shufan for giving him the 300 yuan. Nevertheless, she exchanged a meaningful glance with Ermao, offering a remarkably kind smile. "Ermao, you must not tell your mother about what just transpired." With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Ermao extended his small hand, "Then how about a little hush money? Just 1 yuan will suffice." "Why are you so greedy?" Jia Shufan protested, reluctant to comply, yet a twinge of guilt crept in. Most of her savings stemmed from Xiao Wen, who had suggested she could manage the funds as she pleased. However, she worried that aiding the second son's family might displease Xiao Wen. "Mom." Ermao feigned a dash toward his mother's room. Jia Shufan quickly called out, "Stop. Here, take it." Gritting her teeth, she drew out a yuan for Ermao. Ah. The complexities of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. In truth, even without Ermao's revelations, Wen Ning could surmise that Jia Shufan had given Yan Hui money. Yet, she harbored no resentment over this. She had long recognized that Yan Gang was not merely her beloved husband, and Jia Shufan was not solely her mother-in-law. Each individual harbored their own concerns, and as long as she fulfilled her designated objectives, everything else paled in significance. The following day, the entire family busied themselves preparing for their journey, but surprisingly, the most industrious of all was the young child, Demise. Numerous children around the age of 10 from the village came to seek him out, each carrying something in hand. Some bore charming little baskets woven from bamboo strips, delicately crafted and endearing. Some were carrying sacks filled with cicada shells and hedgehog skins. One particularly audacious child produced 2 long, shed snakeskins. Instantly, the onlookers, Wen Ning and Lu Jinlan, recoiled in horror, their faces paling. Yuan Bao burst into tears. Lu Jinlan, clutching her son, shooed them away, exclaiming, "Why are you bringing such things into the house? You're frightening Yuan Bao. Get them out of here." Damao tugged at Yan Gang, looking up, "Dad, can you weigh these for me and then pack them up?" The child who had brought the snakeskins had no objections, and Yan Gang followed his son's instructions. Under the eaves, Lu Jinlan couldn't help but ask, "Sister-in-law, what are they doing? Why is Damao collecting all this junk from the village children?" Wen Ning, well aware of the situation from her sons, explained in a measured tone, "Damao gave away all the sweets he received for the new year to the village children. And he's letting them trade things for them. Their parents are aware of it." Lu Jinlan's focus was peculiar. "Damao is the elder brother. Why didn't he share the sweets with our Yuan Bao?" A hint of derision flickered in Wen Ning's eyes. Ermao, who was helping his elder brother, turned his head and retorted, "My elder brother didn't even share with me. Auntie, can Yuan Bao weave small baskets, collect cicada shells, or catch snakes?" Yuan Bao was not yet 4 years old. Lu Jinlan, Still displeased, nitpicked, sister-in-law, aren't you going to say anything to Damao? Anyone can weave a small basket, cicada shells are only 12 cents a pound. And snakeskins are of dubious value. He bought those sweets with money. If he didn't want to eat them or give them to others, he could have saved them for Xiaoyu. Elmer pivoted, eyes widening. Auntie, the last person who asked us to leave something for our sister was your mother. And she's already in jail. Chapter 49, the curly-haired charlatan Lu Jinlan choked, her expression so unsightly she nearly erupted in a tirade. Winnie struggled to suppress a smile. Second sister-in-law, Elmer is still young and doesn't understand, don't hold it against him. What else could Lu Jinlan say? She stormed off, carrying her wretched sister on her back and dragging Yuan Bao back to their house. The arrival of children trading goods for candy kept the father and sons occupied for several hours. When they finished, Elmer's package to take back to the family compound had grown substantially. The family returned inside to continue packing, Elmer still reveling in his cleverness. Brother, aren't I smart? I sold the candy and easily earned $1.20, unlike you, who had to exchange it for a pile of useless things since they had no money. And now you have to lug it back to the family compound. So much trouble. David assisted his father in carrying the bag, allowing him to load it with items. He remained composed. Who says it's useless? My pile is worth more than your $1.20. Elmer was stunned. Huh? He turned to Winnie for confirmation, who chuckled. Your older brother intends to sell these in Lucheng. If he does, they'll certainly fetch more than $1.20. David possessed a sharp mind. And when it came to making money, he was indeed more capable. Elmer was dumbfounded, on the verge of tears. He had made a huge loss. The next day, the two families set off together, parting ways at the train station. Lu Jinlan gazed at the child in Winnie's arms, unable to tear her eyes away. She voiced her most heartfelt sentiment, eldest sister-in-law, Mom, you must take good care of Jade. You must help me raise my daughter well. Winnie nodded. And Jias Hufan stated plainly. Unquestionably, apart from our own kin, Gu Jinlan, you should also look after your younger sister, if you have the financial means. Seek medical attention for her leg to ensure the child does not suffer lasting harm. Gu Jinlan and Yan Hui responded with a lack of genuine concern. Unbeknownst to Wen Ning and the others, during their journey south on the train, the couple, Lu Jinlan and Yan Hui, faced considerable disapproval and disdain. This was solely due to Lu Jinlan's indifferent and impatient demeanor toward her younger sister, her actions of stuffing socks into her mouth, and her physical abuse, which led concerned passengers to strongly suspect she was a child trafficker. Concerned individuals even alerted the police. And only after a thorough investigation were Lu Jinlan and Yan Hui exonerated. Wen Ning's family disembarked from the train at noon the following day. Once again greeted by Zhang Weijun, who was there to escort them back to the residential compound. As they neared their destination, Zhang Weijun, with remarkable tact, inquired of Jia Shufan, Auntie, would you like me to stop the car so you can change your attire and freshen up? Jia Shufan demurred, no, little Zhang. Let's proceed. Mao, clinging to the back of the seat, shook his head knowingly. Uncle Zhang, you misunderstand. One adorns oneself when returning to one's hometown to showcase prosperity. But there is no need to dress up when returning to the residential compound, as it signifies destitution. My grandma used the money. Jia Shufan, glancing at her smiling daughter-in-law, felt a pang of guilt and swiftly struck Mao on the back, cutting him off in time. Silence. What nonsense are you spouting? Sit properly. She had, after all, paid a 1 yuan bribe to keep him quiet. Mao covered his mouth, his eyes darting about. Disaster averted. He had almost failed to restrain himself. Fortunately, they soon arrived at the residential compound. As the family was unloading their belongings, a passionate and resonant cry echoed from afar, popcorn's here. Ermia was so elated that she nearly leaped up. Mom, Dad, I want to make popcorn. I haven't had any this new year. Wen Ning struggled to hold her squirming daughter and finally relented, all right, you can take a pound of rice. But we just got back, how could we have rice? Jia Shufan hurriedly interjected. Ermio, go borrow some from Aunt Tian next door and promise to return it tomorrow. I'll prepare the beds first. Okay. Both Damao and Mao went off, but soon returned home in a huff. Ermio, arms akimbo, exclaimed, Mom. The old lady next door said that my brother and I are too young to be trusted with borrowing rice, implying we wouldn't return it. She wants the adults to do it. How infuriating. How absurd. Everyone has hair, so why should we be judged for not having it on our lips? That's just ridiculous. Demao, with a serious expression, added, I don't like the new old lady next door. What old lady? Wen Ning furrowed her brow. Demao, maintaining his composure, replied, Xiaodan calls her grandma. That must be Lin Meizhen, the mother of Captain Zhou Jianqiang and the mother-in-law of Tian Xiua. Wen Ning had encountered her in a previous life. This woman was notoriously lacking in both intelligence and emotional acuity, with a sharp tongue to boot. Therefore, it was hardly surprising that she would refuse to lend rice to children. She had previously caused a near-divorce between Tian Xiua and Captain Zhou. A real troublemaker, indeed. Yet, it was also this very woman who selflessly donated a kidney for her grandson. Just as Wen Ning contemplated stepping in herself, Tian Xiua hurried in, carrying a bowl of rice. I'm so sorry, Demao and Ermao. Quickly take the rice to make popcorn. Your brother Gedden is waiting outside for you. Demao and Ermao received their mother's nod and rushed outside with the bowl in hand. Meanwhile, Tian Shui approached, lowering her voice to explain to Wen Ning. Please do not take offense, little Wen. My mother-in-law has arrived, and she is unaware of our family's relationship. It is not that I am unwilling to lend you rice. Wen Ning smiled dismissively. As Tian Shui extended her hand, she passed over the little one, saying, I was quite exhausted holding her, your timing is impeccable. Tian Shui playfully teased the child, it seems you had a pleasant time back home. Sending our adversaries to prison is indeed quite an achievement, Wen Ning remarked, inviting Tian Shui inside. Come in, I brought some local specialties for you to take home and enhance your meals. Then I shall not be polite, Tian Shui replied. Upon entering, she soon noticed Yan Gang and Jia Shufan busily preparing 3 beds, fitting the covers, and organizing items brought from their hometown, showing no signs of pause. Tian Shui sighed, thinking of her own mother-in-law, who lay motionless at home. Comparisons can be disheartening, she mused. Why am I not as fortunate as Wen Ning? To have considerate and diligent in-laws like Yan and Shufan? Observing the happiness of others stirred a sense of imbalance within her, prompting Tian Shui to leave shortly thereafter. As Jia Shufan placed the wrapped local delicacies onto the shelf, she inquired of Wen Ning, I noticed that little Tian seemed rather downcast. Has anything happened in her family? Her mother-in-law has come to visit. Wen Ning suddenly recalled the previous life when Jia Shufan and Lin Meizhen had even quarreled. Although she had not lost, it was still inappropriate. Unable to restrain herself, she cautioned, Mother, Xiui's mother-in-law is somewhat unhinged. For the sake of Xiui, please endure and ensure that no conflict arises. Unmoved, Jia Shufan pondered how irrational she could be to warrant physical aggression from her. Having lived for over 5 decades, she had never encountered such an individual. Reassuring him that there was no cause for concern. The following day, Yan Gang departed for work. Wen Ning, accompanied by Demao and Ermao, cycled to Lucheng to vend Demao's spoils. Jia Shufan, cradling Xiaoyu, approached Lin Meizhen. With amiable demeanor, she extended an invitation to amble around the vicinity, meet other elderly companions, and engage in convivial gossip. Unexpectedly, Lin Meizhen scrutinized her for an extended moment before declining with abruptness. I do not associate with permed hair, pseudo-foreigners. Jia Shufan's countenance immediately darkened. Lin Meizhen, undeterred, continued her disparaging remarks, pursing her lips. Perming your hair must have cost a pretty penny, a veritable waste. You would be better off purchasing meat for your son's nourishment. Chapter 50. Demao is an intelligent individual. Jia Shufan's guiding principle had always been to reciprocate in kind, repaying both favors and grievances. Consequently, she retorted to Lin Meizhen with a matching tone of displeasure, questioning why the meat should be procured for her son's consumption. Did you not notice that I possess a mouth of my own? Lin Meizhen widened her eyes, proceeding to expound her views. You are surnamed Jia, correct? Sister Jia, I must impart some wisdom to you. Since time immemorial, a woman obeys her father at home, her husband upon marriage, and her son after her husband's demise. As we are both elderly widows, our sons are undoubtedly our paramount concern. Therefore, we must revolve around them. Indulgences such as hair dyeing and solitary dining are strictly forbidden. She glanced at Xiaoyu, who was cooing in Jia Shufan's arms, and offered a slight sneer. You are holding your granddaughter, I presume? Behold her plumpness. She must have been nourished with formula. In truth, cornmeal gruel would suffice, the savings from formula being better allocated to her father. For he is the cornerstone of your household. It has been an age since I have encountered such an antiquated simpleton. Jia Shufan, exasperated, retorted with sardonic amusement, indeed, henceforth any morsel of meat shall be reserved for him, any scrap of cotton shall be draped upon him, and upon venturing out, I shall hoist him upon my shoulders, lest he exert himself by walking. Lin Meijian sensed something amiss, though she could not immediately discern what. She offered a feeble chuckle, my dear, you are quite the jester. Jia Shufan rolled her eyes, indeed, for were I devoid of humor, I could scarcely engage in such inane discourse with you, you preposterous jest. As Lin Meijian sought to continue, Jia Shufan, cradling Xiaoyu, turned and departed. Brevity is the soul of wit when conversing with fools. She could find no common ground with this addled matron. Elsewhere, in Luqing, Wen Ning, accompanied by her 2 sons, bearing a bundle of provisions, first sought out the local traditional Chinese medicine clinic, inquiring whether they procured shed snake skins, cicada shells, or hedgehog pelts. They did, yet the remuneration offered was meager. Damao acquired the snake skins and hedgehog pelts, even borrowing funds from Yan Gang. Selling to the clinic would yield scant profit. Thus, Wen Ning led the children to the pharmacy of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, where the attending nurse assented, directing them to the inspection area. The physician responsible for procuring medicinal materials weighed them with delicate scales, calculated the sum on a calculator, and announced the price. Cicada shells are 70 cents per pound. This sack contains 4.5 pounds, totaling $3.15. Snake skins are $5.50, and hedgehog pelts are $12. Bringing the total to an even $20.60. Emerging from the hospital, Mao assisted his brother in calculating their earnings. Brother, I am aware that you borrowed 7 yuan from father to settle the balance for the hedgehog leather and the snake skin. Thus, you have earned a total of 13 yuan and 60 cents. His expression was one of shock and heartache, for he realized he had missed a splendid opportunity for wealth. Without hesitation, Wen Ning reminded him that his elder brother still had small baskets to sell. Consequently, the 3 of them ventured to the market to set up a modest stall, offering the small baskets at 50 cents each. Having sold 2, a familiar face appeared, it was Lu Wei. Beside him stood a short-haired girl, around 20, who immediately picked up a small basket and exclaimed, "This is so adorable." Mao, brimming with excitement, greeted him, "Uncle Niao. Long time no see. Happy New Year. Are you on a blind date?" "Hello, sister." The short-haired girl giggled, covering her mouth. Looking charming and delightful. Lu Wei, momentarily at a loss for words, wiped his face and reiterated, "I am Lu Wei. Mao, de Mao, Sister Wen. Are you selling this?" Wen Ning smiled and nodded, "Yes, if you like them, I'll give you a few, feel free to choose." The short-haired girl, perhaps assuming that Wen Ning and her companions were relatives of Lu Wei wishing to support the business, generously offered, "Sister, I'll take them all." "How much?" 8 baskets. 50 cents each, that's 4 yuan. De Mao replied without hesitation, extending his hand towards Lu Wei, "Uncle Lu, this is a small business, no credit allowed." Lu Wei promptly handed over the money, then turned to the short-haired girl and, after a brief exchange, pulled Wen Ning aside for a conversation. "Sister Wen. Just 2 days before the new year, I secured a sizable order for suits, and they urgently require spring and summer garments. We need to act swiftly." Wen Ning nodded in agreement, "All right, I will head to the factory tomorrow, and we shall discuss the details." "Agreed." She chuckled, urging him to pursue a courtship with diligence, hoping to partake in their wedding festivities this year. Lu Wei, abashed, scratched his head, his ears flushed with crimson. After bidding farewell to Lu Wei, the Wen Ning family of 3 proceeded to procure some essential provisions, acquiring some spare ribs and streaky pork before cycling homeward. En route, De Mao tallied their earnings. 18 yuan and 60 fen, 15 portions of which were his at 1 yuan and 20 fen each. Mao erupted, lunging at his elder brother's back, protesting he couldn't compete with their intellect. "Release me," De Mao teased, "and I shall bestow upon you a meager fen. A mere fen to appease me." 5 Mao, then. Insufficient. A whole yuan. Barely acceptable, more would be preferable. Go find a spot to slumber, wealth accrues more swiftly in dreams. The brothers frolicked along the way, Wen Ning trailing behind, her lips curving into a smile as she observed their silhouettes. Although the family was no longer financially constrained, She endorsed their aspirations to engage in small ventures, provided they didn't compromise their safety. One learns more from experience than instruction. Only through ample exposure and experience could the children withstand the tempests of life. After partaking in a midday repast at home, Yan Gang borrowed a vehicle and transported Wen Ning and the children to the residential complex of the food manufacturer in Rong City, adjacent to Lu City, to extend New Year's greetings to Wen Ning's maternal grandmother. Wen Ning's grandmother, Jing Yangying, initially married Wen Ning's grandfather, bearing Wen Ning's father. Following Wen Ning's grandfather's untimely demise, she remarried, bearing a son and a daughter with her subsequent husband. In a blended family, Wen Ning's father was the most disadvantaged. Fortunately, he persevered, making a name for himself in the military and later marrying Wen Ning's mother, who was a distinguished researcher at the academy. Wen Ning enjoyed a blissful childhood surrounded by her parents. Tragically, when she turned 12, both of her parents perished in a rescue mission, leading to Wen Ning being sent to live with her grandmother, where she spent 6 arduous years as a guest in another's home. Although her grandmother was kind, her great-grandfather, second uncle, and second aunt were not easy to deal with, making those 6 years particularly challenging for Wen Ning. At that time, the college entrance examination was cancelled, and her great-grandfather and second uncle sought to marry her off indiscriminately. It was her grandmother who protected her, combined with Wen Ning's own intelligence, that allowed her to leverage her father's comradeship to become a primary school teacher at a military district school after completing high school. It was there that she met Yan Gang, eventually establishing her own family. Over the years, Wen Ning could only visit her grandmother during festivals, feeling a deep sense of guilt towards her. Additionally, burdened by memories from a past life, she recalled that her grandmother passed away 3 years later, with her body discovered 3 days after her death, by which time it had begun to decay. In this lifetime, she vowed to ensure her grandmother would never suffer such a fate. As Wen Ning pondered these thoughts, Mao called out to her energetically, "Mom, we have arrived. Let's knock on the door." Wen Ning raised her head, took a deep breath, and with one hand free, she knocked, knock knock knock. The reason she knocked was that Yan Gang was carrying little Yu, while Mao and Mao held gift boxes, leaving her with an empty hand. As they arrived, a middle-aged woman with curled hair opened the door. Upon seeing Wen Ning's family, she stepped aside, leaning against the doorframe with a teasing smile, half amused. "I questioned why my mother was up so early to purchase chickens and ducks, instructing us to stay indoors. It turned out that my precious eldest granddaughter and her family were coming over. Entering was my Aunt Lu Feng, known for her selfish temperament and acerbic demeanor." When Wen Ning called out to her, she rushed towards the elderly lady with a round face and silvery hair, who appeared rejuvenated, embracing her as if she had been lost and found. "Grandma." Jing Yangying was momentarily taken aback, pushing her away, exclaiming, "What are you doing? We just met 6 months ago. Move aside, I want to hold my great-grandson." Wen Ning was both amused and exasperated. Subsequently, Jing Yangying embraced the obedient Mao and Mao, who called her grandma, before taking the little Yu from Yan Gang's arms, bouncing her gently. The child bore an uncanny resemblance to Ning Ning in her youth. "Ning Ning, you were just as chubby when you were little. Your father would carry you on his shoulders to show you off, and your mother would always laugh at him." Recalling the past was often bittersweet. Jing Yangying felt a pang of sadness, and Wen Ning assisted her in taking a seat. At that moment, Yan Gang, accompanied by Mao and Mao, greeted Wen Ning's uncle and aunt, before also taking a seat. Wen Ning's uncle Liang Xingli was the head of the production department at a food factory. Having been in leadership for many years, he had mastered the art of sycophancy and disparaging others. Holding a cup of tea, he inquired about Yan Gang's job promotion and asked about Wen Ning's teaching career. Upon learning that Wen Ning had lost her job due to having a second child and that Yan Gang had also faced repercussions, he expressed great disappointment. "You two are usually so clever, how could you be so foolish at such a critical moment? For the sake of a daughter, you have incurred such losses. Had I known, I would have advised you to terminate the pregnancy to avoid jeopardizing your careers." Wen Ning and Yan Gang had developed a resilient mindset, remaining unfazed by his remarks. However, the others were quick to interject. Lu Feng scolded, "Old Liang, why speak of such things during the festive season? Isn't it rather fortunate that Wen Ning and Yan Gang's careers have stagnated? It spares them the arrogance that would arise from their success, leaving their son Liang Yong trailing far behind." Jing Yangying sighed, "Little Yu has grown so much, we can't possibly send the child back now. Besides, children are a blessing. When they come, they must be welcomed. Mao, with a twinkle in his eye, patted his chest and deftly shifted the topic to alleviate the tension. Grandpa. Why don't you ask me and my brother about our final grades from last year? My brother did exceptionally well. To which he added with a mischievous grin, well. Liang Xingli had already grasped his wife's intention and played along, inquiring, what does your well mean, Mao? With pride, Mao lifted his chin, declaring, I passed. Given my intelligence, that's quite an achievement. The adults exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing slightly awkward. Just then, the sound of footsteps could be heard from outside. A slender young woman, with her hair tied in braids and a heart-shaped face, entered carrying a bag of seasonings. It was Liang Shui, the daughter of Shu and Shu's wife. Shyly, she greeted, sister, brother-in-law, Mao, Mao, you're all here. Wen Ning and Yan Gang returned her smile. While Lu Feng, with a slight nudge, prompted Liang Shui to head straight to the kitchen to assist. Xing Yangying, eager to showcase his great-granddaughter, took her downstairs to boast to his old companions, with Yan Gang and Mao following suit. Wen Ning, meanwhile, entered the kitchen to lend a hand to Liang Shui and Shu's wife. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. While Wen Ning was busy with the vegetables, Shu's wife, Lu Feng, broached the subject of Liang Shui's matchmaking. She spoke with an air of ostentation. Xiaoxue was endowed with both a promising career and striking looks, and she was also an adept cook. Her father held a prestigious position, making her the object of admiration within a 10-mile radius. Many mothers with sons were quite fond of her. However, we remained unhurried, for careful selection was still in order. Wen Ning found herself lost in thought. In her previous life, her uncle and aunt had indeed gone through a painstaking selection process, only to pair Liang Shui with a husband who was abusive. The family held a high status and was domineering, while Liang Shui, possessing a gentle temperament, suffered in silence, enduring violence until a tragic miscarriage revealed the truth to her family. Their grandmother insisted that Liang Shui divorce and return home, yet her uncle and aunt refused, believing it would tarnish their reputation. Eventually, when their son Liang Yong got into trouble, they sent Liang Shui to seek help from an old classmate. Upon returning home, she was violently pushed by her enraged husband and tragically met her end against a stone. Recollecting Liang Yong brought to Wen Ning's mind a memory she had tucked away, something she needed to discuss with Yan Gang. She openly let her thoughts drift, prompting Lu Feng's discontent as she shoved her lightly. Wen Ning, you have experience. Tell Xiaoxue that men without family support or social standing should be avoided. Wen Ning gazed at the hopeful Liang Shui and smiled gently. I believe that personal affection is paramount. Life is not the same with just anyone. Don't spout nonsense, Lu Feng retorted, rolling her eyes as she poked Liang Shui's forehead. Do not heed your sister's words, choose wisely a family that can care for your brother. With a wistful sigh, Liang Shui lamented her parents' preference for sons, dedicating all efforts to her brother Liang Yong, leaving her uncertain about her future. After a short while, Liang Shui mentioned the lack of ginger, and Wen Ning seized the opportunity to head downstairs to find Yan Gang. Grandmother was holding Xiaoyu and conversing with the old companions, while Mao and Mao showcased their exceptional skills in rolling iron hoops, successfully engaging the young boys in the family residence. Yan Gang silently observed from the side. Wen Ning exchanged a few words with her grandmother before taking Yan Gang to buy ginger. Along the way, she cautioned him, if my grandmother, second uncle, or second aunt mentioned sending Liang Yong to the military, please do not agree. Yan Gang, surprised, nodded in acknowledgement. All right, I will heed your advice. Wen Ning sighed in relief, knowing that Yan Gang would not oppose her. In her previous life, when her second uncle proposed sending Liang Yong to serve, Yan Gang had acquiesced, facilitating Liang Yong's transfer to the Air Force enlistment office where an old comrade was stationed. Little did they know, Liang Yong engaged in bullying within the military, tormenting others to the point of fatal consequences. As the situation unfolded and investigations ensued, Yan Gang not only faced significant reprimands but also endured the scorn of his second uncle and aunt. They believed Yan Gang should never have sent Liang Yong to the Air Force. Had he not gone there, he would not have encountered his classmate, Zhang Wu, and thus would not have gone astray. What a ludicrous rationale. They failed to reflect on their own shortcomings in raising him and instead blamed Yan Gang for his assistance. In this lifetime, Wen Ning vowed never to let Yan Gang assist them again, for they would only invite trouble. Hand in hand, the couple ventured to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase ginger. Upon their exit, they unexpectedly heard a familiar voice emanating from a nearby alley. To her dismay, despite both having failed the college entrance examination, that bookish boy had managed to find an attractive companion. "Sister, why not ditch that bookworm and come with me? I promise to treat you to a life of luxury." Wen Ning frowned, hastening her steps to peer inside. The ruffian-like boy, none other than Liang Yong, stood there with two equally unruly accomplices, blocking the path of a boy and a girl. The obstructed boy's face was filled with resentment. "Liang Yong, don't overstep. She is my younger sister. She is still a minor." "That's perfect, I'll be your brother-in-law then." Liang Yong guffawed, his gaze lecherous. "Zhang Wu, let's become family. I'll look after you, alright? Your sister is a minor, so I'll wait for her. Such a fair face, such a pert posterior, she has the assets." Zhang Wu's eyes blazed with fury, and he lunged forward. Liang Yong. He was alone, and Liang Yong and his two cronies easily subdued him. Just as Liang Yong was about to strike, a stern reprimand, carrying authority, echoed from outside the alley. Liang Yong. Chapter 52, A child with a father is a treasure. It was Yan Gang. The man exuded a formidable aura, his eyes as profound as ancient wells. Being stared at by him evoked a sense of trepidation. Liang Yong's cronies trembled, but emboldened themselves. Who are you? How dare you interfere with our Yongji's affairs?" "Shut up!" Liang Yong roared, kicking Zhang Wu aside. He swaggered out, seemingly fearless. "Sister, brother-in-law, I was just teaching a disrespectful person a lesson." Wen Ning, with a somber expression, said, "Let's go home." Yan Gang intended to say a few words to Liang Yong, but Wen Ning tugged at his hand, gently shaking her head. "There's no need. Liang Yong has been spoiled by our second uncle and aunt. He is inherently bad, so a few words won't change anything." The three of them left in succession. In the alley, the two cronies kicked Zhang Wu. "See that? That's Yongji's brother-in-law, a high-ranking officer in the army. If you offend our Yongji, you'll come to a bad end, tsk." The two cronies swaggered away. Zhang Wu, enraged, slammed a fist fiercely into the nearby wall. Blood slowly seeping out. His sister was anxious. "Brother, what are you doing? Don't act like this, everything will be fine. Grandfather said he has already enrolled you. And soon you will join the Air Force. Once you leave, he won't be able to bully us anymore." Zhang Wu lowered his head. "What about you?" His sister shook her head, her fair little face strained with suppressed panic. "It's alright, he won't dare to do anything. I'm still young." In the minds of villains, age holds no significance. Wen Ning felt she could not merely stand by and watch the situation unfold, but her options were limited. Upon reaching the ground floor, she excused herself, claiming she had forgotten to buy something, and hurried back to act independently. Wen Ning first went to the post office to borrow paper and a pen, swiftly drafting a letter. The letter detailed Liang Yong's home address, his usual demeanor, his long-standing oppression of Zhang Wu, his intentions towards Zhang Wu's sister, and Wen Ning's recommendations. Subsequently, she located Zhang Wu and his sister, following them home before placing the letter in their mailbox. When she returned to her grandmother's house, dinner was already laid out on the table. Second aunt continued her sarcastic remarks. "Returning to your maternal home is like being a guest, huh?" Wen Ning then presented a box of snowflake cream to Liang Shui, saying, "Here, for the young lady, make sure to take good care of yourself." Only then did second aunt fall silent. Halfway through the meal, second uncle Liang Xingli suddenly spoke up. "Little Yan, may I inquire about something? Your brother did not get into a good university. Do you think he could enlist in the army?" Grandmother, second aunt, and Liang Yong all turned their hopeful gazes towards him. However, Yan Gang had already received Wen Ning's instructions, and having witnessed Liang Yong's bullying, he harbored reservations. Serving in the army and contributing to the nation is commendable. But one must begin as a private and first register at the recruitment office for a physical examination. Aunt Lu Feng, unable to contain herself, blurted out. "Is it really so complicated? Xiao Yan, couldn't you lend a hand and get Xiao Yong under your wing or one of your old comrades? He can't endure hardship. You know. He's not merely averse to hardship, he desires to inflict it upon others," Yan Gang thought, his brow furrowing. Wen Ning squeezed his hand, interjecting, "Aunt Ganga doesn't wield that much authority at present." "Precisely," Ermao chimed in, poking his head from his bowl. "My father is merely a regimental commander, not the president. He can't orchestrate such matters. Demise echoed, my father even received a demerit for having a second child. Thump. Liang Yong kicked away his stool, rose, and proclaimed with unwarranted arrogance, fine, I won't join the army. Mom, Dad, stop all this fuss. He sauntered out in a boorish manner, ignoring Lu Feng's calls. Despite such discourteous behavior, Liang Xingli refrained from scolding him, sighing instead, I'll explore avenues for him at the factory, get him a job there. Grandmother hastily smoothed things over. If Xiaoyong truly desires to enlist, I'll inquire at the recruitment office tomorrow. Now, let's eat. Ning Ning, your favorite fish. Following this episode, Aunt's complexion remained unpleasant. And Uncle excused himself early, the couple departing to seek opportunities for Liang Yong. After the meal, Wen Ning devoted her attention to grandmother. She proposed taking grandmother to live in the family compound, but grandmother, entrenched in traditional beliefs, adamantly refused. My son is still here. What would it look like to go to my granddaughter's home? Your mother-in-law would surely berate me behind my back. Besides, I need to keep an eye on Xiaoyong and Xiao Shui's affairs. Now, be on your way and visit me often when you have time. Reluctantly, Wen Ning bid farewell and departed. Having journeyed a distance, she glanced back to witness her grandmother's tenacious yet aged figure, diminishing into insignificance. Warmth welled up in Wen Ning's eyes. Mother, exclaimed Mao, grandmother secreted a red envelope in my pocket. He unfurled it, exclaiming, 5 yuan. This is the most substantial red envelope I've received this spring festival. Demise quietly echoed, indeed, it is for me as well. Wen Ning retrieved a red envelope from Xiaoyu's garment, presumably containing 5 yuan. 15 yuan in total. Fortunately, the red envelope she gifted her grandmother contained 200 yuan. Her grandmother did not incur too significant a loss. Amidst Mao's jubilant melodies, Yan Gang interjected, Ning Ning, after our meal, I intend to confer with second uncle regarding Liang Yong's bullying. Second uncle dismissed it as mere boyish squabbles, entirely normal. Yan Gang, typically composed and amiable in demeanor, exuded a trace of battlefield ferocity. His grip on the steering wheel tightened slightly, his gaze frigid, composed yet forceful. Should Demise and Mao ever engage in unwarranted bullying, I shall break their legs. A chill ran down the spines of Demise and Mao, causing them to simultaneously shrink back and assume an obedient posture. While they could jest with their father casually, in such pivotal moments, defiance was inadvisable. Mao raised his small hand, assuring, rest assured, father, I pledge not to bully. I am exceedingly amiable, cultivating favorable relationships with everyone, as I aspire to conduct business with them. Yan Gang inquired with curiosity, what manner of business? Big brother conceived the notion, Mao promptly divulged, betraying his sibling. Demise, undeterred, offered a solemn explanation. Tu Mao coveted the money I earned from our hometown and asked me to devise a plan for us to collaborate. In our residential compound, many children possess disposable income but lack access to suitable toys. Mao will gather materials such as wood, plastic, and corrugated paper. Father will craft spinning tops, and grandma will fashion shuttlecocks from mother's leftover fabric scraps. Mao and I will be responsible for selling them. We won't amass great wealth, but we can earn some pocket money. Selling toys is a viable concept, as the supply and marketing cooperative does not currently specialize in children's toys. Wen Ning offered encouragement, remarking on Demise's ingenuity. Demise, pleased, feigned modesty. Yan Gang, however, detected something amiss. Raising an eyebrow, he questioned whether he had agreed to assist in making spinning tops. Demise and Mao exchanged glances. Mao, clinging to the back of the driver's seat, twisted his small body and ingratiated himself. Dad, please say yes. It's our first entrepreneurial venture, and we need your unwavering support. Dad, my wonderful dad. There's no one like Dad in the world, a child with a father is a treasure. As he spoke, he launched into an exaggerated rendition of the song, while Demise maintained a stoic expression in accompaniment. Wen Ning and Yan Gang, while feigning disdain for the discordant singing, couldn't help but smile. Their family exuded harmony and joy. Concurrently, in Rong City, devastating news struck the Zhang family like a hammer blow. Chapter 53, I feel effeminate. Zhang Wu, who had long been bullied by Liang Yong, lost his father at an early age and was raised by his mother and maternal grandparents. The absence of a father figure, coupled with an overbearing mother and doting grandparents, fostered a timid disposition, making him an easy target for Liang Yong and his cronies. Following his disappointing performance on the National College entrance examination, his maternal grandparents reached out to old acquaintances with the intention of enlisting him in the Air Force. However, one evening, Zhang Wu's maternal grandfather, after concluding his post-dinner constitutional, casually retrieved a letter from the mailbox. Upon reading its contents, he was consumed by a fit of apoplectic rage, succumbing to a severe hypertensive crisis, resulting in his immediate collapse. Upon regaining consciousness, Zhang Wu's maternal grandfather summoned the family, demanding to know if the allegations contained within the letter were accurate. Zhang Wu and his sister had refrained from confiding in their elders, wishing to spare them additional burdens. However, now that the secret had been exposed, they had no choice but to divulge the truth. Zhang Wu's maternal grandparents and mother were all incensed. His mother was ready to confront the Liang family that very night, demanding an explanation. In a pivotal moment, Zhang Wu's maternal grandfather intervened, his eyes, though clouded with age, shone with vigor, his tone resolute. "Halt!" he commanded. "Without concrete evidence, confronting them now will only alert them to our suspicions. We shall proceed as the anonymous benefactor suggested, ensuring we catch them red-handed, leaving no room for escape. We must crush this scoundrel once and for all." The following day, Zhang Wu's maternal grandfather swallowed his pride and reached out to his former comrades in arms. His old comrades, with utmost zeal, readily pledged their assistance. Consequently, whenever Zhang Wu and his sister ventured out, they were discreetly guarded by two adults. If Liang Yong harbored no ill intentions, all would be well, however, should he act upon any malicious designs. Unbeknownst to Wen Ning, Zhang Wu's family had already begun their machinations. The following day, the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, she gathered the New Year's gifts she had prepared for Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei and headed to the garment factory to commence work. Both Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei were present, and seizing the opportunity, the trio convened a brief meeting in the office. Initially, Song Yuanshu reported on the recent situation, stating that the suit orders Lu Wei had secured before the Lunar New Year could sustain the workers' full operation for another 15 days. After that, without new orders, both machinery and personnel would face a hiatus, presenting the most pressing issue at hand. Interrupting, Wen Ning presented a substantial notebook, remarking, "There's no need for haste." She continued, "These are some clothing design drawings I've sketched recently. I'll expedite the creation of samples. Lu Wei, please make a copy and then approach our long-standing clients to discuss collaboration. I've included cost estimates alongside each design." The two perused the notebook, finding designs for women's gowns, blouses, trousers, and short-sleeved shirts. Lu Wei gave Wen Ning a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Wenjia, you're truly exceptional. Despite being so busy over the new year, you've managed to produce this entire collection." She didn't just create it over the new year. She started drawing before the holiday, always prepared, Wen Ning pointed out. "Some designs are relatively novel compared to the current market, so we shouldn't expect a large volume of orders initially. However, I'll support you in promoting them." Lu Wei responded jovially, "That would be perfect." Song Yuanshu breathed a sigh of relief, nodding, "I feel much more at ease with Wenjia presenting this." He added, "The second matter is that we need to recruit personnel for reception, accounting, and various other tasks." Numerous miscellaneous affairs were discussed during the hour-long meeting. Upon its conclusion, Wen Ning produced 2 red packets, handing them over, saying, "Here, consider these New Year's gifts. Happy New Year." The New Year's gift packages she had prepared largely comprised specialty products from Yan Gang's hometown, including high-quality pu'er tea, Huobianzi beef, 5 treasure peanuts, and pastry gift boxes. The most distinctive item was a large, reddish-looking condiment, which Wen Ning explained to the two. "This is called hot pot seasoning, a specialty from my hometown. If you want to save time on cooking, just boil some water, toss in this block of seasoning, and once it's boiling, add various meats and vegetables. After the vegetables are cooked, prepare a dipping sauce with salt, MSG, scallions, chili, ginger, and garlic to enjoy with the food." Song Yuanshu exclaimed with delight, mentioning he had seen it in the newspaper. He added that his mother enjoys spicy food and thanked Sister Wen. Lu Wei, overjoyed, chimed in that Tingting also loves spicy food. He unabashedly asked if Sister Wen had any more. Wen Ning chuckled and replied that she did and would bring him a few more bags later. She inquired if Tingting was the short-haired girl she had seen the other day. Lu Wei, scratching his head, confirmed and mentioned their plans to get engaged. He cast a smug glance at Song Yuanshu, boasting about getting ahead of certain people. Song Yuanshu, speechless, retorted, questioning the need to rush, implying that getting married early was akin to an early reincarnation. Lu Wei began to argue, but Song Yuanshu cut him off, urging him to get back to work before striding off, leaving Lu Wei fuming. Wen Ning, amused, encouraged him and expressed her anticipation for his wedding banquet. As she headed towards her design studio, Lu Wei trailed behind, seeking her advice on what Ting Ting might like for her upcoming birthday gift. Wen Ning suggested clothes or jewelry, typical of what girls usually like. Wen Ning worked diligently at the garment factory until 5 o'clock before cycling home. Arriving at the residential compound, she observed De Mao and Er Mao each leading groups of 5 or 6 boys, playing spinning tops in the open space. Er Mao is truly exceptional, skillfully managing several spinning tops simultaneously. He dashes fervently among the tops, a sheen of sweat adorning his brow, pulling the fine strings incessantly, resembling a tyrant exerting his will. Occasionally, his top collides with others, and upon victory, the boys erupt in exclamations of delight. Wen Ning observes for a while as she pushes her bicycle, and upon being noticed by Da Mao and Er Mao, they hastily decide to gather their tops. "My mother has arrived, I must return home." The other enthusiastic boys, reluctant to cease their fun, pursue him with pleas, "Leave the tops for us to play with, Er Mao, we shall return them to you tomorrow." Er Mao hesitates. Da Mao, with a stern expression, intervenes, "If you lend them your tops, father and grandmother will scold you, for they cost money." The boys, disheartened, lower their heads, for they have yet to satiate their desire for play. Er Mao, pursing his lips, devises a plan. "How about I sell them to you? These few tops for 3 cents. And these finer ones for 6 cents. The boys, still clutching their New Year's money, find themselves in a quandary. Why pay when they could play for free? Da Mao pulls his brother aside. "No selling. You must collect garbage for this, and even beg father for it. There are only these few, and if you sell them, they will be gone." Before he can finish, the boys, as if seizing a rare opportunity, eagerly demand the tops from Er Mao. "Er Mao, I want that pretty one." "Er Mao, I want two, give me the string, and we can play together tomorrow." In a matter of moments, a dozen tops have vanished. Er Mao, clutching a pocket full of coins, walks over to Wen Ning, his small dark face betraying an uncontrollable joy. "Mother, I have struck gold." Wen Ning. They are merely selling spinning tops, yet these two youngsters are employing trial marketing strategies, playing their roles like a theatrical performance, and engaging in hunger marketing. Their tactics are intricate and layered. It seems she must learn a thing or two from the children. On their way home, De Mao and Er Mao were already calculating how to sell shuttlecocks among the girls. Er Mao lamented, "If only Xiao Yu were as old as us. She could join us in selling shuttlecocks. After all, I am a boy, mingling with girls to play with shuttlecocks feels rather effeminate." Chapter 54, Do Not Touch His Belongings. De Mao asked succinctly, as the new school term approached, "Are you going to sell or not?" Er Mao clasped the money in his pocket, declaring, "Yes. For the sake of money, I can be effeminate. Besides, I have already devised 6 secret locations to hide the money, I just need a bit more cash." De Mao rolled his eyes, while Wen Ning couldn't help but burst into laughter. Amidst the amusement, she reiterated, "Earning money during the holidays is fine, but once school starts, no more of this. You must focus on your studies, especially you, Er Mao. You cannot merely aim for passing grades, do you understand?" The two children responded in unison. Just a couple of days later, when Wen Ning visited the factory, she noticed Lu Wei looking dejected. She grew concerned, wondering if he was struggling with business deals. Lu Wei quickly waved his hands in dismissal, stating, No, it's not that. Song Ge and I have some connections, the clothing orders are still manageable, I'm fine." Yet, what could be the cause of his current disposition? Wen Ning eventually learned from Song Yuanshu that his romantic endeavors were not progressing smoothly. The girl's parents had demanded a dowry of 2,000 yuan at their engagement and insisted that the house be registered under their names. The parents of the other party claim they are securing a future for their daughter, yet such an extreme measure of assurance is quite peculiar. During the engagement banquet, Lu Wei's parents managed to maintain their composure, but as soon as they made an excuse to leave, the girl erupted into an argument with her parents. With the wedding plans thwarted, Lu Wei could not find joy in the situation. Wen Ning sighed, noting that discussions of marriage involve the perspectives of both families, leading to a myriad of complications. Song Yuanshu raised an eyebrow. Sister Wen, given how much Brother Yan treasures you, was your own path to this not smooth? Indeed. She replied. My uncle and aunt initially sought to marry me off to a divorced and abusive leader at a food factory to strengthen their connections and facilitate promotions. It was only through my participation in a dance social that I met Yen Gang. Later, they even pressured my grandmother for an exorbitant bride price, but fortunately, she did not acquiesce. I promptly registered my marriage with Yen Gang to eliminate any future troubles. Wen Ning was not inclined to elaborate further. In short, good things often come with challenges. You maintain a good rapport, so do encourage him. Alright, Song Yuanshu responded, refraining from prying into personal matters. Just as he was about to speak, an employee rushed in. Director Song, we have a large quantity of unusable fabric occupying space in the warehouse. Shall we seek a cost-effective channel to dispose of it? When Wen Ning and her companions had purchased the clothing factory, the former director had mentioned a significant stock of custom high-quality fabric in the warehouse, valued at a considerable amount, which was to be given to them for free. Intrigued, Wen Ning exclaimed, I wish to take a look. Let us go together, Song Yuanshu said, following her. Upon arriving at the storeroom, a glance was enough for Song Yuanshu to reflect on the old adage, you get what you pay for. Free items are rarely of good quality. Who would wear such vibrant red fabric, aside from on their wedding day? Indeed, the fabric, piled high and occupying a significant portion of the storeroom, consists solely of vibrant red cotton silk. In this era, where the streets are dominated by monochrome shades of black, white, and gray, along with the occasional pastel, few dare to don such an ostentatious hue in public. As Wen Ning contemplated the fabric, Song Yuanshu glanced at his watch and instructed that, since it was deemed useless, they should find someone. Wait, hold on, I have a plan. Wen Ning interjected, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Moreover, who declared this as waste? Song Yuanshu's expression was one of confusion. Until the matter was resolved, Wen Ning preferred to remain reticent, as elaborating would seem boastful. She took 2 bolts of fabric to her office and then rode her bicycle to the cinema in Lucheng to inquire about the latest films. The ticket clerk swiftly listed the titles currently screening: Autumn Jean, Tales of the Celestial Book, The Way to Prosperity, and the Spring Festival Gala. Wen Ning furrowed her brow slightly, thanked the clerk, and departed. She recalled that a movie titled The Trend of Red Skirts was set to release this year, which would surely adorn the streets with charming red dresses. In her previous life, Yen Gang had traveled for work and brought her 2 striking red skirts. Mao had insisted she wear them to a parent-teacher meeting to bring him glory, resulting in her stealing the spotlight. It was still the first month of the lunar calendar, and the film might not premiere for several months. However, the vibrant red cotton silk in her factory was perfect for designing skirts. Resolute, Wen Ning set to work, crafting 3 novel and uniquely stylish designs of red dresses. 5 days later, she draped the freshly completed red dresses on a model and invited Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei to view them, proposing the mass production of these 3 exquisite designs. Both men were taken aback. Lu Wei hesitated to inquire whether there could be so many brides marrying in the summer. Should they fail to sell, it would result in a loss. Wen Ning smiled confidently, assuring him that she had a plan to sell them all, and that the current stock of fabric was insufficient. It would be wise to first seek out affordable red silk before procuring another batch. Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei exchanged glances, and in that fleeting moment, they resolved to follow Wen Jia's lead. I'll take charge of the procurement, Lu Wei declared. Since they had decided to partner with Wen Jia, it was imperative to unconditionally trust her judgment regarding production. Song Yuanshu immediately set off to attend to matters, while Lu Wei remained behind to collect the catalogue of red skirts. Today, his complexion appeared even more pallid than before, with dark circles under his eyes. Wen Ning could not help but inquire further, how are things with you and Tingting? The short-haired girl Lu Wei referred to, whom he had encountered during the basket-selling venture with Demao and Mao, was Zhao Tingting, a sales clerk at a state-run department store. Lu Wei sighed, explaining that Tingting was quite stubborn, and due to complications concerning their marriage, she was on the verge of severing ties with her parents. Wen Ning could not restrain herself from commenting, she understands that her parents' demands are excessive and is resisting. If you wish to be with her during this challenging time, you must be her steadfast support. Lu Wei lamented, I wish to, but my mother disapproves of our marriage. She believes that having such unreasonable in-laws will lead to significant trouble in the future. This was indeed a valid concern. Once in-laws were established, it became a lifelong commitment. And future grandchildren would carry the other's lineage as well. Wen Ning, feeling helpless, remarked, "You are the one who will marry Ting. It primarily depends on your perspective. Lu Wei, as an adult, you must shoulder the responsibilities that come your way." "I understand," he replied. Burdened with apprehension, Lu Wei departed with the catalogue, his mind in turmoil. Wen Ning, giving it little thought, resumed her work. As the day neared its end, a telephone call came for her at the factory. It was Jia Shufan. In an effort to economize, her voice was exceedingly loud and her speech rapid. "Little Wen, your grandmother called, saying your brother has been apprehended. Gongzi has already gone to find you, the two of you should go and see what's happened. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Damao, Ermao, and Xiaoyu." Click. Wen Ning held the receiver, a mixture of amusement and exasperation on her face. There was hardly a need to be so economical, she hadn't uttered a single word. However, her brother apprehended? Had Liang Yong been engaging in illicit activities? Wen Ning gathered her belongings, calculating the time to meet Yan Gang at the entrance and then proceed together to the neighboring Rong city. En route, Yan Gang intended to offer her solace. But he observed that she was even more composed than usual, engrossed in perusing a fashion magazine. "Ning, rest assured, everything will be all right. Liang Yong ought to face consequences." Wen Ning responded, not lifting her gaze. "My second uncle and aunt are typically most averse to airing their dirty laundry, and we are considered outsiders. Unless Liang Yong has provoked someone formidable and is at his wit's end, they certainly wouldn't have contacted us." Wen Ning cast a sidelong glance at Yan Gang. "And you shouldn't make any promises, it's best not to get involved in Liang Yong's affairs." A thought flickered through Yan Gang's mind, and his expression shifted with emotion. Ning, you truly have my best interests at heart." Wen Ning. "If that's how you choose to perceive it, I can't dissuade you." Before long, the couple arrived at the food factory's residential complex, only to encounter Liang Shui, who was hurrying out with a large bag. She exclaimed urgently, "Sister. My mother told me to come back and get money, they're all at the police station right now." Chapter 55, unable to offer any assistance during the journey. Wen Ning and Yan Gang learned the detailed account of events from Liang Shui. Liang Yong, accompanied by his followers, sought to bully his underage classmate's younger sister, attempting to violate her. However, he was apprehended on the spot by the girl's parents and taken to the police station. Now, Liang Yong finds himself imprisoned, while his parents wish to settle the matter privately, a proposition that the other party vehemently rejects, insisting on pursuing justice. Wen Ning furrowed her delicate brows and inquired about their grandmother. Liang Yong had brought this upon himself, a fact she was indifferent to. Her sole concern was for her grandmother. Liang Shui shook her head, revealing that the situation was not well. Although she hesitated to criticize her parents in front of Wen Ning, she knew that their grandmother had received the news and fainted once. Now, as they negotiated at the police station, her parents insisted on bringing their grandmother along, suggesting that if money proved ineffective, she should kneel and plead for mercy. Liang Shui clenched her teeth and boldly proposed for the first time, "Sister, could you take grandmother away for a while? I will go and bring her back later." Wen Ning was momentarily taken aback, then her anger flared. Even the usually gentle Liang Shui could not tolerate it. What had their grandmother endured at home? Shortly thereafter, the anxious trio arrived at the police station, where the police stood in the middle while both parties engaged in discussions. Upon seeing Wen Ning and Yan Gang, Xing Yangying expressed her delight. "Little Wen, little Yan, you have come." Wen Ning hurriedly went to support her, while Yan Gang greeted his uncle and aunt. At that moment, Aunt Lu Fang was too preoccupied to notice them. She rushed over to snatch the large bag from her daughter's hands and approached the elderly man and a middle-aged woman, desperately unzipping the bag and pleading fervently. "The money, all our family's money is here. I beg you, please let my son go." Without a second thought, the middle-aged woman kicked the bag away, causing the money inside to scatter onto the ground, a stack of 10 yuan bills, likely amounting to several thousand. The middle-aged woman was utterly unmoved, her face contorted with fury. "Who are you insulting? Take your filthy money and leave. No wonder your son is a scoundrel. As a mother, you bear a significant part of the blame. When trouble arises, you think money can silence us." This middle-aged woman is Zhang Wu's mother, and the elderly man behind her is Zhang Wu's grandfather. He stepped forward, gripping his daughter's shoulder, his words sharp and incisive. "We are not motivated by money. Liang Yong previously bullied my grandson and now attempts to violate my granddaughter, who is still a minor. We will pursue this matter to its fullest extent. Lu Fang collapsed to the ground, weeping. We have only this one son. If he goes to prison, his life will be ruined. I implore you, spare our family. We will meet any conditions you demand. Please, I beg you. According to the original plan. This was the moment Jing Yangying was to kneel and plead for mercy. Liang Xingli glanced over, urging her with his eyes. Just as Jing Yangying was about to step forward, trembling, she was grasped by Wen Ning, who held her arm firmly. With a composed demeanor and without uttering a word, Wen Ning exuded an undeniable aura of authority. She fixed her gaze on Liang Xingli, who, feeling the pressure, averted his eyes and approached once more with a renewed attempt at persuasion. Comrade, I am the section chief of a food factory. And my nephew-in-law is a regiment commander in the army. Whatever your demands, we will fulfill them, as long as you refrain from pursuing this matter. We will also ensure Liang Yong is properly guided and never again engages in wrongdoing. Absolutely not. Zhang Wu's grandfather interjected loudly, his eyes filled with defiance. Regardless of whether you threaten or entice us, this matter is no longer open for discussion. Not even if a mayor were to come, I would still file a complaint. He and Zhang Wu's mother turned to leave, refusing any further dialogue. At this juncture, Lu Fang, incensed, abruptly rose to her feet, exclaiming audibly. Are you not apprehensive that escalating this matter will tarnish your daughter's reputation? To be compromised before reaching adulthood will undoubtedly impede her prospects of marrying into a respectable family. It would be more prudent to forego further investigation, and we shall maintain absolute discretion regarding this incident. Before she could complete her utterance, Zhang Wu's mother pivoted and lunged towards her, delivering 2 resounding slaps. Vile woman. I shall beat you to death, you wretched woman. How dare you threaten me? Liang Shui, Liang Xingli, and all the officers present intervened to quell the altercation. Jing Yangying, also agitated, was restrained by Wen Ning, who cautioned, grandmother, refrain from approaching. Zhang Wu's maternal grandfather, mindful of safeguarding his elderly frame, remained aloof. As his gaze meandered, it inadvertently met Wen Ning's. His eyes, initially filled with aversion, were about to divert when he observed the young woman mouthing 2 words, relocate. Zhang Wu's maternal grandfather was taken aback. Shortly thereafter, the officers separated the warring factions. And Zhang Wu's maternal grandfather beseeched the officers to escort them home, fearing retribution from the Liang family. The officers acquiesced, leaving the Liang family to impotently watch their departure. Lu Fang, consumed by resentment, turned towards Liang Shui, berating her vociferously. Did you come here merely as a spectator? You were of no assistance whatsoever. What kind of sister are you? Liang Shui, distressed, lowered her head. However, Lu Fang's rebuke was subtly directed at Jing Yangying. She was glaring at Jing Yangying, harboring resentment. Had the old woman prostrated herself and feigned injury, it would have undoubtedly compelled the opposing party to act with restraint. Sensing this animosity, Jing Yangying felt uneasy. Wen Ning grasped her hand, retorting. Aunt, what do you expect Grandma to assist with at her advanced age? She should not have come here today. If she were to get hurt, who would take responsibility? Lu Fang's voice was sharp. What about my son? Do you know how much he suffers inside? Wen Ning does not indulge him in the slightest. You ask me? Why not inquire why he chose to infringe upon a minor? What could the reason possibly be? Lu Fang had already concocted excuses for her son, brimming with indignation. Surely, that girl must have seduced our Xiao Yong. Today's girls are particularly cunning. Our Xiao Yong looks down upon her, and yet she unjustly accuses us. Wen Ning thought to herself, utterly hopeless. Yet Lu Fang continued her tirade, claiming that a family that raised such a daughter had no right to complain. If they refuse to release my son, I shall go to their home and cause a scene at their workplace, making their daughter too ashamed to step outside. Wen Ning had no desire to continue the conversation. At that moment, Yan Gang emerged from inside, shaking his head in response to the hopeful faces of Liang Xingli, Lu Fang, and Grandma. They insisted on pursuing the matter further, stating they would contact the press to report this incident, as it was under thorough investigation. Liang Yong was trapped. Upon hearing this grim news, Lu Fang and Liang Xingli appeared as if they had lost a loved one. Yan Gang's expression was stern. He believed Liang Yong truly needed reform. Firstly, he attempted to infringe upon a minor, which indicated a fundamentally flawed motive. Moreover, he had just encountered Liang Yong. who was particularly arrogant, threatening to take revenge on Zhang Wu's family upon his release. Liang Yong was no longer merely rebellious, there was a malevolence at his core. Yan Gang exchanged a glance with Wen Ning, and the couple understood each other's thoughts. Upon returning to the Liang household, Wen Ning took the initiative to express her concerns. "Uncle, while you're preoccupied with rescuing Liang Yong, there's no one to care for Grandma. We'll take her back to our place for a while." "No." Xing Yangying was about to decline when Lu Fang interjected with a somber tone, "Always shirking responsibilities, some daughter-in-law you are." Chapter 56, Running Away from Home Aunt. Wen Ning retorted, her voice laced with frost, emphasizing, "Let me reiterate, Grandma isn't solely Liang Yong's grandmother. She's advanced in years and unable to assist. Should anything befall her as a result, would you bear the responsibility?" Lu Fang remained silent, and Wen Ning challenged Liang Xingli, "Uncle, Grandma is your own mother. Your only mother. Can you stand idly by while she's consumed by worry and unease?" Liang Xingli slumped onto the sofa. His thick eyebrows furrowed so deeply they seemed capable of crushing a mosquito. He waved his hand, "Take her. Once Xiaoyang's matter is resolved, I'll fetch Mom back." Lu Fang harumphed loudly, her gaze filled with resentment. Wen Ning disregarded her, leading Grandma to the room to gather her belongings. Xing Yangying stood by the bed, torn and sighing. "Ning, I'm not sure about going to your place. Your mother-in-law might scold me." "She won't," Wen Ning asserted with certainty, turning to reassure her. "Xiaoxue will handle the cooking." Wen Ning stuffed clothes into a nylon bag, then reconsidered, deeming it unnecessary to bring too much. She would purchase new items for Grandma. So she removed them and placed them back in the closet. Xing Yangying still hesitated, "If I stay at your house, won't your mother-in-law be displeased?" "No, she won't," Wen Ning affirmed. "Grandmother, my mother-in-law once confided to me that one of her greatest regrets was that when she had the means to care for her beloved grandmother, she passed away, and she was unable to fulfill her filial duties. So, take heart and accompany me. If you truly find yourself unhappy, I shall bring you back." Xing Yangying was momentarily taken aback, sighed softly, and refrained from saying more. The two of them gathered their belongings and stepped outside, only to find that Liang Xingli and Lu Fang were not at home. Yan Gang, feeling helpless, thought they might believe Liang Yong would be cold at the police station. So he had packed some clothes to send over. However, they must first be allowed entrance. Wen Ning offered a sardonic smile, glanced at Liang Shui, and instructed her. "Little Shui, be resourceful at home. Should any insurmountable problems arise, do not hesitate to call me. You are also welcome to visit my house." "All right, thank you, sister," Liang Shui replied, yet her heart brimmed with envy for her grandmother. In truth, she too yearned to escape the suffocating household. The trio of Wen Ning set forth on their journey home. Xing Yangying remained anxious, inquiring about the character of Wen Ning's mother-in-law. Unable to contain her amusement, Wen Ning replied, "Grandmother, my mother-in-law is not a tiger, why are you so apprehensive? You are of an advanced age, and she ought to look after you." "Nonsense," Xing Yangying retorted, concerned that Yan Gang might take offense. "I would never presume upon my age to act foolishly, I am not that kind of senile old woman." "Little Yan, do not overthink it." Yan Gang, gripping the steering wheel, reassured her, "No, grandmother, rest easy. Ning is the matriarch of our family. Much like a mountain king, everything is at her discretion." When Ning playfully admonished, "What are you babbling about?" "Very well, then, you are my mountain queen." Yan Gang readily acquiesced. Wen Ning shot him an embarrassed glare. Xing Yangying observed the playful interaction between her granddaughter and grandson-in-law, choosing not to speak, yet pondering the significance of the term Mountain King. The following day, she learned about her granddaughter's life at her in-laws' house. To begin with, the Yan family's breakfast consisted of meat-filled buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk, all of which were Wen Ning's favorites, and which Yan Gang made a special effort to purchase from the cafeteria early in the morning. After breakfast, Jia Shufan would prepare several meat dishes, allowing Wen Ning to choose what she wanted for dinner. For instance, she would say, "Wen, you can choose between chicken stew with mushrooms, steamed cured ribs, or braised ribs. I'll also make a steamed egg with minced meat." Wen Ning would ponder for a moment and then say, "Mom, I'd like the chicken stew with mushrooms." "All right." Jia Shufan would readily agree, and in the evening, she would serve it as requested, along with a stir-fried green vegetable from her own garden. After the family finished eating, Jia Shufan and Yan Gang would conscientiously wash the dishes and clean up, while Wen Ning only needed to spend time with her grandmother and children before washing up and going to bed. It was practically a life of luxury. For nearly a week, Jing Yungying had observed her granddaughter living this way. Far from being a daughter-in-law suffering mistreatment, it was as if she were being treated like royalty in her husband's home. One evening after dinner, Jing Yungying could no longer contain herself and pulled Wen Ning aside to ask in a hushed tone, "Ning, why don't you ever do any housework at home?" Wen Ning replied helplessly, "Grandma, I've offered to help, but my mother-in-law won't let me. She says my hands need to be protected so I can draw at home." Her mother-in-law, Yan Gang, and even De Mao and Er Mao all shared this sentiment, so Wen Ning had never even washed a dish. Jing Yungying was taken aback for a moment, then asked, "What about the meals? It's meat every day. Can Yan Gang's salary sustain such expenses?" Wen Ning explained, "Grandma, it was my mother who insisted on preparing such meals. Our home is filled with either the elderly or children. Brother Jiang has heavy training tasks every day, and everyone requires nutritional support. The food expenses are still covered by her. Brother Jiang has yet to receive his salary due to being fined." Jing Yungying found herself at a loss for words, muttering, "You are truly fortunate. I have never seen a daughter-in-law live like this." Suddenly, she added, "Fortunately, I did not stop you from pursuing Xiaoyan. Ning, you are blessed in this life. A woman's greatest fear is marrying the wrong man." When Ning reached out to link her arm with her grandmother's, just as the door swung open unexpectedly, revealing the awkward faces of Jia Shufan and Er Mao. Their eyes met, and an uncomfortable silence enveloped them. Er Mao swiftly suggested, "Mom, I need to do my homework. I haven't started it yet." Jia Shufan swallowed her retort, scolding Er Mao's departing figure, "Why wait until the last moment to panic? You're only just beginning your homework. And tomorrow is the registration day. You only realize the need to dig a latrine when you're in dire straits." With a loud bang, Er Mao slammed the door shut. Wen Ning exchanged a glance with her grandmother and burst into laughter. As Jia Shufan entered, she boldly grasped Jing Yungying's hand and declared, "Auntie, you see, this is my temperament, straightforward and unable to hide anything. Thus, I am genuinely pleased you are here. If I were dissatisfied, I would have already voiced my complaints. When Xiaowen entrusted you to me, it was an expression of her confidence and trust in me. Both Xiaowen and Yan Gang are earning, and my support in ensuring their stability is the greatest assistance I can provide. You can rest easy with Xiaowen. And make yourself at home as if you were an ancestor in our family." Jing Yungying was profoundly moved, finally laying aside her grievances and settling in with peace of mind. Wen Ning looked at her mother-in-law with gratitude, only to find her mother-in-law beaming with a sense of pride. It was a trivial matter, with Jia Shufan taking charge, all concerns would be alleviated. The following morning, Wen Ning made a point to take De Mao and Er Mao to school for registration. The school was bustling with familiar faces, and Wen Ning exchanged greetings, chatting briefly with Li Chui. De Mao and Er Mao were in their element, easily mingling with teachers and classmates. Even a little boy was chasing after Er Mao, asking, "Er Mao Ge, will you take us bird catching? Er Mao Ge, have you finished your homework? The teacher said she wouldn't check anyone else's, just yours." Er Mao squatted down in despair, "Oh no. I haven't completed my homework, and several pages are still blank." De Mao tugged at him and whispered, "I can change my homework to your name." "Really? Brother?" Er Mao exclaimed joyfully, circling around De Mao. "You are truly my wonderful brother. You are so kind. Just wait. When I grow up, I will surely repay you well. I will give you $5 every day for your old age." De Mao rolled his eyes in disdain, extending a finger and replied, "No need for that, you just need to give me $10 right now." $10? Er Mao was astonished, realizing he actually had that amount, having earned it from selling toys and his savings. Naturally, Er Mao was reluctant to share with his elder brother, puffing out his cheeks, exclaiming, "Brother, why are you such a miser? You'd probably try to inhale your own farts." Disgusted, De Mao declined to assist Er Mao in finding a solution. Consequently, Er Mao's homework was inspected on the spot, and he was penalized by the teacher with an additional assignment, causing him to return home in tears. Found the situation both amusing and pitiable. As the trio entered the family compound, was summoned to answer a phone call. "Comrade, the caller identifies himself as your second uncle. initially surmised that there was news regarding Liang Yang's situation. However, her second uncle, Liang Xingli, immediately divulged significant information. Xiao Shui has run away from home. Has she sought you out? Furrowed her delicate brows, replying, no, why would she run away from home? What excessive actions have you and second aunt undertaken? Liang Xingli equivocated. We haven't done anything. It's just that she's reached the age for marriage and has been incited by someone to become so rebellious. She ran off at the slightest provocation. And her mother is so worried that she can't even eat, especially with the concerns about the unborn Xiaoyong and her. After a pause, Liang Xingli instructed. If she seeks you out, remember to call me. I'll come to retrieve her. With that, he concluded the call, without inquiring about his own mother's well-being. Was left speechless and disheartened. Even over the phone, she could deduce that her second uncle and aunt had likely arranged an unfavorable marriage for Liang Shui. Possibly related to rescuing Liang Yong. Liang Shui, unwilling to marry, had fled. It was a positive development that she hadn't obediently complied as she had in her previous life. However, she wondered why Xiao Shui hadn't sought her out. Having made a special request to the guards at the main gate, beseeching them to notify her mother-in-law should a woman identifying herself as Liang Shui come seeking her, Wen Ning awaited news in vain for a week. Consequently, she immersed herself in the mass production of the red dress at the garment factory, coordinating recruitment efforts and occasionally losing track of time, resulting in belated returns home. One evening, while cycling home, she serendipitously encountered Yan Gang, who had come to fetch her. Their eyes met, and Wen Ning hastily pleaded for understanding, explaining that a certain dress design had a cutting issue, necessitating her overtime. Let's go home, he urged. She pedaled her bicycle with haste, as if he were impeding her progress. Yan Gang pursued her on his bicycle, his voice tinged with helplessness. Don't forget next time. Mom and Grandma are very concerned about you at home. Wen Ning readily assented, all right, or perhaps I'll have Song Yuanshu assign me an assistant to learn dressmaking from me, who can also remind me to leave work. And also remind you to eat on time, Yan Gang added. Naturally, he had no objections. Wen Ning's workload was increasing, and an extra pair of hands would be beneficial. Yan Gang even contemplated personally selecting an assistant for Wen Ning, but alas, he lacked the leisure. He paused, then added. Remember to choose a female comrade. Having Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei as male partners was one thing, but if her assistant were also male, reminding her daily to eat and leave work, Yan Gang would feel a profound sense of unease. Wen Ning found it amusing, slowing her cycling pace. Oh. Is Commander Yan feeling jealous? Who's jealous? Yan Gang retorted, feigning denial. I have a sweet tooth. With his long legs, he swiftly pedaled ahead. The couple chased each other, reveling in the gentle night breeze, and savoring a moment of exquisite tranquility. Upon their arrival at the courtyard entrance, they encountered their neighbor, Zhou Jianqiang, carrying his elderly mother, who was groaning in pain. Old Yan, please lend a hand. Accompany me to the hospital. Certainly, Yan Gang replied, and together with Zhou Jianqiang, they escorted Lin Meijian to the hospital. Wen Ning then inquired of Tian Xiui, who emerged shortly after, what transpired. Tian Xiui stamped her foot, exclaiming, we had hot pot for dinner tonight, and my mother-in-law, finding it delectable, indulged excessively. Before long, she began complaining of abdominal pain. Wen Ning surmised, it may be a case of gastroenteritis. Do not fret, and 4 drip should alleviate her condition. Tian Xiui, however, remained unconcerned, merely expressing her vexation. She confided in Wen Ning, my mother-in-law has been here for over half a month, ostensibly to assist, but in reality, she is merely a nuisance. I do not expect her to perform any labor, but her tongue is incessantly wagging, constantly finding fault. Furthermore, she exhibits a preference for males over females, treating Danmei with disparity. I am far more weary than in previous years. Wen Ning had indeed overheard her mother and grandmother remarking on the discord emanating from the neighboring residents in recent days. A thought then occurred to her, and she offered Tian Xiui a suggestion. Sister Xiui, considering she is here under the pretext of assisting, why not return to work and entrust the household to her? After all, the 4 children are either at school or in daycare, so she will be unable to cause trouble for them or for you. Tian Xiui hesitated, replying, but I am uncertain as to what kind of work I am capable of performing. It is a trivial matter, Wen Ning responded with a smile. Did you not acquire proficiency in operating a sewing machine last year? If you are amenable, you could seek employment as a worker in a garment factory. I can provide you with contact information. Tian Xiui pondered for a few moments before grasping her hand, expressing her gratitude. You've been a tremendous help, Wen. Very well. I shall inquire about the position tomorrow. Should I be successful, I will purchase a bicycle. Indeed. With Wen Ning's prompting, Tian Xiui contemplated acquiring a bicycle for her commute to the garment factory. At the hospital, Lin Meizhen was diagnosed with acute gastroenteritis. While connected to an IV drip, she continued to clutch her abdomen and lament her pain. A nurse summoned a family member to settle the bill. Lin Meizhen, with a glint in her eye, clung to Zhou Jianqiang, refusing to release him. Unable to extricate himself, Zhou Jianqiang implored Yan Gang to assist. As soon as Yan Gang departed, Lin Meizhen immediately confronted Zhou Jianqiang. Son, my ailment is a direct result of consuming the hot pot base they provided. They ought to bear the financial burden of my medical expenses. Refrain from paying. Zhou Jianqiang furrowed his brow, disengaging her grasp. Mother, what nonsense are you spouting? During supper, Xiui cautioned you against excessive consumption, but you disregarded her advice, accusing her of being unwilling to provide you with decent sustenance. Consequently, you overindulged and ended up in the hospital. How is that the neighbor's fault? Had the hot pot base not been so enticing, would I have consumed so much? Lin Meizhen retorted, her neck craned in defiance. I can consume other items without incident, but this particular item caused me to fall ill. Should they not be held accountable? Zhou Jianqiang rolled his eyes. The 6 of us partook, yet we remain unaffected. Unable to win the argument, Lin Meizhen could only declare, regardless. You are not to provide payment. Should you do so, I shall have to remonstrate with Jiameizi. Go ahead if you're not afraid of being scolded. Are you truly my son? In the ensuing moment, Yan Gang abruptly entered, interrupting the maternal exchange and escalating the already tense atmosphere to its zenith. Yan Gang directed his gaze, not at Lin Meizhen, but rather with a stern countenance, towards Zhou Jianqiang. Zhou, do you comprehend how my rapport with political commissar Ding deteriorated? I harbor no regrets, for I shall relentlessly pursue anyone who dares to mistreat my kin. Zhou Jianqiang nodded gravely. I apprehend your sentiment. A familial impediment. A disruption to their unwavering camaraderie. I shall take my leave now. Yan Gang declared with equanimity, the medical expenses remain unsettled, for I am devoid of funds. He departed with a leisurely air. The instant the door clicked shut, Lin Meizhen immediately curled her lip in disdain, a grown man feigning penury. Jianqiang, mark my words. He deceives you, that man harbors a venomous heart. Enough. Zhou Jianqiang retorted, his brow furrowed with ire. Mother, should you persist in antagonizing our neighbors, instigating discord, you shall be relegated to our ancestral home. By Jove, I shall settle the bill. He strode out, leaving Lin Meizhen to pound the bed frame in a fit of pique, railing at the doorway. Return. I shall return on the morrow, lest I offend your sight. To think, for the sake of an outsider, she was to be banished to her old home, truly infuriating. As Lin Meizhen's ire surged, Chen Minghua, clad in a white coat, entered and proceeded with her examination, meticulously noting observations on the chart. Auntie, please refrain from agitation, for emotional distress shall exacerbate your condition. Lin Meizhen sneered, all that transpires ignites my temper. I cannot fathom it. To endure vexation in our old home was one thing, but to encounter malevolent neighbors even within the family compound. Neighbors? This individual is Zhou Jianqiang, Regimental Commander Zhou's elderly mother. Therefore, their neighbors must be none other than Wen Ning and Yan Gang? Chen Minghua's eyes gleamed momentarily, and he deliberately slowed his writing, feigning casual inquiry. Auntie, is your son Regimental Commander Zhou's neighbor Regimental Commander Yan? Indeed. Do you know him? Lin Meizhen inquired, raising her gaze. With a subtle smile and a nod, Chen Minghua remarked, indeed, my spouse and they were comrades in arms. All was well in the past, but last year, when Wen Ning returned to her hometown to give birth to her second child and brought her mother-in-law along, several uproarious incidents ensued. Intrigued, Lin Meizhen inquired. What sort of uproarious incidents? Tell me about them. Chen Minghua shook her head, adopting an air of inscrutability. Chapter 58, Sister Wen, allow me to marry you. Auntie, I must attend to my work, but I can offer you a word of caution. Your son, Battalion Commander Zhou, and Battalion Commander Yan hold equal ranks. Their upward advancement is a matter of competition. Chen Minghua's instigation was, in reality, aimed at turning Lin Meizhen against Wen Ning's family. As long as Wen Ning's life was unpleasant, Chen Minghua would be content. Lin Meizhen, upon hearing these words, did indeed develop a greater aversion towards the neighboring family. However, with the threat of her son, Zhou Jianxiang, looming, she dared not utter a sound for the time being. There is plenty of time, she thought. I shall bide my time and eventually avenge the humiliation of the four drip. The following day, Wen Ning informed Song Yuanshu at the factory of her desire to hire an assistant. Song Yuanshu readily agreed. I offered to arrange one for you previously, but you declined. Now you find yourself overwhelmed, I presume? What are your requirements? Female, meticulous, generous, possessing information retrieval skills, and preferably some knowledge of the clothing industry. Wen Ning specified her needs, adding, there is no rush, we shall take our time to find the right person. Very well, Song Yuanshu acknowledged, noting the details. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, Sister Wen, regarding the 3 styles of red dresses you requested to be produced, the stock fabric is nearly exhausted. We have already made 1,000 of each style, and the fabric we purchased has yet to be delivered. Shall we continue production? Wen Ning affirmed, yes, we shall. Once the weather warms, I will devise a means to sell them. Understood. Acknowledging the arrangement, Song Yuanshu glanced at the time and said, I must attend to some matters first, but let us convene for luncheon. Wen Ning consented with a nod. During their midday repast, Lu Wei, having shed his previous despondency, beamingly presented Wen Ning and Song Yuanshu with an invitation. I cordially invite you and your families to celebrate my nuptials with Tingting next Saturday at the restaurant. Both Wen Ning and Song Yuanshu were taken aback, but upon regaining their composure, they promptly offered their congratulations. They hesitated to inquire, but Lu Wei broached the subject himself. I had an exhaustive discussion with my parents, conveying my resolve to marry Tingting and bear the responsibility for our future, be it prosperous or challenging. My parents relented. On Tingting's side, a highly influential elder in her family interceded, persuading her parents. Wen Ning raised an eyebrow, inquiring, and what are their stipulations now? Lu Wei flashed a grin, revealing his pearly whites. 1,000 in betrothal gifts and the house registered under both Tingting's and my names. These were the conditions amenable to her family. With matters resolved, Lu Wei and Zhao Tingting sought to obtain their marriage certificate expeditiously. Wen Ning reiterated her congratulations and inquired, have you secured a residence? Indeed, Lu Wei replied, brimming with contentment. My mother had been scouting for a suitable property, and she found a small 2-bedroom apartment in the residential buildings of a chemical plant, which is ideal as our marital abode. Wen Ning nodded thoughtfully. Having been reborn, she recognized the immense potential for investment in real estate. However, she currently lacked sufficient disposable funds and would have to bide her time. Considering Lu Wei and Zhao Tingting's impending marriage, Wen Ning contemplated a meaningful wedding gift. After much deliberation, she resolved to commission bespoke attire for the couple to wear on their wedding day. Lu Wei was naturally elated, and Wen Ning instructed him to bring Zhao Tingting to the factory for measurements. On that day, Zhao Tingting arrived. Already aware that Wen Ning was one of the owners of the clothing factory and held her in great esteem. Wen Jia, the clothes you design are exquisite. They sell the best at our mall's counter. If only I possessed your remarkable talent, she remarked. As Wen Ning recorded the data, she replied, you are not lacking either. Lu Wei mentioned that you are the top salesperson among the sales associates. Yet, high sales do not equate to substantial earnings, Zhao Tingting lamented, as my salary remains fixed. With ambitious parents at home, she yearned to earn more, not to support them, but to bolster her confidence and relieve Lu Wei of any burden. Before long, Wen Ning had recorded the data and meticulously inquired about the details for her design. However, in her intense focus, she accidentally spilled tea onto Zhao Tingting's trousers. My apologies. Tingting, Wen Ning exclaimed, hastily grabbing a tissue to assist her, but realizing it was futile, her gaze shifted to a red long dress hanging on a mannequin. Please wear this for the time being, it will suffice. As it was already the 20th day of the first lunar month, the weather in Lucheng was not yet suitable for wearing dresses alone. Thus, Wen Ning retrieved a pair of thick nude tights for Zhao Tingting to wear underneath. Once dressed, Zhao Tingting stood before the mirror, twirling with delight. Wen Jia, I think you should stop making clothes and just give me this red dress. It would look stunning on my wedding day. The red long dress she wore featured a vintage small V-neck design that accentuated her graceful shoulder and neck lines. A high waist that created a slimming effect, and a row of wooden buttons adorning the front. Every detail was crafted with intention, resulting in an exceptional appearance. Wen Ning, noticing her enthusiasm, felt a spark of inspiration. Ting, since you adore this dress, feel free to take it. I shall create a wedding gown as well. However, could you assist me with a small favor? Of course. Zhao Ting replied without a moment's hesitation. She clung to Wen Ning's arm, exclaiming, Sister Wen. Ensure I get to wear the finest garments first in the future. Very well, then you shall model for me. Rest assured, there will be remuneration, Wen Ning proposed. Zhao Ting was momentarily taken aback, huh? Wen Ning had just realized that Zhao Ting possessed an excellent physique and expressive demeanor, making her an ideal candidate for modeling and promotional photography. The clothing factory aspired to expand. Relying solely on flat images of garments would not suffice to attract customers, it required models. While Wen Ning approached this matter with professionalism, Zhao Ting misconstrued her intentions. Feeling deeply touched. Sister Wen, you must be suggesting this so I can earn money, right? You are too kind. From this day forth, you shall be my beloved sister. Wen Ning found herself in a mix of amusement and exasperation, recognizing the familiarity of the scene. Previously, when purchasing scraps of fabric for fake collars, Lu Hui had also thought she was offering him assistance. Truly, these two were well suited to become a couple. The decision to appoint Zhao Ting as the female model for the clothing factory was formalized only after Wen Ning consulted with Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei. She even arranged for a contract to be drafted, culminating in a signed agreement with Zhao Ting. The more official the arrangement, the more delighted Zhao Ting and Lu Wei became. Lu Wei proudly boasted to Song Yuanshu, you refuse to find a partner. Yet look, my significant other has secured a splendid position, and we are both dedicated to the factory with unwavering commitment. Song Yuanshu, speechless, turned to Wen Ning and inquired. Sister Wen, we have a female model now, but what about a male model? Our suits require photography as well, do they not? Indeed. When the topic of male fashion models arises, Wen Ning invariably envisions her beloved Yan Gang, she can't help but imagine him in the impeccably tailored suits she designs. However, it's quite clear that Yan Gang would never consent to such a role. Wen Ning pondered for a moment, resolving to seek out well-built male students at the local university and offer them part-time modeling contracts. Song Yuanshu chuckled in agreement, remarking that it would be a prudent way to economize. He then raised an eyebrow at the smug Lu Wei, inquiring if he had heard correctly, male university students as models. Lu Wei, still somewhat bewildered, responded with a questioning huh? What's the matter? Song Yuanshu rolled his eyes, explaining that the male and female models would be required to pose together for photographs. A look of realization dawned on Lu Wei's face. Zhao Ting, covering her mouth, appeared quite expectant, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Does this mean I'm robbing the cradle? She exclaimed. Absolutely not. Lu Wei protested, cupping her face in his hands. No cradle robbing allowed. You'll have me to rob when we get home. But you're hardly as tender as a male university student, she retorted playfully. Wen Ning and Song Yuanshu exchanged dry glances, silently acknowledging that, in some respects, the two were a perfect match. As is often the case, time seemed to accelerate when one was preoccupied. On the eve of Lu Wei and Zhao Ting's wedding, Wen Ning made a special trip to their modest home to deliver the wedding gown. As she unfurled the white dress she had painstakingly crafted from its large bag, Zhao Ting and her female companions erupted in squeals of delight. Heavens! It's exquisite! They exclaimed. How were these roses created? Indeed, it was a bubble-sleeved, off-the-shoulder gown, similar to most wedding dresses of the era. However, what set it apart were the 6 lifelike red roses meticulously hand-embroidered upon it, lending the gown a distinctive and radiant charm. Wen Ning readily admitted, I embroidered them myself. Lu Wei mentioned that Ting adores roses, so I thought I'd incorporate them. Zhao Ting suddenly lunged forward and embraced her, overwhelmed with emotion. Sister Wen. I no longer wish to marry Lu Wei, I want to marry you instead. Chapter 59, 2 sons from one pregnancy. Alas, even if Wen Ning were willing, neither Yan Gang nor Lu Wei would be pleased. Wen Ning found herself in a dilemma, both amused and exasperated. She urged Zhao Ting to try on her wedding dress for size. If it did not fit, she needed to make adjustments promptly. As Zhao Ting donned the rose-colored wedding gown, her friends were filled with envy. eagerly inquiring of Wen Ning whether they could have her design their wedding dresses when their time came. You'd be a fool not to capitalize on that. Wen Ning chuckled in agreement, of course. However, I am rather busy, so you must inform me at least a month in advance. Moreover, if you prefer not to fuss over a dress you will wear only once, you could have your wedding photos taken at the Happiness Photography Studio. The owner is my friend, and she has the dresses I designed available for rental. The girls immediately began to chatter excitedly. You only marry once in a lifetime. I must have Sister Wen create my dress. Me too. I know that Happiness Photography Studio, there are so many newlyweds lining up. My brother went to queue for his wedding there, and I had no idea it was Sister Wen's venture. Venture might be an overstatement, but after the new year, Wen Ning approached Zhang Yanan to assist her with wedding dress designs and to renegotiate their collaboration. The wedding dresses, suits, and accessories Wen Ning provided to Zhang Yanan had yet to incur any charges, but for every bride who wore a dress crafted by Wen Ning for her photo shoot, she would receive a 30% commission. This was a stipulation strongly insisted upon by Zhang Yanan, who believed that a one-time purchase for the dresses would not do justice to Wen Ning's talent. Wen Ning never turned down an opportunity to earn more. She believed in diversifying her efforts. Thus, she accepted the task and dedicated herself to it, even seeking out additional clients when possible. Before long, the auspicious day arrived for Lu Wei and Zhao Tingting's wedding. Yan Gang had initially planned to attend, but he received an urgent assignment that required him to pack and leave overnight. Consequently, Jia Shufan and Jing Yunying were unable to hitch a ride to Luqing with the commissary's procurement team, and they had to stay home to care for Xiaoyu. Wen Ning rode a bicycle, carrying De Mao and Air Mao to the wedding. Watching the trio disappear into the distance, Jia Shufan felt a pang of discontent and sighed. Jing Yunying, sensing Jia Shufan's potential resentment towards Wen Ning, was about to offer some words of comfort when she noticed Jia Shufan's sudden surge of determination. It's all my fault for not knowing how to ride a bicycle, Jia Shufan declared. Auntie, please watch Xiaoyu. I'm going to learn how to ride a bicycle. Once I master it, I'll take you to Luqing for some fun. Jing Yunying was taken aback. Let's not, she replied, I am almost 80 years old. However, Jia Shufan was a woman of action. She placed Xiaoyu in the wooden bed, entrusted her care to Jing Yunying, and began to cautiously practice riding Yan Gang's old bicycle in the courtyard. Lin Meijian, the mother-in-law of Tian Xiui from next door, saw this and chuckled. Jia, you're truly young at heart. Learning to ride a bicycle at your age? Even if you learn, would you dare to ride it? Jia Shufan retorted, why wouldn't I dare? It's not some other man that I wouldn't dare to ride, it's just a vehicle. Lin Meijian giggled twice and scoffed. I'm just reminding you that as people age, their bones become brittle. If you're not careful and become paralyzed from a fall, you won't be able to take care of your granddaughter. If you become useless, your son and daughter-in-law will surely send you back to your hometown to wait for death. Hey, Lin. The former, Jing Yunying, could no longer tolerate the situation. Her granddaughter was certainly not the type to abandon her paralyzed grandmother to languish at home. On the other hand, Jia Shufan could not contain her anger. Infuriated, she placed her bicycle aside and stormed towards the adjoining wall between the two families, one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Lin Meijian as she berated her. You, Lin, how dare you curse me with paralysis? A dog's mouth cannot spout ivory. If you have nothing better to do, perhaps you should have your son take you to the hospital to check your head. Let us see if you're 2 brain cells short. Lin Meijian, red-faced and flustered, protested, that is not what I meant. I was merely trying to offer a kind reminder. Is that what you call a reminder? One might think you spend every day at home wishing for my demise. Jia Shufan stood her ground, her voice booming, drawing the attention of Tian Xiua, who emerged from inside. And stop calling me Sister Jia, it makes me sound like a man. Besides, what relation do you think I have to you? Do not presume to claim kinship. Lin Meijian was left speechless. For she was inherently one who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Though she frolicked at home, Jia Shufan's bold rebuke left her too intimidated to respond. After listening for a while, Tian Xiua grasped the situation and decided it was time to intervene, gently smiling as she approached. Aunt, my mother didn't mean any harm. Please don't hold it against her. Are you looking to learn how to ride a bicycle? I see that Commander Yan and Xiaowen are not home. I can teach you, although I'm still a novice myself, I know a thing or two. Jia Shufan shot a glance at Lin Meizhen and waved her hand dismissively. In light of your willingness to teach me, I shall forgive your grandmother. Come here. All right. Tian Shua eagerly hurried next door to impart some fundamental lessons to Jia Shufan. The two individuals appeared to share a harmonious bond akin to that of a mother and daughter. Lin Meizhen, in a fit of anger, stormed into the house. And soon thereafter, the sound of objects crashing echoed through the air. Jia Shufan and Jing Yangying exchanged troubled glances upon hearing the commotion. What kind of household is this? Making such a racket? Jing Yangying urged, Xiao Tian, why don't you go and check? Jia Shufan rolled up her sleeves, exclaiming, she hasn't learned her lesson yet. Perhaps I should go scold her once more. Tian Shouyue intervened quietly, no need, aunt, mother. It's nothing serious. My mother only feels aggrieved when her son is around. With all this noise, she must be throwing her ceramic bowls, she wouldn't dare destroy anything else, as it would cost her dearly to replace. The three women exchanged knowing glances and erupted into laughter. Xiao Yu, nestled in the wooden bed, was puzzled but joined in with a few chuckles. The mirth of Jia Shufan and her companions only intensified. Jia Shufan, ever the concerned one, asked, Xiao Tian. Xiao Wen mentioned introducing you to a job at the garment factory. When will you go? Tomorrow. Tian Shouyue replied gleefully, a few days ago. I learned to ride a bicycle and got familiar with the routes. Now I can ride alone. Aunt, let me teach you. All right, Jia Shufan replied confidently. If you can learn, I surely can too. I'll aim to master it today and hit the road. Tian Shouyue thought to herself. How is Aunt Shufan so sure of herself? Meanwhile, in Luqing, Lu Wei had organized a convoy of 15 bicycles to escort the bride. The jubilant procession was filled with joy and celebration. Wen Ning, equipped with a camera, willingly took on the responsibility of capturing moments. Meanwhile, De Mao and Er Mao were assigned to distribute wedding candies. As the convoy came to a halt, the two of them eagerly handed out sweets to the onlookers gathered by the roadside, with Er Mao's chatter never ceasing. The wedding procession first arrived at a chemical factory that served as the newlyweds' residence, where Lu Wei and Zhao Tingting were to enjoy glutinous rice balls and partake in their marriage ceremony. De Mao and Er Mao, acting as the bed-warming children, rolled several times on the bed, uttering auspicious phrases before collecting red envelopes. Subsequently, the group proceeded to a restaurant to welcome guests and enjoy lunch. Zhao Tingting, adorned in a playful and charming red dress upon her departure, later changed into a dazzling white rose wedding gown that captivated the guests and drew the attention of passers-by, who were enchanted and reluctant to leave. When asked about the source of her wedding dress, she responded with a radiant smile, attributing it to Wen Ning. Wen Ning, having exhausted herself explaining, regretted not having prepared business cards, realizing she must prioritize their creation. During the toasting, Zhao Tingting donned a new red suit dress, allowing for ease of movement while exuding elegance and grace. Wen Ning captured the moment with her camera as Zhao Tingting raised her glass. Meanwhile, De Mao and Er Mao had already settled at the table, indulging heartily in the feast. Er Mao, having eaten his fill, patted his belly and boasted, if my future wife is as beautiful and cheerful as Aunt Tingting, I would gladly marry. De Mao shot him a disapproving glance, declaring, no matter what, my future partner must be as beautiful and talented as my mother, and I expect to have 2 sons in one go. Chapter 60, The Art of Insulting Er Mao was taken aback, giving De Mao a thumbs up. You really think ahead, bro, I feel the same. Nearby, Song Yuanshu and his mother struggled to contain their laughter upon overhearing the brothers' exchange. However, Song Yuanshu's mother quickly turned to him, saying, look, even such young boys know how to choose their partners, while you seem clueless. What is your brain even for, if not for appreciating beauty? A forced smile plastered across Song Yuanshu's face. This is bad, they're coming for him. Damao offered a reserved smile, while Er Mao erupted in laughter. The newlyweds had completed their toasts, and everyone could finally dine. Wen Ning sat at their table, with Damao and Er Mao bustling about, attending to their mother's needs, fetching her warm beverages, serving her dishes, and wiping her mouth. Others couldn't help but envy Wen Ning, inquiring about her parenting secrets. Damao urged his mother to focus on her meal, as he stood on the bench, chin raised. I'm well behaved on my own, my brother needs a stick to be. His demeanor, like that of a small adult, was quite amusing. Song Yuanshu's mother teased him, then tell me, how are you so well behaved on your own? Damao counted on his fingers. I can get up, wash, have breakfast, buy breakfast for mom, go to school, do my homework, I'm the class monitor. I can finish my homework before the teacher assigns it, help grandma plant vegetables, water them, take care of my sister, and get mom's foot-soaking water. At first, the crowd didn't pay much attention, but as they listened, they grew increasingly astonished. A little boy, not even 8 years old, lived such an organized life. With Damao capturing everyone's attention, Ermao felt neglected. He pouted, walking unhappily towards a less crowded area. Humph. Big brother is such a sly fox. He only mentioned what he's good at. Why didn't he say that when he sees a mouse, he jumps up and wants his brother to carry him on his back? However, Ermao didn't dare to expose his brother, as his big brother held grudges. Last year, he implicated his big brother in waking up early to exercise with dad. And his big brother told on him for half a month. Ermao sat on the steps of the stairwell by the kitchen door, took out the wedding candy from his pocket, and slowly ate it. Suddenly, he saw 2 people walking in from outside. A matronly woman, appearing to be in her 40s. Of diminutive stature with a cherubic face and eyes that crinkled into slits when she smiled, effusively ushered in a man, similarly short and of plain countenance, seemingly in his 30s. She was diligently washing dishes, her comeliness and ample posterior suggesting a capacity to bear robust sons. Before the utterance was complete, the woman's gaze met Ermao's wide, inquisitive eyes. She paused, then promptly dismissed him. Little one, this is no place for you. Run along and find your parents. As the restaurant was hosting a wedding banquet, the woman's demeanor was particularly amiable towards the guests. Ermao nodded slightly, feigning compliance, and began to depart. However, once the woman and the ungainly man had entered the kitchen, he swiftly pivoted and concealed himself just outside the doorway, eavesdropping. The woman's voice carried from within as she made introductions. Xiao Liang, come now, leave the dishes. This is your brother Chen. A timorous voice responded, Brother Chen, Sister Liu. I have a multitude of dishes yet to wash. Ermao's eyes widened in recognition. That voice. Xiao Liang's voice sounded remarkably familiar. By this time, Sister Liu had clasped Xiao Liang's hand, drawing her up. Bother with the dishes no longer, Xiao Liang. Brother Chen is the relative I spoke of. Employed at the electric power company. Should you marry him, you need never wash another dish for the rest of your days. You would have untold blessings. Indeed. Brother Chen added, his eyes betraying a lascivious gleam. I shall endeavor to secure employment for you as well. Sister Liu chuckled with delight. Xiao Liang, however, cast a fleeting glance at Brother Chen, lowered her gaze, concealing her disdain, and asserted, I have no intention of marrying. Lu Jia and Chen Ji's laughter was abruptly silenced, as if it had been choked. Lu Jia, her voice strained, reprimanded, why do you say such things, Xiao Liang? I have gone to great lengths to help you find a partner, simply because I see a young lady like you squatting all day to wash dishes, which is detrimental to your health. Rather than appreciating my efforts, you shame me. Do you think being an orphan grants you a favorable market? She grasped Xiao Liang's hand tightly, intertwining it with Chen Ji's. Listen to me, you two should cherish each other. In the coming year, may you be blessed with a healthy baby boy. Xiao Liang, filled with frustration, forcefully broke free and dashed outside, only to be halted by Xiao Chen grasping her arm. You ungrateful girl, don't be so foolish. Suddenly, a small figure burst forth, dousing Chen Ge and Lu Jia with water from a basin. Foul water is coming. Foul water. Chen Ge and Lu Jia, alarmed, quickly evaded. Ermao hurled the basin to the ground and urged Xiao Liang to flee. Auntie, run. Indeed, Xiao Liang was Liang Shui, the younger sister of Wen Ning's uncle and aunt. Spotting Ermao surprised her immensely, but she quickly followed him into the hall. Meanwhile, Chen Ge and Lu Jia were in pursuit. As the situation escalated, Lu Jia shouted while chasing, all right, Xiao Liang, I won't force you. Just go back to work. Don't disturb the guests at their feast, the manager will scold you. Liang Shui slowed her pace. Ermao, however, was unconcerned with the consequences. And from a distance, he began to yell, Mama, Mama. Yan Damao. Auntie is being bullied, hurry over. The diners, including Wen Ning, heard the commotion and rushed over. Upon seeing Liang Shui, disheveled and wearing a filthy apron, Wen Ning was momentarily taken aback. She clasped Liang Shui's hand, her voice gentle, inquiring as to the matter. Sister Lu interjected, attempting to smooth things over, stating that there was nothing amiss, merely a minor disagreement, and urged Liang to return to her duties. Liang Shue's lips moved hesitantly, as she demurred, mindful of the troubles her running away might cause Wen Ning and her grandmother. She had sought refuge in a dishwashing job. Sister Lu, the chef's wife, wielded influence in the kitchen, and incurring her displeasure would jeopardize Liang's position at the restaurant. Weighing her options, she hesitated, but Mao, less circumspect, pointed at Sister Lu and Brother Chen, vociferously proclaiming that he knew their intention to foist the balding, obese man upon his aunt as a husband. He had overheard them remarking on her beauty and ample figure, anticipating a robust son in the coming year, and deemed the man unworthy, deriding his appearance as inferior to a mere doodle, a case of an odious toad aspiring to marry a swan. Mao corrected his brother, specifying toad rather than frog, lest he insult the amphibian. The onlookers were taken aback by the boy's crude insults, which inflamed Brother Chen, causing his veins to throb and exacerbating his ugliness. He clenched his fists, asserting his employment at the Power Bureau, implying repercussions for their disrespect. Wen Ning, frowning, stepped forward, sternly questioning the relevance of his employment, challenging whether it entitled him to coerce her sister into marriage, threatening to involve the police and inquire with his superiors about his conduct in attempting to abduct a girl. Chapter 61, more arduous than childbirth. Her resolve was unwavering, her presence commanding. The man, under her intense gaze, faltered, his eyes darting about. Abduct a girl? I did no such thing. It was Ms. Lu who arranged this meeting. Ms. Lu, now the center of attention, frantically waved her hands, knowing full well she couldn't afford to antagonize either party. I'm done with matchmaking, I'm through. Xiao Liang, just pretend this never happened. Pretend it never happened? Wen Ning's eyes flashed with displeasure. On what grounds? Why should we? Ms. Lu, head bowed, fidgeted with the hem of her dress, her agitation palpable. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd pierced through the air, singling out the man. Hey, aren't you from the power company? I think you're the one who guards the entrance. I've seen you before. The man froze, his face flushed crimson. He stammered, but no words came out. Ms. Lu grew uneasy, incessantly fiddling with her hair, tacitly confirming his identity. A chorus of scornful remarks erupted from the onlookers. Matchmaking with such disparity? Trying to pair an 18, 19-year-old girl with a 30-year-old gatekeeper? How much of a kickback are you getting? Indeed, preying on a young girl like that. If this were to succeed, it would be akin to human trafficking. Forcing a blind date, ensuring a shotgun wedding if she gets pregnant. That poor girl would have nowhere to turn. Some directly addressed Liang Shui, offering counsel. Girl, don't be deceived. Some people harbor the blackest of hearts. You must heed the advice of your elders. Liang Shui's lips trembled, her hands quaking. She had never imagined such a scenario. She was gripped by fear. Wen Ning clasped her hand, reassuring her, it's all right, I'm here. At that juncture, the proprietor and head chef of the restaurant, having received word, hastened over to smooth things over. After soliciting Liang Shui's input, Wen Ning articulated her stipulations, a public apology to her sister in front of everyone, and the settlement of her wages, as she would no longer be employed there. Half an hour later, Liang Shui, clutching a nylon bag laden with all her worldly possessions, trailed behind Wen Ning, Mao, and Mao with marked diffidence. Noticing his aunt's increasingly hesitant steps, Mao turned to grasp her hand, tilting his head up to inquire, Auntie, why are you so sluggish, like a tortoise? Don't fret. Once you come to my abode, I shan't mistreat you. Liang Shui vigorously shook her head. Wen Ning and Mao also approached, and Liang Shui pursed her lips, Sister. Perhaps I should seek employment that encompasses both lodging and sustenance anew. I cannot impose upon your household. Nonsense, Wen Ning retorted, lifting her bag and placing it on the bicycle, pushing it along as she spoke. Is this what you were contemplating earlier? Which prevented you from seeking out Grandma and me? Your notion is erroneous, you cannot fathom the extent of our concern for you. Liang Shui lowered her head, her countenance filled with remorse. The psychological strain was immense. Wen Ning pondered for a moment, very well, Xiao Shui. I shall procure for you a position that includes both board and lodging, enabling you to establish yourself in Luqing independently. However, today you must accompany us to the family compound to reassure Grandma of your safety. Liang Shui raised her gaze, her face alight with elation, and nodded emphatically in agreement. Very well, thank you, sister. Without delay, Wen Ning first escorted Liang Shui to the garment factory. Several vacant small rooms were available, and one could be allocated for her residence. After depositing Liang Shui's luggage, the quartet proceeded homeward to the family compound. While en route, De Mao and Er Mao scampered ahead, leaving Liang Shui and Wen Ning behind, where the former disclosed the reasons for her departure from home. The parents of the girl whom Xiao Yong attempted to violate were adamant about pressing charges, leveraging their influence to escalate the matter. Consequently, the family relocated, becoming untraceable. In desperation, Liang Shui's parents, through undisclosed channels, sought to marry her off to an elderly man, enticed by his promise to mitigate Xiao Yong's sentence. Wen Ning, aghast, remarked that with the crackdown still in effect, Xiao Yong's actions were ill-timed, and no one could guarantee a reduced sentence, suggesting her parents had been deceived. Perhaps they were aware, but their disregard for Liang Shui led them to gamble with her future through marriage. Wen Ning patted Liang Shui's shoulder, commending her decision to flee and assuring her of her silence. She encouraged Liang Shui to seize the opportunity to earn money and mature. Upon arriving at the residential compound, they witnessed Tian Xiui instructing Jia Shufan on how to ride a bicycle in the courtyard. Tian Xiui, gripping the rear seat, issued instructions while perspiring profusely. Jia Shufan, with her feet on the ground, gasped for breath, exclaiming that learning to ride a bicycle was more intricate than childbirth. Er Mao, clutching his stomach, burst into laughter, teasing Jia Shufan for secretly learning to ride a bicycle. Jia Shufan, turning her head, glared at him and ordered him to be silent, threatening to strike him with a stick. Er Mao promptly covered his mouth, his eyes darting around. The temper of the grandmother was truly tempestuous. It was De Mao who approached with candy in hand, sweetly saying, "Grandmother, aunt, you must be weary. Have some joyous sweets and take a moment to rest before continuing your studies." Tian Xiuer's face lit up with joy. "All right, thank you, De Mao." Jia Shufan affectionately patted his head, her delight further amplified by Wen Ning's promise. "Mother, if you learn to ride a bicycle, I will buy you a new one." "Oh. I couldn't possibly," Jia Shufan modestly replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Little Wen, is there a red bicycle? It's festive and auspicious. I dislike the one belonging to Zhangzi. It is tall and cumbersome, just like everyone else's." Wen Ning chuckled, "I will take you to choose one later." "Absolutely." Jia Shufan eagerly agreed, her gaze shifting to Liang Shui standing behind them. "And who might this be?" Wen Ning promptly introduced them. "This is my sister, Liang Shui. Little Shui. Greet your aunt and sister Xiuer. By the way, where's my grandmother? She is inside, watching little you sleep. Let us go." That evening, Jia Shufan prepared several delectable dishes to entertain Liang Shui, hoping that Liang Shui would experience the same happiness in her marital home as their late grandmother, Jing Yunying, had. In her heart, Liang Shui resolutely vowed, she would never marry and bear children casually, her life would be as splendid as her sister's. The next morning, Wen Ning took Liang Shui and Tian Xiuer to the clothing factory. Tian Xiuer applied for the position of a seamstress, so she immediately went to the workshop to work. Meanwhile, Wen Ning accompanied Liang Shui to the office. "Xiaoxue, with your high school diploma and youthful spirit, you have a long future ahead of you. It would be a waste for you to work in the workshop operating a sewing machine. I propose that you become my assistant, and during your free time, you could enroll in night school to study either accounting or fashion design. What do you think?" Liang Shui nodded earnestly. "Sure, sister, I will work hard. If I have time, I will also learn to operate the sewing machine in the workshop, all right?" "Very well, you may arrange your own schedule," Wen Ning replied. She encouraged Liang Shui to follow her lead. As Wen Ning busied herself, so did Liang Shui. The more they worked, the more Liang Shui absorbed knowledge like a sponge. Half a month later, as the weather began to warm, the warehouse of the garment factory had accumulated nearly 8,000 red dresses. Chapter 62, Lu Jinlan arrives with 2 children. It was an excessive amount. Wen Ning had made the decision to concentrate the factory's efforts on producing red dresses. Both Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei, aware of Wen Ning's capabilities, refrained from questioning her, patiently awaiting her indication that the weather had indeed warmed up. However, apart from the 3 of them, other members of the leadership were present, including the workshop director and the finance director. That day, as Wen Ning approached the door of Song Yuanshu's office, she overheard the workshop director, Fu Mingxing, bellowing with vigor, "Director Song, the warehouse is overflowing with red dresses. Yet there are hardly any delivery orders. Not to mention, all the factories are busy producing various styles of shirts in preparation for summer. If we continue with this surplus of red dresses, won't our factory face the same fate as before? Designer Wen is focused on aesthetics and festive appeal. But director Song, you must consider the practicalities. In the workshop, many are consumed by anxiety over the unsold skirts, fearing that the factory lacks the funds to pay their wages, creating an atmosphere of unease. Song Yuanshu, with a calm demeanor, questioned their unfounded worries. How could there be no money for salaries? The financial office is still operational, after all. However, the factory manager interjected. Acknowledging the grim reality, the factory is indeed running low on funds. They had recently settled a batch of fabric expenses, but with the skirts failing to sell, no revenue has been returned. Additionally, they are in dire need of funds to repair the broken sewing machines. Song Yuanshu fell silent. The workshop director urged the need to devise a new production plan to expedite the return of funds. Without a word, Song Yuanshu listened. Just then, Wen Ning knocked and entered, offering her assurance. I will find a way to boost the sales of the skirts. The workshop director eyed her skeptically, forming a circle with his thumb and forefinger. And what plan do you have? This isn't personal, designer Wen, but 8,000 skirts? The entire Lucheng could not possibly absorb such a surplus. Wen Ning smiled confidently, asserting that they would indeed sell out. Doubt lingered in the air. Even Song Yuanshu was only partially convinced, primarily due to the sheer volume of 8,000. Undeterred, Wen Ning convened a meeting with Lu Wei, who was responsible for sales, to discuss the reasons behind the lack of sales. Lu Wei shrugged, resigned. Do we really need to discuss this, Sister Wen? They're simply too flamboyant. Not many young women are inclined to wear them. Even the state-run stores display our red skirts, yet they sell only 3 a week. Predominantly to young women preparing for marriage. Wen Ning nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging that while their quality and design are commendable, the public lacks the courage to wear them. Then let us instill that courage in them, she declared, rising to implement her plans. I went to the workshop to handpick individuals. Lu Wei, could you please contact Tingting and ask her to await us at the Happiness Photography Studio? She and Liang Shui departed swiftly, leaving Lu Wei in a state of bewilderment. What kind of individuals were being selected, and what did it have to do with his Tingting, or going to the photography studio? He was perplexed. But Lu Wei still made the call. Before long, Wen Ning had selected about a dozen young, attractive, and well-figured female workers in the workshop. Together with Liang Shui, they took a large parcel and went directly to Zhang Yanan's photography studio. Regrettably, only Zhang Yanan possessed an ample supply of cosmetics. Wen Ning instructed the girls to change into red dresses of various styles that suited their figures, then styled their hair, applied makeup, and finally took group photos of them. Zhao Tingting was the most radiantly adorned, and she stood in the center, also taking several individual promotional photos. After everything was completed, Wen Ning smiled as she looked at the dozen or so girls. Alright, don't waste these outfits. Pair up and stroll around in crowded places. Don't be afraid of people looking. If they look, it means you're beautiful. Return to the factory together in 2 hours. Shui, you go too. Okay, I will. After everyone left, Wen Ning asked Zhang Yanan, Yanan, can you develop these as soon as possible? I need to send them to the newspaper for advertising. And also make several posters to put up in the state-owned stores. Zhang Yanan responded promptly, I'll work overtime to get it done. I can give them to you by tomorrow morning. Excellent. Having overheard the conversation, Zhao Tingting exclaimed in astonishment, am I going to be in the newspaper? Sister Wen. This is too flamboyant. Won't I be scolded for being morally corrupt? Wen Ning stated directly, even if you're scolded, you still have to do it. You signed a contract with the factory. Zhao Tingting clicked her tongue, it's hard to earn money. The 3 women could not help but laugh together. The following day, Wen Ning, leveraging the connections of Yan Gang's old comrade, reached out to a newspaper to pay for an advertisement for the red dress. The newspaper executives chuckled. They remarked on the considerable cost of selling dresses but admitted they were quite attractive, with one even stating he would purchase one for his wife. Wen Ning produced a bag, insisting, no need for you to buy it, Brother Wang. These are gifts for sister-in-law, please take them home. In this era of print media, Wen Ning understood the necessity of fostering relationships with the newspaper for future collaborations. Within days, the advertisement for the red dress was published. And the sales in the state-owned department store surged, with about 10 dresses sold daily. However, in the face of the daunting figure of 8,000, it was but a drop in the bucket. Consequently, Wen Ning took the initiative to organize a grand matchmaking dance, representing the garment factory along with several others. It featured music, complimentary tea, juice, and snacks, with the stipulation that women must don red dresses. This event was also publicized in the newspaper, further boosting the red dress sales. Subsequently, as Wen Ning walked through the streets of Luqing, she noted the sight of numerous beautiful women adorned in red dresses. One day, while in the office with Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei discussing the benefits to be distributed to employees for the Dragon Boat Festival, Liang Shui rushed in, exclaiming, "Sister Wen, the movie you asked me to keep an eye on is officially screening in theaters today." "Really?" Wen Ning exclaimed, leaping to her feet. "Let us go see it." Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what movie she was referring to. With a radiant smile, Wen Ning turned and exclaimed, "The red skirt on the street is all the rage. Procure those fabrics with haste and continue your diligent work to produce more red skirts. Delay will only result in increased costs. Furthermore, assemble the drivers for immediate dispatch." Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei exchanged bewildered glances. Could a mere film truly wield such influence? Yet, as fate would have it, Wen Ning's prediction once again proved accurate. The red skirt on the street premiered just before the Dragon Boat Festival and became an instant sensation. Inspired by the film's protagonist, young maidens and middle-aged women alike yearned to don a red skirt, dance in the heart of the city, and bask in admiration. Consequently, they flocked to state-owned department stores in pursuit of the coveted garment. The Red Star Clothing Factory's initial stock of 8,000 red skirts was completely depleted within a mere 5 days, with demand still surging. The entire factory workforce toiled tirelessly to meet the overwhelming orders. While Wen Ning reveled in the success, she also found herself increasingly occupied, tasked with designing innovative styles to prevail in this sartorial battle. Amidst her bustling schedule and Yan Gang's ongoing mission, the domestic affairs were entrusted to Jia Shufan and Jing Yangying. Jia Shufan found herself particularly burdened, even breaking a rod while disciplining Mao. One day, before Wen Ning could return home, Jia Shufan received a phone call. It was her second son, Yan Hui, speaking hurriedly to minimize expenses. "Mom, Jean Lan is bringing the children to celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival with you. They'll arrive tomorrow at noon. Please remind my elder brother and sister-in-law to pick them up from the train station." Chapter 63, Lu Jinlan's desire to stay upon hanging up. Lu Jinlan slapped her thigh in exasperation, her anger flaring. "Celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival? As if I'm not busy enough already. And to request a pickup? Absolutely not." As her words faded, Lu Jinlan noticed the signalman gazing at her with curiosity. She waved dismissively and promptly returned. Originally, Jia Shufan's mood was already sour, but upon returning, she caught sight of Mao clutching the Ovaltine tin, cramming handfuls into his mouth, a ring of white powder smudged around his lips. Jia Shufan, sleeves rolled up, seized a rod. "Ah, you, Yan Mao, pilfering Ovaltine while I'm away. Prepare to be disciplined." Mao hastily darted around the room, incessantly protesting, Grandma, I'm famished. My stomach is utterly hollow." "Famished? Then prepare a meal. You're already 8 years of age. When I was your age, I was responsible for cooking for the entire family." Jia Shufan retorted, hands on hips, her anger unabated. Mao demurred, "I fear I might inadvertently detonate the kitchen." "Jia Shufan, you possess a commendable sense of self-awareness." She flung the rod aside and stormed into the kitchen, seething. During supper, Jia Shufan divulged Lu Jinlan's intention to bring her 2 children to the family compound for the Dragon Boat Festival. The news reverberated like a boulder cast into the tranquil pond of the Yan household, startling everyone present. Mao, ever impetuous, blurted out, "Why seek us out for the Dragon Boat Festival? Are we believed to possess the power to exorcise evil?" Jia Shufan cast a sidelong glance at him, scolding, "Cease your senseless prattle. While I, too, am perplexed by their motives, they are scheduled to arrive by noon tomorrow." Her tone held a hint of anticipation. "I've made my decision, I shall cycle to the train station to receive the 3 of them." Jia Shufan had recently mastered the art of cycling, but had yet to venture out due to her recent busyness. Wen Ning immediately furrowed his brow. "Unacceptable, mother. I am loath to allow you to cycle alone to the train station. I shall collect them. However, a matter arises, their accommodation. Jia Shufan widened her eyes. They shall simply squeeze in. Perhaps. Xing Yangying interjected, why not send me back? That would free up a room. Wen Ning demurred, absolutely not. Uncle and aunt are preoccupied with assisting Xiaoyong. What would you do alone at home, Grandma? You should continue to reside here. She turned to Jia Shufan, Mom. Isn't it possible to rent a house in a nearby village? Could you please rent one for my second brother and his wife tomorrow morning? Why rent? Jia Shufan. Rather straightforward, confessed, they're only here for the Dragon Boat Festival and will be leaving soon. They can squeeze into my room, I'll just sleep on the floor. Let's not squander money. However, Lu Jinlan intended to establish roots in Luqing this time. In their previous life, they moved in and stayed for 2 years, meddling in everything. Until Yan Hui arrived from another city and they moved out to rent a place. This time, Wen Ning was determined not to let them move in from the start. Despite her persistence, Jia Shufan remained puzzled. The disagreement between the mother and daughter-in-law created a tense atmosphere at the dinner table. Xing Yangying dared not utter a word. And neither did Demao nor Ermao. Wen Ning considered it and stated decisively, Mom, their staying at home would impede my drawing. Immediately, Jia Shufan relinquished her stance. Alright, we'll rent a house then. I'll go take a look tomorrow. The conflict dissipated effortlessly. Ermao began to prattle about the day's events. From witnessing pigs fighting on his way to school in the morning, to enduring the urge to urinate in class, the deliciousness of eating malted milk powder straight, and devouring 3 chicken feet for dinner. The next day, Demao and Ermao went to school as usual, while Xing Yangying and Jia Shufan, along with Xiaoyu, went to rent a house in a nearby village. Wen Ning continued her work at the factory. As noon approached, she and Liang Shui rode their bicycles to the train station to greet someone. It had been nearly 5 months since they last met. And as soon as Wen Ning appeared, Lu Jinlan sprang forth like a cat spotting its prey. Dressed simply, she held Yuan Bao in her left hand and a large parcel in her right, while carrying her younger sister on her back, her face radiating joy. Big sister-in-law. We are here. Are you here to pick us up? Wen Ning nodded, introducing, this is my sister, Xia Xue. You and Xiaoyu can ride with her, while Yuan Bao rides with me. Let us go, mother is waiting for us at home for lunch. Very well. Lu Jinlan first secured Yuan Bao before taking her seat behind Liang Shui. Along the way, her eyes greedily absorbed the surrounding scenery, the neat and uniform storefronts, vendors setting up stalls, and many people cycling by, with girls clad in lovely red dresses. The prosperous Lu city, where her elder brother and sister-in-law resided, was far more vibrant than the place Yan Hui had gone to. She wished to enjoy life here like her mother-in-law, watching her beloved daughter, Xiaoyu, grow up joyfully. However, as they ventured towards the family compound, the path grew increasingly desolate, and soon they encountered no signs of life. After disembarking, Lu Jinlan could not contain her curiosity and asked Wen Ning, big sister-in-law, do you live so far out? How will Xiaoyu manage to get to school? Her concern for her beloved daughter was evident. Wen Ning maintained her composure, replying, there is a school in the family compound. Oh, that is good to hear. Lu Jinlan murmured softly, but it surely cannot compare to the city. I think before Xiaoyu starts school, you should consider moving to the city. Wen Ning inquired. Moving to the city requires purchasing a house, would you be willing to lend money, second sister-in-law? Lu Jinlan choked slightly, hesitating, I have no money. I am not as capable as you, with your education and knowledge. She mumbled and fussed, but Wen Ning chose to ignore her. Liang Shui, however, cast a lingering glance at Wen Ning. It seemed that her sister did not harbor much fondness for her sister-in-law, and moreover, her sister was not in want of money. Recently, the factory had sold over 10,000 red dresses, each with a minimum factory price of 30 yuan, amounting to a total of 300,000 yuan. As the group arrived at the residential compound, they were spotted by Lin Meizhen, who had come out to take out the trash. The elderly woman scrutinized Lu Jinlan from head to toe, a look of disdain flickering in her eyes as she opened her mouth to deliver an unkind remark. Oh. Xiao Wen, it seems your hometown has sent more people to seek refuge with you, your household is bustling with activity, almost like a refugee camp. Considering how these people are dressed. Lu Jinlan felt a surge of resentment but dared not argue in unfamiliar territory, hastening her steps into the house. Wen Ning lagged 2 paces behind, her tone icy. Since my aunt is aware of our family's difficulties, why not let them stay at your place? Lin Meijian's expression shifted. That is out of the question. My house has no spare rooms left, I ought not to have said that. Then perhaps you should keep your mouth shut next time. Wen Ning refused to indulge her, advising her to refrain from uttering hurtful words. She strode into the house, leaving Lin Meijian momentarily speechless. The old shrew's daughter-in-law was also quite the shrew. She spoke with such venom, truly an unpleasant character. As Wen Ning entered, Lu Jinlan had already greeted everyone. Still clutching her precious little jade, she had yet to set down her younger sister on her back. Ah, Xiaoyu, you've grown into such a beautiful child. With your fair skin and those large, luminous eyes. Do give us a smile, I'm your second aunt, your second aunt. Though her demeanor was exceedingly pleasant, Xiaoyu's lips trembled, on the verge of tears. Wen Ning stepped forward to take the child. Remarking casually that Xiaoyu was simply shy with strangers. As she spoke of shyness, she passed Xiaoyu to Liang Shui, and the child immediately responded with a cheerful giggle. Lu Jinlan watched, consumed with envy. Her hands clenched tightly at her sides as she thought resentfully, there will be plenty of time in the future. I will make sure to cultivate a close bond with Xiaoyu. During lunch, Jia Shufan mentioned that she would take Lu Jinlan to see the house she had rented that morning. Lu Jinlan was taken aback, blurting out, "We'll just stay here." Chapter 64, The Family Compound. Little tyrant, only by living together could she foster a relationship with Xiaoyu. Lu Jinlan's words were uttered with such presumption. As if she considered this her own home, that the others at the table regarded her with puzzled expressions. Lu Jinlan quickly set down her chopsticks and began to explain. Renting a place is such a waste of money. The three of us can simply sleep on the floor. And if I'm free, I can help take care of Xiaoyu. Mom, don't you think I'm right? Jia Shufan was tempted to agree, but Wen Ning pointed out that it would interfere with her drawing. Weighing the importance of each, she was still able to discern what mattered. Sleeping on the floor is not good for your health, Jia Shufan said, resolutely dismissing Lu Jinlan's idea. Besides, I've already paid for 10 days of rent. If you don't go, they won't give a refund, so you must go. Lu Jinlan was about to say something more. But Jia Shufan stood up directly. Hurry and eat. Once you're done, everyone can get back to their own tasks. Little one has to go to work. Lu Jinlan looked at Wen Ning with delight. Eldest sister-in-law, you found a job? With a gentle nod, Wen Ning acquiesced. Indeed, I am quite occupied at the garment factory. Leaving me with little time to entertain you. Lu Jinlan hastily waved her hands. Given our close bond, there's no need for you to concern yourself with me. Simply attend to your work. It was advantageous for the eldest sister-in-law to be engrossed in earning money, as it afforded her ample opportunities to spend time with Xiaoyu and nurture their connection. Lu Jinlan's plans were well laid, but in the afternoon, Wen Ning unexpectedly carried Xiaoyu on her back, cycling to the garment factory. Lu Jinlan was utterly bewildered. Mother, why did the eldest sister-in-law bring the child to work? Aren't you capable of looking after Xiaoyu? I am indeed capable, Jia Shufan retorted, exasperated. However, wasn't I supposed to take you to the village? I can only accommodate 3 of you on my bicycle, which is why I had to trouble Wen Ning. Fortunately, she and her sister worked together, otherwise she wouldn't dare bring a child to the factory. Lu Jinlan was rendered speechless. The reality of life in the family compound was a far cry from what she had envisioned. It could only be described in a few words: dissatisfaction at every turn. While Lu Jinlan was discontented, Wen Ning was elated. Upon her arrival at the factory, Lu Wei approached her with a beaming countenance. Sister Wen, I've secured another substantial order from out of province, 5,000 red dresses. The finance department has received the advance payment, and the warehouse has already dispatched the initial batch. Oh. Is this your daughter? Come, let uncle hold you. Wen Ning handed the curious Xiaoyu to him, taking the order to examine it carefully, nodding in approval. Now that the output volume has increased significantly, we must be vigilant against fraudulent orders. Naturally, how could I allow myself to be swindled? Ouch, ouch. Lu Wei exclaimed as Xiaoyu tugged at his hair. Xiaoyu, however, mistook the uncle's reaction as playful teasing, giggling with delight. Wen Ning humorously took her daughter and said, let us go to the workshop for a look. As she conducted her inspection, she adeptly utilized the resources at hand, fashioning 2 one-piece outfits for little Yu using a sewing machine. She then set the child down on the floor, allowing her the freedom to crawl. At just 9 months old, little Yu, dressed lightly, moved as swiftly as an eel, drawing the attention of many idlers in the workshop who paused to watch. The child appeared plump yet was more agile than a rabbit. It was evident she would be quite active as she grew. Indeed, her father was formidable. And her brother was the little tyrant of the compound. How could she be any different? Ah, a child of a soldier, no wonder. Indeed, my husband and designer Wen. No, when the designer, are from the same regiment, someone chimed in. Oh, then you must have met designer Wen's partner. What are they like? Do they deserve our designer Wen? Absolutely, they are quite tall. Wen Ning now lived a life of modesty. The fact that she held shares in the factory was known only to her, Song Yuanshu, Lu Wei, and the financial manager. To the outside world, she was merely the chief designer of the factory, and all garments could only be produced with her approval. At this moment, Wen Ning stood before the workshop director, Fu Mingxing, who handed her a list. He spoke candidly, Designer Wen, I have dismissed 3 of the female colleagues you introduced. The reasons are noted here. Since Tian Showa began working, several military spouses in the compound had also expressed interest in applying for sewing machine positions. Consequently, Wen Ning conferred with Yan Gang and planned to convene a meeting with Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei. Following a consensus, Wen Ning and Yan Gang proactively reported to Chief Zhou, pledging that the garment factory would prioritize military dependents and veterans for employment. Upon verifying the situation, Chief Zhou nearly convened a commendation ceremony for Wen Ning, which she declined. Despite her feeling of not having done much, the garment factory had recently accommodated numerous military dependents, even replacing the gatekeeper with a retired soldier. Fu Mingxing's proactive heads-up was motivated by fear of incurring Wen Ning's resentment. At that moment, Wen Ning received the list and examined it. 3 female comrades were listed, 1 caught stealing fabric, 1 habitually late and prone to extended breaks in the restroom, and 1 unable to master the sewing machine, feigning old age as an excuse for indolence. Wen Ning weighed the list, amused, and said, Uncle Fu, you can handle this matter officially, there's no need to specifically inform me. Fu Mingxing was candid, that won't do. I must inform you in case you're questioned about it and are unaware of the reasons. As it turned out, the wisdom of elders held true. Wen Ning dismissed it. But that day, she drove Xiaoyu, Tian Xiaoyi, and others back to the residential compound. Upon arrival, a middle-aged woman with curly hair accosted her, questioning her as a matter of course. Wen, why weren't you at the factory at noon? I was fired, that Fu person targeted me. Could you speak to him and have me reinstated? Although the garment factory was far from the residential compound, requiring a long commute, it offered piecework wages, abundant orders, and the potential for high earnings. Moreover, the cafeteria served generous portions of delicious food. She was reluctant to lose the job. Wen Ning didn't recognize the woman, but Tian Xiaoyi interjected. Ma Qingqiao, weren't you caught pilfering fabric? Director Fu showed leniency by not demanding restitution. How dare you presume to request reinstatement? With arms akimbo and indignation etched across her face, Ma Qingqiao retorted, who stole fabric? There's no substantiating evidence. I was unjustly accused. You were too timid to utter a word when they reported you to the authorities, Tian Xiaoyi sneered. Now you're here causing a ruckus for Wen Ning. You bully the weak. Have you forgotten Aunt Shufan's formidable influence? Before she could finish, Lin Meijian burst out from next door, exclaiming, Xiaoyi, come back. Your work awaits. Why are you gossiping outside? Are you idle? Tian Xiaoyi rolled her eyes in annoyance. Wen Ning urged her to return, then turned to Ma Qingqiao, her tone composed. Sister Ma, since there have been fabric losses at the factory, and you claim to be wrongly accused, how about this? I'll report it to the police and have them conduct a thorough investigation. If you are indeed innocent, I'll have Director Fu apologize and rehire you. Would that be acceptable? Ma Qingqiao, who had been glaring with bulging eyes, now averted her gaze, stammering, I never mind. I won't go back to work. It's such a long walk every day, and I have to care for my child. Her guilt was palpable. Before she could finish, Tian Xiaoyi suddenly called out towards the distance, Aunt Shufan is back. Ma Qingqiao immediately turned tail and fled, as if pursued by a tiger. Wen Ning pursed her lips. Helpless, Tian Xiaoyi burst into laughter, leaving the approaching Jia Shufan utterly bewildered. She smoothed her hair, Showa, why are you grinning like a simpleton? Is my cycling that amusing? No, no, Tianxia demurred, waving her hands in denial. As she was about to elaborate, Lin Meijian erupted again, prompting Tianxia to turn away indignantly and head home. Wen Ning and Jia Shufan also retreated indoors. Jia Shufan hastily washed her hands and immediately embraced Xiaoyu. Oh, Grandma hasn't held you in ages, Xiao Wen. Was Xiaoyu well behaved at the factory today? Quite well behaved, everyone praised her, Wen Ning replied unhurriedly, locking the bicycle, washing her hands, and asking casually. Are Jinlan and the children settling in well? Jia Shufan cradled Xiaoyu gently, pursing her lips. What's not to settle into? The couple is elderly and very helpful since they accepted the money. They even assist with childcare. Jinlan mentioned buying some groceries in the village tomorrow to cook a meal before coming to find us. I truly don't know what she's fussing about. I even considered telling them not to come, but it's hard to say. After all, she's a daughter-in-law, not a biological daughter. Jia Shufan found it difficult. However, when Ning suspected Lu Jinlan didn't find it a bother, she felt it was all for her biological daughter. When Ning, occupied tomorrow, didn't plan to take Xiaoyu to the factory. She reminded Jia Shufan, Mom, if you're busy, have my grandma watch Xiaoyu. Jinlan has to care for Yuan Bao and Jianmei, and she's rather careless, don't leave Xiaoyu with her. Alright, I understand, Jia Shufan readily agreed. At that moment, Da Mao and Er Mao returned from school, with Er Mao exclaiming upon entering, Mom, Grandma. Our teacher said parents need to attend parent-teacher conferences tomorrow. I want Mom to go, Mom, dress up nicely and make me proud. Jia Shufan exclaimed. What score did you achieve that makes your mother proud? Have you brought her any honor? Er Mao's eyes darted around, responding, my elder brother scored full marks. It is his duty to bring honor to our mother. And you? With a sheepish grin, Er Mao admitted, I didn't notice the questions on the back during my examination and as a result, I failed. Wen Ning and Jia Shufan exchanged glances, both wishing to give him a good thrashing. Jia Shufan confirmed that attending the parent-teacher meeting would not hinder Wen Ning's work and promptly encouraged her to go. It was not an award ceremony. She herself had no desire to attend. Meanwhile, in the adjacent kitchen, Tianxia was preparing dinner while listening to Lin Meijian's incessant complaints. Both you and your mother-in-law are insufferable, why do you still join her in berating others? Xia, harboring grudges in the family quarters is unwise for your career. Everyone here is a colleague, and for Jianqiang to advance, he will need the support of his co-workers. Initially silent, Tianxia grew increasingly irritated and could no longer contain herself. I speak nothing but the truth, I fear no one's wrath. Moreover, if it weren't for Wen Ning, I would never have found employment at the garment factory. She helped me, so what is wrong with defending her? Lin Meijian interrupted, her astonishment palpable, what? She was the one who recommended you to the garment factory? How cunning. She wants you to work merely to undermine my well-being, she truly has ulterior motives. Tianxia rolled her eyes dramatically, struggling to maintain her composure. Mother, why is it that my working causes you distress? Is it because I'm asked to help out at home? Yet, didn't you say you came here to lend a hand? Before Lin Meijian could respond, Tianxia pressed on, and pray tell, what work have you accomplished? Before embarking on my daily endeavors, I prepared the morning repast. Upon my return, I arranged the evening meal. Under the cloak of darkness, I laundered the garments, and while you were yet slumbering, I cleansed the floors. Pray tell, what labor have you undertaken that has so taxed your strength? For a woman who had long endured hardship with nary a complaint. These were the first words of reproach to pass from Tianxia's lips. Lin Meijian's countenance hardened, her hand trembled as she lifted it. Xia, what do you imply? Do you harbor resentment towards me? Nay, Tianxia responded curtly. I merely wish to convey that you should cease your incessant lamentations and refrain from assuming an air of superiority merely because your son holds the rank of regimental commander. His wages barely suffice for our sustenance. Were it not for Wen Ning's introduction to employment at the factory, Eden would be bereft of the opportunity to study painting at the Luqing Youth Palace. Even your medical expenses would be a burden. Having delivered her pronouncement, Tianxia, heedless of Lin Meijian's displeased expression, seized her bowl and departed. That evening, during supper, Lin Meijian levied a severe accusation against Tianxia before her son, Zhou Jianqiang. Overcome with emotion, she even shed tears. As was her custom, Tianxia impassively shoveled rice into her mouth, placing morsels of food upon her children's plates, urging them to partake heartily. Zhou Jianqiang, observing her demeanor, furrowed his brow and reproached her. Showa, what manner of attitude is this? If mother is ignorant, you should endeavor to communicate with her in a civil manner, rather than subjecting her to such harsh censure. With a resounding thud, Tian Showa slammed her chopsticks upon the table. Confronted by the gazes of all present, her heart seethed with indignation, yet she strove to maintain an outward composure. Communicate civilly. Say you? Would that she would cease her incessant nagging. Zhou Jianqiang, it is one thing for your mother to be unable to distinguish right from wrong. But for you to join in her folly is quite another. Must you provoke the ire of the Yan regimental commander's family next door before you learn your lesson? Zhou Jianqiang turned his head, feeling helpless. Mom, with so many people in the compound, why do you always have issues with the neighbors? Lin Meijian retorted with conviction. Their family, Yan Gang, holds the same position as you, they are competitors. Only when their family is in trouble can ours thrive. Utter nonsense. Zhou Jianqiang firmly denied her words, his face stern as he admonished her. Who told you such things, Mom? Yan Gang and I are comrades. Serving our country and safeguarding the people. How can we be competitors? Your current thoughts are gravely mistaken. All four children turned to Tian Shoyo, their eyes filled with disapproval. Uncle Yan and Aunt Wen, as well as Grandma Jia, have always treated us well. They used to make us clothes, share food, and often helped us with our school commute. With no one on her side, Lin Meijian clutched her chest, her complexion pale. How can you all be like this? It hurts, my heart aches. She could barely sit still, swaying precariously. Zhou Jianqiang, alarmed, hurried to take her to the hospital. Tian Shoyo, however, remained unmoved, continuing to invite the children to eat. Go on, your grandmother is fine. Just the other day, I collected her health report, and everything is good. Only your father can be deceived by her. The next day, in the morning, Wen Ning visited the fabric factory to check the materials. Then had lunch out before biking to the school for a parent-teacher meeting. Upon entering the school, she encountered Tian Shoyo. As they walked in together, Wen Ning expressed her concern. My grandmother mentioned there were rumors in the compound that you upset your mother-in-law last night and sent her to the hospital. Is everything all right? It's nothing, Tian Shoyo retorted indignantly, shaking her head. It must be my mother-in-law spreading rumors. Let her be. She's a simpleton if she thinks ruining my reputation will make me listen to her. What a joke. Chapter 66, Brother Ermao's father is crippled. Tian Shoyo had already formulated a plan in her mind, and she sneered. If I truly let go and did nothing, no breakfast, no laundry, no sweeping, we'll see who suffers. Wen Ning found it amusing and remarked, it seems you've genuinely had a change of heart. I must thank you, designer Wen. Tian Shoyo sighed. In the past, my children and I relied solely on Lao Zhou's meager salary. I toiled from dawn till dusk, constantly scheming about how to grow more vegetables and haggle for the best prices. I didn't even dare to speak loudly at home, fearing Lao Zhou's displeasure. But last year, thanks to you, I earned several thousand yuan, and now I work at the factory, constantly thinking about how each additional garment I make translates to more income. There's real hope for the future. To say nothing of the fact that the red dresses are selling so well, Tian Shoyo continued. Having become skilled, she could quickly produce them, earning 15 yuan a day from commissions. That amounts to 450 yuan a month. Tian Shoyo beamed. I never used to buy breakfast from the cafeteria, but this morning I took my children there and splurged on a large steamed bun for each of them. Danmei was overjoyed. Money speaks volumes, economic status determines familial worth. This statement holds true. Wen Ning reassured her, Sister Showa, life will only get better. Indeed. Tian Shoyo, in turn, encouraged her. Wen Ning, you're our factory's designer. You must design more beautiful dresses. If people buy them, my job security is assured. Onward, designer Wen. With a wry smile, Wen Ning parted ways with the other parent, as their children were not in the same class. Upon arriving at the first-grade classroom, she was met with curious gazes and hushed whispers from a small group of children. Soon after, a little girl with pigtails skipped over, looked up, and inquired in a clear voice, Auntie, you're so pretty. Are you Ermao's mom? Wen Ning replied. Yes, amused by her newfound title. The little girl patted her chest and volunteered, Ermao's mom, I'm the class monitor. I'll show you where to sit. All right, Wen Ning responded. The little girl led Wen Ning into the classroom filled with parents, then paused, pondering, Mao's mom, should you sit in Mao's seat or Mao's seat? Wen Ning chuckled and said, whichever one did better on the test. So the little girl guided her to Mao's seat. As Wen Ning sat down, she noticed Chen Minghua sitting a couple of rows ahead. Chen Minghua's eldest daughter, Ding Wenmei, was in the same class as Mao and Mao. Wen Ning, wishing to avoid her, was pleasantly surprised when someone sat beside her. Wen Ning, is that you here for the parent-teacher conference? What a coincidence, our children are classmates. It was Li Chui, the director, whose youngest daughter was named Xing Qingxia. Wen Ning engaged in conversation with her, and after discussing their children, Li Chui inquired, Wen Ning, I heard you can help recommend people to work at the garment factory. Since I'm in charge of women's affairs, I was wondering if your factory has any at-home handiwork for some of the military spouses in the compound who have mobility issues and are idle at home. Wen Ning shook her head and replied, I don't think so, but I can help you inquire. Those small handicraft factories should have some work available. That would be wonderful. Though it would be quite a bother for you. The two conversed animatedly, while Chen Minghua, ahead of them, grew increasingly resentful. Li Chui used to be closest to her. But now she was thick as thieves with Wen Ning. A case of being a fair-weather friend. No doubt she was cozying up to Wen Ning because she thought it would be to her advantage. Just you wait, your comeuppance is coming. Chen Minghua clenched her fist, her nails digging into her palm. Before long, the teacher entered the classroom. The main purpose of today's parent-teacher conference was to announce the children's midterm results and present awards to the top students. For Wen Ning, it was a roller coaster of emotions. The heaven part was that Mao and Chen Minghua's daughter tied for first place, received awards, and the teacher praised him for being sensible, intelligent, and having a good attitude towards learning. The hell was naturally brought about by Mao. The teacher didn't directly name names, or even look at Wen Ning. Some students, she said, fool around and don't study, and then during the exam, they don't even know how to turn the page, resulting in them being last in the class. Is that acceptable? But that wasn't the main point. The key was what the teacher said next. The student who came in last place actually has an older brother who came in first place. The disparity is shocking. I hope that when they get home, the parents will have the older brother tutor the younger brother, at the very least teaching him how to turn the page. Under the gaze of the parents, Wen Ning, who had been so proud to go on stage and receive the award, now wished she could dig a hole and bury herself. Her face alternated between red and white, and she raised her left hand to support her forehead. Li Chui lowered her voice and reminded, Comrade Wen, you're thin-skinned. I think next time you should have their grandma or dad come to the parent-teacher conference. Indeed. Wen Ning resolved to venture out. Though she felt a tinge of longing for Yan Gang, who had been away on a mission for an indeterminate duration. Meanwhile, in broad daylight, a green pickup truck rumbled into the family compound, with a gaggle of preschool-aged boys trailing behind, their laughter echoing. Inside the vehicle, Zhang Weijun turned to the rear seat where Yan Gang sat and informed him, Commander Yan, I inquired, and your wife is not at home. She has gone to the parent-teacher meeting at school today. Yan Gang nodded slightly, his left foot and right hand bound in bandages, his head wrapped in gauze. One need not ask, the answer was clear, he bore the proud marks of injury. After several days of hospitalization, he had insisted on returning home to recuperate upon regaining stability. As the vehicle halted at the doorstep of the Yan residence, Zhang Weijun hurried to assist Yan Gang in disembarking. Upon entering the courtyard, their attention was drawn to a small girl seated on the ground. Dressed in tattered, soiled clothing and caked in mud, her sparse, yellowing hair framed a face marred by numerous small wounds. With both hands, she was rummaging through the vegetable patch, shoving leaves and dirt into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed as she chewed. Yan Gang's pupils dilated, and his brow knitted in concern. Zhang Weijun, unable to contain his shock, exclaimed, What is happening? Commander. You have been away for merely half a month, yet this delicate little girl has transformed into a beggar. I have kept a vigilant eye on your household. And nothing significant has occurred. This is not my daughter, Yan Gang replied calmly, I would not fail to recognize my own child. Zhang Weijun exhaled in relief, grateful that he had not neglected his duties. At that moment, from within the house, Jia Shufan emerged, drawn by the commotion. And her gaze fell upon the battered figure of Yan Gang. Her countenance flushed crimson with alarm as she emitted a piercing shriek. Good heavens, Gongzi! What calamity has befallen you? Are you unharmed elsewhere? Can you ambulate? Outside, the throng of young onlookers exchanged glances, brandishing tufts of grass above their heads as they scampered away, exclaiming, "Summon Ermau. His father has been incapacitated." He was conveyed home in an automobile, swathed in bandages from head to toe. The tidings reverberated through the school halls. Yen Ermau, who had been reveling in a triumphant game of marbles, abandoned his winnings upon hearing the alarming news from his companions. His complexion underwent a dramatic shift as he dashed into the classroom, exclaiming, "Mother, mother, father was carried home." Clad entirely in white. Upon receiving the news, Wen Ning's face drained of all color, and she nearly succumbed to a faint. "This cannot be," she thought. "Such an event never transpired in my previous life." Although Yan Gang's career was temporarily impeded by the birth of their second child, causing him to stagnate in his position for 5 or 6 years, he later distinguished himself through numerous meritorious deeds, ultimately leading to an even more rapid ascent. Could it be that her rebirth had set in motion a series of unforeseen consequences, like the subtle flutter of a butterfly's wings? Oblivious to her surroundings, Wen Ning stumbled forward, her sole desire to be by Yan Gang's side without delay. She and her children hastened toward the family compound. Observing their haste, curious onlookers flocked to inquire about the reason for their urgency, and the crowd of spectators swelled, eventually coalescing before the Yan residence. Jia Shufan, who had been occupied with gathering vegetables in the courtyard, lifted her head in bewilderment upon witnessing the multitude of people. "Grandmother! Why are you still engaged in gathering vegetables?" Ermau exclaimed with impatience. "Where is father? Shouldn't you be attending to him during his final moments?" With a swift gesture, Jia Shufan struck Ermau with the greens in her hand, scolding him vehemently. "You jinx! What nonsense are you spouting? Your father is merely injured. Why do you say it's his final moments? I'll smack you." Demao had already dashed inside. Ermau, dodging, followed suit. Conversely, Wen Ning was anxious for an answer. "Mom, is Gang alright? Just injured?" "Indeed." Jia Shufan's wrinkled face was filled with bewilderment. "How did such a ghastly rumor spread? Go inside and see for yourself, and you'll understand." Wen Ning nodded and stepped inside. Jia Shufan then dispersed the crowd. "My son is fine, he's doing well. Thank you for your concern. Disperse now, it's almost dinner time. Shouldn't you all be heading home to prepare your meals?" The crowd murmured amongst themselves. "Thank goodness, a false alarm. Who knows who spread such falsehoods? I knew Commander Yen wouldn't expire so easily." They all departed. Inside the room, Wen Ning found Demao and Ermau attending to Yan Gang, who was sitting up in bed. "Dad, you only have 3 bandages. You're far from dead. How did the news of your death spread?" "Mom and we were so worried." "Exactly." Demao furrowed his thick brows. "The entire school now knows I'm fatherless. Dad, once you recover, you must visit the school to set the record straight for me." Yan Gang responded, "All right." He surmised that it must have been when Zhang Weijun helped him in, his mother had said he was done for, which the youngsters had embellished and spread. Nothing but prevarications, those confounded youngsters are all liars. The Ermau before him was a major player among them. Yan Gang was somewhat reluctant to see his son. Upon noticing Wen Ning, a rare hint of grievance flickered across his usually stern visage. "Ning Ning," he called softly. Wen Ning approached, concerned. "How serious is your injury? Do you need to be hospitalized?" "No need," Yan Gang replied, grasping her hand. "I wish to recuperate at home, where I can be with you all." Demao and Ermau exchanged glances, simultaneously curling their lips. "Looks like Mom and Dad are getting all lovey-dovey. It's not suitable for children to be around." As they were about to carry their little sister, who was playing at the foot of the bed, out with them, they noticed that she was sitting with her back to them, appearing emaciated. Ermau tugged the child around to face him and gasped, "Why is it the wretched girl? Why is she wearing Xiaoyu's clothes?" Wen Ning, initially thinking it was Xiaoyu, furrowed her brows at the sight of the grinning wretched girl. "Where is Xiaoyu?" Yan Gang explained, "Mother said that my second sister-in-law and grandma took Xiaoyu and Yuan Bao out to play. The wretched girl was outside, gnawing on mud and vegetable leaves, so I asked Mother to bring her in and find her something to wear." Just then, Lu Jinlan's anxious voice echoed from outside. "Mom? What happened to Big Brother? Everyone says he is dead." Good heavens, what will happen to Xiaoyu? She can't become a child without a father. Jia Shufan's scolding voice soon followed. The few people inside were momentarily bewildered, unable to discern whether she was expressing concern for Yan Gang or worrying about Xiaoyu. Before long, Grandma Jing Yungying and Lu Jinlan entered the room. Wen Ning stepped forward to take Xiaoyu. The moment she saw that Yan Gang was unharmed, it was difficult to describe the myriad of emotions reflected on Lu Jinlan's face. She yearned for her cherished daughter, Xiaoyu, to flourish in a military officer's household with both parents present. However, should tragedy befall Yan Gang, she resolved to bring Xiaoyu back, reuniting their family. It's all right. Lu Jinlan forced a wry smile. It's good that elder brother is safe and sound. Her heart brimming with pent-up frustration. She suddenly noticed her contemptible younger sister sitting on the bed, grinning foolishly. Lu Jinlan's gaze shifted, and with a sudden surge of movement, she lunged forward, seizing her younger sister's arm and hoisting her up, her tone unkind. Why are you wearing Xiaoyu's clothes? Don't you think you're unworthy of them? You wretched girl. As she spoke, she began to strip the younger sister's clothes off. The 9-month-old younger sister, startled by her mother's rough handling, burst into a wail, her urine splattering on the floor in fright. Yan Gang straightened up slightly, but when Ning instinctively intervened, there's no need to remove them, let her wear them. The weather was still rather chilly, and taking them off would undoubtedly cause her to catch a cold. Lu Jinlan paused, ceasing her actions. She offered an ingratiating smile to Yan Gang and Wen Ning. Indeed, what the contemptible girl has worn is filthy and unsuitable for Xiaoyu. I'll go to the city and buy new clothes for Xiaoyu later. Wen Ning frowned. Demao knows what's on her mind. Second aunt, that's not what my mother meant. She meant for you to be kinder to your younger daughter. Am I not kind to her? Lu Jinlan irritably patted her younger daughter's bottom, ordering her to stop crying. Other families discard unwanted daughters, throwing them into latrines to drown, yet I venture out to work while burdened with this encumbrance. I'm already more than kind to her. As she spoke, Lu Jinlan even pinched her younger daughter, openly threatening her in front of everyone. Don't you dare cry. If you make Xiaoyu cry later, I'll beat you to death. With that, she carried her younger daughter out of the room. Inside the room, a profound silence enveloped the few individuals present. The usually reticent grandmother, Jing Yungying, let out a sigh. Xiaoyan, Xiaowen, please persuade Jinlan. Children are a blessing, her treatment of the little sister is concerning. The little sister is young and forgetful now, but as she grows older, she will surely harbor resentment. Irma muttered softly, it's not that easy to convince her, Grandma. My mother and I have tried, but she believes she is treating the little sister well. Damao shook his head in dismay, reflecting, until the whip strikes her own back. She remains oblivious to the pain. Wen Ning, owing to her past experiences, resolutely reminded herself to remain indifferent, to cultivate a heart of stone. However, during dinner, she witnessed Lu Jinlan placing the little sister on the cold floor, casually tossing a few vegetable scraps down as if she were feeding a dog. The little sister, accustomed to such treatment, eagerly picked up the scraps and stuffed them into her mouth. Unable to bear the sight, Jia Shufan picked up the little sister and began to feed her. Was this the life she had to lead, akin to that of a dog? Wen Ning ultimately could not suppress her emotions. After the meal, she deliberately distanced herself from everyone and followed Lu Jinlan into the kitchen, feigning casualness as she asked, Jinlan. Your elder brother inquired if the little sister is your biological child? Lu Jinlan's heart skipped a beat, her grip loosened, and the bowl she held shattered upon the floor, splintering into pieces. Chapter 68, I believe in Wen Ning, of course she is. Lu Jinlan responded emphatically, turning her head, striving to maintain a natural smile. What sort of joke is that from your brother? Wen Ning sighed, her tone suddenly laced with suspicion. Considering your poor treatment of the little sister, others must have questioned whether you are her biological mother. Why does your brother joke about it, yet you appear so flustered? Certainly. It is because the elder brother serves in the military and holds a leadership position, possessing keen insight. If he were to uncover the truth and reclaim the child, all her efforts would be rendered futile. Lu Jinlan repeatedly tucks her hair behind her ear, unwilling to concede. No, I'm not flustered, sister-in-law. I understand now. I shall treat my biological daughter with greater care. Please, you may leave, I will wash the dishes. Wen Ning smiled and nodded before turning to depart. Simple counsel would yield no effect, The sword of Damocles hanging overhead, the sense of impending crisis, is what truly awakens individuals to make necessary changes. Wen Ning's actions stem not only from sympathy for her sister's wretched existence but also from her fear that the overly vigilant Yan Gang might discover the truth. That would be quite undesirable. Patience is required. The following day coincided with the Dragon Boat Festival. Wen Ning and Jia Shufan set off early to purchase ingredients, preparing a grand meal for a modest celebration. Wen Ning took special note of Lu Jinlan's demeanor towards her sister. Fortunately, today she was relatively kind, ensuring the sister was cleanly dressed, offering her meat and vegetables, and though she occasionally felt the urge to vent her frustrations, she quickly reined herself in. In the afternoon, the boys ventured outside to play, while Jia Shufan took Xing Yangying for a leisurely stroll, indulging in the local gossip. Wen Ning helped Yan Gang to the doorway to bask in the sun, dressed Xiaoyu in a one-piece garment, and placed her on the ground in the yard to explore and crawl freely. Lu Jinlan, cradling her sister, appeared somewhat displeased. "Sister-in-law, the ground is so dirty. How could you place Xiaoyu down there? What if she eats the dirt? Truly, she only cares for her own child." Wen Ning silently scoffed, yet replied, "If the sister can eat dirt, so can Xiaoyu." She was about to retort, but catching sight of Yan Gang's gaze, Lu Jinlan suppressed her habitual rebuttal, offering a sheepish smile instead. "Eldest sister-in-law, you must be weary. Allow me to hold one, I can manage one in each arm." Wen Ning demurred, "There's no need. The physician advised that the children should crawl more, it's beneficial for their physical development and will ensure they walk with more stability later on." Lu Jinlan mused. "The doctor said so? Then we should heed the doctor's advice. However, the younger one isn't crawling yet, allow me to hold her." Wen Ning disregarded her, continuing to playfully engage with Xiaoyu. Just then, a commotion arose outside the courtyard gate. Wen Ning and Lu Jinlan rose to investigate, noticing several men in military attire, followed by a throng of onlookers. Lu Jinlan speculated, "Eldest sister-in-law, could they be here to inquire about elder brother's injuries?" Wen Ning frowned, dismissing the notion. "No. That's not it." She exchanged a glance with Yan Gang before proceeding to open the door. The leading officer greeted Yan Gang before turning to Wen Ning with an apologetic expression. "Regimental Commander Yan, we received an anonymous report alleging that your wife, Comrade Wen Ning, is exploiting the family members and veterans within the dependents' compound for personal gain. We must inquire into this matter with Comrade Wen Ning." "A report?" Wen Ning immediately grasped the situation. "Does this pertain to the matter of recommending employment opportunities at the garment factory?" "Indeed." Yan Gang and Wen Ning were instantly relieved. They had disclosed their involvement in facilitating employment at the garment factory to Chief Zoigua. Whether or not they had profited could be easily verified. Wen Ning settled Xiaoyu and entrusted her care to Lu Jinlan. Supporting Yan Gang, she invited the visitors inside to discuss the matter. As soon as they entered, the crowd outside erupted in fervent discussion. Why would someone file a report during the festival? I comprehend the situation. It implies that Wen Ning has been receiving compensation for referring individuals for employment. Surely, she must have been compensated, otherwise, why would she be so eager to make introductions? If anyone in your family is seeking work at the garment factory, remember to ask her for money. If she refuses, you ought to report her. How can she profit without consequence? The others chimed in, causing Lu Jinlan to feel increasingly anxious. She set down her younger sister and, holding on to Xiaoyu, stood at the door, worriedly inquiring about the potential repercussions for Wen Ning. If this were true, what would happen to her? Would she be forced to pay fines or face imprisonment? The speaker was Ma Qingqiao, the middle-aged woman who had previously encouraged everyone to report Wen Ning. Having been dismissed from the garment factory for stealing fabric, she had sought trouble with Wen Ning before. At this moment, she spoke with unwavering conviction. It could very well impact your family. Yan Gang might have to return to farming in the countryside. What a pity, he was once quite formidable. But after having a second child, a series of unfortunate events unfolded, ruining his prospects. TSK, Wen Ning truly is a troublemaker. Lu Jinlan, lost in thought, murmured. What will become of our Xiaoyu? Just then, a sharp voice erupted from next door. Ma Qingqiao, what nonsense are you spouting? It seems you bear a grudge against Wen Ning for not helping you, which is why you resorted to reporting her. How could you be so malicious? As she spoke, Tianxua rushed over, seizing Xiaoyu from Lu Jinlan's arms and holding her tightly. What are you doing? Lu Jinlan protested, attempting to reclaim the child. Only to be met with Tianxua's fierce questioning. I want to ask you, why do you stand idly by while others slander your sister-in-law? Shouldn't you defend her? Lu Jinlan was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Ma Qingqiao, unwilling to admit her role in the reporting, held her head high defiantly. Field show-off, cease these unfounded allegations. It was not I who reported, would I possess such superfluous time? Field show-off scoffed with disdain, the perpetrator is known to themselves, divine judgment prevails. Her gaze swept across the assembly, finding the accusation ludicrous. To report Winner for accepting kickbacks? She merely facilitated employment, she did not sell them to the garment factory. The meager sum she might receive would scarcely compensate for the artistic endeavors she undertakes. Should she decline to assist in the future, opportunities for income would diminish. And household earnings would be significantly impacted. Observe where they shall lament then. Field show-off's pronouncements resonated with the crowd. Indeed, Winner was not engaged in human trafficking. Who lodged the report? Such an individual is clearly mentally deficient. Precisely. All eyes converged upon Horse Greenery. Suspicion falling upon her due to her termination from the garment factory for dishonest practices. Horse Greenery trembled with indignation, blurting out, "It was not I." Truly. Had I known such a report could be filed, I would have done so myself, but I was entirely ignorant of this possibility. The crowd collectively processed her candid admission. In the ensuing silence, Jade Gentlewoman hastily pushed through the throng. What is amiss? Has my residence been plundered? She had ventured out to observe the commotion, only to discover it centered around her own doorstep upon her return. Lu Golden Orchid clutched her arm, frantically explaining, "Mother. Someone has reported eldest sister-in-law for accepting kickbacks for job referrals. Eldest brother and eldest sister-in-law are currently being interrogated inside. What shall we do? Is there anyone who can offer assistance?" Although advanced in years, Jade Gentlewoman was not foolish. They are merely being questioned, not imprisoned. What assistance is required? Winner would never accept kickbacks. Maintain your composure. I have faith in Wen Ning. Chapter 69, Dad Plays Football with Me. Jia Shufan's words were resolute. This, coupled with Tianxua's agreement, made Lu Jinlan appear distrustful of Wen Ning, suggesting a strained relationship between the two women. Lu Jinlan's expression soured, especially after hearing Tianxua's derisive snort. Suddenly, the door to the inner room swung open, revealing Wen Ning and several men in military attire. What's the matter? Jia Shufan and Tianxua asked simultaneously, stepping forward. Wen Ning shook her head gently, a faint smile playing on her lips. It's nothing, just a few questions. Mom. Sister Xua, you can both relax. The two women visibly relaxed. After the soldiers departed, the crowd in front of the courtyard had yet to fully disperse. Lu Jinlan, attempting to appear amicable, pointed at Ma Qingqiao, addressing Wen Ning and Jia Shufan. Mom, sister-in-law, they said she was the one who reported it. Ma Qingqiao was incensed. I told you it wasn't me. Is your brain addled, or are your ears failing you? If I, Ma Qingqiao, were to report Wen Ning, may lightning strike me. Can't I even stand here for a moment? Does your family name own this land? Laughter rippled through the onlookers. Wen Ning cleared her throat softly. Sister Ma. I believe it wasn't you. However, everyone should disperse, there's no spectacle to be seen at my home. Ma Qingqiao, taken aback by her words, felt a tinge of embarrassment and left with the others. Wen Ning invited everyone inside. Tianxua excused herself, citing matters at home, but before leaving, she discreetly pulled Wen Ning aside. Does your sister-in-law harbor animosity towards you? The matter hasn't even been determined, yet she acts as if you're doomed. It was because Lu Jinlan resented her, otherwise, she wouldn't have swapped the children and mistreated her younger sister. After sending away Tianxuya, Wen Ning was about to enter the house when she noticed Ma Qingqiao stealthily returning. With a hushed voice and rapid speech, she exclaimed, Wen Ning. I truly did not report you, but I can share an insider's tidbit that no one else knows. A couple of days ago, when I went looking for my husband, I stumbled upon a figure lurking, clutching a stack of envelopes and slipping them into that mailbox. At the time, I wondered why she didn't simply place the paper inside a single envelope. Reflecting on it now, it could very well have been a report. Wen Ning was puzzled. A stack? Indeed, quite thick, Ma Qingqiao replied, with a disdainful curl of her lip. The woman wasn't very tall, rather slender, always maintaining an upright posture, glancing around. She was distinctly different from others, which is why I remembered her. Gratified, Wen Ning thanked her and watched her depart. Upon returning home, she inquired of the gossip center's Jia Shufan, "Mother, is Ma Qingcao's family in dire straits?" "Indeed," Jia Shufan replied casually while embracing her younger sister. "She has 5 children. And her elderly parent suffers from tuberculosis. Her husband must send half of his monthly salary back home, making life exceedingly difficult. It said that during the new year, her children cannot all go out together due to a lack of clothing. One child is allowed to play outside for only 3 hours before returning to huddle under the blankets to stay warm and avoid catching a cold." Wen Ning remarked. "Such hardship, no wonder she resorted to stealing fabric." Lu Jinlan asserted confidently, that "Sy, big sister. You not helping her return to work at the factory has made her resent you. She reported you but refuses to admit it, even swearing vehemently." Wen Ning glanced at her and replied, "I don't believe it was her." The denunciation felt peculiar to her, she couldn't comprehend it. She needed to deliberate with Yan Gang, incorporating the insider information provided by Ma Qingqiao. The couple, however, couldn't reach a consensus. After dinner, once Lu Jinlan and her children had departed, Jia Shufan and Jing Yangying, returning from a stroll with Xiaoyu, brought momentous news. "Xiao Wen, you're not the only one who's been reported. Numerous individuals within the family compound have been. They've all been interviewed by the authorities, and some have even been taken away." Jing Yangying enumerated, ticking off her fingers. "There are those involved in illegal and unethical activities, those practicing discrimination, those with moral failings, those seeking personal gain, and those divulging classified information." "That's it, then," Wen Ning thought. "It aligns with Ma Qingcao's mention of a stack of denunciations." Yan Gang and Wen Ning frowned deeply. Yan Gang stated gravely, "It's better that the matter has escalated. A thorough investigation will ensure that all the malevolent entities will be exposed." Jia Shufan cleaned her ears, looking perplexed. What did you just say, Gongzi, about running away?" "Yan Gang. I meant the evildoers." "Oh." Jia Shufan pouted, "Why feign sophistication when you could simply say bad people?" Wen Ning and Jing Yangying couldn't help but chuckle. In the following days, the family compound was fraught with tension, leaving Jia Shufan with no source for gossip. Subsequently, Wen Ning unexpectedly learned that Li Chui's family was the most severely affected by the denunciation upheaval. Li Chui's spouse was confirmed to have accepted bribes and was entangled with another woman. The couple was dismissed from their positions, and the family vacated the compound with haste. When Wen Ning learned the news and wanted to express her concern, the Jing residence was already deserted. Upon his return, Mao prattled on about Jing Qingxiao's transfer. As she departed, some deplorable classmates chased after her, spewing vile remarks about her father's alleged indiscretions and her mother's purported failure as a cadre, suggesting he deserved castration. "Mom?" he inquired, "does castration mean cutting off the little chicken?" Wen Ning and Yan Gang surmised that the children must have overheard some idle chatter among the elderly women and were merely repeating what they had heard. A momentary silence ensued as they both turned to face Jia Shufan. Jia Shufan chuckled coldly, feigning curiosity. "Yan Mao, I'm warning you, if you ever misbehave, you'll shrink in size." "Why?" Mao questioned, touching his head. "I'm sure I'll grow as tall as Dad. I'll toss you up into the sky to play with." Jia Shufan sneered, "Because I'll break your legs." Mao, visibly terrified, was momentarily unsure of where to shield himself and hastily retreated to do his homework. Wen Ning gave Jia Shufan a thumbs up. Jia Shufan, holding her head high, smugly took the opportunity to lecture her eldest son. "Gongzi, if you ever dare to do what Li Chui's man did, I'll have you castrated and thrown out, and then I'll live with Xiao Wen and the 3 children." Wen Ning laughed heartily. Yan Gang was left speechless, wondering if Jia Shufan was truly his biological mother. As fate would have it, Jia Shufan was indeed his mother. And Wen Ning was his beloved wife. With his left foot and right hand injured, Yan Gang was confined to the house, unable to venture beyond the front door. Having exhausted his reading material, he was utterly bored. That evening, he expressed his desire to go out for a stroll to Wen Ning. After much deliberation with Jia Shufan, Wen Ning went to the hospital early the next morning to borrow a wheelchair, allowing Jia Shufan to take Yan Gang out. "Yan Gang. This doesn't seem right. Having my mother push me makes me appear quite unfilial." Mao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly raised his hand, saying, Dad. Wait for me after school, I'll come home and push you. That would show my filial piety. He was genuinely intrigued by new experiences. Fei Na's expression revealed her disdain, questioning the notion of filial piety. What's the point? Later, you can hold Xiaoyu. And your grandmother and I will take turns pushing you. We can all go grocery shopping together. Xing Yangying cheerfully agreed. Yan Gang. He was reluctant. Yet could not defy his mother. In any case, that day, Yan Gang became akin to a giant panda, greeted and admired by numerous onlookers. After school, Mao rushed up to him, brimming with enthusiasm, inviting, Dad, will you come play soccer with us? Yan Gang. Do you even realize what you're saying? His leg is injured, how can he play any soccer? Mao chuckled nearby, revealing, Dad. What Mao means is that you could sit in a wheelchair, perfectly positioned as the goalkeeper, no one would dare kick the ball at you. Yan Gang. You truly embody filial piety. Chapter 70, the pitiful younger sister. The residents of the compound were reported, and Yan Gang, unable to move freely, specifically asked Zhang Weijun to investigate. Zhang Weijun returned, perplexed, saying that the comrades within the group had scrutinized the handwriting, the pen used to write the letter, and the envelope, yet they could not ascertain who made the report. The matter had to be set aside for the time being. Wen Ning did not allow her work to be hindered. After all, she aimed to expand and strengthen the garment factory, striving for renewed glory. Recently, she had been contemplating brand names, preparing to register separate labels for men's and women's clothing, developing in two distinct directions. Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei shared no dissenting opinions. For Wen Ning's decision to designate the red dress as a pivotal summer product had yielded a remarkable profit of 400,000 for the factory. In a single quarter, they had accomplished what had been outlined in their annual plan. It is only natural for one to align with financial gain. During their discussion on names, both were quite enthusiastic. Song Yuanshu, stroking his chin, suggested names for the women's line such as Liang and Yaming, while for the men's line, he proposed Meili and Pinchui. Or perhaps gentlemen. Lu Wei rolled his eyes dramatically, dismissing these as unappealing and cliché. He proposed that, since they were partners, they might simply use their initials, WS for women's and men's wear, or WL. Such nonsensical ideas. If they were to adopt WS or WL, not to mention the jealousy from Yan Gang at home, would be overwhelming. Wen Ning calmly declared, you two have been stripped of your naming rights. Ultimately, Wen Ning consulted with Liang Shui, Zhao Tingting, and others to brainstorm several names, followed by a vote, leading to the final decision of naming the women's line Huaxiang Rong and the men's line Shangshen. Wen Ning also enlisted students from Luqing University to design the logo and tags. Meanwhile, at the garment factory, Wen Ning was exceedingly busy. At home, Yan Gang, feeling idle, took it upon himself to craft a small bamboo cart for his 9-month-old daughter, Xiaoyu. It was petite yet sturdy. Xiaoyu sat inside, gleefully bouncing and waving her hands, babbling incoherently, da. Thus, it became a charming sight to behold. With Xing Yangying pushing Xiaoyu and Jia Shufan pushing Yan Gang, as the four of them strolled to the market, forming a picturesque scene within the family compound. Yan Gang couldn't help but feel that perhaps it would have been better not to have made the cart at all, as his sister's little cart sparked intense envy in Mao. However, father expressed concerns about the insufficient weight capacity, fearing that sitting down might cause it to collapse, resulting in a reprimand from grandmother. Thus, he refrained from taking a seat. Mao approached Yan Gang and earnestly requested, Father, please craft a wheelchair for me. Then I can have my elder brother push me to school. When he grows weary, I will push him in return, it would conserve our energy. Before Yan Gang could respond, Jia Shufan, who was watering the vegetables, straightened her back and scolded, Yan Mao, have you completed your homework before seeking mischief? Your father is disabled. And your sister cannot walk, which is why they must be assisted. If you desire a wheelchair, I shall first break your legs. Is that understood? No. Mao bent down, covering his legs, blinked, and then looked up at Yan Gang. Father, did you hear that? Mother called you disabled. Yan Gang remained silent, pretending not to hear. Oh, you little Yan Mao, stirring up trouble, Jia Shufan retorted angrily. I said it once more, your father is disabled, your father is disabled. Your father is disabled. Mao, hiding behind Yan Gang's wheelchair, defiantly countered, "Your son is disabled, your son is disabled, your son is disabled." Yan Gang was left speechless. Why was it always him who bore the brunt of their quarrels? That day, when Ning returned home from work, entered the house, and observed Yan Gang engrossed in a book, while De Mao and Mao were diligently completing their homework. Xiao Yu and the mischievous younger sister, clad in crawling outfits, sat on the floor, each absorbed in their toys. Upon seeing Wen Ning, Xiao Yu discarded her toy and swiftly crawled over, murmuring, "Mama. Mama." Wen Ning embraced her daughter, planting a tender kiss on her cheek. Xiao Yu lifted her head, meeting Yan Gang's melancholic gaze, his eyes were solely focused on their daughter. Wen Ning playfully admonished him with a glance and looked around, asking, "Where is mother?" Grandmother Jing Yunying set the dishes on the table, providing solace. "Your mother took your younger siblings and Yuan Bao to the hospital. Poor Yuan Bao has not been well since arriving at the family quarters less than half a month ago. He has already visited the hospital 3 times, suffering from indigestion, dizziness, headaches, and bodily aches, and now he has a high fever." Wen Ning clenched her fists. It is all thanks to Lu Jinlan's enriched chicken soup. If she hadn't changed the soup and medicine, it would be her lively Mao who is unwell now. "Mom. Look quickly," Mao is laughing heartily. The mischievous little brother lay on the ground, clutching a toy and gazing at you like a silly dog. Wen Ning replied, "Finish your homework. This child is truly incorrigible." Mao, unwilling to do his homework, wished to be a silly dog too. With a sudden thought, he bit his pen and asked, "Mom, when will Auntie Air leave?" Yan Gang was puzzled. "Don't you like your Auntie Air?" "Indeed," Mao confessed without hesitation. "Auntie Air is stingy and sneaky, she gives everything good to Yuan Bao. I prefer not to see her." Not only Mao, but Wen Ning also wished to avoid Lu Jinlan. However, she couldn't think of a good solution at the moment. Fortunately, help arrived soon. At the hospital, after much ado and completing the examinations, the doctor finally started in 4 for Yuan Bao. Jia Shufan went to settle the bill, while Lu Jinlan, keeping a watchful eye on her precious son, could not help but curse under her breath. That wretched Wen Ning, why shouldn't we be allowed to stay in the family quarters? It is the constant back and forth that made our Yuan Bao sick, and it even affects your painting. What good can come from that? Suddenly, a female voice came from behind. "Hello." Startled, Lu Jinlan turned back in haste, only to find a composed female physician with a notepad and pen. "I'm Dr. Chen, here for rounds to note the patient's conditions." "You must be a family member?" Lu Jinlan smoothed her hair, nodding hastily. "Yes, that's me." "What is it?" Chen Minghua inquired with care, explaining that 1 more day of intravenous fluids would be necessary before discharge. As a final word, she cautioned, "Young Yan Yuan Bao has influenza, which carries a risk of contagion. It would be best to avoid contact with other children for the next fortnight." Advertisements and promotional content removed malicious intent. Lu Jinlan hesitated. "Is it really contagious? Just being around someone can spread it?" "There's a possibility," Chen Minghua mused. "Avoid sharing cups, chopsticks, and such. Those pose the greatest risk." Lu Jinlan looked pensive. "Thank you, doctor. You're a good person." Chen Minghua departed in high spirits, pleased with how smoothly things had been progressing. The next day, Lu Jinlan took Yuan Bao home after his 4 drip, deciding against returning to the Yan household with Jia Shufan. The doctor said Yuan Bao's illness is contagious. "We'll stay in the village." "Oh, and mother, bring out that wretched girl." Jia Shufan frowned. "You're worried about Xiao Yu catching it. That wretched girl might be infected too." "Fine. You take Yuan Bao. I'll bring the wretched girl to you." Lu Jinlan furrowed her brow. "We can't let that wretched girl live the high life at the Yans. She fabricated an excuse. The doctor said there's an incubation period. The wretched girl might already be infected, mother. You should let her come back with us." It was all for the sake of her precious Xiao Yu. Jia Shufan found herself in a predicament, ultimately compelled to entrust the troublesome younger sister to her. Consequently, for the subsequent half-month, despite the proximity of their locations, Wen Ning astonishingly did not encounter Lu Jinlan. The only mention of Lu Jinlan came from Jia Shufan's lips. Jinlan lamented the harsh living conditions at Yan Hui's place, where a dozen men shared a large dormitory, subsisting on communal meals akin to dog food, and where bathing water was a scarce commodity. She resolved against relocating her children there, opting instead to rent a place nearby and seek employment to support them. Jinlan sought Wen to recommend her for a position at a garment factory, but I intervened, unwilling to burden Wen with such complications. Currently, Jinlan had secured a dishwashing job that allowed her to bring Yuan Bao along, though the younger sister's plight remained somewhat pitiable. Chapter 71, Assisting a Thief in Securing Employment. Wen Ning, attuned to the nuances of conversation, discerned Jia Shufan's inclination to take in the younger sister. Seizing an opportune moment, she earnestly articulated her boundaries to Jia Shufan. "Mother, I cannot abide by having the younger sister reside in our home." Jia Shufan was taken aback, questioning. "But she is merely a child." It was imperative to communicate clearly, otherwise, Jia Shufan might act unilaterally in the future. Wen Ning candidly expressed. "I cannot get along with Lu Jinlan. Should anything happen with her child in my home, what then? Moreover, I am quite occupied with work and do not wish to squander my time on domestic trivialities." Jia Shufan's lips trembled slightly, conceding, "Very well, I shall heed your wishes." She refrained from mentioning it again. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Once Yan Gang was able to stand. He led a team on an urgent mission to apprehend spies. Meanwhile, Wen Ning's factory began preparing for autumn and winter apparel, including suits, shirts, long dresses, and sweaters. Additionally, she conferred with Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei regarding the expansion of operations using the factory's profits from the first half of the year. The fashion industry is particularly prone to trends, and we must keep pace with production, otherwise, when opportunities arise, we will be left grasping at straws. However, this endeavor is not simple. It necessitates land acquisition, factory construction, and hiring personnel. Wen Ning, tirelessly working for the factory, has become so busy that she has lost weight, causing concern among Jing Yangying, Jia Shufan, and the others. The two elders express their concern by preparing various delicious dishes for her, aiming to nourish her. De Mao seizes the opportunity to implore his aunt, Liang Shui, to remind their mother to eat and drink plenty, suggesting spicy food since their mother has a penchant for it. Mao, on the other hand, pleads, "Mom, let us go to the city for some delicious food. If I get a bite of meat, you'll have a sip of soup, so you won't lose weight." Wen Ning responds with a calm demeanor, "Indeed. Who can endure such a situation?" Speaking of which, De Mao and Mao are on the brink of their final exams. De Mao remains as composed as ever, while Mao is filled with trepidation, resorting to last-minute cramming. He kneels, clutching Wen Ning's leg and looking up with a pitiful expression, "Comrade Wen, my savior. If I perform poorly on my finals, could you love me once more?" Wen Ning's expression remains serene, "No, unless you write a self-critique of 200,000 words." Mao's face registers shock, "Mom, I haven't committed any heinous offense." "Impudent child." Jia Shufan tugs at his ear, dragging him to the table. "Quickly study and prepare. Yan Mao, if you cannot secure first place, you must at least take second." Rubbing his ear, Mao protests loudly, "Grandma, I can't even manage second place. I've already heard Ding Wenmei's mother scolding her, saying if she doesn't outperform her elder brother, she'll have to attend summer classes every single day." The fierce competition between Ding Wenmei and her elder sibling for the top spot leaves me wondering how I could possibly contend for second place. Ding Wenmei is, of course, the eldest daughter of Chen Minghua and Ding Litao. "Then aim for third," Jia Shufan suggested dismissively. "Grandma." Mao began to protest. Jia Shufan, losing patience, retorted, "Enough. Be quiet, or I'll sew your mouth shut." Mao clammed up instantly. The next moment, a thud echoed from outside, followed by Xiaoyu's wails. Jia Shufan and Wen Ning hurried out, while Mao muttered under his breath, "I was just about to warn that Xiaoyu was about to fall. Alas. You had to seal my lips." Xiaoyu, nearing her first birthday, had recently begun to toddle about. Her unsteady gait resembled that of a plump penguin. An endearing sight to behold. Watching her walk had become Wen Ning's newfound pastime during moments of leisure. The following day, Wen Ning was engrossed in her drawings at the office when Liang Shui entered, carrying a silvery aluminum container. "Sister Wen," she began, "I went out of my way to purchase this Mao Kai, extra spicy. Do try it and tell me if you enjoy it." The aroma wafting through the air stirred a sense of hunger within Wen Ning. She accepted the container and discovered that it held an array of delicacies submerged in a glistening, crimson broth: chicken wings, chicken feet, meatballs, cabbage leaves, and potato slices. It bore a resemblance to the baboji stalls that would later become ubiquitous on the streets in her previous life. Mao was particularly fond of this dish, often returning with his lips flushed from the spice. Wen Ning took a bite and devoured the entire portion. She offered Liang Shui payment, but Liang Shui cheerfully waved it off, saying, "Demel already compensated me. If you enjoy it, I'll be relieved that I haven't betrayed his trust. Sister Wen, if you'd like more of this Mao Kai, I'll gladly buy it for you again tomorrow." Wen Ning desired to savor the dish on the spot, relishing its freshly prepared, spicy and savory essence. She assented. "Tomorrow, we shall venture together." Indeed. The subsequent day, at 11:30 in the forenoon, Wen Ning and Liang Shui proceeded to partake of Mao Kai. Upon their arrival, Wen Ning, confronted with an array of ingredients and the individual presiding over the cauldron, exclaimed in astonishment, "Director Li?" Indeed. The proprietor of the Mao Kai establishment was none other than Li Chui, the director of the Women's Federation, who had relocated from the family compound due to the denunciation incident. She had cropped her hair short, donned simple attire, and exuded none of her former official aura. Upon hearing Wen Ning's exclamation, she appeared somewhat unaccustomed. However, upon beholding Wen Ning, she was elated. "Wen Ning, do you relish the fare from my establishment? What would you fancy? Allow me to treat you." Wen Ning would never permit her to extend such generosity and promptly placed the money into the pocket before Li Chui. After the dish was prepared, Wen Ning, cradling the small bowl, seated herself upon a small stool to consume it, observing Li Chui as she busied herself. She portioned out ingredients for patrons, boiled the fare, ladled broth, added seasonings, and collected payment. During the midday meal, the influx of patrons was substantial, and Li Chui was overwhelmed. Wen Ning promptly set down her utensils and stepped forward to assist, with Liang Shui naturally following suit. With the collaborative efforts of the three women, the workload was significantly alleviated. Soon, all the dishes were sold out. After the patrons departed, Li Chui reheated the Mao Kai that Wen Ning and Liang Shui had not finished. The three women sat upon small stools, partaking in the meal while engaging in conversation. Li Chui recounted her experiences over the past 2 months. "My departure from the family compound was rather undignified, and I remained in a daze for quite some time. Subsequently, I had no alternative, as my entire family was dependent on me. I had to devise a means of earning a livelihood. Wen Ning, you were indeed my savior. Do you recall the hot pot seasoning you gifted me during the Lunar New Year? I utilized that to concoct the seasoning, and the sales have been quite commendable." Wen Ning was certain that the dishes she prepared were insufficient for the demand. The business was flourishing primarily due to the exquisite flavors. This was her second time enjoying the meal. She inquired, "Why don't you prepare more dishes?" Li Chui sighed, "I can barely manage. My 2 children are away at school, and my husband must stay home to care for my mother-in-law." Indeed. It seemed that one person was shouldering the responsibility of supporting the entire family. Wen Ning refrained from probing into Li Chui's personal matters. Yet it was still Li Chui who sought her assistance. "Wen Ning, if you still reside in the family quarters, could you help me get in touch with Ma Qingqiao?" Wen Ning was taken aback. "What do you need her for?" "She has a history of stealing fabric." It was precisely this past that had left Ma Qingqiao unemployed. However, Li Chui expressed her desire to employ her, stating, "When I was the director, I was aware of her family's circumstances. They were so impoverished that the children lacked proper clothing. If she doesn't mind the small scale of my business, I wish to have her assist me." Wen Ning nodded, "Then I shall inquire on your behalf." Through her connections, Ma Qingqiao indeed came to help Li Chui, earning a modest salary of 30 yuan each month. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Ma Qingqiao spoke highly of Wen Ning, declaring her to be a kind-hearted person who bore no grudges. A few days later, Lu Jinlan approached Wen Ning, boldly questioning her, "Sister-in-law, why did you help a thief find a good job without offering me the same opportunity?" Chapter 72, My elder brother misses you dearly. Li Chui's reasons for leaving the family quarters were rather undignified. Consequently, while Ma Qingqiao praised Wen Ning's benevolence, she did not disclose to others that she was merely working part-time under Li Chui. Thus, some residents of the family quarters, who were either dissatisfied with their jobs or idly passing time, envied Ma Qingqiao's new position. Even those who have resorted to theft can find employment. And having numerous offspring does not excuse poverty. Why does Wen Ning care so much for Ma Qingqiao, especially since she has caused her trouble in the past? Ma Qingqiao carries herself with an air of arrogance and possesses an audacious demeanor. Lu Jinlan is also among these insignificant individuals. Without Wen Ning's assistance, her only employment option was washing dishes at a restaurant. For the past 2 months, she has been juggling work and childcare, enduring both exhaustion and the constant immersion of her hands in water, causing them to swell. Upon entering, she immediately launches into a self-righteous interrogation, while Wen Ning leisurely pours herself a glass of water before responding. Tell me, in what way are you superior to a thief? Lu Jinlan is momentarily stunned before raising her voice involuntarily. What are you talking about, sister-in-law? How am I not better than a thief? At least I don't steal. But you switched children, mistreated them, and harbored animosity towards my family. Wen Ning clenches the glass in her hand, her gaze fixed on Lu Jinlan, her tone composed. Ma Qingqiao, after stealing the fabric, took the initiative to find the workshop director and reimburse the money. If you were to err, would you seek out the affected party, acknowledge your mistake, and offer compensation? She's clearly deranged. Having gained an advantage, she actually returns it. Ma Qingqiao is a fool despite her age. This was Lu Jinlan's immediate thought. However, having held a leadership position for some time, Wen Ning's presence has become even more formidable. Her eyes as profound and sharp as knives. Being stared at by her feels as if one's innermost thoughts are laid bare. Lu Jinlan inexplicably feels a twinge of guilt, recalling her act of switching children. She dares not pursue the matter further, feigning understanding, and declares, I would never do anything wrong. Let this one slide, dear sister-in-law. Next time, you must assist me in finding a light and easy job. As she spoke, De Mao and Er Mao returned home from school. Er Mao instinctively interjected. Who wouldn't he want a light and easy job, auntie? Pray tell, what makes you superior to others? The manner in which this mother and son conversed was strikingly similar. Lu Jinlan chuckled awkwardly and replied, Oh, Er Mao, we are family. I traveled a long distance with my child to seek refuge with you all. Is it too much to ask your mother to help me find employment? De Mao, with a serious expression on his young face, retorted, Auntie, please do not impose moral obligations. You came here of your own volition, and my mother is innocent, she is under no obligation to assist you. Observing Lu Jinlan's face turn ashen, Wen Ning felt a surge of delight yet gently admonished, steering the conversation away. De Mao, Er Mao. How did you fare in your exams? De Mao, with a profound demeanor, declared, Mother, trust me, I will secure the top position, I have it in the bag. Er Mao, feeling a twinge of insecurity, confessed, Mother, I concede, I placed third and have no confidence. Wen Ning responded, I shall await your commendable results. Await what? Er Mao immediately clung to his mother, insisting on going to the city for delectable treats. Once the results are in, I'll surely be in for a spanking. And I won't be able to enjoy any treats. The bond between mother and son was palpable, leaving Lu Jinlan with little recourse. She concealed her resentment and went out to seek some frivolous entertainment. Wen Ning cast a glance at her retreating figure. Memories of her own family's tragic fate from a previous life resurfacing in her mind. Yielding to Er Mao's request, she relented. Very well. Tomorrow I shall take you both to enjoy some delicious food. Er Mao raised both hands, resembling a monkey in his exuberance, and dashed about the room, cheering with delight. De Mao shook his head with a sigh, Mother, you are always too soft-hearted, it only invites trouble. Wen Ning chuckled as she playfully ruffled his hair. I shall take you to the bookstore to buy some books. Too soft-hearted and too lovely, De Mao calmly altered his tone, Mother, you are truly wonderful. And I will protect you. The following morning, as Wen Ning prepared to take De Mao and Er Mao out, Xiaoyu waved her tiny hands, resembling lotus stems, bidding farewell to her mother and brothers. Once they hit the road, Er Mao, perched on the front bumper, lamented, Why isn't Xiaoyu growing up? Brother. Let us return and stretch her, I will pull her head while you tug at her feet to make her taller. De Mao, seated in the back and clutching his mother's waist, rolled his eyes, that would be akin to forcing the seedlings to grow, which would only lead to their demise. And people are no different. Er Mao sighed in resignation. Unable to remain still, he enthusiastically greeted every familiar face they encountered. Uncle. My mother is taking me to the city for fun, is your mother taking you too? Dog egg. Wait for my return to play. Aunt. Are you drying last year's grain? Hee, my mother is taking me out to have fun. Wen Ning was not particularly apprehensive about socializing. Yet she was not overly loquacious either. Alas, dealing with a socially exuberant son is truly exhausting. First, Wen Ning treated Demao and Ermao to a lavish breakfast. Then purchased the books, before returning to the factory, instructing them to remain inside. Afterward, Demao devoted himself to reading in the office, while Ermao darted about the factory premises. He would occasionally visit the workshop to observe the ants operating sewing machines, then watch the fabric being cut, and at times, he would play with dogs at the entrance, chatting with the retired uncles. After a leisurely tour, he found his favorite spot to be the cafeteria, where he settled in, eagerly accepting the occasional treats from the cafeteria ants. After a long day, during lunch, Ermao found himself completely devoid of hunger. Wen Ning led them to Li Chui's stall. From a distance, they spotted Li Chui, Ma Qingqiao, and a girl slightly taller than Demao and Ermao, all busily engaged in their tasks. Ermao was taken aback. It was Qingxia. Goodness! He hurriedly rushed over. Wen Ning and Demao approached just in time to overhear his enthusiastic words. Qingxia, it's been ages. Ever since you transferred, my elder brother has missed you dearly. The adults were astonished, and Ma Qingqiao casually remarked, oh my, primary school students can be quite sentimental. Demao's face turned as red as a monkey's backside. Yan Chuan, what nonsense are you spouting? Is it not true? Ermao retorted. Brother, your new deskmate is disinclined to study and constantly chattering. Don't you long for the quietness of Qingxia? Demao was rendered speechless. My new deskmate is you. He had never encountered anyone who would openly criticize themselves in front of others. Ermao chuckled heartily. Qingxia smiled and greeted both of them before resuming her assistance to her mother. The stall was not crowded that day, allowing Ma Qingqiao and Qingxia to manage adequately. Li Chui then pulled Wen Ning aside, feeling a bit embarrassed. Wen Ning, I would like to ask for your help with something. Not far away. Qingxia glanced at her mother and swiftly added a small chicken wing to Demao and Ermao's bowls. With a slight pout, she earnestly requested, Yan Chuan, I've heard that you made money during the winter break selling goods. Could you take me along during the summer? I am in great need of money. Demao and Ermao exchanged glances. Chapter 73, a shopfront for you to collect rent. Upon returning to the factory office, Wen Ning began to tally his accounts. Last year, she earned 14,000 from making suits and an additional 2,000 from faux collars. In the first half of this year, the profit allocated to her from the clothing factory amounted to 120,000. However, after discussing with Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei about expanding their business, she decided to reinvest 100,000. Meanwhile, at the photography studio, Zhang Yanan provides her with approximately 200 yuan each month, which suffices for her family's grocery expenses. Consequently, the disposable funds in Wen Ning's hands amount to around 30,000. Li Chui's request for assistance is essentially a plea for a loan. Selling spicy skewers is a task devoid of technical complexity. As Li Chui sets up her stall, others swiftly follow suit, leading to a decline in her business. She believes that venturing into the snack business is feasible, thus she intends to rent a shop near the bus station, not far from the clothing factory, to officially open a small store. She plans to sell noodles and dumplings in the morning, and spicy skewers and soup rice during lunch and dinner. With the surge in business activities, rent is structured as a deposit plus 3 months payment, along with the necessity of acquiring pots, pans, and other utensils. Li Chui finds herself short on funds and needs to borrow some. Wen Ning trusts Li Chui and has no qualms about lending her the money, however, she feels that renting a shop may not be the most cost-effective option, as she has long desired to purchase a home. She considers seizing this opportunity to explore that possibility. Bold and determined, Wen Ning hops on her bicycle to head to the bus station. While Demao is engrossed in his studies and reluctant to move, Ermao excitedly jumps onto the back seat. On the way, Ermao informs Wen Ning, Mom, Qingxia wants to join me and my brother in making money through business. The family has undergone significant changes, prompting the children to mature rapidly. Wen Ning gently inquires, have you agreed? What business will you pursue? Yes, we have, but my brother hasn't figured out how to earn money yet. He says there are treasures within books. Ermao replies, scratching his head. My mind seems to have lost its function. I suggested to Qingxia that if she had some free time, she could collect and sell trash. Wen Ning, why do you always propose picking up trash to everyone? Ermao, with a sense of righteousness, replied that collecting trash incurs no cost. Mom, we are just children, and we lack the funds for investment. Ah. The summer vacation feels too idle. If they could find something to do, it would be splendid. Wen Ning supports their entrepreneurial spirit. If you and your elder brother can devise a reasonable and feasible plan, I can provide the capital. Ermao happily agreed. All right, I will tell my brother. Mom, what are we doing at the bus station? Wen Ning did not conceal her intentions and explained that they were inquiring about the selling of the shop. Okay, Mom, I will assist you. His assistance, in truth, meant helping to spend money. 20 minutes later, Ermao held a glutinous rice cake in his left hand and a deep-fried twist in his right, with 2 bags containing fried triangles and sliced cake hanging from his wrist. He followed Wen Ning leisurely, indulging in his snacks. Wen Ning paid him no mind as she stood at the entrance of the bus station, observing the street across the way. With the bustling foot traffic generated by the bus station, there were 4 restaurants, a small supermarket, a clothing store, and a 3-story shop under renovation on the opposite street. There were no vacant storefronts to be seen. After all, in any era, there are always the affluent, who would never let opportunities for profit slip by. Wen Ning remained undeterred and, glancing at the food in Ermao's hands, strolled into the clothing store with him for a casual browse. The shopkeeper, a round-faced woman in her 30s, greeted them cheerfully. Sister, are you here to buy a red dress? Wen Ning chuckled and shook her head, expressing a casual interest in browsing. The red dresses in this shop paled in comparison to those designed by her, while the remainder consisted of shirts and trousers. After a cursory glance, Wen Ning inquired of the proprietress, Sister, are there any vacant shops for rent or sale in the vicinity? The woman waved her hand dismissively, replying, No, you are the 10th person to ask me today. Here, every spot is coveted. Did you see that large space on the 3rd floor currently being renovated? I did. What of it? Wen Ning queried. The proprietress leaned in conspiratorially. The owner of that space hails from the port city. He is quite the fool, having purchased it at twice the market price, intending to convert it into a guest house. So, at this juncture, who would part with their property? Indeed, Wen Ning responded, undeterred. She then handed the proprietress a business card that bore her name, along with the factory's address and contact number. Sister, I work at the Red Star Garment Factory. Should you wish to procure goods, feel free to visit our store. However, if you come across anyone selling their shop, could you please give me a call? The proprietress paused for a few seconds, then readily accepted the card. All right, my name is Gan Hongmei, you may call me Mei Jia. As the two continued their conversation, a sudden uproar erupted outside, where a woman's voice could be heard shouting, You wretched woman. I treated you as a friend, bringing you food and vegetables. Yet you dare to seduce my man. Had I not caught you, I would have beaten you to a pulp. Ermao dashed forward to witness the commotion, while Wen Ning and Gan Hongmei also stepped outside to see what was unfolding. A short-haired woman, her eyes ablaze with fury, fiercely yanked at the hair of a long-haired woman, delivering merciless slaps that echoed with a resounding smack. The long-haired woman, not one to be easily subdued, regained her composure and retaliated by grasping the short-haired woman's hair, leveraging the moment to force her to the ground. You lack charm and can't keep your man from troubling me. The two became entwined in a fierce struggle, drawing the attention of onlookers nearby, some of whom rushed forward to intervene. Gan Hongmei exclaimed in surprise, gossiping with Wen Ning about the altercation. The short-haired woman was the proprietor of a nearby restaurant, while the long-haired woman owned a small grocery store, known for her enchanting demeanor. It was surprising to see her take an interest in the bald restaurant owner, whose appeal seemed fleeting. Wasn't he just here for a couple of minutes? Questioned Ermao, ears perked. What do you mean by 2 minutes? Wen Ning replied dismissively. It's none of your concern. After all, it was merely a trivial matter between a man and a woman, with little interest in the unfolding drama. Wen Ning chose to depart with Ermao. As their vehicle glided past the crowd, Ermao suddenly turned back, puzzled. Mom, I think I just saw Ding Wenmei's mother. Chen Minghua? She should be at the hospital, Wen Ning remarked, not bothering to look back. How could she possibly be here? She's not of any significance. Ermao shrugged off the thought, licking his lollipop. Perhaps I was just seeing things. Their bicycle gradually receded into the distance. Meanwhile, Chen Minghua remained oblivious to Wen Ning and Ermao's presence. She gazed in astonishment at the 3-story building undergoing renovations before her, exclaiming, Mingjia, are you truly giving this to me? Standing beside her was none other than Chen Mingjia, The very individual who had previously slandered Wen Ning and was publicly humiliated by Jia Shufan, expelled from the family compound. At this moment, she no longer appeared disheveled. Her hair was meticulously styled, her makeup elegantly applied, and she was affectionately linked to Chen Minghua's arm. Indeed, sister, you have always taken care of me. Now that I have found success and am marrying into a good family to enjoy a life of comfort, I shall certainly ensure that you enjoy it as well. She said with a smile that radiated the charm of a delicate woman. Jason has heard of your kindness towards me and is quite touched. He has generously offered to purchase a shop for you. You can work at the hospital while the shop serves merely as a source of rental income. Jason was, at present, Chen Mingjia's partner. After returning to her hometown last year, she had been arranged by her uncle and aunt to marry a man who had been married before. Chapter 74, Dealing with Scoundrels. The man was an unattractive, vulgar individual with children from a previous marriage, a worthless wretch who, aside from possessing a modicum of wealth, had nothing to offer. Chen Mingjia was unwilling to accept this fate. During a matchmaking event, she fled to the largest restaurant in town, seeking someone to contact her sister and brother-in-law. It was then that Jason unexpectedly came to her rescue, falling instantly in love with her. From that moment on, Chen Mingjia's fortune soared. Chen Minghua had already heard her sister mention Jason. And now she could not help but inquire, have you looked into Jason's background? Is he truly from Harbor City and unmarried? The notion of falling in love at first sight and spending a fortune for the sake of his foolish sister seemed somewhat implausible to Chen Minghua. Chen Mingjia shot her a playful glance. Sister, Jason is a businessman attracted by government investment initiatives. He has invested 300,000 in the local salt factory. It must be genuine. Moreover, he has spent a total of 100,000 on me for various expenses and regularly gifts me allowances of 1,000 each time. What kind of fraudster would lavish money like that? 300,000, 100,000, and 1,000 at a time. Chen Minghua felt somewhat numb upon hearing these figures. In comparison to other families in the compound, she and her husband Ding Litiao certainly belonged to a privileged group, being an officer and a doctor, both employed. Yet, their combined monthly salary amounts to merely around 100 yuan. 1,000 yuan represents the earnings of the couple over 10 months. Yet it is merely pocket money in the eyes of her younger sister. Despite her evident superiority and maturity over her sister since childhood, a profound sense of resentment surged within Chen Minghua. Sister, the shop is yours. Once Jason's matters here are settled, we will head to the port city. And I shall take Jason to visit you in the compound. Chen Mingjia's words jolted Chen Minghua back to reality. All right. Suddenly recalling something, she awkwardly tucked her hair behind her ear, let us dine in Luqing. Last year, you probably can't enter the compound now. You will be scrutinized. A flicker of hatred crossed Chen Mingjia's eyes as she recalled past grievances. It's all that old hag's fault and that wretched Wen Ning. If given the chance, I will surely seek revenge. The sisters harbored their own thoughts. At that moment, not far away, two women who had been pulled apart began to scream and grapple with one another, their mouths spewing vile insults regarding anatomical parts. The sisters displayed expressions of disgust. Chen Minghua murmured, I detest women who steal others' men. Let us go. The two departed together. The bus station was a bustling location, making it difficult to secure a shop. Wen Ning, having not received a call from Gan Hongmei for 2 days, had nearly given up. She had enlisted Lu Wei to find an agent to inquire about properties near the largest market and schools in Luqing, but there had been no news thus far. This day marked the occasion for De Mao and Er Mao to collect their final report cards from school. Upon returning home in the afternoon, after washing her hands, Wen Ning embraced the little one, Xiaoyu, who was learning to walk, and inquired, how did you perform on your exams? With serene composure, the elder sibling remained placid, while the younger, brandishing a thumb skyward, interjected, Mother, my brother has achieved the pinnacle, surpassing Ding Wenmei, who retreated homeward in tears, ha. A smile played upon Wen Ning's lips as she inquired, and what of you? The younger sibling, with a furtive glance and a gentle pat upon the head, confessed. I secured the 8th position. 8th, you say? Yet your class comprises but 30 souls. As Wen Ning prepared to offer commendation, a thought struck her, and with shrewdness, she probed, in reverse order, perhaps? A chuckle escaped the younger sibling's lips. Nay, mother, your assumption is amiss. Wen Ning, momentarily relieved, was met with the elder's pronouncement, within our class of 30, 20 are male, and 10 are female. The females predominantly occupy the foremost ranks. The younger sibling's 8th position pertains solely to the male contingent. Pray, mother, calculate his overall standing. Wen Ning's mind word, 18th, perchance? Affirmative. Wen Ning. Well. At the very least, he remembered to turn the page this time. She harbored no grand expectations for the younger sibling's academic performance. Yet. The younger sibling harbored a request, "Mother, might you escort my brother and I to the city on the morrow? The summer recess has commenced. And we are eager to embark on a venture with Xingqingxia." Very well. The subsequent day. Wen Ning first delivered her offspring to Li Chui's abode to assist with chores, thereafter proceeding to the factory. Upon her arrival, Liang Shui conveyed, "Sister Wen. A certain Gan Hongmei telephoned last night, requesting your presence. She intimated that a shopfront has been secured." Wen Ning's heart leaped with joy. After entrusting Liang Shui with her duties, she mounted her bicycle and set forth. Gan Hongmei wasted no time in revealing the details. "Serendipity smiles upon you, my dear," he remarked. The two women embroiled in that fracas you witnessed were none other than the proprietresses of the local eatery and the mini-mart. The restaurant owner is seeking a divorce, having become entangled with the supermarket owner's wife. However, the supermarket owner is reluctant to part ways with his comely spouse. In any event, both establishments are contemplating selling their premises, and I shall escort you to inquire. Acquiesced, very well, a tad convoluted. Yet, upon meeting the individuals, clarity dawned. The balding proprietor of the restaurant, known as, was a man in his 40s with a gaunt visage, his eyes betraying a certain ferocity. His wife appeared disheveled, her arms crossed, exuding an aura of defiance. Eager to liquidate the property and divide the proceeds, addressed, this establishment spans 80 square meters. Accommodating tables in the front, a cooking area in the rear, and living quarters for two in the back. I shan't be exorbitant, 260 per square meter. Rounded down to a mere 20,000 for you. 20,000, half of which he would claim. S delicate brows furrowed slightly. In this nascent era of real estate speculation, the average residential price hovered between 120 and 160 per square meter, commercial properties fetching a slightly higher rate of approximately 200. This proprietor's demand of 260 was indeed avaricious. Even, with her candid nature, interjected with a tut-tut, if I recall correctly. We acquired this property for a mere 70-odd per square meter, with contributing 4,000 from her maternal family. The mention stirred a daze in. Her mother had passed away prematurely, and her father, after a decade of exile, had received a lump sum payment from his employer upon his return to the city. He had entrusted those wages to her for the purchase of the shop. She had invested her father's hard-earned money to acquire the business. Toiling tirelessly to the point of illness, only to have it divided amongst a scoundrel? Zhang San curled his lip, stating that his price was firm. And they could take it or leave it. Before Wen Ning and Gan Hongmei could respond, Li Si interjected, her eyes brimming with tears. Apologizing to Sister Mei and declaring that they would not sell. Zhang San abruptly stood up, questioning her motives and reminding her of their agreement to split the proceeds equally. Li Si, in a fit of rage, brandished a stool, threatening him into silence. Wen Ning and Gan Hongmei quickly excused themselves, with Gan Hongmei remarking on Li Si's fiery temperament as she led Wen Ning toward a small supermarket. Wen Ning inquired whether they had any children. Gan Hongmei sighed, acknowledging that they had a daughter who had just been admitted to university. She explained that Zhang San's desire for a son had caused discord and lamented Li Si's unfortunate circumstances, as a divorce would leave her without the shop and unable to support her daughter's education, especially with the prospect of studying abroad. At the small supermarket, the atmosphere was markedly different. The husband appeared timid and henpecked, while the wife was flamboyantly dressed and spoke bluntly. She granted Sister Mei a concession by offering the shop to her friend for 240, emphasizing the small size of the 60 square meter space and refusing to negotiate. With Gan Hongmei mediating, Wen Ning negotiated with the supermarket owner, eventually settling on a price of 220 per square meter and arranging to finalize the transaction the following day. Before departing, Wen Ning purchased some gifts for Gan Hongmei, who was delighted. Wen Ning then spoke. Sister Mei, if your relationship with Sister Li Si is amicable, do remind her to consider transferring the shop into her daughter's name, fabricating a reason to make the shop appear unprofitable, thereby preventing that man from claiming any financial gain. It is everyone's responsibility to deal with scoundrels. Wen Ning bid farewell to Gan Hongmei and departed on her bicycle. Unbeknownst to her, someone furrowed their brow and stealthily followed her. Chapter 75, Offending someone was Chen Minghua. Her daughter had achieved second place in her final exams. So she took advantage of the break to visit the city in search of a tutor, while also checking on the shop under renovation. Envisioning the blissful life of receiving monthly rent. To her surprise, she spotted Wen Ning. Wasn't Wen Ning employed at the garment factory? Out of curiosity, Chen Minghua trailed Wen Ning and encountered Ma Qingchao and the long unseen Li Chui. Wen Ning and Li Chui were merrily discussing something, as if good fortune were on the horizon. Chen Minghua frowned, noting Li Chui's stall location, then pondered before cycling back to the bus station. She entered the small supermarket where Wen Ning had emerged and politely inquired, "Madam Owner, has someone named Wen Ning come looking for you? What is it regarding?" The flamboyant proprietress, cracking sunflower seeds, replied, "She's here to buy a shop, I'm selling a shop." Chen Minghua's pupils constricted. Wen Ning could afford to buy a shop? Wait, it seemed Li Chui was selling food. Were Wen Ning and Li Chui in business together? Why should that be? Why was it that she had expelled Li Chui from the family compound, yet Li Chui was thriving? Chen Minghua's face twisted momentarily before she forced a smile and asked, "Madam Owner, how much are you selling to her per square meter?" The subsequent day, Wen Ning toiled at the factory for a couple of hours, meticulously delegating all pending matters. Following this, she retrieved the funds and proceeded to the bus station to finalize the transfer of ownership with the supermarket proprietress. However, she was met with the disheartening news that another party had offered a superior price for the shop, rendering the transfer impossible. Gan Hongmei, who had accompanied Wen Ning, was visibly incensed by this breach of agreement. "We had an understanding yesterday. How can you renege on our deal?" she exclaimed, feeling particularly betrayed given the gift Wen Ning had presented to ensure the transaction's success. The supermarket proprietress, however, remained unapologetic, asserting, "It is, after all, a matter of mutual consent. If your offer is subpar, what recourse do I have? You are welcome to counter with a higher bid, if you are capable." Just as Gan Hongmei was about to launch into a tirade, Wen Ning interjected, halting her. At that moment, a familiar female voice echoed from outside the doorway, stating, "The proprietress is correct, the highest bidder prevails." Wen Ning turned to see Chen Mingjia, whom she had not encountered in quite some time, entering the premises. She was arm in arm with a tall, slender man, handsomely attired in a suit. Chen Mingjia, exuding her characteristic arrogance, remarked, "Wen Ning, it is quite unexpected that our paths should cross again under these circumstances. It appears you lack the financial means to acquire a simple shop." Wen Ning's expression hardened as she realized, "So, you are the one inflating the price?" "Inflating the price?" Chen Mingjia retorted with a smug smile. "If you cannot afford it." "But I can, what is the issue?" "You can afford it? I will ensure you can afford it," Wen Ning declared, turning to the supermarket proprietress. "Whatever sum she has offered, I will add 50 yuan per square meter." With arms crossed, Chen Mingjia inquired, "Wen Ning, are you cognizant of our offer per square meter?" 300. 300 plus 50 totals 350. Wen Ning, visibly taken aback, hesitated for several seconds before clenching her fist, gritting her teeth, and declaring, 350 it is. "Madam, I'll take it." The proprietress, elated, responded, "Very well." "Hold on." Chen Mingjia interjected, halting the price increase. 400. Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Ning countered, 450. At this juncture, Gan Hongmei tugged at her, urgently exclaiming, "Wen Ning, you're insane. 450 per square meter, this shop will cost 27,000. Is it truly necessary?" Wen Ning's expression was fraught with conflict, while Chen Mingjia smirked triumphantly. "Humph. I bid 500. She turned to cling to her companion's arm. "Jason, may I?" The man addressed as Jason, though plain in appearance, responded with a doting tone in his broken Mandarin, "Ah Jia, you are my fiancé, whatever your heart desires, I shall procure for you." Chen Mingjia blushed, radiating bliss. Jason then produced a wad of 10 yuan bills, amounting to approximately 1,000, and presented it to the supermarket proprietress, whose eyes widened with avarice. "This is a deposit. I shall return this afternoon to complete the transfer." The supermarket proprietress, beside herself with joy, could barely contain her glee, though she feigned shyness as she glanced at Jason, inwardly lamenting, "If only I could ensnare a wealthy benefactor like Jason." Wen Ning found the scene nauseating. Indignant, she declared, "I shall not purchase this establishment. Sister Mei, let us depart." She exited, promptly leading Gan Hongmei into the good-to-come restaurant. Predictably, Chen Mingjie and Jason followed suit, employing the same tactic. Offering 500 per square meter, thereby acquiring the good-to-come restaurant. As Jason remitted the deposit, Chen Mingjie approached Wen Ning, casting a provocative glance her way. "Wen Ning, I'm not daft. I know you're inflating the price, but my fiancé is affluent enough to acquire shops you can only dream of. Envy me." Wen Ning remained silent, prompting Chen Mingjie to draw nearer, her voice lowered, her gaze filled with vengeful menace. "You and your family bullied me, driving me from the compound. You should have anticipated retribution. Just wait, neither you nor your friends will prosper." With that, she linked arms with Jason and strode off. Wen Ning scrutinized their departing figures. Sensing something amiss. With the combined cost of the two shops reaching 70,000 yuan, where did Chen Mingjie unearth such a gullible benefactor? It wasn't that Wen Ning looked down on Chen Mingjie, but rather that Chen Mingjie possessed little to admire. Aside from her youth, her emotional and intellectual intelligence were lacking. What, then, did this Jason hope to gain? Having lived two lives, Wen Ning refused to believe in such serendipitous fortune. Gifts bestowed by fate invariably come with a hidden price, but what had Chen Mingjie sacrificed? Gan Hongmei, filled with apprehension, asked, "Wen Ning, what will you do now that you haven't secured a shop?" "It's nothing," Wen Ning responded with a smile. "All good things require patience. I'll continue my search." After bidding farewell to Gan Hongmei, Wen Ning returned to the garment factory, only to find Li Chui arriving with a bag of groceries, a forced smile upon her face. "Wen Ning, representatives from the Administration for Market Regulation came to see me, ordering me to suspend operations to obtain a food safety permit before resuming trade. These are the groceries I prepared for today, but I can no longer sell them. Take them home with you." Wen Ning found this peculiar. "Didn't you obtain a permit previously?" With a furrowed brow, Li Chui spoke candidly, "There's no regulation mandating licenses for enterprises like mine in Luqing. Others haven't procured them either. However, given the circumstances, I'll proceed with obtaining one promptly." She then inquired about the shop's progress, to which Wen Ning responded. Li Chui sighed, lamenting the persistent setbacks. It seemed as though they were being deliberately targeted. Following Li Chui's departure, Wen Ning sought out Lu Wei, known for his extensive network of contacts, for clarification. Lu Wei elucidated, "Your friend has likely incurred someone's displeasure. You must identify the individual orchestrating this, or else face a barrage of inspections from tax authorities, industry and commerce bureaus, health departments, and the police, rendering business operations untenable." Offended someone? Wen Ning immediately suspected Chen Mingjie and her awkward fiancé. She inquired whether Lu Wei had any connections. Without hesitation, Lu Wei responded, "Indeed, my uncle works within the Industry and Commerce Bureau. I'll make inquiries." "Very well." Wen Ning, after ascertaining the composition of his uncle's family, entrusted Lu Wei with a generous package of new attire as a token of appreciation. The following day, Lu Wei informed her. "An investor from Hong Kong is instigating trouble for your friend. However, my uncle has already intervened, ensuring your friend's ability to operate." Wen Jia, is your friend acquainted with any Hong Kong businessmen? Wen Ning scoffed, "Not in the slightest." The discord between Chen Mingjie and Li Chui was likely non-existent. Chen Mingjie was probably targeting her, with Li Chui as collateral damage, perhaps under the assumption that Wen Ning had invested in Li Chui's food stall. It was truly repulsive and nauseating. After work, Wen Ning and Tian Xiaoyi cycled back to the residential compound. Midway, a Toyota sedan pulled up beside them. The window descended, revealing Chen Mingjie's face, feigning elegance. "Wen Ning, Auntie Tian, heading home? Shall I offer you a ride?" Before Wen Ning could respond, Chen Mingjie covered her mouth, giggling. "Oh dear, Jason's car is too small to accommodate your two bicycles, what a pity. Jason, we ought to have driven the larger SUV today." Jason, gripping the steering wheel, concurred, casting an apologetic glance towards Wen Ning and Tian Xiaoyi. "My apologies. Wen Ning and Tian Xiaoyi. Such pretense. Just a flamboyant display of wealth. Isn't it?" Both simultaneously rolled their eyes. Wen Ning's voice was frigid as she retorted, "Are you even permitted to enter the residential compound?" The incisive remark instantly altered Chen Mingjie's complexion. It was due to the relentless pressure from Wen Ning's family that she had been banished back to her hometown, with a strict injunction never to set foot in the compound again. None of your business, Chen Mingjie retorted coldly, instructing Jason to drive away. Jason inquired with some concern. Jia, what did she mean by that? Chen Mingjie's tone was irritable. Some misunderstandings occurred last year, I'm not allowed to enter. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Jason blurted out, a flicker of barely concealed anger in his eyes. His words were too blunt, and before Chen Mingjie could question him, Jason cleared his throat, offering an explanation. We had planned to visit your sister and brother-in-law together. If you can't enter, I'd feel awkward going alone. Chen Mingjie accepted his rationale, waving it off. There is no need for embarrassment, you have already gifted my sister 3 shops. Rest assured, my sister will greet you at the entrance. You may enter to pay your visit, and after that, we will all go to the city for dinner together. Given the circumstances, this is the only course of action left. Jason's gaze was profound and contemplative. Behind their vehicle, Wen Ning and Tian Shouer were still cycling. Tian Shouer, with a pout, remarked, that man can drive, so he can't be completely foolish or blind, can he? Why on earth would he be interested in Chen Mingjie? There are countless women in this world who are far superior to her. Wen Ning shared her sentiment and added. That man purchased 3 shops for Chen Mingjie at a high price in Luqing, possibly spending around 100,000. Tian Shouer nearly veered her bicycle into a ditch. She exclaimed, goodness, what kind of virtue did Chen Mingjie accumulate in her past life? Wen Ning believed that every occurrence must have its causes. Seemingly irrational events must have reasons behind them that they were yet to uncover. As they cycled at a leisurely pace, upon reaching the checkpoint of the staff quarters, they spotted Chen Mingjie and Jason's vehicle parked there. Jason was nowhere to be seen, while Chen Mingjie sat in the passenger seat. When their gazes met, she coldly averted her eyes. Wen Ning and Tian Shouer proceeded inside, only to encounter Ding Litiao and Chen Minghua, accompanied by their 2 daughters, as well as Jason coming out. Ding Litiao, with a pleasant smile, was introducing the staff quarters to Jason, who reciprocated with his broken Mandarin, inquiring about various matters. It was evident that the 2 men shared an instant rapport. For some reason, as Wen Ning observed this scene, an unsettling feeling washed over her. Ding Litiao, along with Yan Gang and Zhou Jianqiang, were close friends. After exchanging pleasantries with Wen Ning and Tian Shouer, he departed with Chen Minghua to their vehicle. The entire family of 4 had never experienced such a luxurious vehicle before. As Chen Minghua struggled to lift his young daughter into the car, he nearly stumbled, prompting Chen Mingjie to thoughtfully step down to assist him. Once everyone was settled, the car roared away, leaving a trail of curiosity among the onlookers. The nearby women couldn't help but gossip, remarking on how Dr. Chen's sister, who had been sent back to her hometown last year, had now found prosperity, marrying someone with a car. They noted his handsome stature, tall and impressive, rivaling even the men of their own military. He had even gone out of his way to drive her family into the city for a meal, a testament to Dr. Chen's good fortune. Uninterested in their chatter, Wen Ning was about to leave when she spotted Ma Qingqiao rushing towards her. Pulling Wen Ning aside, she exclaimed, remember I told you about seeing a woman drop a stack of letters into the mailbox? Just now, Dr. Chen almost fell. And his posture was identical to that woman's. Wen Ning narrowed her eyes. Are you suggesting that the earlier report against us was orchestrated by Chen Minghua? Ma Qingqiao hesitated, aware of Chen Minghua's status as the political commissar's spouse and a doctor. I might be mistaken, it was quite dark, and I could have misinterpreted what I saw. However, Wen Ning's thoughts swiftly crystallized around Chen Minghua. Upon reflection, who else would possess such intimate knowledge of the affairs at Li Chui's home? Particularly given Chen Minghua's long-standing resentment towards her due to Chen Mingjie's issues. Among the 2 sisters, Chen Mingjie was foolish and malicious, while Chen Minghua operated with a more insidious intent. Neither was virtuous. With a heavy heart, Wen Ning returned home. Upon entering the courtyard, she noticed Xiao Yu, who was playing with De Mao and Er Mao, wobbling towards her. Mother. Mother. Wen Ning's heart softened completely, her worries cast aside as she stepped forward and crouched down to embrace her daughter. The mischievous sister imitated her, calling out mother and nearly losing her balance. Wen Ning's emotions were complex, yet she held her hand. At that moment, Er Mao stood up, visibly displeased. I refuse to accept this. The little sister only calls mother, but why does she not call me brother? Ah. Brother, what should we do? De Mao toyed with a sandbag, furrowing his brow in contemplation, and within seconds made a decision. Mao, let us pool our money to buy a chicken. Huh? The chicken will cluck, cluck, and surely, Xiao Yu and the mischievous sister will quickly call us brother. Mao's eyes lit up, great. Hearing the conversation between the brothers, Wen Ning thought they will find a way. During dinner, Wen Ning expressed her concern about the business her two sons planned to undertake during the summer vacation. Mao raised his small hand, Mom, brother hasn't thought of a solution, so I've decided to gather empty shells and snake skins from the nearby villages. Just like during the New Year, and sell them to the Chinese medicine clinic. Every bit earned counts. He muttered softly, previously, the village children would trade with me. I worked hard to make them believe I was the child of a soldier, and only then did they begin to trust me a little. I must continue to build upon that foundation. When Ning encouraged him, then you must work diligently and not act recklessly, do not bring shame to your father. That night, as Wen Ning lay down and closed her eyes, she suddenly sat up with a start, her gaze piercing the darkness with a bright intensity. Even Mao understood that leveraging his father's identity as a soldier could enhance his credibility in business endeavors. Is it conceivable that Jason's intentions were not directed towards the inconsequential Chen Mingjie, but rather, his efforts and appeasement of Chen Mingjie and Chen Minghua were aimed at Ding Litao? A spy. Chapter 77, Wen Ning's accusation, Jason might be a spy. This realization startled Wen Ning, causing her to lose sleep throughout the night. She repeatedly recalled in her mind that summer when Xiaoyu was 1 year old. The family compound was under martial law for a period, seemingly due to the loss of something important. At that time, there was an atmosphere of extreme nervousness. And Lu Jinlan's family of 3 was evicted, but they dared not complain because it was an arrangement from above. Now that she thought about it, it was very likely that important secrets were stolen by spies. Wen Ning tossed and turned, hesitating. She feared she was overthinking and wrongly accusing someone. But she also worried about the possibility. If the other party was indeed a spy, wouldn't she be passively watching the country suffer losses? She was a military wife. And like Yan Gang, she had a duty to protect the country. In the end, Wen Ning decided to intervene. It would be fine if it was a false alarm. But if she could truly prevent it, she would consider it a good deed. Early the next morning, calculating that it was about the right time, Wen Ning immediately went to find Zhou Jianqiang next door. However, she learned that Zhou Jianqiang had an emergency mission in the early hours of the morning to support Yan Gang. Hearing this, Wen Ning and Tian Xiui's faces were filled with worry for their loved ones. To require assistance, the situation must be quite severe. Would brother Gang Jianqiang be injured? However, Tian Xiui's mother-in-law, Lin Meizhen, curled her lips. Are only your Yan Gang allowed to have work, and not our Jianqiang to strive? Wen Ning, let me tell you. Our Jianqiang is very capable, and he should go on more missions to get promoted and a raise sooner. Mom. Tian Xiui was so angry that her face turned red and she trembled all over. Silence yourself if you have nothing of value to say. Undertaking missions carries inherent risks. Should Jianqiang be injured, what would become of the children? What would become of us? I have never encountered such an unreasonable matriarch, her judgment must be impaired. Lin Meizhen's eyes widened, nearly bulging from their sockets, as her daughter-in-law reprimanded her in front of others. Trembling, she retorted, you are unfilial. I should never have consented to Jianqiang marrying you. Had it not been for your family's impoverished state. Wen Ning, disinclined to involve herself in their domestic dispute, signaled to Tian Xiua and departed. She paused on the tranquil road, contemplating the situation. The crux of the matter remained Ding Litao. Even if there were discord between the families, Ding Litao, as the army's political commissar, should have been more vigilant. Wen Ning proceeded directly to the Ding residence without further delay. Chen Minghua answered the door, expressing surprise upon seeing Wen Ning. Wen Ning? A rare visitor indeed. Wen Ning, maintaining a composed demeanor, nodded. I have matters to discuss with Commissar Ding. Chen Minghua ushered her inside, announcing to Ding Litao, who was seated at the table partaking in breakfast, Lao Ding, Wen Ning is here to see you. Ding Litao rose to his feet, warmly inviting Wen Ning to join him for breakfast. Wen Ning declined, desiring a private conversation with Ding Litao, but Chen Minghua remained vigilantly present. Choosing her words carefully, she was about to speak when Chen Minghua interjected with a smile. Wen Ning, have you come to see Lao Ding regarding my sister and brother-in-law's affairs? Wen Ning turned to face her, raising an eyebrow. Yes, your sister. My sister has not entered the family compound, Chen Minghua preempted. We have adhered to our agreement. As for their acquisition of the shop you desired, Lao Ding and I are aware, but we are unable to intervene. Transactions, by their very nature, are consensual. Her words brimmed with pride. As fellow orphans seeking companionship, ever since Wen Ning had seized Yan Gang first, she had overshadowed her in every aspect, even going so far as to arrogantly send her sister back to their hometown last year. However, fortune has shifted. And now Mingjie has found an exceptional partner, swiftly reclaiming 2 shops from Wen Ning and gifting them to her. How delightful. Chen Minghua felt as if she had finally surpassed Wen Ning. She no longer wore a facade, her demeanor had transformed dramatically. Wen Ning appeared indifferent. Yet the subsequent words of Ding Litao caused her to furrow her brow. Comrade Wen, I am friends with Commander Yen. It is my duty to look after your family while he is on a mission, but I cannot assist you with the shops. Jason is an outstanding businessman from Hong Kong, eager to invest in the mainland, and the government is keen to support him. Wen Ning retorted, do you trust Jason? He may not be a good person. With a composed expression, Chen Minghua responded, Wen Ning, what do you mean by that? Are you envious that my sister has found a good match? Why do you come to our home to slander Jason? Wen Ning, infuriated yet smiling, fixed her gaze on Ding Litao, her words pouring forth. Comrade Ding, I never stated that I came to you seeking the shops. I merely ask you to be vigilant regarding Jason's background. Are his procedures for entering the family compound in order? Could he possibly be a spy attempting to steal secrets? Enough. Chen Minghua interrupted once more, her voice laced with sarcasm. Wen Ning, are you advising us? Perhaps you should better regulate your own family. How many people has your in-laws brought into the family compound? Are their procedures in order? If there is a leak of military secrets, the first family that should be scrutinized is yours, the Yen family. Wen Ning, straightforward and candid, you have allied yourself with Jason and his 3 establishments, naturally advocating for him. Comrade Ding, what is your perspective? Chen Minghua, visibly agitated, attempted to voice his thoughts but was halted by Comrade Ding. After a prolonged contemplation, Ding stated, Wen Ning, I have interacted with Jason, he possesses an open mind, expansive thoughts, and his words lack any insinuation of probing into my work. Based on my experience, it is unlikely he is a spy. Might you be harboring some misunderstanding towards him? Misunderstanding? Wen Ning was acutely aware that he would not take this matter to heart. Ding Litao and Chen Minghua were indeed deserving of their familial bond, both rather foolish. Wen Ning smirked, I have already cautioned you. I shall take my leave now. As she turned, she could still hear Chen Minghua's sarcastic remarks. Some individuals cannot tolerate the success of others. I slander, truly believing the world revolves around you. That everyone must accept your words as gospel. Wen Ning's pace faltered momentarily, her fists clenched tightly, she exhaled and departed. Within the room, Ding Litao regarded Chen Minghua. Why do you harbor such animosity towards Wen Ning? If she hadn't been spreading unfounded rumors, I would not hold any hostility towards her. Chen Minghua's face flushed with anger. Mingjie has finally found a commendable partner, and Wen Ning's baseless accusations may jeopardize their relationship. If we investigate Jason, it will undoubtedly disturb him, and the engagement might collapse. Wen Ning would be pleased. I am safeguarding my sister's lifelong happiness. Ding Litao narrowed his eyes. Has Mingjie ever disclosed how she met Jason? Yes. As he recalled, Chen Minghua's ire surged once more. After Mingjie was forced back to her hometown, my uncle and aunt intended to exploit her for a high dowry. When Mingjie was in dire straits, Jason came to her rescue. Jason is an exceptional man. A rare find, and I won't permit anyone to slander him. She was excessively agitated. Ding Litao rose and patted her shoulder, saying, Of course, I believe you. Calm down. Having been rebuffed twice, Wen Ning's anger did not subside, but she had no intention of giving up. She insisted on investigating Jason. This time, Wen Ning directly approached Chief Zhou Aigua through Yan Gang's guard, Zhang Weijun. After waiting for a long time, Zhou Aigua, who had just finished a meeting, met with her and said with a smile, Comrade Wen Ning, Yan Gang is not at home. Is there anything you need the organization's help with? His attitude reassured Wen Ning, and she immediately told him all her suspicions and conjectures. She also unceremoniously complained about Ding Litao. Finally, Wen Ning said earnestly, Chief. Political Commissar Ding and his wife think that I am slandering Jason because I hold a grudge for not buying the shop, but I, Wen Ning, am definitely not such a petty woman. Shops can be bought anywhere. I am more worried that because of my momentary negligence, someone who shouldn't be there might infiltrate the army, causing great losses, which I would definitely regret. Zhou Aiguo pondered for a long time. I understand the situation. Comrade Wen. I will start investigating this Jason. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. Exactly. That's the point. Why doesn't Ding Litao understand? Investigating Jason's background thoroughly is only beneficial and has no drawbacks. Do not say that Jason would be displeased if he dares to involve himself with the military. He ought to be aware of the scrutiny that accompanies it. When Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei sought to engage in business with Wen Ning, their families' backgrounds had already been thoroughly investigated by Yan Gang for 3 generations. Zhou Aiguo even requested Wen Ning to keep this matter confidential, as they needed to conduct their inquiries discreetly. Naturally, Wen Ning agreed. As she departed, she exhaled a sigh of relief. With Chief Zhou overseeing the situation, she felt reassured. In Zhou Aiguo's office, he tapped his index finger against the table, pondering deeply for a considerable time before summoning the guard to inquire about the progress of Yan Gang's mission. The guard reported, the enemy has retreated into the deep mountains. Commander Yan and Commander Zhou are currently executing a pincer movement, but we have sustained 2 injuries on our side. Zhou Aiguo furrowed his brows in concern. Presently, all capable leaders of the troops were on assignments, leaving only political commissar Ding Litao, who happened to be Jason's brother-in-law. He rose, selected 2 individuals, instructed them to change into civilian clothing, and commanded, accompany me to the Lucheng government. I shall personally investigate, no malevolent spirits shall escape my grasp. Meanwhile, as Wen Ning glanced at the clock, noticing it was nearly noon, she decided to return home for lunch before heading to the factory in the afternoon. However, she soon overheard from Jing Yangying and Jia Shufan that there had been quite a commotion next door. As Jia Shufan prepared the meal, she chattered away, recounting. Old Lady Lin pretended to be ill, causing a ruckus, claiming she was provoked by Xiao Tian. When Xiao Tian intended to go to work, some nosy neighbors prevented her from leaving, insisting she take Old Lady Lin to the hospital. Jing Yangying shook her head, recalling, at that moment, Xiao Tian's face turned pale with anger. Wen Ning frowned and asked, and then? Coughing slightly, Jing Yangying admitted, I feigned illness myself, while your mother-in-law raised a commotion to divert attention, allowing Xiao Tian to leave. Jia Shufan scoffed. As soon as Xiao Tian departed, Old Lady Lin's ailment miraculously disappeared. Poor Xiaoyi, mused Wen Ning, her lack of domestic tranquility certainly complicates her ambitions. She then flattered her mother-in-law and grandmother, adding, I am truly fortunate to have you both. Your dedication to caring for Xiaoyu and managing the household allows me to focus on my work without distraction. Jing Yangying and Jia Shufan demurred, the latter waving a dismissive hand and suppressing a smile. It's nothing, really. As a family, harmony is achieved when we work together towards a common goal. Their laughter was interrupted by the arrival of Damao and Ermao, who entered barefoot, jointly carrying a heavy wooden bucket. Upon seeing Wen Ning, Ermao exclaimed with delight, Mommy, Mommy. Look what treasures we brought back. Wen Ning, Jia Shufan, and Jing Yangying peered into the bucket to find it teeming with crayfish, their pincers snapping. Jia Shufan wrinkled her nose in distaste. Goodness, you neglect collecting cicada shells only to bring back these? They're all shell and no meat. Damao and Ermao had formerly embarked on a business venture, collecting cicada shells, snakeskins, centipedes, and the like from their village peers, storing them in their room. Once they had amassed a sufficient quantity, they would hitch a ride with Wen Ning to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital in the city to sell their wares. The creatures were somewhat unnerving, and Wen Ning had ceased entering their room. Jia Shufan, sensing her apprehension, had even stood protectively in front of her. Little did she know, Wen Ning's eyes had lit up at the sight of the half-bucket of crayfish, and she had even licked her lips. Later in her previous life, Ermao had introduced her to crayfish, and she had become enamored with their unique flavor. The spicy and numbing crayfish, with its firm texture, offered a delightful sensory experience. The pungent aroma of garlic-infused crawfish was intensely alluring and savory. However, she harbored a greater predilection for the fiery zest of the spicy variant. Impatient with anticipation, Damao ventured to express his thoughts. I encountered a recipe in a book, wherein the crawfish are first flash-fried and then braised, culminating in a spicy and piquant flavor. It's exceptionally delectable. Shall we prepare this and offer it for sale? With hands akimbo and eyes wide, Jia Shufan retorted, with what shall we deep fry? Ura and air mouse oil? The spicy flavor necessitates chili peppers, and braising consumes honeycomb briquettes. Mother, I yearn to partake, Wen Ning interjected quietly. Jia Shufan lowered her hands, her gaze shifting, and cleared her throat. Ahem, de Mao, recount to me once more the process of preparing the crawfish. Surely. We cannot simply toss them into the pot for deep frying as they are. Wen Ning and the others. De Mao sought out the book to elucidate the preparation method to Jia Shufan, who then proceeded to carry the wooden bucket outside for processing. Xing Yangying, in turn, went to check on the slumbering Xiaoyu and Jianmei. Er Mao, meanwhile, eyed his mother with discontent. Mother, why is grandmother so benevolent toward you? Will I one day encounter a mother-in-law who treats me with such kindness? Wen Ning. Nay, thou shalt not. If thou art to have one, it shall be a mother-in-law. Alas. Er Mao sighed deeply. In that case, when I seek a partner in the future, I shall pay close attention to how her mother treats others. Wen Ning. Indeed, that is a viable approach. However, thou art but 8 years of age. And perhaps thou art contemplating matters too far in advance. For luncheon, they partook of a simple repast, reserving themselves for the crawfish feast in the evening. With the prospect of culinary delights to buoy her spirits, Wen Ning approached her work at the factory with renewed vigor. Furthermore, Song Yuanshu brought tidings of felicitous import. Sister Wen, our brands for both men's and women's clothing have been successfully registered. The sales of the red dresses are thriving, and all the new equipment has arrived. Do you think we should commence preparations for the autumn and winter collections? We must make the most of the remaining days this year and work diligently. Winter attire, with its higher price point and greater profit margins, presents a lucrative opportunity. It's not just me, Wen Ning shares the same sentiment. She nodded in agreement. I recall seeing advertisements for down jackets in the newspaper, reputed to be exceptionally warm. We need to procure substantial quantities of cotton, goose down, and duck down. These matters are indeed of utmost importance. Immediately, Wen Ning and Song Yuanshu instructed Liang Shui to summon Lu Wei, the workshop director, and others for a meeting to discuss the forthcoming arrangements. Wen Ning noticed that Lu Wei appeared even more elated than she was, grinning broadly. After the meeting concluded, Lu Wei approached her in the office. Sister Wen, my wife is pregnant. You have 3 children, do you have any invaluable advice to share? Congratulations. Wen Ning replied with a smile. Has Tingting been to the hospital for a checkup? Everything is all right, I hope? Lu Wei waved his hand dismissively. Yes. We had the checkup, and all is well. The doctor advised her to remain calm and to eat and drink as usual. He frowned slightly. It's just that my mother-in-law is a bit difficult. When we informed her, she insisted we should buy gifts to share the good news, but Tingting scolded her for that. Wen Ning was aware that Zhao Tingting's family could be challenging, a fact known since their marriage discussions. She refrained from further comments, advising him to heed the doctor's advice and maintain a calm demeanor. Additionally, he should take Tingting out for leisure activities. A happy pregnant woman will bear a healthy and lovely child. The well-being of the mother is paramount, and one should avoid unnecessary supplements, as they may complicate childbirth. As she spoke, Lu Wei diligently took notes in his notebook. Wen Ning observed, men experiencing fatherhood for the first time are invariably alike. When I was carrying de Mao and Er Mao, Yan Gang's work notes and palms were filled with precautions. After taking notes, Lu Wei inquired about purchasing the hot pot base Wen Ning had recommended. He expressed some distress, Tingting adores spicy food, and I can't dissuade her. Wen Jia. Do you think my daughter will grow up to be a fiery girl? Chapter 79, Fry a pot for 3 pieces. Wen Ning found it amusing. That's a boon for you, at least a spicy girl won't be easily bullied. That's true, Lu Wei conceded instantly, persuaded. He obtained the contact information for buying the hot pot base from Wen Ning and departed to care for his wife. Wen Ning left work early, intending to return home for crayfish, but she noticed her sister, Liang Shui, being accosted at the entrance. The individual was a handsome young man with striking features, clad in jeans and a white short-sleeved shirt, sporting a self-consciously dashing fringe. Xiao Shui, just come have dinner and a movie with me. Looking at me is surely more pleasing to the eye. Wen Ning frowned. She didn't rush forward but instead detoured into the guardhouse to gather information. Uncle Wang. Does that man often come looking for Assistant Liang? Uncle Wang, a disabled veteran with a limp, had been recommended for the job by Wen Ning. He had been staring intently outside and, upon hearing Wen Ning's question, straightened up and reported, Designer Wen. He's been coming every day for the past 3 days to ask Assistant Liang out for dinner, but she hasn't accepted. Rest assured, with me here, he won't get in. Liang Shui resided at the factory, and as long as she remained inside, the petty thug couldn't harass her. However, it was implausible for Liang Shui to remain within the factory premises indefinitely, as she had evening classes to attend. After expressing her gratitude to the pair, Wen Ning proceeded directly toward them, overhearing Liang Shui's emphatic refusal. Yi Feng, there is no necessity for us to associate. How else must I convey this to you? Please cease from importuning me. Seemingly oblivious, Yi Feng continued, there are no compelling films of late. Perhaps we could dine together, and I shall take you for a drive. You. Liang Shui was incensed, but Wen Ning grasped her shoulder. Upon seeing Wen Ning, she exhaled in relief, sister. Yi Feng's countenance brightened, and he straightened his posture. You are Shui's sister, which makes you my sister as well. Sister, let us dine together. I shall leave the car at the factory and drive you. Wen Ning. This is exceedingly presumptuous. Wen Ning shook her head, you are Yi Feng, are you not? Are you endeavoring to court my sister Shui? Yi Feng scratched his head, indeed. He harbored affection for Liang Shui and was not a man to conceal his sentiments, hence, he felt compelled to pursue her assiduously. Then I shall be forthright, Wen Ning stated without equivocation. In the estimation of both myself and Shui, your current conduct is not courtship but rather importunity. Causing distress to Shui. Yi Feng's complexion shifted, and his lips parted, I merely harbor affection for her. Wen Ning interjected. Affection is not a pretext for inflicting tribulation upon her, comrade Yi. To genuinely cherish an individual is to respect all of their choices. Not to treat them as a plaything to be manipulated at will. Yi Feng's expression soured as he turned toward Liang Shui. Are your sister's words a reflection of your innermost thoughts? Liang Shui, who was regarding Wen Ning with undisguised admiration, responded without hesitation upon hearing Yi Feng's query. Indeed. What my sister articulated resonates precisely with my innermost sentiments. I implore you to cease importuning me henceforth. With a countenance veiled in profound perplexity, Yi Feng, his visage grave and resolute, pivoted and departed in his Santana. In this epoch, the possession of such an automobile bespoke a man of considerable influence and affluence. Fortuitously, his temperament was not that of a dissolute vagabond, else Liang Shui would have found herself in an inescapable predicament. Wen Ning, turning her head, extended an invitation to Liang Shui to reside at the family compound this evening. There shall be delectable fare, come along. Liang Shui acceded. Proceeding to her dormitory to retrieve the new raiment she had fashioned for Xiaoyu, before retrieving her bicycle. En route, she confided in Wen Ning, one evening. Upon my return from night school, I espied a coterie of ruffians harassing a maiden. I surreptitiously raised an alarm, feigning the arrival of the constabulary, and escorted the damsel home. Subsequently, the maiden's brother, Yi Feng, became inexplicably enamored of me, professing a desire to requite my benevolence through betrothal. However, I could scarcely countenance such a proposition, given my utter lack of familiarity with him. I am profoundly grateful for your admonishment, sister. Lest I find myself entangled in an irresolvable quandary. Wen Ning concurred, committing acts of altruism is laudable, yet one must exercise prudence and safeguard one's own well-being. Henceforth, endeavor to be more circumspect. Indeed, Liang Shui acquiesced demurely. Having unburdened herself, she moistened her lips and inquired, Sister, what culinary delights await us? Spicy crawfish. A delicacy unfamiliar to you, I presume? Demel gleaned the recipe from a tome, and my mother-in-law is preparing it for the first time. You are indeed fortunate. Splendid. The sisters, in unison, accelerated their pedaling, their anticipation palpable. Wen Ning momentarily entertained the notion of acquiring a motorcycle, envisioning a swift and sonorous journey homeward. However, with the summer's denouement imminent, she surmised that traversing the winter landscape astride a motorcycle would prove exceedingly frigid. Upon their arrival at the compound's entrance, Wen Ning noticed Jason's Toyota. Chen Mingjia was engaged in conversation with former colleagues near the vehicle. Upon seeing Wen Ning, she raised her chin haughtily, her voice amplified, indeed. My fiancé is affluent. He appreciates my gratitude towards my sister and, prior to his departure, acquired several shops as a gift for her. Some individuals are simply short-sighted, resorting to slander when they cannot gain an advantage. However, my sister and her husband believe in me. One must seek a wealthy and loving partner to lead a comfortable life, otherwise, one must toil arduously. Her words were laced with insinuation. Wen Ning disregarded her, calling out to Liang Shui to return home. She had already informed the chief, who would take appropriate action. She would not deign to blemish her good mood by arguing with someone of Chen Mingjia's intellect. The assertive aroma of spicy crayfish wafted through the air, enticing Wen Ning and Liang Shui from afar. Upon reaching home, Wen Ning greeted her grandmother and immediately embraced Xiaoyu, heading towards the kitchen, while Liang Shui embraced Jian Mei. At the kitchen entrance, they found Jia Shufan wielding a spatula at the stove. De Mao and Er Mao were fixated on the steaming pot, Er Mao even closing his eyes, inhaling the fragrance with an expression of rapture. It's too fragrant. I shall consume 3 bowls of rice tonight. Jia Shufan rebuked him, are you oblivious to our financial circumstances? 3 bowls of rice, indeed. De Mao, remembering their purpose, declared. Selling this will surely generate income. Er Mao, continue collecting shrimp. Mother, we shall employ you as our chef, compensating you 3 yuan per pot, excluding costs. Her countenance underwent a transformation, culminating in unadulterated joy. Truly? 3 pieces per pot? A wave of elation washed over her. Constantly accepting funds from Wen Ning weighed heavily on her conscience, she yearned to supplement her income. Albeit, the money originated from her grandson. Upon De Mao's resolute confirmation, Jia Shufan acquiesced without hesitation. Noticing Wen Ning and Liang Shui, she promptly extended a warm invitation. Xiao Wen, you've returned. Xiao Shui. What a pleasant surprise. The crayfish has been simmering for an extended period, I shall prepare it and we shall commence our repast. The family partook in a sumptuous feast with unbridled glee. Concurrently, at the Ding residence, Jason paid another visit, bearing a contract for Chen Minghua. He, along with Chen Mingjia, had finalized the acquisition of the 2 newly purchased shops at the bus station, executing the contracts. The transfer of ownership, however, would necessitate a brief delay. He expressed that a personal delivery would demonstrate greater sincerity, and Chen Mingjia, unable to dissuade him, accompanied him. At that juncture, Ding Litao had not yet concluded his workday. Chen Minghua, in a state of fervent excitement, diligently attended to Jason. As she retreated to the kitchen to procure refreshments, Jason, his eyes betraying vigilance, surveyed his surroundings with meticulous scrutiny. Abruptly, he advanced towards Ding Litao's study. Ding Litao, a political commissar in the military, undeniably possessed a plethora of significant documents. However, his most sensitive materials were securely stored in his office, under constant surveillance. The documents relegated to his study were devoid of classified information. Jason swiftly perused the contents, concealing a blueprint within his chest. As he completed the clandestine act, he lifted his gaze, beholding a diminutive figure at the doorway. Her eyes fixed upon him with unwavering intensity. A jolt of trepidation coursed through Jason's veins. It was Ding Wenli, Chen Minghua, and Ding Litao's 5-year-old daughter. Jason approached, stooping down, and inquired with a saccharine smile, Lily, what did you witness just now? Beholding Ding Wenli, he tilted her head, pondered momentarily, extended a finger, and pointed at his chest, articulating in a crisp, clear voice, you've concealed something. Jason patted his pockets, then I shall bestow upon you a treasure. He lowered his gaze, a fierce glint flashing rapidly across his eyes. He produced a small vial, uncorked it beneath Ding Wenli's nose, and allowed her to inhale. The young girl swayed, her eyes fluttering shut as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Jason pocketed the vial, carried Ding Wenli to her bed, and upon emerging, met Chen Minghua's gaze. Lily had fallen asleep just now, so I carried her to bed. Chen Minghua harbored no suspicion, surmising that the child had undoubtedly exhausted herself at the nursery during the day. Jason smiled, diverting the conversation. Sister, does brother-in-law have a study at home? Chen Minghua handed Jason a glass of water, waving her hand dismissively, it's merely a formality, your brother-in-law typically completes his work at the office. Oh. He's been rather occupied lately, something about reforms. A flicker of interest ignited within Jason. The blueprints he had pilfered pertained to these very reforms. Ah. Why am I burdening you with these matters? You hail from Hong Kong, you likely wouldn't comprehend. Chen Minghua chuckled, adjusting her sleeves. Wasn't Mingjie waiting for you outside? Jason. Allow me to escort you out. Indeed. As they passed the Yan residence, they observed several children gazing longingly at the Yan's front door, accompanied by a chorus of gossiping matrons. What are they consuming? It smells divine. My granddaughter mentioned that the Yan children spent an entire afternoon scrubbing crayfish. What's the appeal of those creatures? All claws and menacing gestures. Indeed, were it not for Jia Shufan's overbearing nature, I would venture inside and inquire. While her demeanor might be assertive, she is not malevolent, especially with comrade when present. Very well, I shall retrieve some victuals to exchange. My grandson's anticipation is quite palpable. I shall join you. As the matrons dispersed, they each procured edibles to present at the Yan residence. Observing this, Chen Minghua was inwardly scornful. The Wen family relies on such unconventional tactics to ingratiate themselves with the families in the compound. What is the merit in that? She will soon possess 3 shops. And when that news is disseminated, even more individuals will seek her assistance in securing employment. She will surpass Wen Ning and become the most sought-after family member in the compound. Chen Minghua gestured for the preoccupied Jason to depart, neither of them noticing that they were being discreetly followed. Meanwhile, Jia Shufan was elated. She had not anticipated that the aroma of the crayfish would entice so many individuals to exchange provisions. My grandson's salivation is quite profuse, Sister Shufan. I have brought 2 pork and cabbage buns. Would you consider exchanging them for some of your fare? Indeed, I have also brought sweet potato vermicelli, crafted by my husband in our hometown. I have brought dried pancakes. Jia Shufan warmly exchanged provisions with the individuals. She was not particularly enticed by the buns or vermicelli but rather believed that if the aroma alone could captivate such a crowd, then Damao and Ermao's business was certain to flourish. If their business thrived, then she, the culinary mastermind behind the operation, would undoubtedly earn even more. 2 batches a day would yield 6 yuan, and over the 2 months of summer vacation, she could potentially earn 360 yuan. A veritable fortune. Such were Jia Shufan's thoughts, and such were the thoughts of Damao and Ermao. However, Damao was also calculating the value of the children's labor. If you desire to partake in this delectable fare tomorrow, lend a hand in scrubbing the crawfish. An offering of 50 scrubbed crawfish will be rewarded with 5 cooked ones. Indeed. Several eager young boys, anxious to commence their feasting, nodded in agreement. Delectable and complimentary, a true delight. Even the parents were amenable. For the children were unoccupied regardless, and exchanging a bit of crawfish scrubbing for edibles was a fair bargain. Wen Ning remained detached from her mother-in-law's and the children's affairs, her focus solely on the repast. Demao's recipe was superb, and her mother-in-law's culinary skill exemplary. The spicy crawfish was exquisitely flavorful. She peeled them, her tongue tingling from the piquancy. Liang Shui, seated beside her, was similarly affected. She glanced at Jia Shufan, who was cradling Xiaoyu and conversing with the ants, and a sense of admiration washed over her. Sister, your mother-in-law is exceptional. When I seek a partner, his mother must measure up to your mother-in-law's standards. She seamlessly juggled childcare, housework, and social interactions. Wen Ning responded. Perhaps. They were largely similar, but it was imperative that the family be reputable. For well-bred children were a product of such households. Yet, upon reflection, Jia Shufan's 3 sons, particularly the second and third, Yan Hui and Yan Song, were unremarkable. And their wives even less so. One must assess individuals on a case-by-case basis, rather than generalizing. The following day, Damao and Ermao were out collecting crawfish at the crack of dawn, each carrying a bucket. Xing Yangying and Jia Shufan each pushed a stroller carrying a child to the market for groceries. Wen Ning and Liang Shui, having finished their breakfast, leisurely wheeled their bicycles outside, where they encountered Tian Xiui. Tian Xiui, her face alight with gossip, exclaimed. I went to the hospital this morning to fetch medicine for my mother-in-law, and I saw Chen Minghua rushing in, cradling her youngest daughter. The little girl had been sleeping since last night and couldn't be roused. Wen Ning furrowed her brow, perplexed. Why would that be? I am uncertain, Tian Xiui demurred, shaking her head. When I departed, the physician was still examining her. It's quite peculiar, the young girl is breathing, yet she remains unresponsive. She has been transported to the city hospital for a cerebral CT scan. A premonition arose within Wen Ning, suggesting a connection to Jason. However, Given her strained rapport with Chen Minghua, she deemed it imprudent to apprise him. She proceeded with her employment, concurrently inquiring about the sale of crayfish for Demao and Ermao. Eventually, she gleaned from Song Yuanshu that the Lucheng commercial district harbored a culinary street, bustling with evening diners. Wen Ning resolved to return that afternoon, escorting Demao and Ermao to negotiate their crayfish enterprise, observing from a discreet distance to foster their self-reliance. While Wen Ning busied herself procuring winter garment lining with Lu Wei, Chen Minghua anxiously accosted the physician at Lucheng Hospital. "Are there any findings? What ails my daughter?" The physician, clutching the scans, furrowed his brow and demurred. "The cerebral angiography results are still pending. The CT scan reveals cerebral trauma. Ideally, a lumbar puncture should be performed, but given her tender age of 5, the procedure carries inherent risks. The family should meticulously recall any recent cranial trauma." Chen Minghua vehemently shook his head, her eyes brimming with tears. "No, there wasn't. My Lily, how could this befall Lily?" Chen Mingjie clasped her shoulder, while Jason, standing behind the sisters, wore a countenance of concern. "When I saw her yesterday afternoon, she was vivacious and full of life. Doctor, I implore you to conduct a thorough examination." "Very well." After the doctor departed, Jason consoled, "Sister, Lily is Mingjie's niece, which makes her my niece as well. Rest assured, if the treatment here is inadequate, we shall transfer her to the harbor city. I will cover all her medical and living expenses." Chen Minghua, overwhelmed with gratitude, grasped his hand tightly, exclaiming, "Thank you, Jason. You are truly a benevolent person. Our family is incredibly fortunate to know you." Jason smiled softly. Chapter 81, entangled and harassed at this moment, Wen Ning felt that Demao and Ermao were indeed fortunate. After finishing work, she quickly consumed a meal and set off to Lu City Commercial Street, carrying Demao, Ermao, and a large bucket of delectable spicy crayfish. Along the way, she prepared her children for the challenges ahead. "We are all ordinary people, entrepreneurship is rarely a smooth journey. We must endure some setbacks, and you must not lose heart." The two children remained nonchalant. Ermao waved his hand dismissively. "What's there to fear, Mom? One word, just do it." Demao, exhibiting a touch of modesty, added, "I'm not disheartened, Mom. Dad always says that solutions outnumber difficulties, and I'm quite clever." Wen Ning replied, "Indeed." As the trio arrived at the commercial street, they encountered Li Chui and Jing Qingxia, who were pushing a cart to set up their stall. Upon learning that Demao and Ermao were selling crayfish, Li Chui immediately invited them over. "Since it's your first time and you lack experience, the location you've chosen may not be ideal. Why not set up next to my stall? I can help you heat your food in my pot. And you can share my utensils." Demao and Ermao readily agreed, bustling about with joy. Although they were somewhat unprepared, they were fortunate to encounter acquaintances. Among the two brothers, Demao was the clever one, responsible for generating ideas, while Ermao exhibited strong execution, ready to implement any plan that was proposed. Soon, the two brothers partnered to peel several small crayfish, dividing the meat of each into 2 halves. Ermao enthusiastically promoted their product to passers-by, offering free samples of the spicy crayfish. The allure of the word free attracted a crowd in no time. "Is it really free? Oh, it's so spicy. It smells wonderful and tastes quite delicious. Kids, how much do you sell them for?" Ermao's face beamed with joy. "Uncle, it's 6 cents per pound. Buy 2 pounds and receive 2 extra crayfish." The food offerings in this snack street were rather monotonous, consisting mainly of noodles, dumplings, and stir-fried dishes. The affordable, delectable, and novel crayfish from Demao and Ermao proved to be quite popular. In less than 2 hours, the 50 pounds of crayfish they brought were completely sold out. The bustling crowd also benefited Li Chui's stall, allowing her to earn a significant profit that day. As Wen Ning and Li Chui parted ways, they overheard Demao conversing with Xing Qingxia. "You live in the city, making it inconvenient for you to join us in business, but I have an idea. Our crayfish and your mother's spicy hot pot are both quite fiery, so you could prepare some drinks to suit the heat, such as lemonade, mint water, or sweet syrup. It could earn you a little extra money." Xing Qingxiao's eyes lit up, and she deeply bowed in gratitude to Demao. Wen Ning and Li Chui exchanged glances. Li Chui looked at Wen Ning with envy, remarking, "What brilliant ideas does your Demao have? He's so clever, standing here. He could think of pairing drinks with the crayfish." Wen Ning humbly replied, I hadn't thought of it either. On the way home, however, Demise was quite dissatisfied, furrowing his brows as he calculated the numbers. They sold for 30 yuan, yet they prepared 5 pots of stir-fried shrimp, needing to allocate 15 yuan to her. The cost of the shrimp was 5 yuan, and the oil and seasonings amounted to another 5 yuan, leaving them with a mere profit of 5 yuan. After a day of labor, they earned only 5 yuan, which had to be split in two, such a meager profit. Wen Ning remained silent. Mao expressed his thoughts, suggesting that they were giving her too much, proposing instead to negotiate for just 1 yuan per pot. Are you going to say that? Demise retorted, prompting Mao to puff out his cheeks. I don't want my behind to take a beating, it suffers too much alongside me. Wen Ning couldn't help but chuckle softly. Ultimately, she remarked that while the shrimp were not fetching a good price, there were other opportunities beyond just shrimp in the countryside, which they could explore. Demise rested his chin in contemplation. Early the next morning, the brothers ventured into the countryside to discover new products. By afternoon, when Wen Ning came to pick them up, she noticed that Demise and Mao had added fried crabs to their offerings for the market in Luqing. They cleaned the crabs, halved them, coated them in a batter mixed with eggs, and fried them, accompanied by a dipping sauce made of salt, monosodium glutamate, dried chili powder, fried peanuts, and white sesame seeds. The fried crabs, when paired with the sauce, were flavorful and delicious even when cold, crispy and fragrant. Wen Ning could not resist indulging in several. If she couldn't hold back, one could only imagine the delight of the local drinkers. Consequently, the brothers' crabs sold exceptionally well at the snack street, priced at 1 yuan per jean. After deducting costs, each could earn over 10 yuan in a single day. Xing Qingxia, selling lemonade, could also make 3 to 5 yuan in a night. All 3 children were quite satisfied, as were the 2 adults, Li Chui and Wen Ning. The child can earn money and cultivate their interpersonal skills, achieving 2 objectives simultaneously. That evening, Wen Ning escorted Demise and Mao back home. Just as Jason's Toyota was ostentatiously exiting the residential compound, Jason was at the wheel, with Chen Mingjie in the passenger seat. Mao reacted swiftly, immediately inquiring of the guard, Brother, isn't that woman forbidden from entering the compound? Why was she allowed in? The guard promptly offered a formal explanation, Comrade Yen. Political Commissar Ding submitted an application to the higher-ups, stating that he needed to send his youngest daughter to Hong Kong for medical treatment. Since both he and his wife are at the hospital, his sister and brother-in-law are assisting with packing. Isn't this tantamount to inviting a wolf into the house? Ding Litao was utterly muddled. Wen Ning remained silent, leading the children home, but her anticipation for the outcome of this matter grew. It should be imminent. After all, with Jason poised to take Chen Minghua and Ding Litao's youngest daughter to Hong Kong for treatment, the authorities would undoubtedly intervene. Wen Ning's prediction proved accurate. The following morning, the residential compound was in a state of uproar. Jia Shufan returned from grocery shopping, closed the door, and gathered her family members, whispering, last night. Several soldiers visited Political Commissar Ding's home, removing numerous boxes. Their house has now been sealed off. Rumor has it within the compound that he is colluding with spies. The gate security is now stricter, with only permanent residents allowed to enter or exit. Moreover, there would be a thorough investigation of each household, with all individuals not within the scope of military dependence being repatriated to their hometowns. Xing Yunying, of the Yen family, did not fall within the purview of military dependence. As this was not a matter that could be resolved through connections, Wen Ning proposed, Grandma, I will arrange for you and Xiaoxue to reside at the factory, shall I? Xing Yunying, however, maintained a sense of resignation, deciding not to go. I am returning home, Ning Ning. Your second uncle and aunt have called several times. If I do not return this time, I fear I may never have the chance again. Recently, Liang Yong was sentenced to 15 years for the attempted crime of coercing a strong woman, finally bringing an end to the turmoil stirred by Uncle Liang and Aunt Liang. Yet, Aunt Liang was also nearing her breaking point. With no one else to rely on, Uncle Liang called, insisting that Xing Yunying return to cook and tidy up. His words were blunt, prompting Wen Ning to intervene persistently. If we can't go back, then we simply won't. Jia Shufan, known for her forthrightness, added, Aunt, what is there to worry about concerning your ruthless son and daughter-in-law? I have an idea. Let Wen Ning gather some funds to purchase a home in the city for you and Xiaoxue. In your old age, it will be those 2 granddaughters who will care for you. Wen Ning was taken aback. She had not anticipated her mother-in-law would propose such a notion. While she wholeheartedly agreed, having thought of it herself and possessing the funds for the purchase, her grandmother was opposed. For instance, at this moment, Xing Yangying was adamantly shaking her head. No, no, that cannot be. It is not easy for Xingzi and Ning Ning to earn a living. And they have 3 children to support. Moreover, Shufan, you have yet to move into the new house. What kind of situation is it for me, a grandmother, to reside there? After a moment of contemplation, Wen Ning unleashed a heavy revelation. Grandma, you must go to the city to watch over Xiao Shui. She is being harassed by a delinquent and is currently enduring great hardships, crying every day. Chapter 82, the inability to continue living in the family quarters. While Wen Ning's family debated her grandmother's future, at that very moment, Ding Litao, Chen Minghua, and Chen Mingjie experienced a complete collapse of their fortunes. Yesterday, Chen Minghua's youngest daughter, Ding Wenli, awoke, but after examination, the physician discovered that her mental state was impaired, akin to that of a 2-year-old child. The physician still suspected brain damage. So Chen Minghua resolved to have his youngest daughter accompany Chen Mingjie and Jason to Port City for more advanced medical treatment. However, just as they were about to transfer hospitals, individuals from the military arrived and discreetly took control of Chen Minghua, Ding Litao, and Chen Mingjie, escorting them back to the military base, where they were separately detained. Ding Litao was the most composed of the 3, but this composure vanished after conversing with Zhou Aigua. Zhou Aigua shook his head, lamenting, Xiao Ding, you are still the political commissar, how can you possess so little vigilance? Allowing a spy to openly enter the family compound, to enter your home. All the previous training has been for naught. Ding Litao was taken aback. Jason? Chief. Is Jason a spy? He remained incredulous. Did you hear this from Wen Ning? She has conflicts with my wife. That's preposterous. Zhou Aigua, infuriated by Ding Litao's continued denial, felt the veins in his forehead throbbing. His face was filled with disappointment. I don't expect you to know what kind of person Wen Ning is, but shouldn't you investigate seriously when she reports you? Let me tell you. Jason's disguise wasn't even subtle. I had people tail him for a few days and uncovered his entire background. He had already obtained information from your study and arranged to send it out. Now, Yan Gang is impersonating him, leading a team to apprehend the contact. The fact that Yan Gang was involved indicated the veracity of the matter. Ding Litao was crestfallen, realizing that his career was ruined. Zhou Aigua shook his head and walked out with his hands behind his back. Before he had gone far, he heard the clamorous cries of Chen Minghua and Chen Mingjie. Zhou Aigua summoned the guards and apprised them of the hydrogen sulfide that Jason was carrying. When Jason was apprehended, he attempted suicide with the drug, and upon being subdued, hydrogen sulfide was discovered on his person. This is a toxic gas that can inhibit cellular respiration, causing oxygen deprivation in brain cells, potentially leading to brain damage. Were not Chen Minghua and Ding Litao's youngest daughter suspected of brain damage? Only by informing the sisters of Jason's reprehensible actions will they cease their disruptive behavior. Nevertheless, their family must remain confined until Yan Gang apprehends the accomplice and brings this matter to a close, allowing them to be released. Meanwhile, Wen Ning's revelation of Liang Shui's entanglement was intended to persuade her grandmother to stay. The grandmother, indeed concerned about Liang Shui, ceased her insistence on returning to her son's home. The following day, Wen Ning went to the factory to confer with Liang Shui, listening to her thoughts, which Liang Shui wholeheartedly agreed with. My parents have volatile tempers and used to vent their anger on me. Now that I'm not there and Liang Yong is in prison, they are even more distraught. If Grandma were to return, she would undoubtedly endure considerable mistreatment. Indeed, Wen Ning harbored no expectations of her second uncle and aunt's character, otherwise her grandmother would not have died alone in her house, undiscovered for 3 days in her previous life. Being preoccupied with work today, she delegated the task of finding a house to Liang Shui, stipulating clear requirements, a ground-floor apartment with 2 bedrooms, convenient amenities, and a pleasant environment. Liang Shui noted the details, paused before departing, and hesitated. Sister, I cannot afford to purchase a house at present. But I will certainly pay you monthly rent for residing in the house you buy. Startled for a moment, Wen Ning chuckled, what nonsense are you spouting? We're both granddaughters taking care of Grandma together. I provide the house, you provide the care, by that measure, I'm the one benefiting. Why would you give me money? Liang Shui shook her head, ceasing the argument. Regardless, she intended to provide the funds. Sister Wen Ning was a kind soul. But she couldn't in good conscience allow her to bear all the expenses. As Wen Ning and Song Yuanshu attended to matters at another factory, Liang Shui commenced her search for a residence. Over the past 6 months, her competence had burgeoned, shedding her former timidity. Upon Wen Ning's return, Liang Shui announced that a dwelling had been secured, an apartment in the faculty housing of the nearby Luqing High School. Situated on the ground floor, it comprised 2 bedrooms. The antiquated layout accounted for its below-market price of 80 yuan per square meter, encompassing 90 square meters. Liang Shui divulged, "I've inquired. And the owner is eager to sell to finance her daughter's overseas studies. She previously owned a restaurant near the bus station, which she also sold. Consequently, her sole stipulation is an expeditious transfer of ownership." Instantly, Wen Ning recalled the proprietress of the Hao Yu Lai restaurant near the bus station, Li Si. Could it truly be such a coincidence? That afternoon, Wen Ning deliberately withdrew funds from the bank and accompanied Liang Shui to complete the transfer. Indeed, fate had conspired. And it was none other than Li Si. In her 40s, she was embroiled in a vehement dispute with her husband, Zhang San. "We have but one daughter. And all the properties belong to her. Her desire to study abroad is a glorious endeavor. Why shouldn't I sell the house to provide her with the means?" Zhang San's forehead throbbed with bulging veins. "Then what about me? Where shall we reside once the house is sold?" Li Si retorted with a sneer. "Go seek refuge with your paramour. I, for one, shall rent a place to live." Enraged, Zhang San, unwilling to engage further, spun around and stormed off. Wen Ning and Liang Shui approached Li Si. Liang Shui greeted her with a smile, saying, "Sister Li Si, this is my sister. She is the one looking to buy a house." Upon seeing Wen Ning, Li Si recognized her and, after a moment of surprise, quickly approached to grasp her hand. "It's you." "Thank you." Liang Shui was puzzled, but Wen Ning had already deduced the situation. As expected, Li Si glanced around to confirm that Zhang San had left before speaking. "Initially, you asked Gan Hongmei to convey a message to me, and she related all. After some contemplation, I decided to sell both the house and the shop, converting them into cash and placing it under my daughter's name. This way, regardless of whether Zhang San and I remain married, he cannot claim a share of the money." Wen Ning smiled. "So your daughter truly intends to study abroad?" Li Si nodded, pride radiating from her. "Yes, my daughter is going to Harvard as an exchange student for a year. She even agreed to help me deceive her father about it." "That's wonderful," Wen Ning reassured her. "At this age, discerning the true nature of your partner, along with having a sensible and formidable daughter by your side, Sister Li Si, your brighter days lie ahead." Upon hearing this, Li Si was elated. Collaborating with Wen Ning and Liang Shui, they swiftly completed the transfer procedures, and she handed over the house keys, saying they could move in at their earliest convenience. The next day, Wen Ning and Liang Shui assisted their grandmother in relocating. In the evening, Jia Shufan rode her bicycle to visit Lu Jinlan. Observing the chaos both inside and outside her house, with Yuan Bao and the mischievous younger sister playing in the mud, she inquired, "Jinlan, are you still washing dishes for others? Have you considered changing jobs?" Chapter 83, Who Dare Strike Me? Lu Jinlan demurred, wondering what she could possibly do besides washing dishes. In truth, she found the task agreeable, occupying her solely during the midday and evening hours, and yielding a monthly income of 30 yuan, sufficient for her and Yuan Bao's needs. How unambitious, Jia Shufan scoffed inwardly. Damao and Ermao, with their ventures in fried crab and spicy crayfish, were each earning 10 yuan daily, culminating in a comfortable 600 yuan over the 2-month summer break. Why was Lu Jinlan so lacking in initiative? Although Jia Shufan profited from Damao and Ermao's endeavors, she harbored no intention of sharing the spoils with Lu Jinlan. Instead, she launched a subtle offensive. Ever since Wen Ning began working at the garment factory, she's been incessantly busy. I told her that with Gongzi earning money, she needn't exhaust herself so, but do you know what she replied? What did she say? Lu Jinlan inquired, piqued with curiosity. Jia Shufan arched an eyebrow. Wen Ning said she wanted to set an example for Damao, Ermao, and Xiaoyu. Especially Xiaoyu, a mother's influence on her daughter is paramount. The more money she earns, the more confident Xiaoyu will be in the future. She observed Lu Jinlan, who appeared thoughtful, and spoke with earnestness. Jinlan, you also have Yuan Bao and Jianmei. You must consider their futures. The nation is currently focused on economic development, even setting up a stall on the roadside can generate income. If I weren't occupied with Xiaoyu, I would undoubtedly set myself a modest goal, earning 1,000 yuan a month. With Damao and Ermao collectively earning 600 yuan monthly, her aspiration of 1,000 yuan seemed easily attainable. Lu Jinlan mused, mother remains as boastful as ever. Yet, she was undeniably tempted. If she continued washing dishes indefinitely, what if Xiaoyu scorned her upon their eventual reunion? Who would forsake a wealthy mother for a mere dishwasher? Lu Jinlan suddenly jumped to her feet, startling Jia Shufan. All right. Mother. Tomorrow I shall venture into the city to see if I can set up a stall and earn some money. Having achieved her objective, Jia Shufan prepared to return to the family compound. Before leaving, she handed a handful of candy to her younger sister and Yuan Bao. As soon as Jia Shufan departed, Yuan Bao snatched the candy from his sister. When she attempted to reclaim it, Lu Jinlan seized a stick and struck her sister hard on the backside. Cry for what? It is a blessing for you that your brother enjoys your candy, what right do you have to weep? Silence. Your life is worthless, merely living is your fortune. The younger sister wept bitterly, sobbing uncontrollably until she could produce no sound. No one was aware of Lu Jinlan's grand ambitions. A couple of days later, while Damao and Ermao were selling fried crabs at their stall, they encountered a predicament. The dish, being simple to prepare, allowed anyone with basic culinary skills to discern its method. Since the cost of crabs was not high, it wasn't long before another vendor on the commercial street began offering the same fare. With competition arising, Damao and Ermao found their business declining from its former glory. They reflected deeply on their plight. Brainstorming new delicacies while learning a crucial lesson, they must sell items with their exclusive recipes. Ironically, rather than confronting the alleged plagiarizers, they found themselves beset by troubles from others. On that day, as Damao and Ermao busily attended to their patrons, Wen Ning and Liang Shui, having not dined yet, selected dishes and asked Li Chui to prepare a serving of spicy hot pot for them. The two sat on small stools, relishing their meal. Suddenly, a man with a buzz cut and a sharp-featured woman supporting a pale, young man clutching his stomach approached. The leader, a man with a buzz cut, appeared menacing. Who is the owner of the fried crab stall? My brother has suffered a stomachache after eating your food. If you have any sense, step forward. Li Chui and the others were taken aback. Mao, quick to react, retorted loudly, what makes you think his stomach issues are due to our food? The buzzcut man kicked over a nearby stool, creating a cacophony that drew a crowd. He glared fiercely at Mao. My brother ate nothing today but your fried crab. If it wasn't tea from your stall, then what was it? You little brat, get lost. Is it because your parents are completely absent that you dare to speak up? How dare you? Damao was about to retaliate when Wen Ning and Liang Shui stepped forward, their expressions serious. Liang Shui interjected, before you understand the situation, perhaps you should speak more courteously. The sharp-tongued woman pointed at Liang Shui, snapping, you should be the one to speak politely. Your business is unsanitary. And my son has suffered because of it. If you do not provide an explanation today, we will not let this matter rest. Clearly unreasonable. Wen Ning preferred not to engage in a verbal battle. She calmly replied, we take hygiene very seriously in our food preparation, and there have been no prior complaints. If you insist on causing trouble, we will have to involve professionals to assess the situation. She turned to Xia Xue, instructing, call the police. Understood. Liang Shui had just agreed when a round-faced, plump police officer in uniform emerged from the crowd. He glanced around and inquired loudly, why is everyone gathered here? What has happened? Her prompt arrival took Wen Ning somewhat by surprise, yet she swiftly and succinctly elucidated the matter. Esteemed officer, our family has been honestly conducting our food business here, when these three individuals initiated trouble, subjecting us to defamation. What trouble are you talking about? The close-cropped man and the old woman exhibited no trepidation even in the presence of the police. The latter implored. My youngest son suffered a stomach ailment after consuming their food, officer. You must seek justice for us. As she spoke, the young man clutching his stomach emitted continuous groans. The round-faced officer stepped forward to investigate, subsequently remarking, it appears rather serious. Wen Ning couldn't help but furrow her brow, sensing something amiss. Sure enough. The round-faced officer turned his attention to her in the next instant. You are the proprietor, correct? I will take the initiative here. Cease operations immediately, return home. And await the outcome. Furthermore, you must provide 100 yuan for medical expenses to enable treatment at the hospital. Consider the matter concluded. Wen Ning's delicate eyebrows knitted together in a deeper frown. What manner of resolution was this? Without conducting any investigation, he was essentially asserting that their stall was problematic. Predictably. The moment the round-faced officer finished speaking, the wizened old woman with a pointed mouth and monkey-like cheeks immediately adopted an arrogant demeanor, glaring at Wen Ning. Didn't you want a professional assessment? The officer has spoken. Produce the money promptly. At that moment, a stall owner who had cultivated a favorable rapport with Li Chui approached her and whispered a few words. Li Chui's expression shifted, and she approached Wen Ning. Relaying the message. Sister Wang said that these individuals are in cahoots. They are likely envious of the Maokai and fried crab business. She advises us to concede initially. Compensate them with some money, and discontinue selling fried crab. The matter will then be resolved. Wouldn't that embolden the wicked? Furthermore, she had no reason to halt the money-making scheme that De Mao and Air Mao had painstakingly devised. Hand over the money, quickly. The round-faced police officer urged. Wen Ning clenched her fist, refusing with composure, I do not accept your dictation, nor will I concede that there is an issue with our fried crabs. The round-faced police officer was taken aback by her defiance. A few women and children running a stall, without a grown man in sight, seemed like easy targets. His countenance shifted as he menacingly threatened, so, what are you implying? Do you want to spend time in the detention center? I demand a thorough investigation. Wen Ning stated with a steady tone. Previously, she had believed that the man had simply eaten something that had upset his stomach. But now she realized it was all a charade. If he claims that our food made him sick, then he should remain in the hospital and have his stool examined to determine the true cause of his ailment. The round-faced police officer was displeased. Who do you think you are, demanding a thorough investigation? Don't you know the station is busy? Exactly. Echoed the crew-cut man as he suddenly charged forward, ferociously yelling. You insolent woman, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. He feigned a move to strike, but De Mao, Air Mao, Liang Shui, and the others shielded Wen Ning, exclaiming, don't you dare hurt our mother. Wen Ning turned, seizing a wok spatula for defense. Just as a confrontation seemed imminent, a man swiftly approached Wen Ning and her companions, seized the crew-cut man's arm, and forcefully flung him away. The crew-cut man cried out in pain, Who dares to strike me? Air Mao had already ecstatically run to embrace the man's leg. Papa. Chapter 84, Marrying the Right Wife Brings Prosperity to 3 Generations. The man, clad in a white shirt and black slacks, possessed an imposing stature and an intimidating aura. His stern countenance and piercing gaze could belong to none other than Yan Gang, who had been away on assignment for an extended period. He affectionately patted Air Mao's head before advancing